This guy endured 100 years in that hellhole of a world, just searching for a way back to Earth. The key to getting Min Siwoo back home was a spatial core hidden inside the heart of a dragon. Now that massive beast stands right in front of him, threatening to end his miserable life while his body is paralyzed by deadly poison. It seemed like he was completely done for. But right at this critical moment, Min Siwoo finally unleashes his true hidden power. A massive magic circle erupts instantly, terrifying the dragon as bright light flashes across all of his wounds. The heavy damage Min Siwoo took starts healing rapidly. But trust me, this is no ordinary recovery skill. Fully restored, he walks up to the dragon and demands, "Will you hand it over, or do I rip out your heart? I give you 3 seconds." The dragon stands frozen in shock, thinking, "Do not tell me." He is no ordinary warrior. At the count of 3, Min Siwoo lunges, piercing its heart and killing it instantly. The glowing object in his hand is the spatial core. Little does anyone know, besides being a hunter, he is an overpowered healer. Looking at the red orb in his hand, he sighs. "After struggling for 100 years, all I get is this damn core. This awful thing is just as hard to swallow as the food in this world." Suddenly, a strange voice speaks up. It is not a dragon core, it is a spatial pearl. Min Siwoo snaps, "Shut up, Pri," then tosses it into his mouth. As the magic circle flares, Min Siwoo is ecstatic. Finally, he can go home to his disciples, his brother, and back to Earth. Min Siwoo lies motionless until a falling leaf gently awakens him. Opening his eyes, he gasps. He is startled as Pri, the spatial core parasite inside his stomach, starts grumbling and complaining. "Why do you keep calling me food? I am too busy throwing up from that crazy spatial warp." Min Siwoo is relieved that his companion survived the trip, but he still cannot help mocking him. "You nasty piece of garbage, just digest and become food." But Pri immediately snaps back. "If you digest me, the consequences will be brutal." Dizzy, Min Siwoo groans, "Shut up before I throw up." "Is this really Earth?" Pri scoffs. "What are you talking about? How do you not recognize your own home?" Min Siwoo is confused because Earth looks completely different now, and he senses a weird mana current in the air. It feels like they are standing inside a dungeon portal. Suddenly, Pri pauses and says, "Hey, you smell incredibly weak." After freezing for a moment, Min Siwoo realizes the issue. "Wait, is something wrong with my mana? Could it be?" In sheer disbelief, Pri asks, "Wait, were you always this weak and useless?" "I am out of here." Frustrated, Min Siwoo panics, "Damn it, not again. It must be a warp side effect. 100 years ago, when I crossed over from Earth, my powers were severely drained too. Right now, I am probably down to 15, wait, maybe 20% of my power." Pri freaks out. 20%? Are you kidding me? Hurry up and recover before we get thrown out of here. It took him decades to fully recover last time. Hearing this, Pri completely loses his mind. Decades. That is enough reason to break our contract. With such low mana, he cannot use his top-tier skills. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl is running for her life, crying out, "Damn it, I was too distracted. I ran too far and lost my team." Are they okay? Right now, an orc is chasing her. Wielding a giant spike club, the monster gains on her. Screaming, she realizes they are still on a lower floor. Why is an orc even here? Help me. Tripping, she falls, thinking it is over. Suddenly, Min Siwoo appears. He casually kills the orc, then turns to her. "Hey, I have a question. Is this Earth?" Stunned, she manages to nod and say yes. Min Siwoo asks, "And is this South Korea, by the way? What year is it?" Looking at him like an alien, she stammers, "Yes, this is Korea. It is 2037. She answers quickly, but remains in shock. Did he seriously one-shot an orc? Min Siwoo pauses to think. He was dragged into the other dimension in 2027, meaning 100 years, there was just 10 here. He asks another absurd question: who is the current president? Sweating, the girl replies, "The president is Choi Dae-soo." Hearing this, Min Siwoo freaks out. "Choi Dae-soo, don't tell me it is that guy. That muscle-brain idiot with only one working eye." Seeing him so clueless, she wonders if he is acting. Min Siwoo finds it ridiculous. "President, that guy became president. Is South Korea that desperately out of talent?" The girl stands there, utterly confused. Is this some crazy regression story? But he brushes it aside. Min Siwoo gets straight to the business, pointing out that the mana flow here feels incredibly strange, wondering if they might actually be trapped inside a portal. The girl chuckles awkwardly, explaining that they are currently standing inside the tutorial tower, leaving Min Siwoo completely stunned by this revelation. The tutorial tower? Yes, it is a structure that suddenly popped up a few years ago, acting like a portal for hunters. If they manage to clear it, they can awaken their inner abilities and even obtain powerful, unique skills based on their rank that lets them join the absolute strongest guilds. Naturally, everyone wants to speedrun this tower. Min Siwoo strokes his chin in deep thought. Back when I was active, we did not need any of this extra stuff to awaken. She quickly explains that was only true for the first-generation hunters. Min Siwoo cracks his knuckles to warm up. So simply put, if I want to get out of here, I just have to beat this tower. How long does it usually take? Normally, it takes 8 weeks, but the exceptionally talented can do it in 6. The record is 3 weeks held by second-generation prodigy Ryu Ji-won. While Min Si-woo processes this fresh update and sighs at the newly updated details, a massive wild tiger suddenly begins creeping up on them from the shadows. Spotting it, the girl panics and screams for them to run while Min Si-woo keeps his eyes closed, muttering that 3 weeks feels way too long. Because of the harsh side effects of spatial travel, both his mana flow and physical movements are temporarily dragging, he notes. There is no time left. She shrieks, begging him to leave the deep thinking for when they are actually safe. Didn't they teach you at the academy to run from monsters? The beast roars, lunging forward to tear them apart. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo stands casually, totally unfazed. Guess there is no choice. I will just set a much more comfortable time limit for myself. 5 days should be plenty. Before the tiger can even land its strike, Min Si-woo unleashes a force that vaporizes it instantly. Immediately, the scene shifts to Min Si-jun, the young glasses-wearing guild master of the renowned Empire Guild. Hearing that someone has actually just escaped the tutorial tower, he is left completely shocked. If Min Si-jun recalls correctly, it has only been about 6 weeks since they entered right. Sweating, his secretary reports that this survivor was never on the entry roster. Which batch are they from then? She nervously answers that they are completely unlisted and are currently causing utter chaos. Min Si-jun glances at the file photo and completely freezes, instantly recognizing his own brother. Meanwhile, the young girl traveling alongside Min Si-woo still cannot believe her own eyes. What on earth is happening? This guy literally cleared the entire tutorial tower in just 5 days. Having wrapped everything up, Min Si-woo casually observes that a good fight really does speed up his recovery. He can feel about 25% of his original strength returning. Suddenly, the system announces that the tutorial is complete, calculating stats and analyzing compatibility. Error power measurements cannot be executed. The exit portal is now open. Stepping through, he is absolutely thrilled to finally be back in Seoul. The tag-along girl sighs in relief alongside him. Wait, let her out too. Just outside the exit gate of the tutorial tower, a massive crowd has gathered around, making a huge scene. A group of hunters approaches, demanding to know what the ruckus is about. His companion responds that the gate just opened, but something is off. Suddenly, the team captain with the armband spots the gorgeous girl and freezes. Are those two the survivors? He thinks he recognizes that pretty girl from the original roster. He decides to investigate. Spotting him, the manager quickly greets him, welcoming the Team 2 captain to the scene. Apparently, these two just walked out of the portal, but the guy is completely unlisted. The Team 2 captain sizes Min Si-woo up with growing suspicion. A guy claiming to clear the tower without sustaining a single scratch. That sounds completely absurd, doesn't it? Just look at that highly disrespectful, arrogant glare. He looks like a starving parasite. He must have unlocked a decent skill then. Pushing forward, he tells everyone to step aside, confrontational as he rudely demands answers from Min Si-woo. Who the hell are you, and why aren't you on the roster? Min Si-woo calmly responds that he didn't enter from the front gate. The furious captain immediately snaps back. If I went in through the entrance, obviously I would come out elsewhere. How did you get inside and why exit here? Min Si-woo shrugs, saying it just happened that way. The smug captain cracks his neck with an arrogant smirk. Laughing, he complains that the kid has no respect for his seniors. Look, it is obvious you just awakened some stealth skill and are trying to pull off a scam. Stop this nonsense unless you want to get hurt. Min Si-woo's expressionless face only enrages him. Why that sour look? He warns him to stop pushing his luck or he'll personally rip that smug face right off. Min Si-woo lets out a contemptuous smirk and fires back, telling him to shut up because his breath smells absolutely awful. The captain completely freezes up. What, you bastard, are you insane? Min Si-woo cracks his neck slightly. What did you just say about ripping my face off? Just shut up and fight and try to breathe less. That smell is atrocious. Enraged by the absolute disrespect, the captain screams and throws a heavy punch while Min Si-woo remains completely relaxed, dodging with ease. Despite being told to shut up, they just wouldn't listen. Right then, Empire Guild leader Min Si-jun arrived with his staff, only to find the entire crowd lying completely unconscious. The female staff member panicked, asking what on earth was going on. It turned out the guy they reported for causing trouble had clashed with the guards and then suddenly vanished. The guild master turned around, asking if there was any security footage capturing the suspect. Watching the video playback, they were shocked to see the mysterious young man knock down 5 hunters in mere seconds before disappearing completely. Since he didn't trigger any system alerts, they began to suspect he might be a hunter, possessing some sort of stealth skill. But the guild master firmly shut down that theory, stating he was simply moving too fast. While the others were left completely baffled, he kept muttering to himself, Min Si-woo, I'm absolutely sure it's him. He looks exactly the same as he did 15 years ago. Keeping this secret to himself, the guild master immediately ordered a manhunt, mobilizing every single Empire member to find him at all costs. He warned them not to act rashly, just bring him in. But the moment he turned away, his mind was flooded with thoughts of his brother. Where have you been all this time? Why only show up now? Were you kidnapped, or did you run away? There must be a reason. If you were still in Korea, you definitely would have come to find me. If so, where would you go first? Soon after, Sejun tracked down the girl who accompanied Min Siwoo. You're one of the rookies who just cleared the tutorial tower, right? She confidently replied that indeed she was, but honestly admitting that she didn't actually do anything useful during the trial. Someone else carried the entire group out. But either way, they awakened their abilities and successfully made it out together. I see. Clearing it so quickly means you must have unlocked a pretty solid skill. The girl sheepishly scratched her head. She admitted she wasn't sure if it was good, but it was at least an A-rank skill. Hearing this, the young man flashed a bright smile. An A-rank, even without a final evaluation, it was best to recruit her immediately. And so, Min Si-jun stepped up, offering the best possible contract terms and asking if she would be interested in joining the prestigious Empire Guild. Hearing that, the girl's eyes lit up instantly. The Empire Guild, really, if that invitation is genuine. It would be a massive honor for my entire family. Suddenly, S-rank hunter Ryu Ji-won of the Diamond Guild appeared behind them, mocking how a guild named Empire was acting more like a cheap street gang. Annoyed, Si-jun warned him to watch his mouth. But Ji-won just kept scoffing, teasing that he must have struck a nerve since Si-jun was being so sensitive. Walking alongside Ji-hwan was Choi Sung-in, the S-rank leader of the Wilds Guild, noting that Si-jun had arrived before them. They all likely received the association's alert. An entire security squad wiped out by an unregistered awakened hunter that the authorities mentioned. Ji-hwan, after reviewing the details, flashed a sinister smirk, commenting on how loud and flashy this new guy was, causing such a massive scene the moment he stepped out. Choi Sung-in spoke up, admitting they had no idea who he was, but they needed to find him quickly. Judging by his sheer power, he must have awakened a high-ranking skill, which meant he had the potential to become a key asset. Honestly speaking, I see incredible value in him. Ji-hwan grinned with excitement, proposing that whoever found him first gets to keep him. And if their methods got a little dirty, surely no one would complain. Min Si-jun was highly annoyed but chose to stay silent. Choi Sung-in wrapped up the conversation, deciding to look on his own since none of them had any time to waste. If anyone located this awakened rookie, they should at least notify the others. Sung-in then turned to the girl beside Si-jun, asking about her plans. Handing over his business card, he told her to take her time, assuring her that with her rank she'd be welcome anywhere. Ji-won waved as he walked away, saying it was up to her. Once outside, he immediately issued an order to Jin-sik. Gather all the C-rank and D-rank members of Diamond into search squads and deploy them right away. We need to find someone. Curious, Jin-sik asked who it was. Ji-won smirked coldly, saying it was Min Si-jun's damn relative. Meanwhile, a mouth-watering aroma wafted from a plate of hot fried chicken. Pri began complaining that after spending 100 years in the demon realm, the very first place they visited on Earth was just a cheap chicken joint. Min Si-woo took a deep breath and fired back. Just try it and you'll understand why I ran here like a starving dog. And once she finally got a taste, Pri was absolutely blown away, screaming that she had wasted her entire life. What on earth was this masterpiece? Was this fried chicken made from some legendary dragon's golden legacy? How could it possibly taste this insanely good? How did you survive 100 years in the demon realm without this? Are you some kind of psychopath? Min Si-woo. Stuffing his face, Min Si-woo told her to shut up because he was currently restoring his humanity. Drooling, Pri screamed at him to hand over more, warning him not to eat it all by himself since the rest belonged to her. Then hurry up and hand over some more. Don't go hogging it all to yourself. Once you're full, the rest of this is mine. Min Si-woo decided to return to his beloved childhood home. Standing right in front of him, messy but familiar, he unlocked the gate and stepped inside. Familiar voices and ghostly illusions immediately flashed before him. Min Si-woo, are you home? You're back late today, aren't you? Are you hungry? I'll call Min Si-jun to eat with us. Then a vision of the two happy brothers hugging their parents appeared. The kitchen seemed to smell of rich soybean paste soup, but snapping back to reality, everything was completely ruined. That warm, happy home was long gone, replaced by thick cobwebs and shattered bottles. Speechless, Min Si-woo walked out to the porch and sat down, completely lost in thought. Just as he feared, he couldn't even remember his parents' faces anymore. They say forgetting is a gift from the gods. But to him, it felt like a curse. 100 years in the demon realm, fighting endless battles on a blood-soaked planet. A strange, brutal world. His human senses slowly went numb, his body frozen in time, and his true identity slowly faded away. During that terrifyingly long stretch of time, he clung to his memories, desperately terrified that the curse of oblivion would swallow him whole. The haunting memories of his younger brother and his disciples eventually stopped feeling like warm recollections at all. They warped into raw obsession and deep regret. But it was fine. That stubborn grit was how he survived for 100 years. Pri popped up to tease him. Your place looks pretty lonely. Honestly, our home back in the demon realm felt way warmer than this. Min Si-woo quickly shut her down. They don't have fried chicken there. Instantly hearing her favorite food, Pri had to admit his logic was flawless. Shaking off the gloom, Min Si-woo forced a bright smile, claiming he only planned on stopping by for a quick look anyway. Time to find the others and see how they lived these past 15 years. Hoping Min Si-jeon was okay, he stepped through the gate. Min Si-woo was immediately surrounded by a hostile crowd, everyone brandishing weapons. Suddenly, from up on a rooftop, a booming voice called down. "Found you, damn it, tracking you down was a total nightmare. But hey, nice to meet you. You must be the guy who caused all that chaos back at the exit. I'm Ben Blackmoon, a class hunter from Diamond. Do you have any idea how hard we worked to track you down?" Min Si-woo didn't care at all, coldly replying, "Yeah, and do you want a hug or something?" Ben sat there cockily trying to show off. "Hey, are you even listening to me? We are from Diamond. Let me say it again, Diamond." Min Si-woo could only sigh in absolute boredom. "Diamond or whatever, I don't give a damn. Just say what you want already." Ben sneered back. "What do we want, you ask?" "Haha, this punk still doesn't get it. Want me to teach you how to crawl instead of walk? The hunter world is totally messed up now." Min Si-woo put his hands in his pockets with a smirk. "I think crawling on all fours suits your ugly monkey face much better. Can gorillas even become hunters these days? The world must be a really peaceful place now." Hearing this, Ben lost his mind in rage. "This bastard is hopeless. Let's break him first, then we can take him away." Right as he finished speaking, Ben activated his power and lunged at Min Si-woo. Min Si-woo barely spared him a glance, allowing the attack to connect as his body slammed hard into the wall. Thinking he won, Ben laughed loudly. "Who did you call a gorilla, you brat?" Outside, his lackeys began showering him with praise. "Boss Ben, you took him down before he could even pull his hands out of his pockets. Keep it up, boss." As they cheered, Min Si-woo remained motionless on the ground. Right in front of him, a system notification popped up. Class Lightning Flash Skill. It temporarily doubles movement speed, and if the user's physical condition allows, they can push it even faster. Min Si-woo asked Pri if she wanted to test it. She eagerly replied, "This is the first skill we've taken since returning. I want a taste." And with that, Min Si-woo sprang back onto his feet, suddenly moving with a burst of absolutely godlike speed. In a flash, he zipped right past Ben, leaving the hunter completely dazed and unable to process what was happening. Without hesitation, Min Si-woo slammed Ben headfirst into the ground, leaving the remaining thugs pale and frozen with absolute terror. Min Si-woo calmly muttered his system command, "Devour Predator." Immediately, a glowing magic circle materialized on the ground, forcefully draining all of Ben's stamina and skills. Min Si-woo was pleasantly surprised that this still worked on Earth. Pri smugly agreed, "Stealing skills is cool, but fried chicken is way better." Watching this horrifying scene, Ben's enraged lackeys snapped out of their shock and screamed, "What are you guys just standing around for? Attack him now." Meanwhile, Min Si-woo calmly called out, "Pri, let's test that C-class skill we just stole." While the hostile crowd rushed him from all sides, Pri gleefully acknowledged the order. "Understood, let's harvest some fresh loot." Utilizing his lightning-fast speed and overpowered new C-class skill, Min Si-woo swept through almost the entire gang in a heartbeat. The last goon lunged forward, only to get instantly vaporized. Another system notification popped up, "C-class heavy strike skill acquired." When activated, the body automatically reacts to strike the enemy's weak points, working best when wielding a weapon. Holding a sword, Min Si-woo sighed, "This blade is totally dull. As a swordsman, you should at least keep your weapon sharp. I'll take this then." Before they could respond, he lunged to attack, but a sudden figure blocked his path, shouting, "Brother." Just as his blade is about to pierce his opponent's neck, Si-woo freezes. His beloved younger brother is standing right behind him, even calling his name. Si-woo slowly smiles. "Si-jun. It has been 25 years since the gates first opened on Earth. A peaceful world instantly fell into chaos. Monsters poured out of the gates, and alongside them, the very first awakened individuals. New powers emerged, marking the start of a wild era with zero laws. No rules existed to control the chaos, and everyone was completely clueless. In this lawless world, Si-jun and Si-woo had only each other. Orphaned at a young age, the brothers fought to survive. Si-woo, a first-generation awakened hunter, dropped out of school to become a hunter solely to support his little brother, who was still so tiny. "Aren't you going to school, brother?" "I'm working now, not studying." "Is it because of me?" "No way, I'm just terrible at school. So I started working early." Saying goodbye, Si-woo promised his little brother he would return home soon. That goodbye parted them for 15 years. Back to the present, Si-woo walks into the house named after his little brother. "Wow, this place is incredible." Examining every corner, Si-woo marvels at the furniture. "Damn, is that actually the Han River outside? Did you buy this yourself? No loans?" Min Si-jun, you really made it." Si-jun just smiles helplessly at his brother's reaction. "It is no big deal. After all, the skills you taught me are what allowed me to earn enough to buy this home. I bought it for us to live together, so there is a room for you too. But Saijun still looks stunned, unable to believe this reality. He keeps asking himself if this is a dream. Is it really you? The brother who vanished without a trace 15 years ago has suddenly returned. Meanwhile, Siwoo is still bursting with absolute excitement. I even get my own room. Seeing my little brother all grown up is just full of crazy surprises. But you have clearly been through a lot, Min Si-jun. After a brief pause, a warm, genuine smile finally breaks across his face. You are the one who had it rough. Seeing you cracking jokes like this, you are definitely my big brother. Do you have any idea how long I searched for you? Where have you been? Siwoo just walks over and pats his brother's head. Sit down, I have 100 years of stories to tell. Over beers and snacks, Siwoo begins sharing his long journey with Si-jun. Si-jun nods along, summarizing. So 15 years ago, the exact moment you defeated the fourth Demon King, some ancient artifact possessed by that Demon King teleported you into an entirely different dimension. In that world, you met a creature called Praetor, which steals other people's skills. You used that power to grow stronger over 100 years. You fought constantly while hunting for a dragon with spatial magic, eventually defeating the legendary Dragon King itself. And you used the spatial orb inside its heart to return to Earth, right? Siwoo props his head up to explain further. That Praetor followed him back to Earth and now lives inside his body. Si-jun turns pale in absolute shock. Inside your body? You mean you are possessed? Siwoo explains it is more like a parasite, making the Praetor grumble inside. Hey, do you want to cough up blood? Seeing Si-jun panic, Siwoo reassures him that he knows it sounds like sci-fi. But just remember, your brother is not crazy. Breaking into his sweat, Si-jun tries his best to reply. Of course I believe you, brother. After all, we are currently living in a world where nothing is impossible. These things are no longer absurd, just hard to wrap your head around immediately. Having you back is more than enough. Siwoo asks in return. Now is your turn. What on earth happened to this country during my 15 years away? How did that absolute bastard become the president? Si-jun slowly explains that after Siwoo disappeared, Choi Dae-soo took over. He claimed all the credit for defeating the fourth Demon King, climbing to the presidency as the ultimate god of war. The greatest first-generation hunter, using a fake reputation to win the public over. Yet, even now, he continues his schemes. Siwoo crosses his arms, deeply frustrated by the news. That corrupt politician's true agenda is way too obvious. The only double S-rank hunter in Korea. What a joke. By the way, those guys who attacked us earlier, the ones from Diamond, are they Dae-soo's lackeys? No, Dae-soo's guild is the Boundless Legion. Korea currently has 7 major guilds, collectively called the 7 Stars. Diamond is led by Ryu Ji-won, a powerful second-generation hunter. That snake of a bastard. Leave today's matter to me, brother, don't worry about it. Si-jun is clearly furious. Siwoo is surprised to see how tough his brother has grown after 15 years. He then asks about his former disciples. Si-jun hesitates. We all went our separate ways and lost touch. Xiaolong went back home while Kang Yo-hwa decided to join Choi Dae-soo's faction. Siwoo ponders, surprised by this betrayal. But what about Min-jun? Siwoo is hit with absolute shock. He was murdered. His voice drops low. He is dead. Who did this? Si-jun reports that the bodies completely vanished, making it impossible to identify the killer targeting these top hunters. Only 2 types of people could do this, either another hunter or an unregistered rogue. Right then the SMCS stepped in to investigate but found absolutely nothing. Min Si-woo slams his hand down, feeling slightly dazed by the news. What is the SMCS anyway? It is the Superhuman Management Control Service, a global organization handling serious crimes involving hunters. They have full authority to investigate and arrest awakened criminals all over the world. Simply put, they are the police of the hunter world. Min Si-woo asks if Min Si-jun has connections there, leaving Min Si-jun wondering what his brother is up to. I do, but are you really going there? If you need info, our guild's intelligence unit is much better. That place is brutal. You shouldn't go without a good reason. Yet Min Si-woo remains completely stubborn about his plan. It's fine. I need more than just information. Min Si-jun looks deeply worried. But brother hunters are meant to fight, and their job is mostly handling life and death crimes. You just returned from the other side, so please don't rush. Take some rest and regain your combat instincts first. Min Si-woo simply clicks his mouse while casually replying to Min Si-jun. I fought for 100 years in another world. Is there anything left I haven't done? Min Si-jun freezes, almost forgetting Min Si-woo's terrifying power. Well, once his brother makes up his mind, there is absolutely no stopping him. Fine, if you've decided then. Kang Yo-hwa from the Han Guild is a high-ranking official there. I'll contact her. Min Si-woo smiles, warmly thanking his supportive little brother. Still, Min Si-jun can't help but stare. His brother's face is exactly the same, but his entire aura is completely different now. Just what on earth happened to him in that other world? Scrolling through the computer, Min Si-woo suddenly spots a very familiar face. Who is that? Let me see. That is Huang Donggu, the Gangbuk SMCS leader, a first-gen hunter. Do you know him? Min Si Wu mutters Donggu. No, that bastard's name is. Flash forward to 2 days later at the SMCS headquarters inside the Gangbuk team's office. Damn it, these second-generation hunters are just thieves. The bosses just forced a rookie trainee onto my team. No wonder they call them the incubator generation. Their brains are literal mush. Hearing this, the employee screams internally but only nods politely. The loudmouth captain keeps going. Unbelievable, kids these days have it so easy. Back then, the hunter world was completely lawless. We had to write our wills before every single mission. Do you understand? By the way, did I ever tell you about when I almost died in a raid 15 years ago? The exhausted employee has heard this story at least 700 times already, but still replies, yes, sir, I have. Donggu keeps babbling anyway. Well, hearing it once more won't hurt. When I was a rookie, I suffered a fatal wound on a mission. My entire squad was incapacitated and we fell into absolute despair. Just then, a miraculous healer appeared. He used a legendary skill to save my life, and then he told me. Before he can even finish, Min Siwoo suddenly appears right behind him and asks, why did you change your name anyway? Your old name was perfectly fine. Now you've really confused me. Do you remember me? I'm practically your lifesaver. With a confident grin, Donggu completely freezes up. Talk about speaking of the devil and the devil actually appearing. What on earth is happening? Is this really the legendary hunter Min Siwoo? Drowning in sheer panic, Donggu nervously clears his throat. Everyone, this is the newest member of our Gangbuk team, Hunter Min Siwoo. Since he's a rookie, he might find things unfamiliar. If he ever needs any information, make sure to provide it instantly. As seniors, we must treat our new recruit with absolute kindness. The green-haired girl looks deeply confused. Wait, isn't that the exact opposite of what you just ranted about? Why is Captain Donggu acting so weird today? The guy next to her, sweating profusely, whispers, shh, be quiet, just look at his face. This rookie is definitely not normal. Hearing their whispers, Donggu gets annoyed and immediately singles out Coa. The girl flinches in shock. Donggu keeps raising his voice, barking, follow me to the meeting room right now. We need to conduct a brief orientation for our newcomer. Inside the room, a sweating Coa starts briefing Min Siwoo. Meanwhile, Donggu is sweating bullets, nervously scrambling to offer hospitality. Hunter Min Siwoo, would you like some coffee, instant, or a premium Americano? Min Siwoo crosses arms like a real boss. Instant. Donggu immediately scurried over with the official SMCS tactical uniform. What size do you wear? Eventually, Coa nervously raised her hand. Captain. Even if this is just a quick, brief. I haven't even prepared any files yet. Am I supposed to explain everything to him? I mean to Mr. Min Siwoo. Seeing their confusion, Min Siwoo steps in and requests, just compile the data on all hunters killed over the past 2 years. Coa is utterly shocked. 2 years of data is massive. Besides, we still need to report this to the Hunter Association. But nobody is allowed to oppose Min Siwoo. Donggu snaps back at her, barking, hey, quit making excuses. She had been working here long enough to handle this. Right then, Wang Donggu brought a coffee tray over to Siwoo, speaking in a soft, gentle voice. Don't worry, Hunter Siwoo, our database manager, is incredibly efficient. Coa, meanwhile, felt a major headache coming on, thinking her chief's soul had been completely replaced by some bizarre AI. After searching until her eyes practically fell out, Coa turned back and asked Siwoo, excuse me, rookie, when you talk about people being eliminated, do you mean you only need information about the victims? Correct. Siwoo took a slow sip of his coffee and answered that he only needed official cases recognized as murders by the SMCS. In addition, he also needed a list of unidentified hunter killers. Siwoo gripped his coffee cup tightly as his mind raced. Taking down an awakened is near impossible unless the attacker is one too. Furthermore, if someone managed to assassinate Min Jun, a high-ranking hunter, then they must be a seasoned professional. Even if the culprit is arrested or dead, if they are awakened. The association definitely has a file on them. For now, the priority was finding their identities. After some shuffling around, Coa curiously asked where she should send the files. Siwoo pulled out his phone, telling her to send them there. Suddenly, a young recruit peeked in, calling out, do you have a moment, Captain? The police just requested backup. A massive turf war has broken out between local gangs with awakened members. Huang Donggu rolled his eyes and sighed, asking if the police couldn't just handle that themselves. They are just a bunch of low-level thugs after all. But the recruit stammered that the problem was one group was Severus. Hearing that, Huang Donggu jumped up in shock. What? Those bastards again? Siwoo, however, was left completely puzzled, having no clue what Severus was. Coa explained that they were completely different from normal gangs. They deal in black market weapons, contract killings, and are even suspected of trafficking hunters. The police can't handle them alone. Hearing about hunter trafficking instantly sparked Siwoo's curiosity, and he volunteered to go along. Siwoo rushed to put on his coat, but Huang Donggu stopped him, saying that as a rookie, he needed to undergo training first. Meanwhile, at a gruesome scene covered in bodies, Kang-ho, the vice leader of Severus, let out a booming laugh. The elite force of the Grim Reaper, they are absolutely nothing compared to the ultimate shield of Severus. Jiken, a level 3 executive of Severus, stepped in with a smug smirk, complaining that Kang-ho was being totally unfair. At least half of those guys were sliced up by his meat cleaver. The two kept bantering with Kang-ho, teasing Jiken to beat him first. Jiken smirked, saying his day would come. The arrogant Kang-ho just laughed, boasting about how the gang couldn't survive without him. He was glad he quit being a hunter to join the syndicate, praising their boss's sharp judgment. Then he loudly declared that from today on, this territory belongs to Severus. But before they could celebrate, a massive explosion rocked the entire area. The blast caught them completely off guard, leaving them wounded. A dazed Jiken gasped, wondering if some legendary warrior had survived. Emerging from the smoke in an SMCS jacket, Siwoo slowly appeared. He coldly noted how casual they sounded about murdering hunters. Hearing this, Kang-ho felt a shiver of fear, while Siwoo was ready to go all out, challenging them to show him what they had. Suddenly, a bizarre hazy vision enveloped Kang-ho, surrounded by his comrades. He blinked in confusion, wondering if he was actually okay. He had never seen this face in Gangbuk. More importantly, what kind of idiot would walk in here all alone? Yet strange noises echoed around him. Kang-ho felt completely disoriented. It was bizarre. He could have sworn he just heard a skull shatter. Trying to act tough, he screamed out. If this punk wanted a show, they would give him one. He immediately activated his power, triggering his B-rank full-body armor skill. The skill conjures an invisible barrier wrapping around his entire body, with its duration depending entirely on the caster's remaining mana. It boosts physical defense by 30% and magical defense by 10%. The other thugs charged forward, attacking Siwoo all at once. But in a split second, everything plunged into pitch-black darkness. A dazed Kang-ho muttered, completely disoriented. He was just fighting, but wait, who was that standing on the riverbank over there? Was his late grandfather waving him over or telling him to stop? Snap back to reality. Siwoo was absolutely pulverizing him, and he wasn't done yet. Siwoo grabbed his collar, hoisting him up. Time to wake up. He was the last one left. Feast Predator. Pri eagerly consumed the offering, thoroughly enjoying the delicious skill. Meanwhile, clinging to his last breath, the battered Kang-ho looked up. Everything was a blur, but he was horrified. One guy wiped out their entire gang. What do you want from us? We don't know anything. We have never killed a hunter before. We are nothing but low-level pawns. Siwoo flashed a bright yet deeply sinister smile. He remarked that weaklings like them wouldn't have the guts for that anyway. Kang-ho choked out a weak, desperate question, asking why he was doing this then. Siwoo stood up and brushed off his hands, saying he just wanted to test today's awakened criminals. They looked like a public nuisance anyway, so he decided to clean things up on his way. Right on cue, Hwang Dong-gu ran over asking if Hunter Siwoo was okay and reporting that the entire upper floor was secured. After insisting on going alone and making everyone worry, Min Siwoo just stood there, acting completely unfazed. Leaning back, he asked if they were finally done, joking that they sure took their sweet time. Min Siwoo kept one leader alive to extract intel but wiped out the rest. With a smirk, he asked if that was good enough for them. Staring at the absolute bloodbath and bodies scattered everywhere, Hwang Dong-gu was completely speechless. Technically, capturing targets alive was supposed to be the top priority. But since the SMCS operates under international law, self-defense is totally justified if the enemy attacks first. To keep everything standard, every agent is required to wear a body camera to gather solid evidence. Hwang Dong-gu tried to rationalize the situation, but his mind was racing. Sure, those thugs were brutal enough to be executed immediately. But did this blank-faced kid really wipe out everyone? Min Siwoo was already notorious for being an absolute mad dog. But since when was he this ruthless? Scratching his head with a guilt-free face, Min Siwoo just played dumb, claiming he completely forgot about the body camera. Reminding Hwang Dong-gu that he was still just a rookie, Min Siwoo asked for a cover-up. Left with no choice, Hwang Dong-gu could only agree while screaming internally, quickly ordering a cleanup crew. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo kept explaining himself. He insisted they threw the first punch, pointing at the blood splattered all over his clothes. Hwang Dong-gu just nodded, pretending to believe him. He said he believed it, but Hwang Dong-gu knew that was definitely someone else's blood. Little did they know one survivor remained. Hiding under a desk, the guy frantically called his boss to report that their entire group was completely wiped out. He swore it was true, adding that their level 3 leader Jiken was dead. On the other end of the line, Hong Kong's A-rank hunter Pang Ho-seok demanded he repeat those exact words. Say that again, Jiken is dead. Cut to the next scene. The powerful hunter Gosh arrived with 2 associates meeting a group of men in black. These elite Hong Kong hunters had just entered the country. They offered to escort him to the designated location while a gray-haired hunter bowed silently, paying respects to the deceased. Introducing himself as Lee Jun-young from the Korean Hunter Association, he watched as Gosh asked with a deadly serious face about his brother. Junyoung explained that the suspect Jikin's body was currently kept at the forensic lab for examination. He requested Gosh to accompany them to identify the body, finish the paperwork, and head to his designated accommodations. Gosh let out a sinister laugh, mocking the term suspect before mentioning he heard his brother's killer was linked to the SMCS. Keeping a completely serious face, Junyoung firmly replied that he couldn't disclose any information on that. Glaring intensely, Gosh demanded to know if he could leave the designated quarters outside the schedule. Junyoung made it clear that Gosh had to remain inside until his scheduled departure, warning that leaving without official authorization was strictly forbidden. Under international hunter laws, any violation would result in immediate deportation and severe legal penalties. Junyoung offered to lead him to the forensic lab, leaving Gosh looking absolutely frustrated. Gosh scoffed, realizing they just wanted him to pay respects and leave before secretly ordering Ian to hunt the target down. Vowing to rip the killer's heart out while he was still breathing, Gosh swore revenge. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Min Si-woo and Si-jun talking together. Min Si-woo asked if they really cleaned out the entire house, and Si-jun confirmed it was completely trashed 2 days after Min-jun's assassination. Since a hunter's mana and fingerprints reveal their personal attributes and rank the original investigators assumed, the culprit intentionally stole everything to erase their tracks, especially since Min-jun was an archaeologist. His home was packed with vital research, yet not a single trace of his mana remained on any item. Min Si-woo hesitated, questioning if it was truly the killer or perhaps just a random burglary. Looking at the stolen items, most were high-value goods, which made the messy crime scene look highly suspicious. Min Si-woo reasoned that a messy burglar would leave traces, and if the goal was erasing mana, burning the house down would be way more effective. Si-jun was stunned by this sharp logic, realizing someone might have looted the empty home right after the murder. Sighing, Min Si-woo mentioned he found several identical cases in the SMCS database, suggesting it was time to interview some local contacts. Si-jun found that hard to believe. After all, even if fencing stolen goods takes time, years had already passed. Thinking it was impossible for the items to still be out there, Si-jun watched as Min Si-woo smiled confidently, promising to meet up that night. Despite his earlier confidence, Min Si-woo was now completely stuck, utterly baffled by his own lack of progress. He had spoken so grandly before, but this tiny country was crawling with thieves. A whole week went by with 0 leads. Following his companion Pre's guidance, the small spirit bragged about having excellent intuition, eagerly promising to guide him down the right path. Telling him to turn right only led Min Si-woo straight into a dead end, leaving him absolutely furious at the bad advice. Just as he was about to lose his mind, a sudden whispering sound caught his attention. Someone was talking nearby. Slipping over to investigate, he overheard murmurs about the SMCS launching a massive crackdown on local fences and stolen goods dealers. Just yesterday, the entire Aeon Depot area was completely wiped out. The old man next to him puffed his cigarette, looking deeply anxious. "What, are you serious? No search warrant or report at all?" The skinny guy standing beside him gasped in absolute panic. "It is the SMCS boss. They have full authority to investigate hunters all over the world, and they can instantly execute any awakened criminal who dares to resist them. They will not just go to prison, they will lose their lives." The aggressive boss barked back, "But are they not just a bunch of government lapdogs? Why do we not just take them out too?" The skinny guy cautiously replied, "True strong hunters would rather join guilds since the money is way better. That is why organizations like the SMCS do not have any high-rank hunters, but the one hunting down the inapowed smugglers, this time is no nameless maniac. Since they handle stolen hunter goods, they really should relocate their warehouse immediately." Right then, Min Si-woo stopped eavesdropping and stepped out directly, demanding to know where the warehouse was. The two jumped in shock as Min Si-woo pointed right at them. "Now your warehouse is officially confiscated." Just looking at Min Si-woo, the skinny guy broke into a cold sweat. He realized it was the SMCS agent who had wiped out the other smuggling rings. The boss immediately grabbed his phone and barked out orders. "Everyone get to Sector 2 right now, it is an emergency." Min Si-woo simply stood there demanding to know where the warehouse was. He was too busy to waste time, so they had better speak up if they wanted to live. Terrified, the boss pushed the skinny guy forward. Ordering Hansen to take out the intruder, the skinny man sweated, pleading that he was absolutely not a combat type. Just then, a backup crew rushed in, demanding to know what was happening and who this random guy was. The criminal boss raised his eyebrows, mockingly asking if this foolish kid even realized whose dangerous territory he had just stepped into. They bragged that even an SMCS agent buried in concrete and dumped in the ocean would never be found. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo remained completely calm. Without even looking back at them, he casually slid his hands into his pockets. Amused that they gathered together, Min Si-woo asked Pri if she wanted to test out their skills after so long. Pri eagerly agreed, promising her fried chicken. A bright magic circle glowed around Min Si-woo as he unleashed a massive wave of electricity, instantly trapping the thugs in a crackling field of lightning. After giving them a painful taste of his power, Min Si-woo asked if they were ready to reveal the warehouse. Bruised and in tears, Hansen looked up and asked who he actually was. Min Si-woo smirked, calling himself a madman before they finally arrived at their secret warehouse. As Min Si-woo tied up the defeated thugs, Pri proudly pointed out that they were now officially on their side. Min Si-woo scoffed, telling her not to make him laugh. He was holding a mysterious book that seemed to contain the mana he had been searching for, though Pri complained it smelled like old paper. Min Si-woo chuckled and replied. He recognized it instantly. Fortunately, at least one item was left intact, and this book was the research diary of Min Jun. It had a protective magic seal that could only be opened by channeling the original owner's unique mana. Pri complained that the book was locked, asking him if he could read it. Min Si-woo replied that it did not matter. He only needed the mana inside, not the actual text. He then quickly called Huang Donggu, reporting that he had captured a dozen awakened criminals and needed them cleaned up immediately. He also requested a transport vehicle as they were heading next to a neutral zone. This was a lawless place where dark arts and bizarre abilities were freely traded on the Hunter black market. Inside the Dark Heaven market, a mysterious woman flipped her cards and smiled warmly, anticipating a very interesting visitor. She was the Grand Witch Mumong, one of the 12 rulers of Dark Heaven. Elsewhere, Min Si-woo looked around, realizing that not much had changed over the last 15 years. In his head, Pri's voice echoed teasingly, telling her partner that everyone was staring at their famous guest. She joked about draining someone's powers for a quick snack as two suspicious men watched them from afar. Min Si-woo half closed his eyes and lazily warned her that they could not cause trouble in a neutral zone. Suddenly, a seductive voice welcomed him. Resting her chin on her hand, the Grand Witch Mumong greeted him. She gently placed her hand over her chest, inviting him inside, while books lay messy and scattered all over the nearby shelves. Next to a locked chest, a clean-sitting mat was carefully laid out as Mumong sat directly opposite Min Si-woo, remarking that he had not changed at all in 15 years. Min Si-woo lowered his eyes, calling himself a nobody. Resting her chin on her hand with a bright smile, she asked what he had been doing all these years. Min Si-woo hands Mumong a locked book, brushing it off as a long and boring story. Instead, he wants her to extract the mana. Stroking her chin, she chuckles at how direct he always is. She agrees since she is curious too, reaching her hand toward a fancy silver cup on the table, asking if he remembers the way Min Si-woo slices his palm with a knife. Blood and mana begin to pour out. Normally, once mana is converted into magic, reverting it to its raw original state is practically impossible. The silver cup on the table is now half filled with Min Si-woo's blood. Think of magic like a bowl of curry. Mumong sips from the cup, explaining you can scoop out the solid ingredients, like carrots or potatoes, but you can never separate the dissolved powder. Is a whole different story. Yet this impossible magic trick is exactly what this mysterious woman is about to pull off. Known as the Edward Black Woodless One, her cheat skill is Mana Hacker. She stares down at the locked book. It is an illegal power that completely defies causality and breaks the very laws of nature. A glowing magic circle forms beneath the book. Naturally, powers like this are usually associated with criminals. Archmage Mumong closes her eyes, raising a knife to her wrist. No wonder society views her kind with absolute suspicion. Her face flushes with excitement. She declares it, finished raving about how the pure life force is dancing on her tongue. Pri shivers inside Min Si-woo's head. That woman's skill is way too creepy and definitely not a good fit. Min Si-woo grabs her wrist, letting a spark of magic flicker between them while thanking her for the compliment. She gives him a freebie this time. Rubbing her chin, Mumong watches him leave and asks if he is off already. He replies that he has business to attend to. Crossing her arms, Mumong notes how truly mysterious he is. Stopped at a traffic light on the highway, Pri's voice trembles, complaining that creepy place gave her goosebumps. The streets are dead quiet. Resting one arm on the window while driving, Min Si-woo tells Pri she is being way too grumpy today. Pri snaps back, calling both him and that woman total weirdos. Min Si-woo just closes his eyes, completely unbothered. He defends himself, saying it was just a tiny scratch. Sighing, Pri asks where they are heading next. He claims he just wants to go home, but his car quietly glides toward the Institute of Ancient History instead. Standing outside the massive institute where Min Jun was killed, Min Si-woo pushes open the heavy wooden doors as Pri questions him. Panicking, Pri asks if having power means he can just trespass wherever he wants now. Reminding him it is illegal trespassing, Min Si-woo reassures her that the Imperial Guild actually owns this place. Luckily, Min Si-jun bought and preserved this building early on. Suddenly, Min Si-woo freezes, staring ahead in shock. He mutters that he isn't alone, witnessing glowing illusions of people talking and laughing together. Still struggling with Min Jun's death, he slams his hands on the table, desperate to see that day's memories. Dropping to his knees, Min Si-woo touches the floor and looks at Pri as she questions his plan. She asks if he is seriously using that. Immediately, a massive magic circle erupts from his hand. The system displays a mystery-grade skill called Memory Mana, which recreates the raw emotions once experienced by a person at this specific location. The clarity of these visions depends entirely on the quantity and quality of the mana used as a medium. Sparkling energy fills the room as Min Si-woo watches two glowing figures play out a dark scene from the past. The illusion of a man in glasses clutches his shoulder, retreating in pain. Pri complains that the image is too blurry to see. Min Si-woo sighs, explaining that this skill only reconstructs their emotions, not their actual visual memories. Looking down in thought, he knows Minjun was no weakling. He was an elite hunter. He stares at Minjun's collapsed illusion slumped against the wall. If he was taken down this easily by a single attacker, his killer must be someone of a terrifyingly high level. Just then, Minjun's lips begin to move. The silent words make Min Si-woo freeze. He grits his teeth, wondering if it was an order. Dark magic wraps around the cloaked assailant, who flashes a terrifying grin filled with razor-sharp teeth. Lost in deep thought, Min Si-woo realizes that Minjun was clearly far more than just a simple research assistant. He belonged to some secret group. Pri asks if he is okay just as the cup on the table releases a strange mist. When Min Si-woo asks what she means, Pri recalls how back in the demon world he only talked about his brother and disciple. Even after 100 years, he never forgot them, making their search his absolute first priority upon returning to Earth. Yet you just watched your very own disciple pass away and you're still completely calm. Are you some kind of emotionless monster? Min Si-woo reaches down to grab something within the magic circle, noting that Pri's vocabulary is getting quite colorful, asking where he even learned those words. Your emotions are swirling so much it's making me sick, yet on the outside you show absolutely nothing. Or rather, you just can't, Pri adds. Min Si-woo turns and walks off firmly, stating he's fine since after 100 years, this was bound to happen. Suddenly, the door flies open. A masked man stands tall in a formal stance, raising his voice to ask, "You're Min Si-woo, right?" Scratching his head with a sigh of relief, he demands to know where on earth Min Si-woo has been wandering all day. What a total pain. Just come along quietly, all right? There's someone who is absolutely dying to meet you. Min Si-woo crosses his arms, looking down at Ryu. You're acting awfully smug for someone dragging 6 little rats along with you. Startled by the healer's claim, Ian Pang glares with a threatening frown. I'll give you 2 options. First, keep your mouth shut and let us tie you up. As his lackeys loom behind him, he continues. Or second, resist, get chopped to pieces and be dragged away covered in your own blood. Min Si-woo doesn't bother to reply. Ryu immediately orders his men to bind him, but the moment the thugs step forward, a dark shadow suddenly pierces the brown-haired thug. He spits blood, screaming in agony as another brutal strike leaves him completely drenched in blood. Glancing at the small demon, Min Si-woo smirks. Actually, I think I'd prefer that option of getting sliced up. Pri panics, realizing they've been tricked. As the thugs rush forward, one of them roars, "You bastard, I'll kill you." A cold voice suddenly orders them to stop. Frowning, Gosh channels a crimson magic around his arm. Back off. I'll handle him. He's my prey. Min Si-woo places his hands on his hips, highly amused. The massive muscular hunter glares at him, his official hunter profile popping up. Min Si-woo, is that really you? Frowning with pure hatred, he roars, "You're the bastard who murdered my brother." Pri drools, eagerly calling the hunter food, noting that out of everyone they faced, this guy looks the most delicious. Min Si-woo scratches his neck with a bored sigh. Your brother, honestly, do you ever ask trash its name before sweeping it away? Gosh's face goes completely dark. His gaze turns razor-sharp as he leaps forward, fracturing the concrete floor beneath his feet, screaming, "You absolute bastard." Gosh's hand erupts with a blinding glow of enhanced energy as he charges straight at Min Si-woo, roaring, "I'll rip your heart out." With a ferocious snarl, he drives his fist straight into Min Si-woo, but a brilliant flash of golden light instantly heals the damage Gosh just dealt. Min Si-woo smiles warmly, casually evaluating him as an A rank. Gosh is so incredibly furious that thick veins pop all over his face. Instant recovery. Is he some kind of healer? Gosh wonders in shock as Min Si-woo lightly leaps backward to gain some distance. Charging forward in a blind rage, he screams at the arrogant brat. Meanwhile, his 2 lackeys grow pale, whispering, "Wait, he blocked that." Our guildmaster's attack, the other shouts, urging everyone to charge in. But suddenly, Min Si-woo teleports right in front of one of them, whispering, "No, I can't let you guys interfere." Lightning bursts, targeting him once more. The continuous lightning strikes rain down, but Min Si-woo easily evades them all. The system alerts skill lightning dash. Min Si-woo's thrilled. It's been ages since he's had a fight this fun. Everyone watches in sheer disbelief. Min Si-woo's mind-blowing speed leaves them completely dumbfounded. How can a healer move this fast? What kind of monster is he? Watching Min Si-woo casually grab his subordinate by the neck, Gosh is stunned. The guy analyzed every move, dodging with absolute minimal effort. No speed-type hunter I've ever encountered inside a dungeon has this level of precision. Just how incredibly vast is this guy's field of vision? He's definitely no ordinary human. Determined to end this, Gosh prepares to unleash his absolute full power. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo. Min Si-woo looks over with a cold gaze. You're heavily misunderstanding something here. If a crime is committed, justice must be served. As awakened criminals, meeting your end at my hands is only natural. So why the hell do you look so victimized? The real victims are the innocent civilians your brother slaughtered. Enraged, Gosh's face turns bright red as he grits his teeth. Cut the crap. You think every criminal just deserves to die. In that moment, a brief flashback of his childhood triggers. He pictures his brother carrying him piggyback, happily playing together. In the present, he screams out, "You know absolutely nothing about the brutal life my brother had to endure. Just because you hold power, you think you can just do whatever you want, you arrogant fool. My brother had absolutely no choice but to turn to crime to feed and protect me. He did everything just to survive in the only way he could." Gosh's muscular arms glow shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. Your real crime is trampling over his sacrifice without a single shred of remorse. Suddenly, countless sharp magic arrows materialize around him. Glares of pure hatred lock onto Min Si-woo as he screams for him to pay with his life. The system registers A-rank skill, Wolf Fang Strike. The skill condenses raw mana, materializing a barrage of tracking attacks that lock onto and follow the target's every move. Min Si-woo stands completely motionless as the deadly barrage of magic arrows shoots toward him. Min Si-woo knew he couldn't dodge this attack simply by moving. He ordered Pri to activate the skill, though the spirit grumbled about being completely drained. Pri complained about being a mere mana fragment on the verge of exhaustion as a brilliant yellow magic circle materialized right before them. Min Si-woo resolutely told the spirit to use it one last time before resting, promising to handle the rest as his hand reached for the magic circle. Min Si-woo yelled out the skill name to activate his mystery-grade nullification ability, allowing him to identify the opponent's skill and current mana pool. He quickly input the opposing attribute to neutralize the spell with his magic matrix. Its effectiveness relied entirely on the caster's mana control and observation, causing the enemy's face to warp in sheer panic as his magic arrows slowly vanished before even touching Min Si-woo. Shocked by the dispelled attack, Ryu broke into a cold sweat watching the battle with gritted teeth. It seemed impossible for a mere healer to possess such a high-level skill capable of nullifying an attack from an A-rank hunter. Ryu cursed, realizing they had to abandon their thoughts of revenge because they were now at a massive disadvantage. Surrender was looking like their only option. Meanwhile, a surge of golden magic enveloped Min Si-woo as he darted straight toward Gosh. He asked if everyone in Gosh's brother's shoes ended up becoming criminals, warning the villain not to try selling him those cheap sob story emotions. With a swift kick, Min Si-woo sent Gosh flying backward, forcing the villain to crash onto his knees just to maintain his balance. Gosh's underlings cried out for their chairman in panic. His face turned pale as he defensively crossed his arms over his chest. Panting heavily, Gosh ordered his men to stay back. A swirling vortex of energy wrapped around his hand as he grimaced, planning his next move. He figured that high-tier skills couldn't be used repeatedly. Since his opponent was just a healer, Gosh knew he had the advantage in endurance. Any healer would eventually run out of mana, so all he needed to do was get close and finish him quickly with his devastating Sky Strike. Unleashing his Wolf Fang attack, he lunged forward, but Min Si-woo was already a step ahead, leaping up to grab Gosh's head and warning him to stop. Min Si-woo drove a heavy fist directly into the villain's stomach, repeatedly telling him to stand down while Gosh groaned in agony. Min Si-woo followed up with a brutal punch to Gosh's face, lecturing him about the deteriorating building and asking who would take responsibility if the entire structure collapsed because of his reckless magic, but the furious criminal simply roared and prepared to retaliate. Min Si-woo leaped into the air as Gosh ordered Ryu to bind him. Ryu slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning magic chains while complaining about the instructions. He grumbled about the mixed signals, wondering whether he should stay out of it or fight, completely annoyed by the conflicting orders. Ryu's chains tightly bound Min Si-woo's body, giving Gosh the perfect opening to gather all his remaining mana for one final devastating strike. Determined to avenge his brother, Gosh vowed to obliterate Min Si-woo's entire body so he wouldn't have even a single chance to heal himself. But Min Si-woo simply conjured a glowing golden magic circle, shattering the chains one by one as he mocked them. He congratulated Gosh on joining his brother as a criminal before unleashing a massive wave of magic that completely surrounded the stunned villain. The system flashed with his double S-rank life drain skill, an incredibly broken ability designed to absorb the life force of any target nearby. Under its devastating effect, Gosh rapidly withered away his skin, wrinkling until he looked like a walking skeleton. Cowering on the ground, Ryu stammered in absolute terror, questioning how on earth a healer could possess such a terrifying skill as golden magic swirled beneath Min Si-woo. Min Si-woo calmly explained it was the very first skill he awakened, leaving Ryu completely petrified by the truth. He had never been an ordinary healer. Min Si-woo raised his hand, causing a magic circle to ensnare Gosh and lift him effortlessly into the air. Rather than spending mana to heal, Min Si-woo could manipulate the raw life force of others exactly as he pleased. He called it vitality necromancy, flashing a sinister smirk at his dying victim before turning his cold gaze directly toward Ryu. Stepping forward, Min Si-woo smirked as a terrified Ryu begged for mercy, promising not to resist right before a swift strike to the neck knocked him out. Telling him to shut up, Min Si-woo turned around to leave, casually wondering if the entire area was finally cleared. He suddenly touched his belt buckle, hoping the camera was working properly this time, though his face remained a blurry mess on the screen. Min Si-woo pulled out his phone and loudly asked Hwang Dong-gu if the stream was recording fine, insisting that he didn't start the fight. He argued it was pure self-defense. On the other end of the line, a sweating Hwang Dong-gu nervously replied while wiping his brow. He confirmed the signal was clear, but pointed out that Min Si-woo had accidentally hit the live broadcast button instead of the record option as an automated voice echoed in a government room. A voice concern echoed that this broadcast would cause a massive headache for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a spectacled official addressed an elderly woman. He demanded to know when the Bureau had started live streaming the containment of high-profile awakened criminals. The official beside him flusteredly explained that the policy had been established 2 years prior as a PR campaign for the Bureau. As a grotesque monster's image appeared on screen, the official's voice continued to drone on. The original concept was to broadcast arrests live by integrating social media, but in reality, it turned out to be a complete disaster during the beta phase, as there was simply no way the Bureau could produce a video with decent broadcast quality. Stroking his chin, the man in glasses wondered if an incredible genius had recently joined the SMCS. But why would someone with those insane skills come here? The old woman scoffed, asking if that was really their biggest concern right now. Waving her hand, she pointed out that the real shocker was the victim in the stream being a hunter. A guest hunter from Hong Kong's Red Guild, no less. Plus, after verifying the video, SMCS confirmed no laws were broken. Under current laws, at least. Just then, a man rushed in, apologizing for keeping Choi waiting. Choi Dae-soo, the president of South Korea, asked coldly what was happening. Meanwhile, the cafeteria was packed for lunch. A few days later, at the Empire Guild cafeteria, Si-jun stared at his brother and yelled, asking if he was even listening about the crazy live stream that just dropped. But Si-woo was completely ignoring him, just stuffing his face with food. He claimed he was totally listening while eating, complaining that people shouldn't bother someone during lunchtime. He told him to shut up and eat, amazed by how the food here was on a whole different level. No wonder it was a top guild. He even asked if he could eat there daily, leaving Si-jun completely speechless. Si-jun felt his brother had developed a bizarre obsession with food lately, watching him stuff his face like crazy. While eating, he listened to Si-jun talk about the Hong Kong Red Guild livestream, which was currently trending everywhere. Luckily, because it was shaky bodycam footage, Si-woo's face was never clearly caught on camera. Si-jun looked at him worriedly, warning that if Choi Dae-soo ever found out he was back, things would get ugly, especially since his mana still had not fully recovered from the side effects of that massive dimensional teleportation. Considering how far Choi Dae-soo went over the last 15 years to erase every trace of him staying under the radar was his smartest move. Grabbing an egg roll, Si-woo brushed it off, promising to be careful if he was really that worried. He agreed to keep a low profile, urging him to eat. Si-jun could only sigh in frustration. Si-jun snapped, pointing out he was almost 30, but his brother just chuckled and said he would always be a kid to him. Suddenly, a surprised shout echoed. Someone asked the guild leader why he was eating lunch in the cafeteria. Si-woo stared at the crowd behind the guild leader, racking his brain because he recognized those faces from the tower. He couldn't quite place them. Si-jun pointed over, explaining that the girl was Shin Ji-soo, their newest recruit. She had even awakened an impressive A-rank skill, although rumor had it that it was actually all thanks to Hunter Min Si-woo. Since the guild leader had mentioned his name, Si-jun looked over, noting that Hunter Seok was walking right alongside Ji-soo. This meant the joint seminar for rookies was happening today, which explained why such a massive crowd had gathered. An introduction rang out as they pointed to a brown-haired man, naming him as Chu Ha-min from the White Lion Guild. Next was a blue-haired guy named Yamano from the Cold Soul Guild. Then another young man introduced himself brightly as Seo Taiji. He was from the Empire Guild. He admitted he had heard plenty about him, but was glad to finally introduce himself properly. He praised his recent achievements in the SMCS and expressed excitement to work together, to which Si-woo politely returned the compliment. Suddenly, a hand slapped onto Taiji's shoulder. Ha-min sneered, asking if he was the famous rookie making waves in the SMCS lately. He claimed that Beast was supposed to be his target, scoffing that the whole video story sounded totally fake to him. Taiji went pale, wondering what this guy's problem was, when Si-jun suddenly stepped in, calling out Ha-min's name. With a tense face, he growled that acting this incredibly disrespectful to someone he just met inside the Empire Guild was totally unacceptable. Ha-min just shrugged, acting clueless, and mocked them, saying the Empire Guild was way too uptight about simple questions. Sweat poured down Taiji's face as Si-jun snapped, shouting that it was actually his own guild that should be embarrassed. The White Lion Guild should be ashamed of his behavior, wondering how their leader Choi Sung-in would react to this. Ha Min laughed right in his face, asking if he was seriously going to tattle before proudly introducing himself as Chu Ha-min, the A-plus rank hunter Asura of the White Lions and the direct disciple of Xiao Long of the Blackwater Lotus. He mocked them, asking if a mere guild name would scare him, while Siwu kept eating. Chewing his food, Siwu repeated the name Xiao Long. Meanwhile, Ha Min bragged that his guild leader had always completely spoiled him anyway. As someone tried to break it up, Siwu leaned back, crossed his arms, and finally spoke. He told him to stop whining in another guild's headquarters, challenging him to test those skills himself if he doubted them. It was obvious his master had totally failed to teach him basic manners, making him wonder if his actual combat training was just as useless. Ha Min gritted his teeth in fury, shocked that this punk dared insult his master, wishing they weren't standing inside a rival guild. I already crushed him. Ha Min angrily kicks up his leg, glaring at Siwu and warning him to watch his back. Sioteji looked totally embarrassed, panicking as he stared at Siwu. Damn it, he really is the guild leader. I'll handle this. Sijun sighed helplessly. Forget it, let him go. He then turned to Siwu. Don't worry, I'll deal with him myself. And I'll force the White Lion Guild to pay for our property damage, at least a few million won, Siwu casually replied. Relax, you saw it. I held back as much as possible. After all, he is just an apprentice's apprentice. You should cut him some slack. In a solemn room filled with countless medals, a stern voice echoed through the air. Then I will consider this matter settled. Guild leader Choi Sung-in. Baek Jun-ho, the HMC branch manager, took a sip of tea. Usually, we just handle this with paperwork. It is truly an honor that you visited our headquarters despite your busy schedule. Choi Sung-in, the White Lion Guild leader, broke a sweat. Not at all. This time, we must issue a formal apology. He rambled on, trying to explain. Regarding the recent incident, I want to apologize for the rude behavior of our member. A rookie of SMCS was targeted. We discussed this with the Empire Guild, but I felt a personal apology was absolutely necessary. He wanted to apologize in person. Baek Jun-ho burst out laughing. There is really no need for a guild leader to do that. The White Lion leader doesn't need to apologize face to face. After all, there was no physical altercation. Of course I understand. I know you are not here to apologize but to recruit. However, that hunter is an invaluable asset to SMCS. And they are incredibly busy right now, currently escorting awakened criminals on a mission over at the prison, so they aren't even here. Choi Sung-in frowned in wonder. That's a shame. But isn't a prison request rather unusual? Is support from SMCS really that rare? Jun-ho replied. It is uncommon, but it has definitely happened before. Usually large guilds handle these requests, but things are going to change from now on, aren't they? Sung-in stood up. I understand what you mean. By the way, if I can't apologize to him in person, could you at least let Hunter Ju? Ha Min apologized to him directly. Jun-ho leaned back, holding his tea. That is fine. After all, this is a matter between the two of them. Have a safe trip, guild leader Choi Sung-in. As the transparent doors slid open, Sung-in walked out with deep determination. You're trying hard to hide him, but that does not mean I will easily give up on such a great talent. He called Secretary Seal, who instantly appeared. Yes, guild leader. Sung-in ordered her to contact Hunter Ju, tell him to prepare for a trip, and make sure he brings his most polite face along. She nodded. Understood. Where should they meet? Meanwhile, in Incheon, a chubby man lay back on his hot chair, fanning himself constantly. Didn't SMCS send the support request this time? Why aren't they here yet? The guard at the door replied seriously. They said they'll arrive soon. He glanced at his newspaper, grumbling. Seriously, they've been locked up for months. Why are they starting a riot now? The fat man threw the paper onto the table. Can't these criminals behave themselves right before inspection season 2? What a headache. The newspaper showed a wanted criminal. The man fumed. Sherry Vonk. When we arrested this bastard, he went to jail quietly, so I thought there wouldn't be any trouble. But suddenly, he starts rioting like a madman despite wearing suppression cuffs. He still managed to brutally injure 5 people. Hearing this, the guard added, they say in the underworld, he was an exceptionally notorious criminal. Even the special investigators had a brutal time trying to capture him. Get this piece of trash moved to Gang 1 as soon as possible. Meanwhile, deep inside the prison cell blocks, a voice echoed toward the handcuffed man. Sherry Vonk, this is a message from Bestia. A cloaked figure placed a mechanical mouse in his hand. You already know about the upcoming meeting, right? Our organization has stepped in. You have a critical mission to complete. If you want to escape, trigger a riot in the prison. Siwoo looked up at the massive building. Is that the place? He muttered. The Incheon awakened prison. Ha Min held his head, screaming, wait, he just left. Why are they rushing to transport prisoners like this? If Sang Jin wasn't so stubborn. Ha Min glared at the green van driving away in the distance. Wait, is that the transport vehicle? The guard stammered. I think so. Ha Min stormed into his car, swearing, damn it. I might have to drive all the way to Gangwon-do. I swear I will get my overtime pay and allowances. That damn leader. Elsewhere, Siwoo leaned back in his vehicle, drinking some water. A voice called out. Sherry Vonk smirked. You're hurting my feelings. Does drinking alone taste that good? Siwoo gave absolutely zero damns, replying bluntly, yeah. The inmate grumbled in annoyance. You cocky little brat. Are you a guard at the prison? I'm being transferred to Siwoo, casually answered, no. Sherry Vonk narrowed his eyes, leaning back. Then what? Did some big guild send you? I've never seen your face before. Seeing how you stick around even after hearing my name, you must be pretty confident in your strength. Siwoo looked at him with innocent wide eyes. Who are you? Is he seriously sweating right now? He climbed all the way up here and still has no idea who I am. What a lunatic. You should at least know why a prisoner is being transferred in the first place. Min Siwoo chugs his drink mouth full and replies, you talk too much, that is why they move you. Sherry Von grimaces in absolute fury, cursing this total bastard. I am only wearing these damn cuffs because I turned 5 awakened criminals into a pile of mush. Do you finally understand your situation now? Min Siwoo remains completely calm and emotionless, asking, why do you think an A-rank awakened criminal like you is being moved in a regular transport vehicle with only a single rookie escorting you? Finally, starting to see the problem, Sherry Vaughn loses it, screaming, you are dead, as a massive explosion flips the vehicle over. The wrecked transport lands on the grass roadside. An old man leaning on a cane stands next to someone, asking if Sherry is dead yet. Sherry Vaughn kicks the door open, roaring, damn it, you crazy old man. He pokes his head out the window, yelling, were you trying to kill me too? Swinging his cane, the old man laughs. If the gray wolf bestie had died this easily, we wouldn't even be talking. Right now, you just look like a little puppy on a leash. Furious, Sherry snaps back, do you want me to rip your dentures out, old man? The old man chuckles. Haha, still can't take a joke. You definitely took care of that. Escort officer, right? Sherry Vaughn steps down from the vehicle. Of course I kicked him right in the temple, just as the car exploded. He's probably lying somewhere right now, drinking coffee-flavored brain fluid as we speak. Inside, Min Siwoo lies on the floor next to his spilled drink. Sherry Vaughn holds out his handcuffed hands, grumbling, can't you unlock these damn things any faster? The guy opposite grumbles, if you don't want your hands blown off, stay still. Manitech is highly sophisticated these days. Once free, Sherry Vonk rubs his shoulders and lets out a long sigh. I thought I was going crazy and about to die in there. The kid scoffs, stop exaggerating, it has only been a few months. A sudden voice freezes the entire group. Freeze, you criminal scum. Chu Ha-min stands right in front of them, calling them out. I was wondering why you chose this shady back road. Turns out you were planning something big. Honestly, I predicted this whole thing. But seeing him beaten to a pulp like this proves he is nothing special. Director, and truly has zero eye for talent. Shu Ha-min clenches his fists, staring tensely at the criminals. So who are you people? What organization? Spill it now or take a beating before confessing. The young kid lowers his voice. I have definitely seen that face somewhere. He is that hunter. A-rank Chu Ha-min from the White Lion Guild. Since when has he been tailing us? The old man asks. I do not detect any other hunters nearby. This guy is completely on his own. Sherry Vaughn smirks with excitement. Good, it has been a while since I got some exercise. Chu Ha-min gets into a fighting stance. Stop whispering. I will ask you one more time, who are you, filthy scum? Sherry Vaughn grins. But do you really need to know? Instantly, he transforms into a terrifying bear-wolf beast. Either way, you are dead meat. The system screen pops up. Skill bear-wolf rank A+. Description, transforms the user into a werewolf. Can be maintained until mana is completely depleted. Chu Ha-min grits his teeth. A mutant-type awaker. Still, if I can just beat him, he will change back into his human form. Chu Ha-min roars, a red magic circle appearing. Watch closely because both of them immediately charge as the system displays a skill. Ashura Vajra Wrath rank A+. Description. By circulating internal mana, the skill covers the entire body with a powerful invisible armor, enhancing close combat techniques with high-tier force. Chu Ha-min immediately unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes directly onto Sherry Vaughn. He blocks the blows, thinking, an A-rank skill that boosts attack speed. Dealing with this on my own might be a little annoying. Chu Ha-min raises his fist, channeling a strangely powerful magic, thinking to himself, damn it, what on earth is going on here? I can clearly feel the impact and the damage is building up. Chu Ha-min repeatedly rains down punches on Vaughn, but he still refuses to fall, sneering in contempt. Is this your idea of a welcoming massage? The kid puts a hand on his head. Well, you still took a solid beating, though. The old man watches and commands. Who knows when backup will show up? We have no time to waste. Kid, end this. Hearing that, the kid reaches out, creating a spell in his palm. Understood. Bind him. 10-headed serpent. Chu Ha-min looks over, completely caught off guard. Massive serpents rise and lunge towards Chu Ha-min. He yells, what are you doing with these snakes, as two of them open their jaws. Chu Ha-min gets tightly constricted by the two serpents, thinking, damn, tracking skill, taking advantage of this. Vaughn instantly delivers a devastating strike, mocking the white lion as nothing special. Chu Hamin takes a brutal blow, crashing hard. Vaughn looks down in sheer contempt. Who do you think you are just because you are pampered in some big shot guild? In the dark alleys, you are nothing but a loser kid. Chu Hamin lies on the ground, growling in pain. Sherry Vonk acts all high and mighty during this 3-on-1, lifting his leg to kick Chu Hamin, while telling him stupid people should just sit and wait for backup. The old man warns Sherry Vonk that time is up, telling him to finish him off. Sherry Vonk replies he knows, and his hand is enveloped in a dark magic. Looking at Chu Hamin, he asks if he has any last words, though he wouldn't care to listen anyway. Chu Hamin grimaces, wondering if this is the end. Suddenly, a massive wall of earth erupts, blocking the attack and reaching toward his two allies. Coughing up blood after taking the hit, the kid looks up as Min Si-woo appears in a brilliant golden light, asking if he's giving up. Is that what Xiao Long taught you? Chu Ha-min's eyes widen in absolute shock, gasping that he is still alive. Min Si-woo reaches for his belt buckle, casually mentioning that it took him some time to figure out this tiny gadget. Which button is for streaming and which is for recording? Pre chimed in. Are you getting old? Go grab a magnifying glass. Meanwhile, Sherry Vonk is completely stunned, screaming that he literally crushed his skull before leaving. The old man frowns, noting that the kid was dead and even he couldn't sense any mana. This is no ordinary skill. Chu Ha-min screams a warning, yelling that he is no match and should just wait for backup. Min Si-woo stands in front of Chu Ha-min, facing the criminals and listing their crimes, starting with assaulting a guard, unsealing an awakened criminal, destroying the transport vehicle, plotting to murder an innocent hunter, and on top of that, daring to interrupt my sacred coffee time. Under my authority as an S-class hunter, the three of you are officially caught red-handed, and you will be dealt with right here. Standing tall to protect Chu Ha-min, Min Si-woo declares these three criminals are officially caught in the act. They will be executed on the spot. Min Si-woo then tells Chu Ha-min, the disciple of Xiao Long, to stay down and watch closely. Asura is not just a simple attack skill. With that, he begins making swift hand signs. Strange sigils appear, deeply irritating the werewolf, who instantly charges at Min Si-woo like a wild, ravenous beast. Screaming what the hell he is talking about, the massive werewolf towers over Min Si-woo's relatively small frame. Yet a single clean punch from Min Si-woo completely distorts his face, sending him flying back as Min Si-woo explains it is a piercing skill. Essentially, the legendary Asura Shadow Armor skill represents the ultimate form of this technique. It rapidly rotates the mana within to create a full-body armor, boosting combat power and leaving trails of glowing light in his wake. Chu Ha-min gasps in absolute disbelief, instantly recognizing this as Master Xiao Long's ultimate technique. Before the werewolf can even touch the ground, Min Si-woo instantly blitzes forward, muttering that to prep the meat, you must drain the blood first. He activates the Maharaga Strike, blasting the beast away mid-air as he unleashes the devastating Heaven Thunder Slash. Classified as an A+ rank lightning spell, Maharaga unleashes massive area of effect damage while locking onto targets with absolute precision. Watching from afar, the rogue monk is dumbfounded that Min Si-woo easily dodged his Heaven Thunder Slash, muttering in sheer disbelief. Min Si-woo pats Pri, praising him for using a cursed tool to land a combo, noting he hasn't wasted these past years. Pri is totally confused, complaining that he has never seen such a bizarre technique before. Can we eat it? Min Si-woo looks at the monk and replies that it is just a one-time use spell scroll. It triggers when mana is channeled into the creator's pre-made magic. It is incredibly expensive, so average hunters avoid it. Ordinary hunters cannot afford it. Pri immediately loses all interest, grumbling that it is just a cheap, inedible snack. Sitting on the ground, Chu Ha-min finally finds his voice, asking Hunter Min Si-woo who he is and how he knows his master's technique. But before he can even finish his sentence, an invisible gravity force suddenly slams him down into the dirt. The culprit is the rogue monk, now surrounded by glowing curse marks, warning the brat not to make a move, unless he wants to watch Chu Ha-min get utterly crushed under his gravity field. Chu Ha-min's face pales in absolute terror. But this threat does not faze Min Si-woo one bit. He mockingly notes that while his comrade was being beaten to within an inch of his life, this old man was secretly plotting and now thinks he can actually make threats. Flinching, the monk points his finger and quickly suggests a deal, asking Min Si-woo to let them leave in exchange for safety. He promises the kid will be safe, believing he can negotiate, asking if Min Si-woo isn't just accidentally dragged into this mission, so why not just leave quietly. Hearing this, Min Si-woo is highly annoyed, snapping at his ridiculous offer. If he didn't have his own agenda, he wouldn't have taken this dirty job anyway. Plus, who cares if Chu Ha-min gets beaten up? Min Si-woo truly couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Chu Ha-min is both terrified and outraged, screaming what the hell he means by that. The monk is stunned, asking if they aren't on the same side. But those who are truly ally here are you guys and the corrupt prison, Min Si-woo retorts, calling them out as professional hunter assassins working for a massive syndicate. Hearing this, the old monk's eyes went wide. He never expected Min Si-woo to know so much. Min Siwoo stepped even closer, flashing an array of high-grade cursed tools. He can counter awakened abilities and he's got ties to the prison. Yeah, the pieces are finally falling into place. Who do you guys work for? Sensing he couldn't play dumb anymore, the monk trembled. How did this kid uncover so much detail? Yet you still dare to come here completely alone. Who on earth are you, kid? What do you want this time, Min Siwoo? Min Siwoo was genuinely annoyed. Did you forget to take out your hearing aids? Old man, I asked you a simple question. Who do you guys work for? The old monk was losing his mind as the energy sphere in his hands grew larger, crackling with intense lightning. Take one more step and I'll. Yet Min Siwoo's cold expression did not change at all. With just a simple wave of his hand, Min Siwoo completely short-circuited the monk's staff, leaving the old man holding a useless weapon. Oh no, my cursed tool! Scrambling backward to save his own skin, the monk couldn't wrap his head around how Min Siwoo had overloaded it. How could a basic lightning skill overwhelm his weapon? That should have been flat-out impossible given the massive magic density. No ordinary human should have that much mana. Watching this, Pre's interest peaked. Well, now doesn't this prey look a bit more appetizing? Min Siwoo glanced down at his palm. 40% recovered already. Looks like a proper warm-up pays off much better than expected. Min Siwoo turned his gaze back to the old monk who was currently struggling to stand on his frail, aging legs. Stop wasting my time, old-timer. At your age, shouldn't every single passing second be absolutely priceless to you? The monk spat back, trying to act tough. You only see the surface, kid. Even if we do belong to an organization, do you really think I'd talk? But despite his big mouth, the monk was frantically calling for his useless, unconscious partner to wake up. Because anyone working for a real organization has to sign a silent vow sealed with their own mana. This vow is bound by their very own mana. Anyone who dares leak a single secret becomes a target marked for immediate execution. Meanwhile, Chu Hamin finally broke free from the gravity curse and struggled to his feet while the nearby werewolf dragged his trembling body up. He barely managed to sit up, hacking and coughing. Hearing this, the old monk quickly spun around. Finally awake, are you, blockhead? Seeing this, Min Siwoo let out a cold, mocking smirk. Is that all you've got? Are you really that terrified of dying? Well, don't worry. Once you visit the underworld a few times, you'll get used to it. Now you and I have to wonder what insane skill is Min Siwoo about to unleash next. Terrified of Min Siwoo's sheer pressure, the old monk screamed at the werewolf Vaughn to do something instead of just standing there like an idiot. Despite barely catching his breath, Vaughn was surprisingly resilient. I get it, damn old man. He showed zero fear facing down Min Siwoo. Even after witnessing Min Siwoo's overwhelming power, the werewolf roared, even if it kills me, I'll rip you to shreds. Min Siwoo threw a heavy punch straight at Vaughn's chest. But it won't be that easy, yelled Chu Ha-min, wiping blood from his nose. Finally, the numbers are balanced out. Though why does this guy look so goofy? Vaughn glared at Chu Ha-min in pure irritation. You should have stayed down instead of getting in our way, Vaughn spat. Chu Ha-min just smirked with pure determination. Cut the crap. Now's when the real party starts, but this drag has completely pushed Min Siwoo's patience to the absolute limit. Tempest bind. With just a flick of his hand, massive tornadoes erupted instantly, trapping both Vaughn and the helpless monk. This is his signature spell, Thousand Wind Storm, a massive wind attribute magic that bends the very atmosphere to his will. It whips the air at extreme speeds to shred enemies. Next thing you know, Min Siwoo's got the monk by his throat. How's that? Ready for your trip to hell? He hoisted the old man up like a chicken ready for slaughter. All it took was a tiny squeeze to send the monk screaming in agonizing pain. Min Siwoo's face went pitch black, looking like a literal demon straight out of the underworld. How many rounds of this do you think it'll take to get an answer? Even after being thoroughly beaten to a pulp, the bruised monk feebly grabbed Min Siwoo's wrist, whispering, "What on earth are you? Was one round really not enough?" Min Siwoo growled back. Standing off to the side, Chu Ha-min was too terrified to even breathe. This is insane. Min Siwoo is literally healing them right on the brink of death. Honestly, if I were in their shoes, I'd choose hell over that terrifying, freakish recovery magic any day. What kind of monster has magic like that? Chu Ha-min kept his mouth shut, barely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo suppressed his murderous intent. Crossing his arms, he stared down coldly. I'll ask you for the third time. Who do you work for, having suffered far too much? Vaughn fell to his knees, begging. Stop, please, old man, just tell him I beg you. With absolutely zero strength left, the monk weakly wheezed out the name Bestie. Instantly, Min Siwoo's terrifying expression flipped back to a cheerful smile. Great Bestie it is. Behind him, the broken monk collapsed in pain. The old man looked at him, admitting he was skeptical at first, but after seeing the kid's skills, he is absolutely certain now. You and I are looking at one of the three long-lost legends, the mad dog Min Siwoo, who is now slowly stepping toward them. Now that they are finally ready to talk, Min Siwoo decides it is time to start a real conversation with these Bestia members. Min Siwoo cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if they know the location of that target from Bestia. Bestia is an elite group of lethal assassins in this world led by the mysterious figure known as Asai. They are a truly formidable force with insane skills and massive track record. The old monk himself had spent a long time hiding out, lurking in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so he had absolutely no reason to hesitate back then. Accepting an invitation from such a massive guild was a no-brainer. After all, for these shadow killers, keeping their comrades' secrets is the absolute bare minimum rule. The second you swear that oath, your life belongs to the guild. You remain loyal until your head hits the dirt. That is just how their dark world works. In 15 years of service, the old monk had never once thought about betraying them. He would have rather cut out his own tongue first, but after being dragged through actual hell over and over again, his resolve completely shattered. The monk finally breaks, confessing that their target is indeed a high-ranking member of the Bestia organization. His codename is Black Mamba. Instantly, a glowing 3D holographic image of the target flashes right above Min Siwoo's palm. Min Siwoo ponders for a moment. Black Mamba. What a ridiculous name. But it means they definitely belong to that shadow group. With that established, Min Siwoo has one crucial question for both of them, and trust me, they are about to regret everything. After surviving the absolute worst moments of his life, Sherry Vonk freezes as Min Siwoo stares him down, asking if they ever targeted Hunter Min Jun. No answer. That single quiet question sends an overwhelming wave of pure killing intent straight towards Sherry Vonk. The pressure pins him to the ground. Sherry Vonk feels like his very skin is being peeled off. What kind of monster is this guy? The trembling monk quickly speaks up, explaining that while they call it an organization, they are actually just a highly decentralized group of rogue agents. They rarely work together and do not even know each other's true identities. But there is a specific reason they broke this lone wolf out of his prison cell today. It all comes down to their upcoming assembly. This secret gathering happens only once every 2 years. The higher-ups ordered them to free him so they could all attend. The monk pleads, offering to reveal the meeting location if Min Siwoo spares them. They will give him the exact location and a way to infiltrate, promising total support. Beside him, Sherry Vonk grits his teeth in frustration. The monk has completely surrendered, begging Min Siwoo to take them in as his loyal servants. Watching this, Chu Ha-min is totally annoyed, shouting at them to stop talking nonsense. Chu Ha-min turns to Min Siwoo, asking if he is seriously considering adopting these criminals. Min Siwoo just sighs, asking when he became Chu Ha-min's boss. Blushing with embarrassment, Chu Ha-min explains that because Min Siwoo used the Asura technique, he must be connected to his own martial master. He is convinced they are fellow disciples, or maybe Min Siwoo is even his master's senior brother. Because of that, he begs Min Siwoo to train him instead of taking in a couple of sketchy criminals. He promises to serve him faithfully, but Min Siwoo simply stands up, dusts off his pants, and tells him to shut up. To everyone's surprise, the hot-headed Chu Ha-min instantly shuts his mouth, obeying the cold order without a second thought. Min Siwoo processes this quietly. He only cares about finding that slippery snake Black Mamba. Leaving these two alone is risky. If he abandons them, the guild will just eliminate them. But if they leak his identity to Black Mamba first, it will be a major headache. Making up his mind, Min Siwoo officially accepts them as his followers. Chu Ha-min immediately screams in protest, begging him to reconsider. Overjoyed, the old monk bows, swearing absolute loyalty and promising that they will never become a burden to their new master. However, Min Siwoo has one condition. He knows that anyone who betrays their allies once will easily do it again. To prevent that, they must swear a binding mana oath. Sherry Vonk whispers to the monk in absolute terror, knowing that breaking this contract will instantly destroy their mana cores. Their power would be locked forever. It is a magical leash, but the old monk knows they have no choice but to accept. The monk snaps at Sherry Vonk, asking if he wants to experience that living hell again. Min Siwoo is not bluffing. A glowing magic circle manifests right beneath their knees. The setup is ready. All they need to do is channel their mana and state their names. Without daring to utter a single complaint, they comply. One by one, Red Ghost and Sherry Vonk swear their oaths. Priya is absolutely thrilled to have 2 new errand boys. She is delighted that these dangerous criminals are now her personal helpers. From this moment on, Red Ghost and Sherry Vonk are their loyal subordinates. Chu Ha-min watches the entire ritual in utter disbelief, unable to process the fact that Min Siwoo is actually recruiting these thugs. Min Siwoo pulls out a physical contract stating that the price of their loyalty is his protection, active for as long as the oath stands. Their lives are guaranteed. The monk presses Sherry Vonk's head to the floor as they both pledge their obedience. Meanwhile, Chu Ha-min is literally throwing a tantrum on the floor. He whines loudly, demanding to know why Min Siwoo would choose a bunch of criminals over him. You and I know what happens next. If the boss won't accept him as a disciple, he's heading to the association. Min Siwoo just flashes a wicked grin, and he backs it up with a cold, murderous glare that immediately forces Chu Ha-min to take back his words. My bad, just kidding. As Min Siwoo slides the contract away, he asks if the meeting is still happening next week. All right, disciple Xiao Long. I will take you in. Hearing this, Chu Ha-min leaps to his feet, standing at attention, thrilled like a little kid. His eyes sparkle. Really, Master Min Siwoo sighs in exhaustion. It is true they need all the extra hands they can get right now, especially for what lies ahead. And the moment Chu Ha-min is accepted, he immediately starts bragging like a spoiled child. I am now the head disciple of a great master. Don't mess with me. Ghost and Vaughn have absolutely no idea what he's babbling about. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo quietly walks away doing the math. 4 people in total. Just enough to stir up some serious chaos. But he still needs someone to clean up the aftermath. Cut to the prison where everything seems completely quiet and normal. Suddenly, an angry shout breaks the silence. What on earth is going on? An awakened prisoner escaped the transport vehicle. Do you realize how dangerous he is? And the entire escort squad is still alive, meaning he just walked away. I heard the HMCS was highly efficient lately, but I guess that was just a joke. Wang Donggu. Recalling Min Siwoo sitting cross-legged while recounting the escape, he was too fast to track. Huang Donggu burns with rage but remains completely helpless. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Do you really think you can just say, the scene is cleared and expect it all to go away? Ridiculous. The fat warden just keeps yelling. And where is that new escort officer? This is gross negligence. The HMCS must take full responsibility for this failure. Huang Donggu speaks up. Warden, typically when transporting an awakened prisoner, there are at least 4 to 5 escorting officers, and when transferring a prisoner to a higher security facility, that number can rise to 10. Hearing this, the warden can't even argue back anymore. Yet this time, you specifically requested only 1 officer besides the driver from Incheon prison, nothing more. Slamming his hands down, the warden snaps. What are you implying? Losing a prisoner is still your fault. But according to my reports, Huang Donggu continues. The escort officer reported that right before escaping, the prisoner confessed to bribing a high-ranking official at this very prison. This hits the warden like a truck, turning his face pale with terror. What? His body camera was turned off, right? He's clearly making things up. Suddenly, a group of agents pushes the door open. Huang Donggu admits the warden has a point. They can't fully trust that testimony. But once a claim like this is made, we have a duty to investigate, don't we? Therefore, the HMCS is launching a full inquiry into this entire prison facility. We expect your full cooperation. And there you have it, the perfect cleaner Min Siwoo chose for this job. After dealing with all that, Huang Donggu is so exhausted his soul practically leaves his body. No, that's not an art error, folks, Min Siwoo reports back. Just as you ordered, I've handled the escort situation. We also launched an investigation into that bribery case, linking them to the assassination guild. But seeing the White Lion hunter Chu Ha-min scratching his head next to a mysterious old man, and wait, isn't that the escaped prisoner from earlier? Min Siwoo immediately lunges forward to cover Huang Donggu's mouth. Zip it and sit down. It's a long story. After a very long explanation, Min Siwoo is finally able to kick off the briefing for tomorrow's mission. We're infiltrating the meeting of the Bestia Assassination Guild. It's a crucial gathering where about 8 high-ranking leaders will show up, all specialized in hunting hunters. These turncoats here will explain the infiltration plan in detail, so Huang Donggu and Chu Ha-min pay close attention. Huang Donggu jolts back in surprise. Wait, what? You mean we are going to crash a meeting of an assassination syndicate, with absolutely no official backup behind us, and only using a tiny squad like this? What is the real goal of this mission? Min Siwoo flashes a terrifying grin. Naturally, to wipe them out completely. The excitement is real. Meanwhile, the Bestia Guild has absolutely no idea what's coming. At their headquarters, a leader remarks, rare to see everyone gathered today, but little do they know. With Rose and Vaughn missing, they are already down 2 members. Did that kid get himself killed? And that is not even counting those damn traitors. Idiots. Others never expected those guys to have the guts to betray the guild. What a surprise. Maybe we should just eliminate them now. Another assassin clutches his hair anxious. Idiots, we were planning on pulling off this job together. I will personally end you. A heavily scarred killer cuts him off, annoyed. Enough. The decision to deal with the traitors belongs to the boss. Yet another killer doesn't share their concern, finding it amusing. Why so serious? I think this is actually getting interesting. Let's see where this goes. Still 3 members missing from such an important gathering. Even I find that quite surprising. Does anyone else have something to say? Hearing those words, the other killers instantly shut up, not daring to make a sound. Watching them freeze, she lazily twirls her thumbs. How about we just hold a quick deathmatch to decide who gets to execute those filthy traitors? The moment she says that, the entire room drops to freezing temperatures. Dead silence. Nobody dares to even breathe. Her second-in-command sighs and tries to calm her down. Boss, your jokes are terrible. Please stop. We can punish those rats anytime, but the real issue is how they leaked our meeting time and location. Still, what can 2 complete nobodies even do against us anyway? Do you honestly think they would just barge straight in here? Right on cue, the base alarms blare, warning of unidentified targets entering Sector 15. Yet the boss lady remains completely unfazed. Talk about terrible timing, right? She waves her hand, signaling that everyone knows their duty. The elite killers stand up looking thoroughly annoyed. The intruders are coming through 5 different paths, so each of us will handle one. What a pain. I just put on my brand new outfit today, too. Only 3 intruders left. Let's wrap this up quickly and get back. See you in a bit. But wait, boss, Asai, what about you? Pa Cuban and Black Mamba, aren't you guys moving either? Sipping his tea calmly, Mamba shrugs. He has zero interest in dealing with worthless, small fry, and enough guys are already going. Pa Cuban pulls out her phone, totally glued to the screen as she plays games. Watching them, Asai turns to Mamba. Thinking back, I should have told our guys to bring back their heads for ID. Honestly, this crew is way too violent, boss. The fact that you can leash these wild beasts is seriously impressive. They call themselves top-tier pros, but they have no idea. They have no clue their entire conversation is being watched. Lurking in the shadows, Huang Donggu smiles to himself. He has never even won a 50,000 won lottery ticket in his life, yet here he is hitting the absolute jackpot. Rewind 30 minutes. The infiltration team had just arrived outside the coordinates. This is the headquarters of the notorious Bestia Syndicate. These villains definitely found the perfect underground hideout. Go steps up explaining the layout. There are 5 main entryways in total. Each path is rigged with motion sensors. Since they constantly shuffle the internal layout, there is no telling where each tunnel actually leads. However, these 5 routes are the only way inside, and they all eventually converge at the central meeting hall where our targets gather. No matter which path is taken, everyone lands in the same room. The CEO decides to split the team up, 1 path per person. If we stick together, the targets might escape through a different route. Huang Donggu, did you pack the shortwave radios? Gashling through his gear, he nods. Yes, got them. Good. Let us move out. Assume they already know we are coming. The enemy will be waiting. If you run into a high-tier threat that is too dangerous to handle alone, radio it in immediately. Buy as much time as possible. Especially if the target named Mamba shows up, report it instantly. The CEO's squad nods in absolute agreement. Understood, let us move. Slipping behind a pillar, Huang Donggu scans the area. So far, the infiltration is going perfectly. But soon after entering his designated route, he finds his path completely blocked off. Thinking fast, he crawls into the nearest ventilation shaft. He sneaks deeper inside, and somehow even Huang Donggu cannot believe it. He is actually the very first one to reach the main assembly hall without triggering a single fight. Did they forget to activate the sensors on this route? These guys are all A-rank killers, yet their security is this sloppy. Then again, with all tunnels leading straight to the center, they do not even need heavy guard posts. They just wait for intruders to walk straight into their trap. Right now, the main guards are off checking the entryways, and 5 intense battles are happening simultaneously. Even if they call for backups, they cannot regroup instantly. This is his perfect chance to thin out their numbers. Without wasting a second, Huang Donggu pulls 2 small marbles from his pocket. He tosses them instantly, catching the attention of the deadly elites. Curious, Po Cuban walks over. A marble, is this mine? The boss lady immediately starts teasing her. Po Cuban, are you still playing claw machines? Sorry, but I hit the jackpot yesterday. The second Po Cuban picks up the strange marble. It violently detonates. She does not even have time to blink. Just like that, she is blasted away. Po Cuban lies completely motionless on the floor. Wait, did she actually just die? Irritated, Mamba stands up, clicking his tongue in annoyance. A quick little rat has managed to sneak inside. Before he can finish his sentence, another metallic object drops from above. A live grenade, and the pin is already pulled. It flies straight toward Mamba. He casually blocks it with his forearm. Decent ambush, but I hate playing hide and seek. Mamba hurls the explosive right back at Huang Donggu. The resulting blast tears a massive hole through the ceiling. Huang Donggu crashes down, and the two instantly clash in brutal close-quarters combat. Recognizing his opponent, Mamba grins. So you are Hunter Huang Donggu from HMCS. Huang Donggu silently tosses his backpack aside. He ignores Mamba, completely charging back into the fray. But deep down, Huang Donggu is actually sweating bullets. Damn it. Even with high-grade anti-terror magic grenades, only one went down. The rest are completely unscathed, especially this monster. Just like their leader, something is off with this guy. He doesn't even seem to be using any special skills. Mamba clutches his head, letting out a frustrated sigh. So you didn't come alone. What of it did those wretched traitors run to the Hunter Major Crime Squad and spill all our secrets? Huang Donggu grits his teeth, offering a cautious reply. If they did, then what? Mamba narrows his eyes coldly. I'd actually be impressed. Throwing your lives away to leave us only to side with something so completely useless. His mocking tone makes Huang Donggu snap. You bastard. He launches a devastating blow, but the villain blocks it effortlessly. Not backing down, Huang Donggu quickly hurls his hidden weapons, aiming straight for the head. Asai sits back quietly, enjoying the clash over a cup of tea. You're not half bad, Huang Donggu. The sneak attack actually lands, leaving a cut on Mamba's cheek. Ah, I almost forgot. Your skill is telekinesis, isn't it, Huang Donggu? Huang Donggu frantically draws more weapons. Damn it, the guy's skin is like iron, and his regeneration is insanely fast, all from his simple mana body reinforcement. How can his speed and durability be this off the charts? Well, that was a decent warm-up, Mamba mutters, drawing his weapons. He unsheathes razor-sharp claws from beneath his coat, charging straight at Huang Donggu. With just a single savage strike, Mamba blasts Huang Donggu backwards, slamming him into the wall with enough force to shatter the concrete. Slowly, the monster closes in. I really didn't want to get my hands dirty, tearing out your organs, but since you're already bleeding, I have no other choice. Boss, mind if I finish him off? Asai casually sips her tea, replying, hold on, let me think about it. Sensing the danger, Huang Donggu pulls out his radio to call for backup. This is Huang Donggu. I am currently engaging the targets in the main hall. There are two of. Before he can finish, Mamba stomps brutally on his chest, pinning him down under his foot with an arrogant grin. Looks like you were way too slow. Now who's going to rescue you next? The HMCS chief, that traitor Ghost, or maybe that little wolf cub, or perhaps. Suddenly rushed footsteps echo through the hall, coming to the rescue. Mamba realizes that all three of them have finally arrived. Uncoordinated yet perfectly in sync, they surround Mamba from behind. All of them. Just as he speaks, the squad minus Siwu appears. They are already standing right behind him. A sudden massive explosion rips through the air, but the agile Mamba dodges just in time. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd get past our bestia assassins so easily. They quickly form a protective wall around the injured Huang Donggu. Mamba turns to his leader with a smirk. You must be quite disappointed, boss. I thought we picked some decent fighters, but it turns out they are actually this weak. Asai sighs deeply. While Mamba is incredibly observant, something about this scene feels completely off. The fresh battle wounds prove there was a brutal clash. Hamin rushes to check on Huang Donggu, but Mamba suddenly shatters the ground beneath them. But I highly doubt you could take down Tigre or Grizzly so easily. With a single devastating kick, he sends massive chunks of concrete raining down. Hamin can't stand his arrogant mouth for another second. He charges forward, screaming, You smug, murderous bastard. You talk way too much. He throws a heavy punch straight at Mamba, but to the assassin, this attack is absolutely nothing. Mamba effortlessly catches Hamin's fist with a grin. White Lion Guild. You're Chu Hamin, right? Why is a guy like you here instead of being with HMCS? Hamin is thrown back like a piece of trash. Mamba maliciously tosses him directly toward the already severely injured Huang Donggu. He tries to break his fall but slams down anyway. Sorry guys, nearby Ghost and Vaughn are also starting to reach their limits. Panting heavily on the ground, they realize that no matter how they look at it, none of this makes sense. You guys don't act like a team at all. You are just a chaotic mess thrown together, and you come from completely different organizations. There is zero reason for you all to be here. Mamba is incredibly sharp as he glares at them. Who set this up? Who gathered you? The scene shifts to another hallway. A familiar hand is dragging a beaten assassin's head like a bag of garbage. It's none other than Siwu. He has completely wiped out every single assassin in the entire area without sustaining a single scratch or bruise. That bastard, is he seriously looking down on the White Lion's top hunter? Hey Huang Donggu, wake up, snap out of it. Huang Donggu struggles back to his feet. But how did they get here so fast? Hamin explains. Once I heard the radio, I ran straight here. Well, I'd love to say the same, but honestly I was busy trading blows with a guy right near the entrance. But then Master suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ordered me to head straight to the main hall. I bet Ghost and Vaughn ran into the exact same situation. Either way, before Master gets here, we have to hold this monster back, Vaughn grumbles. Damn it, how are we supposed to contain an A-rank awakened without killing him? Especially when that guy is Mamba. Ghost grits his teeth, trying to recover. The worst part, he hasn't even used any of his skills yet, and there's something incredibly off about this entire hall. When it comes to raw speed and pure physical offensive power, Mamba is easily the second strongest fighter in Bestia. However, he lacks any high-level tracking or sensory skills. This means he must have prepared a trap beforehand, or perhaps it's the doing of Asai, the elusive leader of Bestia. Her actual skills remain a complete and utter mystery to everyone. Who knows what kind of crazy trump cards she's currently holding in her hand? Rose slams his weapon into the ground. The old man will take care of the boss, but the others must focus entirely on keeping Mamba pinned down. Wang grumbles in frustration, annoyed that the dirty work always falls on him, but he can't deny the cold, hard truth. Neither of them stands a chance against Mamba. Since no one is answering his questions, Sherry Vonk remains collapsed, helpless on the ground. Ghost is determined to keep everyone here until his master arrives, successfully casting a massive ceiling array to trap them. Massive chains bind Mamba tightly in place. Seizing the opening, Chu Hamin strikes him right in the head even as Asai watches reluctantly. But the chains also keep her pinned down on her seat. Mamba snarls, asking if they are really trying to force his hand. Pointing from the outside, Ghost warns Asai to stay put, claiming not even she can escape this legendary tear-sealing array. It won't be easy to break. Yet Asai shows no fear whatsoever, mockingly pointing out how much her target's new master seems to care. He even went through the trouble of gifting her such high-grade gear, but turning around to betray the organization feels incredibly cold-hearted. Distracted by Asai, Ghost fails to notice that Pokubin has already regained consciousness behind him. By the time Ghost realizes, she is already right behind him. Ghost is sent flying from a heavy blow, forcing Wang to rush over as Huang Donggu looks on in disbelief. She was supposed to be dead, but to Mamba, wasting any more time on these weaklings has become completely pointless. Mamba easily shatters the binding chains, cracking the very ground beneath them. He warns them that his schedule is incredibly tight. With reinforcements on the way, he still has to sweep away the useless remnants of this completely rotten organization, so they need to die quickly. Instantly, Mamba's appearance begins to warp, activating his insane A++ tier dragon blood skill. This skill mutates his human form into a deadly venomous lizard creature, a state that drains his mana continuously. Huang Donggu wants to assist Chu Hamin from a distance, but the hunter immediately barks at him to stay put. With broken ribs, Huang Donggu is useless. Besides, no matter how powerful the beast is, it can't pierce through Chu Hamin's armor easily. He tells Huang Donggu to flee just as a massive black tail whips violently toward them. Right upon impact, Chu Hamin realizes. Mamba's beast form resembles Sherry Vonk's, but his mana density is on a whole different level, completely dominating the entire hall. He controls the very ground beneath them as if it were an extension of his own physical body. Chu Hamin knows he is nothing more than a living punching bag against Mamba's absurd durability. His only option now is to buy time. To make matters worse, his allies are completely overwhelmed too, meaning reinforcements aren't coming. Damn it all. No one has ever doubted his strength before. Mamba raises a massive fist, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, a thrown dagger strikes Mamba right in his thick arm, yet the beast doesn't even flinch in pain. In fact, the blade immediately dissolves into flames. Huang Donggu is utterly shocked to see Mamba wielding advanced elemental decay magic. Completely driven mad, Mamba unleashes a deafening roar, sending a powerful shockwave that blasts everything away. A massive chunk of concrete drops straight toward Huang Donggu. Chu Hamin screams a warning, but Mamba is already moving. Mamba mocks them for worrying about each other, catching Chu Hamin off guard as he spins around. Slamming his razor-sharp claws into the earth, Mamba vanishes, instantly reappearing right behind Huang Donggu. He mocks how righteous hunters always make the same fatal mistake. They foolishly believe that mere skill, ranks, mana levels, and simple numbers dictate who wins a fight. Walking into this place on your own 2 feet, did you honestly think we wouldn't protect our own headquarters? Mamba locks his grip around Huang Donggu's neck. Meanwhile, Asai breaks free from her constraints as Rose collapses nearby. With Rose down, Pokubin relentlessly assaults Sherry Vonk, screaming for the damn traitor to pay with his life. The arena is completely trashed. Unbeknownst to them, a massive self-destruct array has been secretly laid across the entire floor. Engineered with tracking defense for absolute emergencies, this is the true Serpent's Den. The very moment they stepped inside, their doom was sealed. There is no point in struggling anymore. He demands they accept their deaths quietly. As Huang Donggu struggles, a sudden flash of lightning streaks right past Mamba's face. Sensing an overwhelming wave of pure killing intent, Mamba barely dodges. Through the thick white smoke, a familiar figure flashes past like lightning. It's none other than Min Siwu. He easily overpowers Mamba, growling that he has finally found the bastard. Min Siwu's face radiates pure demonic malice. Moving at blinding speed, he charges forward like a relentless beast. He slams Mamba hard against the door, snarling. Pokubin watches in shock, wondering who this monster with such terrifying power is. She lunges forward, demanding to know his identity. Despite the distance between them, Min Siwu effortlessly takes Pokubin down with a single devastating blow. Asai stands back in absolute disbelief. She stammers, asking how he neutralized all magic in the area. Min Siwu remains silent but chimes in taking the credit. He is not even that good, Asai remarks, looking intrigued. Impressive though. This facility cost $10 million to build. Yet you turned it into a pile of useless junk in an instant. Mamba, still conscious, looks just like he did at first. Min Siwu surprised him, but now everything makes sense. Stepping back, the young hunter easily dodges those lethal attacks. Mamba suspects that Min Siwu is the culprit who wiped out Bestia's assassins and gathered this squad. A suspect. You're the real suspect here, you bastard. Min Siwu curses, holding his head, leaving Asai completely bewildered. Hey, I think he came for you, Mamba. What did you do? Asai asks while Mamba racks his brain. No way, boss, I just did my job, Mamba protests, but judging by the intruder's words, it looks like a revenge job. Mamba voices his confusion since he never leaves any traces after a clean hit. Yet somehow you tracked me down. Min Si-woo stays quiet, offering no explanation to the cornered assassin. Instead, his hands glow with magic. Revenge. Before that, I need answers. Massive rocks suddenly rise, trapping Mamba inside. Asai tries to stop him, but Ghost blocks her with his staff. Don't move. You wanted to hear this right. The assassins are completely falling apart. Pokubin is knocked out cold, and with Asai cornered, she raises her hands in surrender. Haha, I did not mean to make you tense. But what makes you so loyal to him, she genuinely wonders. Who on earth is this monstrous powerhouse? Countless lightning bolts begin to crackle and erupt from the massive magic circle. Mamba desperately struggles to break free. Damn it, all the spell buffs he cast earlier are now backfiring. He still cannot understand how Min Si-woo recognized him. Could this scary guy be a scout? No way, his insane attack speed is far beyond any normal combat class hunter. Suddenly, a heavy kick slams directly into Mamba's chest, throwing him against the wall like a splatting lizard. Coughing up blood, he reverts to his human form. I have never seen anyone like you. I know almost every high-ranking hunter, so who on earth are you? Mamba asks, secretly channeling a spell. What do you want from me? Dark shadows suddenly expand around them, but before Mamba can act, Min Si-woo is already right there. Hovering right above Mamba, Min Si-woo glares down. You've got things twisted. I am the one asking questions here, not you. Do you not realize I am being extremely patient with you right now? With those words, Min Si-woo stomps Mamba's head straight into the dirt. Min Si-woo repeatedly crushes his boot onto the assassin's skull, but he keeps him alive. I can end you right here, so you had better start behaving. Do not even breathe unless I allow it. Slumped on the cold floor, completely powerless, Mamba can only squeak out a plea. Min Si-woo violently grabs the assassin by the throat, hoisting him up with a face full of absolute murder. Who hired you to kill Jung Min-jun? The image of archaeologist Jung Min-jun flashes in Mamba's mind, caught completely off guard by the name. Yet a wicked smirk creeps onto his face. Haha, so you have ties to Min-jun. Speak, I thought you wanted to live. Min Si-woo demands, cutting straight to the chase. Mamba desperately grabs Min Si-woo's forearm. Fine, I will talk, but even if I do. Opening his mouth wide, he reveals razor-sharp teeth and a tongue branded with a curse mark. You will never get to hear it anyway, because your ears would melt right off. With a nasty hiss, he spits deadly venom directly into Min Si-woo's face, thinking he won. An assassin never betrays their client, Mamba laughs. Min Si-woo merely coughs in irritation. Did you seriously just spit in my face? His patience is officially gone. I guess you do not want to cooperate. Fine, let's see how much pain it takes to change your mind. Mamba watches in horror. A self-healing skill. Is this monster actually a high-tier healer? He is completely trapped. Leader, help me, Mamba cries out, but Asai can only shrug helplessly. Sorry, buddy. I am completely pinned down myself. Terrified by Min Si-woo's overwhelming pressure, Mamba finally cracks. Okay, I will talk. The client was Pandemonium. Before the lizard can even finish his sentence, Min Si-woo delivers a brutal, decisive blow. He already knows the truth. Pandemonium, Min Si-woo mutters, lost in thought. Suddenly, Asai's eyes glow a crimson red and she begins laughing hysterically, like a maniac. With a simple snap of her fingers, everyone surrounding her is instantly blown away. She slowly pulls back her hood. Now I know exactly who you are. You are the legendary first-generation hunter who vanished 15 years ago, Mad Dog. Min Si-woo narrows his eyes. Are you with Pandemonium too? Asai laughs, waving her hand. Haha, not a chance. My crew are just mercenary assassins. We do not do personal favors. Assassins are merely tools, after all. I put it together from your sheer power and your knowledge of Pandemonium. My sister once told me about a first-generation legend with a bizarre healing ability. Min Si-woo wipes the blood from his cheek. So you truly know nothing. Do not lie to me or I will find out myself. Asai retreats step by step as thick dark clouds suddenly roll in from nowhere. I am not lying. Besides, you already found me. So your question has been answered. But it is strange. How did we all completely forget about your existence? It is your own fault and it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Pokubin, get up, hearing the leader's command. The unconscious Pokubin suddenly leaps up. An explosion erupts instantly, filling the entire room with thick smoke. Vision becomes completely blocked. Above them, Asai and Pokubin hover in the air, mockingly asking if the Mad Dog is going to give chase. Min Si-woo puts his hands in his pockets. No need for that, he already knows exactly what his next move will be. Asai lets out a sinister smirk, promising they will meet again. She opens a swirling portal, preparing to step through with her partner, Pokubin escaping the scene. Chu Ha-min runs over completely baffled as to why the boss is letting them walk away so easily. If they gave chase, it would trigger the destruction spell on the floor. Right now, no one has the strength to survive it. Besides, they have what they need. Min Siwoo simply orders them to clean up the area. Huang Donggu internally weeps about the struggles of being a regular worker. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo quietly repeats two names in his head, Pandemonium and Minjun, wondering what secrets were uncovered. Min Siwoo silently stares down at Mamba's cold body. With the cleanup at the Bestia assassin group complete, he finally heads back home. Once home, Min Siwoo searches the internet for any clues about Pandemonium. As far as he can remember, 25 years ago, the very first gate opened on Earth, spilling chaos into the world along with mana and dangerous magic. Monsters, magic stones, and demons appeared. These demons were a race from another dimension with an innate talent for manipulating raw mana. They possessed unique, overpowered skills highly similar to human awakeners. Taking advantage of the initial chaos, they easily infiltrated Earth. They blended in seamlessly. Soon they did not just claim ownership over the gates by acting as supervisors from a much higher dimension. They also took total control over all gate operations, acting as self-proclaimed overseers from a much higher dimension. These beings treated humans as an inferior species, completely stripping them of their advanced technology and thriving civilization. As monsters brought progress to a halt, the demons built massive fortresses across the continents, monopolizing every single gate on Earth. With total control, they began parading around as if they were the true masters of the entire planet. Even worse, a pathetic group of humans actually swore loyalty to the Demon King, forming an organization known as Pandemonium. Fortunately, their tyranny did not last forever. The first generation of powerful hunters finally rose up. These pioneers learned how to wield mana and launched a massive war to reclaim their world from the invading demons. Humanity eventually triumphed, ending the long era of chaos. It has now been 15 years since Min Siwoo defeated the Demon King. After that victory, he disappeared into a dimensional rift. Since Pandemonium disbanded back then, why is that name resurfacing now? Min Siwoo calls out to Pri, who responds. He asks if demons also existed in the other world they visited, though they look slightly different. Pri confirms this, noting that out of all the species it encountered, demons held the greatest influence across different dimensions. Even in those worlds, they enslaved dragons, ruled over lesser creatures, and exploited them without mercy. So no matter the world, they always act like complete thugs. But when Min Siwoo asks, Pri is not entirely sure. It still has not recovered any of its memories from before meeting Min Siwoo in that foreign world. However, it vaguely remembers that those creatures stole something precious from it. Still, after fighting them for a century, having spent 100 years dealing with those demons, Pri knows they are exactly the type to pull a stunt like that. Min Siwoo scratches his head in frustration. They lack critical information. 15 years ago, he was way too busy wiping them out. He had no time to investigate their origins. Back in that world, they only fought minor soldiers, and their main priority was just surviving day by day. All he knows is their mana signatures differ from humans, but compared to 15 years ago, they have gotten much better at blending in. Pri is skeptical, suggesting they just eliminate every single one of them. Shaking his head, Min Siwoo casually shuts off the computer with his foot. Such a classic move. If saving the world were truly that simple, he wouldn't be worrying. Suddenly, a very familiar figure opens the door. Min Siwoo is not surprised by this unannounced visit at all. He casually greets the newcomer, noting that he arrived quite early. It is Min Si-jun, Min Siwoo's younger brother. Looking thoroughly confused, Min Si-jun questions why he was suddenly told to rent a brand new office. Min Si-jun naturally assumed his brother had caused more trouble. Min Siwoo calmly replies that it is nothing major this time around. He is just tracking some leads, but Min Si-jun is far too sharp to buy such a simple explanation. Min Si-jun reveals that the captain told him about Min Siwoo wiping out an entire hunter-assassin group. He hopes this office is not related. He demands to know who Min Siwoo is bringing in that requires keeping both the guild and the association completely in the dark. Min Si-jun sits down with a heavy sigh, looking at his wild brother. He reiterates that they cannot possibly pull this off if things go south. If Desu finds out, they are done for. Min Siwoo quietly curses the talkative Huang Donggu before telling his brother not to worry. Huang Donggu has already erased all connections to him. As for Desu, Min Siwoo plans to meet him personally, leaving Min Si-jun in absolute disbelief. Min Siwoo explains that stepping forward directly would expose too many vulnerabilities, and you and I both know the enemy would never make a move. Hearing his brother talk gives Min Si-jun a massive headache, especially since he still has not fully recovered yet. Min Si-jun admits he cannot stop his brother, but begs him not to rush. 15 years have passed, the world has changed, and danger is lurking everywhere. Min Siwoo sneaks up behind to lock Min Si-jun in a tight headlock, playfully telling him that he will handle everything, so there is no need to worry. Brushing his hand away, Min Si-jun reminds him to keep his promise about training the new recruits for their guild. It was the trade-off for their office after all. He then asks if Min Siwoo remembers Hunter Jisoo. Her awakened skill turned out to be far more complex than expected, so having Min Si-woo look it over would be a massive help. Lazily scratching his ear, Min Si-woo casually agrees before immediately demanding food because he is starving. The loud rumble from his stomach completely grosses Min Si-jun out. Min Si-jun is shocked since they just had dinner, asking if his stomach is a black hole. But Pri claims that it is starving too. Blaming Pri entirely, Min Si-woo claims his own mana reserves are running dangerously low, so they absolutely need to order some fried chicken right now. According to him, the beast is the sole reason they are starving. Suddenly, a ringing phone cuts them off and Min Si-woo answers to find Huang Dong-gu on the line. Huang Dong-gu immediately asks if the senior really had to erase his name from every single mission report, prompting an irritated warning from a very annoyed Min Si-woo. He warns the man to watch his mouth, threatening to delete him permanently for snitching to his little brother earlier. Huang Dong-gu panics, shouting that his life is not the issue here, but rather how massive this entire situation has actually become. It is the first time a specialized hunter-assassin group has been exposed, and the Inspectorate Bureau supposedly wiped them out entirely on their own. Now news agencies are bombing them with interview requests, sending everyone in the office into a state of absolute chaotic panic. Hundreds of calls are flooding in, forcing them to explain that as an official investigative body they will handle the public statements. But that is not even the real issue here. Huang Dong-gu points out that the director has been closely monitoring their team, especially since that last high-profile incident, and because Min Si-woo completely wiped his own name from the official record. Huang Dong-gu is the only one left to take all the credit, which Min Si-woo thinks is actually a pretty sweet deal. Little does he know Huang Dong-gu is tearing his hair out on the other end, yelling that this is definitely not about getting credit. How on earth is he supposed to explain single-handedly defeating an entire army of assassins? Min Si-woo couldn't care less, telling him to just make sure his story aligns with the others, specifically the White Lion Guild. Since Ha-min is from that squad, Huang Dong-gu has already reached out to coordinate with them. Even their guild leader was completely shocked. Suddenly, another call interrupts. Huang Dong-gu answers, announcing himself as the team leader. Crying, Huang Dong-gu begs him to understand the Empire Guild leader's desperate desire to protect his older brother, but after that recent prison break, it would be much safer if Min Si-woo stepped forward. Before he can finish, Min Si-woo abruptly cuts him off, telling him he needs to eat first. Min Si-woo wishes him luck and coldly hangs up the phone before Huang Dong-gu can say another word. Stepping out of the room, Min Si-woo complains about how exhausting everyone is, while Min Si-jun quietly preps some food in the kitchen. Min Si-jun asks who it was, guessing it was Huang Dong-gu. Min Si-woo collapses onto the sofa, joking that the man is just way too dedicated. He must be having the time of his life. Suddenly, Min Si-woo remembers something important and turns to ask his younger brother a question. He asks about the current demon situation, wondering if it's like 15 years ago, but Min Si-jun says things have changed. Apparently, after the 4 great demon kings vanished, the demons actually proposed a peace treaty. Once both sides reached an agreement, they mostly retreated to the polar regions, setting up massive research facilities to study the mysterious energy. This mana had slowly seeped into the earth, but other than that, they caused no real trouble. Some countries even sometimes collaborate with them. The demons rarely ever leave their icy domain, making their recent appearance on the front lines incredibly unusual. These days, kids treat demons as mere urban legends, but you and I know the threat is very real. His expression darkens instantly. A peace treaty. The very idea of putting demons and peace in the same sentence is absolutely ridiculous to him. Pri shares his skepticism, but points out that humans have plenty of garbage among them too, so demons might not all be identical. Plus, that woman uses mana in the exact same way demons do, which is incredibly suspicious. There is something off about her. Could she be a hybrid created 25 years ago when demons first breached the earth? Min Si-woo picks up a photograph, closely studying the unfamiliar faces printed on it as he reflects on everything. It all started with his burning desire to avenge Min Jun, but following the trail his friend left behind has only raised more questions. Whether it is a ghost from the past or a shadow in the present, seeing this figure outside the demon facility changes everything. Min Si-woo now realizes this war will be much longer than anticipated. Could Min Jun actually still be alive? Stick around because things are about to get wild. Inside their brand new, fully equipped training room, Min Si-woo instructs his newly gathered recruits, teaching them how to circulate and focus the mana flowing inside their bodies. He tells them to visualize their Dantian, but inside Chu Ha-min's head, complete chaos. What on earth is a Dantian? Completely lost, Chu Ha-min speaks up to ask his new master, "Even if you explain it like that, I still do not get it. Is not skill awakening just an adrenaline rush?" Chu Ha-min complains, wondering if sitting around and meditating in this room all day will actually help him release his power even a single bit. Would not physical workouts and discipline be way better? Smack. Min Si-woo delivers a swift blow right to Vaughn's head. That is for falling asleep. "You begged me to train you, but now you complain." Min Si-woo sighs and starts to explain. Do you seriously think skills are like sweat? You just pour some out and then it dries up. Unbelievable. These days, nobody cares about fine mana control. Everyone just shoots blindly. Vaughn quickly defends himself, arguing that if the shot is overwhelmingly powerful, then they should not need to worry about all this complicated stuff. Hearing this, Min Si-woo grimaces in annoyance. That tutorial tower must have given you guys the wrong idea, Min Si-woo sighs, pointing out their flawed logic. Burning mana like fuel directly impacts the actual force of the power we generate, he explains. If you cannot even master basic mana circulation, how do you expect to ever feel your own? Dan Chien, while recklessly throwing skills around, Ghost remains quiet, nodding his head in agreement with those wise words. Min Si-woo warns them he will only explain this once, so they better listen up. When humanity first encountered mana, a vessel was formed inside their bodies called the Dantian. Mana concentrates and flows directly into this core, generating raw power leading to an awakening that manifests as a unique, one-of-a-kind skill. The true power of a skill depends on how well you manage mana inside your Dantian. With proper training, it will grow, allowing you to store far higher levels of mana. Down the line, you can even unlock multiple Dantians. But from their perspective, humanity has only known about mana for about 20 years, right? Since it is so new, truly understanding it is crucial. Chu Ha-min stares at his hand. What does he mean by perspective? That is why mastering mana through meditation is your absolute best path. So shut your mouths and focus. Pri finds this hilarious. A guy who ran around like a headless chicken for 100 years sure talks big. Min Si-woo tells them not to worry. Tomorrow, he is pushing their bodies to the absolute limit, especially those two. Do not think I will go easy just because you are bound, he warns. Ghost and Vaughn must work to the bone. They nod like obedient puppies. Suddenly, the door swings open. Senior, I knew you were here. You did not even pick up. Do you know how hard I looked for you? It is Hwang Dong-gu. Min Si-woo pouts, complaining he always calls like a stalker. Hwang Dong-gu looks completely exhausted. Long story short, Min Si-woo needs to head to headquarters immediately because the branch manager has summoned him. As expected of the association headquarters, this place looks loaded. Employees are constantly on the move, rushing around. Everyone looks incredibly busy. Following Hwang Dong-gu inside, Min Si-woo cannot help but wonder why on earth the branch manager summoned him. Or did you just drag my name into this, Min? Si-woo asks. Hwang Dong-gu quickly shakes his head, denying it completely. He does not know why either, but guesses it involves the prisoner transport corruption scandal back in Incheon. Suddenly, two people block their path. Well, look who it is. Leader Hwang Dong-gu heard you solved a massive case. While we were away, did the North Seoul team suddenly become big shots? What kind of trick did you pull? Turns out it is Chang-won. Seeing them, Hwang Dong-gu immediately looks incredibly annoyed. How is that bastard Chang-won already finished with his work? This intense reaction makes Min Si-woo, standing nearby, find it quite strange. Trying to dismiss them, Hwang Dong-gu tells them that if they are back, they should go back to their desks and work instead of causing trouble. Why are you picking a fight with people just passing by? Hwang Dong-gu asks. Picking a fight? No, just catching up with friends. No need to get so emotional. Let us see is that the rookie behind you heard you caused quite a scene back in Incheon. Why does the North Seoul branch always recruit guys like this? Seriously, your captain has some really bizarre taste in people. But these words mean absolutely nothing to Min Si-woo, who completely ignores them. He wonders what that jerk did to Hwang Dong-gu in the past, to make a normally easygoing guy like him this upset. That is enough, Chang-won Juntae warns. Do you still have a flight to catch, or are you just here to talk nonsense? Our mission in Japan is waiting. Come on, they have never even been abroad, so it must be frustrating. The Gangnam team gets called all over the world, while they are stuck working overtime and losing track of low-level fugitives. Hearing these insults, Hwang Dong-gu gets even more furious. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo casually scrolls on his phone, completely unbothered since this is none of his business. But our main character's aura shines bright. Hey rookie, no matter what team you belong to, we are still your seniors. Do you not know how to introduce yourself? No manners at all. You should at least say hello, shouldn't you? Juntae pushes up his glasses, acting like a big-shot senior. Min Si-woo, true to his mad dog reputation, hates this type. He raises a finger, pretending to adjust his glasses. Greeting. Why don't this guy and his smelly boss just get lost? Trying to look cool, adjusting glasses while their massive bodies block the entire hallway. Can't they see the hallway is blocked? Are those glasses just for show? The two are fuming with rage, but they are completely speechless. Juntae's hand shakes so violently that he forgets to lower his hand from his glasses. Humiliated, Juntae is ready to charge and teach Min Si-woo a lesson, but right as he steps forward, someone calls out his name. Hwang Dong-gu growls in a threatening tone, asking if they are crazy. This is headquarters, so they must separate work from play, while Chang-won just chimes in with total nonsense. Who do you think you are to lecture my subordinate? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that rookie bastard talking trash? Huang Donggu turns and asks Min Siwu what happened, pretending he couldn't hear. Maybe all that fat is blocking his ears. Chang Wan is driven absolutely mad. These bastards have lost their minds. He wonders if he should drill into their skulls right here, to fix their brains. Onlookers start to notice and whisper as the intense argument between the two sides escalates. Chang Wan, completely clueless, brags about showing them who actually runs this inspection bureau. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder. "Sorry, Chang Wan, but I am the one running this place." It is branch director Gunho. Chang Wan turns around, face dripping with sweat, instantly losing all his confidence. Both turn pale with fear. Juntae is so terrified his glasses literally crack. Director Gunho is here. Ignoring the two troublemakers, he walks straight over to Min Siwu, saying he was wondering why the young hunter was delayed here. Huang Donggu bows an apology for the delay. Meanwhile, the other two are completely ignored and can no longer act smug. Director Gunho puts his arm around Min Siwu's shoulder, asking if he likes camellia tea since they have an important guest today. So he prepared a special blend. Min Siwu calmly replies that it sounds good. Meanwhile, Chang Wan snaps out of it, unwilling to let it go. He tries to speak, but the director cuts him off instantly. Director Gunho shuts him down, mentioning rumors about Chang Wan demanding excessive services during his Japan mission. He warns him that if he wants power, he should focus on his job first. At least focus on your official duties first instead of wasting time on meaningless power plays. Although the director is smiling, his words carry a heavy threat. The two who were acting so proud and bragging about working abroad are now completely silent, too terrified to speak a single word. Only after the group walks away do they dare to whisper, wondering who that rookie actually is. What kind of massive backing does he have for the director to personally intervene? Director Gunho then takes Min Siwu into his office. He notes that it is their first official meeting, acknowledging how busy Hunter Min Siwu has been since joining. The warm treatment shows how much the director values Min Siwu, while Huang Donggu sits opposite, looking incredibly nervous. Min Siwu gets straight to the point and Director Gunho laughs, loving the direct approach. He finds Min Siwu's attitude refreshing and states the simple reason for calling him here, the Incheon prison incident. Hearing this, Huang Donggu looks visibly shocked. The director continues, explaining that thanks to the Bestia case, the investigative authority has transferred to them and a corruption probe at Incheon prison is now actively underway. But that does not mean they can ignore escaped criminals, so he directly asks Hunter Min Siwu. Someone strong enough to defeat the Gosh of Asai wouldn't let a fugitive slip away so easily. Are you absolutely sure? You don't know his location. Min Siwu looks directly at Huang Donggu as the tension in the room escalates. The Director Gunho, turns to Huang Donggu and asks him to step out for a moment. Huang Donggu quickly gets up, agreeing immediately. Even so, as he reaches the door, Huang Donggu silently begs his junior for forgiveness. Once Huang Donggu leaves, Director Gunho gets straight to the point, explaining that he is not rigid and has known Huang Donggu for a long time. He admits Huang Donggu is capable, but defeating an entire assassination guild single-handedly is hard to believe. He strongly suspects a connection between the collapse of the Bestia assassin group and the fugitive, believing Min Siwu discovered something during the transport. He points out that this is a major case, and if the fugitive surrenders and shares intel, they could consider leniency. But regardless, they absolutely cannot ignore an awakened criminal who is already logged in their active investigation files, especially since a newcomer with a mysterious background like you is involved, which is exactly why I reached out. I contacted an old friend for advice, and it turns out he knows you quite well. Min Siwu sits silently, utterly confused. Min Siwu looks back and wonders who he is talking about. He is a living legend from the first generation, one of the three pillars of Korea. Sleek, polished white leather shoes step into the office. This man is the guildmaster of the War Kings Guild, Hunter Kyung-hoo. The group then moves to another location to speak more privately. How many years has it been? Honestly, even after Gunho told me about you, I still assumed you had passed away ages ago. Min Siwu explains he had some trouble, adding that Kyung-hoo looks quite old now. Pri wonders who this overly friendly guy is. He is a first-generation hunter and one of the three pillars, the magic swordsman. Back then he fought right beside me. Kyung-hoo chuckles. Haha, I am not old, you are just the one who never aged. You disappeared for 15 years and returned, looking exactly the same, handsome as ever. But where on earth have you been all this time? Your disciples have been searching everywhere. Min Siwu casually sips his drink. Min Siwu changes the subject, asking if they should order another bottle, suggesting they have a lot of catching up to do. As it turns out, we are witnessing a reunion of old friends. After hearing Min Siwu recount everything that happened to him. So that is what happened. You were gone for 100 years. Honestly, that does not shock me, but I still cannot believe you spent that much time there. Min Siwu grabs some food from the table. Yes, a spatial spell was cast on me the moment the demon lord died. I do not know if it was intentional. No, the demon lord is still alive. Kyung-hoo interrupts him. Hearing those words, Min Si-woo simply cannot believe his own ears. His face instantly darkens. What? He is still alive? Then how on earth could you guys sign a peace treaty with those demons? Min Si-woo slams the table in anger, asking if they have completely lost their minds. How could you trust them? Kyung-hoo tells Min Si-woo to calm down and listen, explaining he is alive but only as scattered fragments. Kyung-hoo recalls the old days when Min Si-woo was still around, and the conflict between humans and demons was incredibly intense. But after you defeated the Demon Lord, they proposed a peace treaty, claiming the war was solely the Demon Lord's idea, not the entire race. Min Si-woo finds this complete garbage, knowing they were simply terrified. After seeing him defeat the Demon Lord, Kyung-hoo admits that on their side, things were not looking great either. After the first gate appeared, the world plunged into total chaos. We had almost managed to close the gates, but the awakened hunters went wild and the relentless war against the demons left everyone completely exhausted. In that desperate situation, the demons offered a peace treaty, presenting us with a way to permanently close the gates. In return, they wanted the Demon Lord's remains and a piece of land to occupy until they could return to their own dimension. Back then, concepts like gates and mana were still completely foreign to humanity. Everyone believed that the best path for humanity was to adapt to this mysterious new power. We accepted the deal, and top hunters representing their respective nations agreed to sign the treaty. Choi Dae-soo was the hunter representing South Korea. The demons never caused any trouble or left their designated territory unless we requested it. Some first-generation hunters hated the treaty, but since you were gone, they all ended up going their separate ways. Since the world has stabilized now, very little attention is paid to the demons. Kyung-hoo also admits that he himself did not care much about them, but the way you returned makes him feel highly suspicious. Min Si-woo is confused. Suspicious of what? The rabbit hound Min Si-woo stands there with a completely blank, clueless expression. Every record of you vanished over the last 15 years, and rumors say Choi Dae-soo played a part. They erase you so well that second-generation hunters do not even know your name. Min Si-woo recalls his past, realizing that even Kyung-hoo did not remember what Min Si-woo looked like until today, despite both of them fighting side by side in that famous trio. So being completely forgotten for 15 years cannot be a mere coincidence. Min Si-woo swirls his drink. Do you think the demons and Choi Dae-soo share some dark secret? Thinking it over, it is entirely possible. He would do anything to bring you down. Hearing this shocking truth, Pri cannot hold back her anger at those vile demons. Min Si-woo is lost in thought. Collaborating with demons just to erase him, with a pride as massive as his. Min Si-woo wonders what the demons gained by erasing him. Surely defeating the Demon Lord alone is not a strong enough reason. There must be a far more massive hidden motive that drove them to join forces like this. Just as Kyung-hoo said, the demons have done absolutely nothing since then. In fact, they genuinely helped humanity adapt to mana. Without a solid reason to accuse them, their cover remains absolutely perfect. Hearing this only fuels Min Si-woo's growing anger. This war would never have happened if they didn't think they were superior to us. Kyung-hoo is speechless, but hey, they got sucked into the gate anyway, so there is that. Kyung-hoo offers a quick suggestion, saying his followers might know more, so why not go meet them instead? Min Si-woo pauses in shock, but based on what Kyung-hoo previously mentioned, has not that group completely disbanded by now? Kyung-hoo sighs heavily, laughing as he points out that Kang Yo-hwa is still in Korea. 15 years ago, she was just a kid. Now she is a powerful S-rank hunter leading the Blossom Guild. He recalls how she used to cling to Min Si-woo, but now she works for Dae-soo. 15 years is a long time. She must have her reasons. Min Si-woo downs his entire drink in silence, setting the empty glass back on the table. Min Si-woo grumbles that the cheap drink tastes like garbage, but Kyung-hoo laughs, telling him his taste buds are too weak. That stuff is expensive. I should have invited Si-jun. Min Si-woo stops him immediately, warning that Si-jun would lose his mind if he knew. He is incredibly overprotective, but as they enjoy their drink, they have no idea someone is lurking nearby taking photos. The photographer quickly calls his guild leader, reporting he sent the photo of the man meeting Kyung-hoo, who might be from the bureau. On the other end, the mysterious leader checks the photo before coldly telling her spy that his job is done. Just looking at this shadow, you and I already know exactly who this is, right? Speak of the devil, it is indeed Kang Yo-hwa. Surprisingly, she does not look shocked by the photograph at all. Staring at the image of Min Si-woo on her screen, she realizes he is alive. Kang Yo-hwa cannot take her eyes off it. Following the recent movements of the Empire Guild and the Guide Tower incident, she had her doubts before. But seeing this photo completely confirms it. Min Si-woo has officially returned to the human world. Overwhelmed with emotion, her legs give out. Collapsing to the floor, Kang Yo-hwa bursts into tears, crying like a child for her master. She recalls the painful past. Ever since she agreed to work for Dae-soo, Si-jun refused to even look at her. Keeping tabs on Kyung-hoo was the right choice. Everyone claimed Min Siwoo was dead, but she never lost hope. She could not find him anywhere in this world, yet here he is. Min Siwoo is back in Korea performing miracles only her master could pull off. Watching her react like this, seeing how she cherishes the photo proves how much she loves him. Slapping her cheeks, she decides to get a grip. She has no time to waste. She must see him immediately. But right as she prepares to leave, a chillingly familiar voice calls out her name, sending a cold shiver down her spine. It is that snake, Dae-soo. Turning around, she addresses him as boss, but he instantly cuts her off. When it is just the two of us, call me uncle. Why the rush? Kang Yo-hwa stands completely frozen, unable to move. Her hands tremble as she clutches her phone, absolutely terrified that he will discover Min Siwoo's return. She stammers that she is just leaving. Dae-soo steps forward, grabbing her shoulder. He notes he has never seen her look like this, not even when her mother died. You did not make that face. He must be back. Hearing this, all the color completely drains from her face. Dae-soo correctly guesses the mad dog Min Siwoo. The villain is dangerously sharp, knowing instantly that the legend has returned. Mentioning the mad dog Min Siwoo makes her turn pale. He mocks her, asking if she is rushing to find her master like a loyal pet. Dae-soo sighs, keeping his dark plans hidden before gently patting Kang Yo-hwa on her head. Kang Yo-hwa, you are still far too naive and foolish. Even if I abandon my own family, you are still my only beloved niece, the only daughter of my late sister. There is no way I will let you go that easily. Kang Yo-hwa tries to endure it. She is disgusted to her core. Kang Yo-hwa slaps his dirty hand away, warning him not to get any wrong ideas about her loyalty. My only goal has always been to find my master. Dae-soo merely sneers, asking if she truly thought he was that blind. You joined me believing I was behind Min Si-woo's disappearance. I knew you were just playing nice to dig up classified info. You acted obediently while trying to steal top-secret data on Min Si-woo. My reason for hiring you was simple. An S-rank hunter like you is too valuable to lose. Kang Yo-hwa is stunned, but he cuts her off immediately. In this world, hunters are elite financial assets. Did you honestly believe I would just hand over a useful tool like you, especially to that bastard family, or not? Kang Yo-hwa snaps back, telling him to stop making her laugh with his lies. You abandoned me when I needed help the most. You have no rights here. I never considered you my family. The one who raised him to be who he is today is indeed his master, and he has absolutely no idea that you're the daughter of a vile criminal. Those words pierced Kang Yo-hwa's heart like a dagger. She couldn't even deny it because it was the absolute truth. Choi Dae-soo casually walked past. Don't be so stupid, Kang Yo-hwa. You of all people have been watching Min Si-woo closely for a very long time, so you already know how ruthless he is to criminals. How do you think he will react when he finds out about your past? No matter how noble he acts, you can never change where you came from. Kang Yo-hwa stood there completely frozen in shock. She clenched her fists, unable to argue or let her feelings out. In this massive hallway, Kang Yo-hwa was left all alone. She didn't even dare to speak up, only muttering, "Bastard." Over at the training grounds, everyone was busy with their own prep. Shin Ji-soo shyly scratched her face. Hunter Min Si-woo, the guild leader, told us that you would be personally leading our training session today. But are these guys seriously joining us too? Shin Ji-soo was looking at Ghost and another guy who looked practically half dead. Ghost was literally wearing a pink bear suit. Min Si-woo introduced them. Oh, this is my subordinate, my junior. They might learn something. Just treat them as your seniors when it comes to raw experience. Turns out the guy in that cute bear suit was Sherry Vonk hiding his face. But honestly, it was boiling hot inside that suit. The two bowed in greeting. Ah, I see. Glad to meet you. I am Hunter. Shin Ji-soo from the Empire Guild. And this is Hunter Bin Guk, also from the Empire Guild. They both turned to look at Old Man Ghost. Wow, I have never seen a hunter this old before. His aura is no joke. The old man looked incredibly fierce at first, but a split second later the old monk smiled warmly, looking totally friendly. Ah, I am looking forward to helping you young ladies. You look quite sharp. I am sure you'll learn quickly. Just like that, Ghost successfully won Shin Ji-soo over. Yes, I will do my absolute best to learn. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo muttered to Sherry Vonk. Training. With you guys, it feels more like community service. If you mess around, you will lose your lives. Got it, Sherry Vonk sighed. Do you think I signed that mana oath for fun? My head will literally roll. Everyone knows that. The real point is to do this sincerely so you can pay off your debt. All right, I get it. Stop looking at me with those scary eyes. Min Si-woo then led everyone straight toward the portal. All right, let's begin. This is the 5 gate. Shin Ji-soo followed closely behind. Min Si-woo, I'm honestly so nervous. Because of the highly unique nature of my skills. Ji-soo mentioned this was her first time inside a gate since the tutorial, but Si-woo told her not to worry. A gate is just a link between dimensions, simply a door, nothing more. Binguk felt anxious remembering past cases where hunters vanished forever because they couldn't escape before the gates sealed shut. They called it being eaten by the gate. To Siwoo, that was hilarious. It is just a closed door. Sherry Vonk actually possessed a wealth of knowledge. Honestly, humans basically hold the keys to these dimensional doors now anyway. The fact that private guilds now own their own gates is solid proof of that. What was once feared as a world-ending disaster are now just a lucrative business. Manacor's monster corpses, everything translates directly into cold, hard cash. If you let fear paralyze you, you'll never make a dime here. Stepping through the portal, they find themselves in an endless, dense forest. They could hardly believe their eyes as the scenery shifted so instantly upon crossing the threshold. Jisoo and Bin Guk. Both of them were totally awestruck by this fresh experience. However, Jisoo felt a sudden heavy wave of dizziness right after crossing over. Could this be gate sickness? Bin Guk scanned the area. Unlike the tower, this entry zone was completely devoid of monsters. Siwoo turned to Sherry Vonk, joking that they looked like they were on a picnic. Is this how modern rookies behave? He wondered what on earth they even teach at those hunter academies these days. Sherry Vonk explained, Master, I know you are from the legendary first generation, but since gate raid tactics were standardized in Generation 1.5, is basically a typical career with a fixed curriculum. They graduate from the rank tutorial tower and get recruited by competitive guilds based on their test scores, learning real combat only after joining up. Siwoo found it quite puzzling. Real combat, clearing out low-level monsters in F-rank gates. To him, it sounded more like mass-producing. A bunch of weaklings destined to get wiped out by the first real monster wave. Siwoo called out to his new recruits. He demanded to see what they could do. Jisoo puffed her chest out confidently, but Binguk remained stubbornly defiant. He was only complying because of the guild leader's orders. Who did this outsider think he was? Why should an outsider get to boss them around? Getting lumped into a team with a useless rookie who couldn't even control her skills properly was just insulting. Meanwhile, Jisoo focused hard channeling her magical energy. Believing she had succeeded, Jisoo eagerly waited to see her results. But before she could celebrate, a massive backfire triggered a violent explosion blasting her back. Siwoo barked out her name in concern. Fortunately, she is completely unhurt and quickly starts apologizing. But Min Siwoo just tells her to forget the apology and tosses an item her way, telling her to take it. Confused, Shin Jisoo examines the item Min Siwoo handed her, wondering what it is. Min Siwoo explains that it is actually a casting support tool designed to help initialize her skills. The more complex the spell formula, the more effective it becomes. Min Siwoo tells her he heard about her unique condition from Shin Jisoo, advising her to use the item as a catalyst. Nodding obediently, Shin Jisoo stands up and grabs her whip to try one more time. Only this time, things are looking a bit different. Executing the cast is much smoother than her previous attempt. Suddenly, strange rustling noises echo from the shadows, instantly catching Binguk's attention. It turns out a pack of goblins is lurking right above them. Panicking, Binguk yells at the top of his lungs to warn the team. But Min Siwoo is completely unfazed, actually finding this sudden ambush perfect. He nonchalantly tells Binguk to take them down, leaving the rookie absolutely stunned. What me? Yes, you. Min Siwoo reminds him that since he is the one training, it only makes sense for him to handle the fight. Just do whatever it takes to survive. Poor Binguk is completely overwhelmed, as this is likely his very first time in a real battle. Watching from afar, Ghost recognizes a tracking type skill, noting that it is tough to master and sits at a B+ rank at best. Pre also pitches in, complaining that the guy's skill seems pretty useless despite looking incredibly flashy on the outside. There is zero actual impact. Observing Binguk's sloppy battle style, Old Man Go points out that spamming skills blindly like that will only drain his mana, and he will run out of juice in no time. Right now, Binguk is struggling hard. Sure, goblins are usually easy to deal with, but throwing a complete rookie against an entire horde all by himself. This training method is absolutely brutal. Reaching his absolute limit, Binguk desperately screams for help from Hunter Shin Jisoo. Asking if she is done yet, Shin Jisoo naively yells back that she is almost there. But suddenly, Binguk's active magic circle completely flickers out. He collapses to the ground. Just as Rose predicted, Binguk has completely run out of mana. Seizing the opportunity, a vicious goblin casts a hand axe straight at the defenseless hunter. Fortunately, Shin Jisoo finishes her spell just in time, successfully taming the beast. The goblin freezes instantly like a statue. This is her A+ rank monster taming skill, which allows the user to fully control the target's actions for up to 10 minutes. The overall skill duration and the number of beasts she can dominate will scale higher depending on the caster's total mana. Thankfully, Shin Jisoo pulled it off just in time, because if she had not, Binguk would have been history. Shin Jisoo immediately commands the goblin to step back, and the creature completely obeys her every single word. It lowers its weapon and backs away. Absolutely thrilled, Shin Jisoo starts doing cute poses and the controlled goblin. Behind her copies her movements perfectly. Proudly she asks Hunter Min Siwoo what he thinks of her awesome monster taming ability. Rose and Vaughn are pretty impressed by her performance, noting that crowd control and taming skills are incredibly rare to find. Especially with a boost from her spiritual catalyst, that high-rank skill shows serious promise. But as for the greedy Pri, he is just hungry. Demanding that they strike a deal so he can consume her rare skill, the greedy Pri drools over his next potential meal, while Min Siwoo just sits nearby observing. He finally speaks up, admitting that while her skill is neat, only controlling a single target leaves her completely vulnerable to the rest. Hearing this, Shin Jisoo suddenly realizes she is surrounded by an entire pack of goblins, not just one. Terrified, she rushes over to violently shake the unconscious Binguk, begging him to wake up because the monsters are closing in. Screaming in absolute terror, she lets out a desperate cry for help that echoes loudly through the dark cavern. After a grueling day of training, the group finally heads back. Shin Jisoo expresses her deepest gratitude, thanking Hunter Min Siwoo for helping her finally grasp her ability and get a real feel for using her skill. Still, she looks incredibly beat up and pitiful, covered in dirt and minor scratches. Meanwhile, Binguk cannot even stand on his own feet, forcing Vaughn to piggyback him. Min Si-woo, however, thinks this kind of exhaustion is totally normal. He tells her that if she cannot keep up, she can always ask Min Si-jun for a different instructor. Shin Ji-soo can only offer a sheepish smile. She admits that she used to be a bit arrogant, believing that simply awakening a high-rank skill and becoming a licensed hunter automatically made someone special, and that having a higher-tier ability meant you were destined to be far superior. As Binguk completely passes out on Vaughn's shoulder after a brutal day, Shin Ji-soo reflects on what she has truly learned. She now understands that skills are just tools, not a substitute for personal growth. No matter how legendary the sword in your hand is, how you wield it is entirely up to you. Adapting to mana and continuous training are what truly matter. Hearing this, Min Si-woo is pleased, noting that as long as she learned at least one valuable lesson, the training was a success. He tells her to seek help from the summoned bear or the old man if needed before casually heading on his way. Suddenly, the noisy chatter of a crowd echoes nearby, and Min Si-woo notices several unfamiliar faces approaching. Realizing they have uninvited guests, possibly from another guild, Shin Ji-soo suddenly remembers a crucial detail. She mentions hearing about negotiations between the Cheonghwa Guild and other factions regarding a massive dungeon gate recently discovered in the Middle East. She figures these newcomers must be the elite envoys sent for the mission, and it looks like they have just returned. Min Si-woo murmurs as he observes the group. Why is the Cheonghwa Guild here? He steps toward them, catching Shin Ji-soo off guard. Among the crowd, the hunter they see is none other than Kang Yo-hwa. They are discussing the report, realizing this gate is entirely different from the usual ones. When we in the Empire Guild found it, the first hunters inside were already corpses. But these weren't typical monster wounds. Their bodies were perfectly fine, but their internal organs were completely pulverized. It made no sense. How was that even possible, unless something was injected into them? Kang Yo-hwa is baffled, but then a familiar voice suddenly rings out from behind her. We finally meet again, Kang Yo-hwa. Before anyone could even notice, a familiar figure had slipped right past them. Min Si-woo stands right in front of her, flashing a warm smile at his former disciple. Hey Kang Yo-hwa, your master is finally back. No hello for me. Kang Yo-hwa is secretly thrilled, but a dark memory from not too long ago suddenly flashes in her mind. She tightens her grip on her arm, looking away to avoid his eyes. You're back, master, she says quietly. So are you free right now? Before Min Si-woo can finish, she cuts him off. I'm sorry, but I have things to do. Excuse me. Kang Yo-hwa abruptly walks away, forcing her scrambling subordinates to rush just to keep up with her. Wake Guild leader, she leaves Min Si-woo standing there alone. For once, Pri tries to console him. Damn, rejected at the speed of light. Hey human, want some comfort? Ghost walks up, arms crossed. What an incredibly insolent young lady. Was she really your former disciple? Min Si-woo nods, but he can't help but sense that something is very wrong. Wasn't she crying? Despite Kang Yo-hwa's best efforts to hide her face, Min Si-woo had noticed her tears almost instantly. In the past, Kang Yo-hwa had always been like this, slipping away to quiet, empty corners just to weep in secret. Look at you hiding in a corner, crying again. Min Si-woo sat down beside her. She snapped back, go away. Why cry? You and Min Si-jun are peers. It was just one sparring match. Why does it get to you so much that you always hide? Everyone knows you know. Min Si-woo pats her head, but Kang Yo-hwa slaps his hand away. Just because Min Si-jun is your biological brother. Of course, you train him better. I'm just some random orphan you picked up from the streets, she cries, spilling all her hidden pain. She was endlessly grateful he took in a homeless child, but there was a part of her that wished he wouldn't meddle in her life. She knew he was strong and incredibly kind, but he wasn't even her real brother. Yet Min Si-woo completely ignored her, stepping closer to mess up her hair. Anyway, Who cares? I do what I want. Living in this trash world is already hard enough. At least we can choose our own family. I'll treat you like my real sister, so treat me like your big brother. Wouldn't that make things a lot less annoying? Kang Yo-hwa secretly loved his comforting head pats, but she refused to show it openly. She quickly changed the subject. Who would want that? Nobody asked you to do this. And just like that, they slowly opened up to each other. So should I double your training tomorrow, give you a real reason to cry? You say that like you don't push me to the absolute edge every single day. Looking back, it was half joking, half serious. I never wanted to be just his little sister or his star disciple. I wanted to grow strong enough to stand by his side as an equal, a comrade who shared his view of the world. But along the way, I developed feelings I had no right to have. I'm just the child of a despicable criminal even after they abandoned me. I was still raised on dirty stolen money. What right do I have to feel this way? It hurts so much, but Choi Dae-soo was absolutely right. Master shouldn't be associated with someone as wretched as me. But even so, I can't just do nothing. If I can't stand proudly by his side, I will at least guard his back. I will fight for the master who gave me a real life. Kang Yo-hwa storms into Min Si-jun's room, catching him completely off guard. Min Si-jun stares at her, his eyes narrowing cautiously at the girl standing right before him. Wait, I mean guild leader of Cheonghwa. The meeting isn't for a while. Why are you here? Addressing him directly, she snaps. Min Si-jun, I need to speak with you in private immediately. It's highly urgent. Her face burns with intense, absolute determination. Elsewhere, Kyung-ho is locked in deep thought. Choi Dae-soo, it's not that I don't believe you. But since the first gate appeared, the three of us have stood at the front lines fighting the archdemon. Back in those lawless days, when power-drunk fools ran wild, I never once doubted the comrades who bled for the survival of humanity. But even so, did you really go ahead and strike a deal with those vile demons, just to rebuild our civilization and restore this ruined country? Choi Dae-soo scoffs with a cold sneer. No need for fancy words, Kyung-ho. He smirks with malice. So you've already met with Min Si-woo, haven't you? Kyung-ho goes completely silent at those words. Choi Dae-soo chuckles. Did he really say that he finds me suspicious? How absolutely hilarious. 15 years is definitely enough time for that mad dog to tuck his tail. But Kyung-ho, you shouldn't make the same mistake as everyone else. What I seek isn't national peace or the benefit of humanity. The so-called three pillars. Honestly, it is just plain ridiculous. Dae-soo sneers. He despises that title so much it infuriates him just thinking about it, driving his endless hunger for more power. Dae-soo turns around with a maniacal grin. Since mana is a power gifted to humanity, shouldn't we see just how far we can push those absolute limits? My only goal is to clash with the absolute strongest and crush them, and constantly strive for even greater power. Authority is just a tool to reach that peak. Whatever deal I made with the devil was purely to serve my own ultimate goals. After all, world leaders shaking hands with demons is never just about maintaining peace, but because of the sheer benefits it brings them. Today, after only 15 years, humanity has fully rebuilt, a civilization far grander than before. Back then, even you agreed that the treaty was absolutely necessary, yet now you want to blame everything on me. This guy Dae-soo is a terrifying psychological manipulator. Kyung-ho is left completely speechless by his twisted, flawless logic. Kyung-ho quickly fires back, asking if he actually struck a secret deal with those vile, wretched demons. Regarding Si-woo, are you the one behind his disappearance and the complete erasure of his files? Dae-soo denies it instantly. What nonsense. Look, I have absolutely nothing to hide. If Si-woo returns, it just means I finally have the chance to crush him completely. If you want, I will even agree to a direct confrontation. Oh, how convenient. A highly familiar voice suddenly cuts in, making Dae-soo freeze completely. The voice echoes down from above. I have a few things to ask you in person. Kyung-ho and Dae-soo quickly look up to see who is speaking. It is none other than Si-woo, floating under the mystical moon. It has been a while. He actually tracked them down here. No beating around the bush. He gets straight to the point, proving exactly why they call him the Mad Dog. It has been a while, hasn't it? Si-woo looks down from above, raising his powerful hand as crackling lightning completely wraps around his fist. The reinforced glass is absolutely nothing. Si-woo easily shatters it into 100 pieces while Dae-soo just laughs like a maniac at the sight of him. He does not even flinch to dodge the flying glass. Si-woo, you live in quite a high place, huh? Going through the front door is a hassle. The security clearance is ridiculously annoying. Si-woo calmly steps into the room. Si-woo gets straight to business. Before those pests barge in, I will ask you straight. 15 years ago, did you conspire with Pandemonium to banish me to another world? Dae-soo calmly brushes back his perfectly styled, slicked back hair. You went through all this trouble just to ask that. You have really become boring, Mad Dog. Excuse me, how about I turn this building upside down? Answer me, you beady-eyed rat. It seems Si-woo has more clues, mockingly calling him a squinty-eyed bastard. Dae-soo is furious but holds back. Haha, that arrogant attitude is exactly the same. 15 years have passed and you do not have a single scratch. Must have been a fun vacation in that other world. What got you so mad that you broke into my house? Saiwu does not even bother replying. If his aim had been off by an inch, Dae-su would be dead. Fortunately, Siwoo only grazed him, leaving a tiny scratch. Siwoo is extremely irritated. A vacation. How about I rip off your limbs and toss them into another dimension? If you want to keep your life, answer me now. Did you ever work with that Pandemonium trash? Are you involved in Minjun's death? Dae-su wipes the blood from his cheek. And are you targeting Yohua or my other disciples? Or any of my disciples? So despite your rough exterior, you actually care deeply about every single person you call family. Dae-su bursts into laughter. Haha, this is truly the mad dog I know. He throws his head back, laughing like he is completely high. Man, that bloodlust and battle energy is so nostalgic. Saiwu stands within his magic circle, fully prepared to take the bastard's life. Who knows where Dae-su gets his bizarre confidence from? But while you were busy playing around in another world, I used my position to fight alongside the world's strongest hunters, and became significantly stronger. Right now, an outdated rival like you does not even make me break a sweat. It is not enough, and it doesn't interest me. Honestly, big mouthers usually die first. Simply answering your boring question is not enough. You should be burning with rage. This needs to be a fight to the death. Dae-su snaps his fingers, unleashing his aura, but who is Siwoo? That mad dog title isn't for show. Do I need to carve a hole in your throat? Before I get my answer, fortunately, Kyung-hoo rushes in to stop this insane clash. Wait, he shouts, desperately urging them both to calm down and think about what is happening. Both of you are double S-rank national representative hunters. Are you seriously going to fight in a civilian area? Do you even realize the weight of your positions downstairs? The guards have absolutely no idea what is happening up here. Kyung-hoo turns his gaze to Siwoo. And that goes for you too. Even if you are currently under the Control Bureau's authority, isn't the Imperial Parliament still responsible for your safety? This is not the lawless era of the past. A conflict breaking out between hunters will only draw unnecessary public attention. If you do not want to cause trouble for your little brother by making your guild look like anti-government rebels, you need to stop this madness immediately. Looking at Min Si-woo's face, he clearly wanted to tear Choi Dae-su apart and put another hole in his throat. Choi Dae-su did not back down at all. Kyung-hoo, you are still as boring as ever. I preferred the old days, when we could fight to the death and constantly push our limits against anyone, searching for rivals in a never-ending clash of strength. This current era is just so incredibly boring, right? Choi Dae-su pulled his energy back. But since you gave me a brief moment of excitement, I will answer one question. I had absolutely nothing to do with Minjun's death, Choi Dae-su told Min Si-woo. As for Yo-ha's situation, she came to me of her own free will. If your student turned out to be a disappointment, that is not my problem. If you still have questions, come find me properly next time. I will prepare a place where we can fight without limits. Choi Dae-su turned and walked away. Min Si-woo silently watched his retreating back, his mind unreadable, while Kyung-hoo could only watch them both. Kyung-hoo sighed in relief, glad he prevented a catastrophic battle. Meanwhile, the elevator went down and Choi Dae-su stepped out. As Choi Dae-su stepped out, a panicked subordinate rushed over, shouting, "President, we heard a strange noise upstairs." "Shut up," Choi Dae-su snapped. "How many times do I have to repeat myself? There is no one on this earth strong enough to threaten me." The terrified bodyguard quickly bowed, apologizing. "More importantly, we have work to do. We need to contact the Infinite Legion immediately and order them to prepare the Adi Gate. Also, summon Yoao." Soon night began to fall. A brilliant moon illuminated the drifting clouds outside. Sitting in his office, Min Se-jun recalled a conversation from 7 hours ago. What on earth is easy? That was the question during Min Se-jun and Yoha's secret meeting regarding the dead hunters near the gate. An autopsy of the bodies revealed that their internal organs had been completely crushed all the way down to a cellular level. They had either faced an enemy with a highly specialized skill, or they had all consumed the exact same substance. The bizarre thing was that all of these dead hunters were linked to an unidentified merchant guild known as EZ. It was a guild operating within the gates, but they kept such a low profile that even Yo had never heard of them. There was virtually zero data, yet one terrifying rumor persisted: the guild leader was actually a demon. Min Se-jun could hardly believe what he was hearing. Yoha interrupted him, noting that working closely with the government revealed many secrets. Believe it or not, the government is launching an independent investigation, and they will definitely take action soon. Once I discover anything else, I will report back. With that, Yoha turned to leave but stopped right at the doorway. She left one final warning: Choi Dae-su was watching his guild, so Min Se-jun must not contact her until she reached out first. Min Se-jun wanted to call her back, deeply wondering why she was doing all this. Yoha gave no explanation, only begging him not to tell their master, because she had no intention of ever returning. Min Se-jun sat in silence, reflecting on Yoha's words with growing suspicion. It was obvious, Yo had a hidden motive for working under Choi Dae-soo for 15 years. Exhausted, Min Si-jun leaned back, overwhelmed by the endless questions. Even if Yo-ha had initially joined Choi Dae-soo to search for clues about her missing brother, things made no sense anymore. Her brother was already back, so why continue? Min Si-jun thought about their master's 3 direct disciples. Their master had always trusted them completely, yet Min Si-jun felt they were all heavily burdened by dangerous secrets. Min Si-jun realized he could not fully trust any of them. Yo-ha was keeping secrets, and neither was Xiao Long. What were they plotting? Suddenly a familiar voice asked him what Yo-ha had done. Min Si-jun had been so deeply lost in thought that he had not even noticed Min Si-woo entering the room. "Brother, what did Yo-ha tell you?" Min Si-jun avoided Min Si-woo's gaze, but Min Si-woo urged, "Tell me, what is going on with Yo-ha?" Meanwhile, 15 years ago, right after Min Si-woo first disappeared, a dark meeting took place in an abandoned factory. "Are you asking me to help you erase Min Si-woo from history?" Choi Dae-soo was negotiating with a mysterious demon, their intentions completely shrouded in shadow. Min Si-woo was one of the few humans capable of killing the 4 demon kings. Confronting Choi Dae-soo was the second in command of Demon King Hekaten. The demon believed that to preserve their absolute authority, the fearsome reputation of the demon kings had to remain flawless. Any record of a demon king nearly being defeated by a mere human was a massive humiliation and a threat to their entire system. Though the war had ended, the world remained chaotic, especially after signing a treaty to maintain the fragile peace. An order that benefits our species would help everyone, wouldn't it? Choi Dae-soo found the idea utterly ridiculous. Just because we signed the treaty, do you think we are blind? Ultimately, victory will still belong to humanity. Besides, the treaty was signed on the condition that you demons would help us rebuild. Why should I agree to a deal with banished outcasts sent to the freezing polar regions like you? Choi Dae-soo's logic made Hekaton chuckle. SS Rank Hunter Choi Dae-soo, we have been watching you for a very long time. In your heart, you are disappointed that the war is over, aren't you? A brand new power has been discovered with limitless potential, but now you cannot use it freely because of all these new rules and restrictions. Choi Dae-soo froze as the demon hit a sore spot. Hekaten kept talking, showing his true nature. Do not try to deny it. After all, you have always craved fighting the absolute strongest right, the ultimate form of mana. We can help you reach the absolute peak of that power, Choi Dae-soo. Lost in thought, Choi Dae-soo clenched his fist tightly before finally snapping back, calling it all absolute nonsense. Are you really going this far just to erase the record of a defeated demon king? Suppose I accept your offer. If I actually become much stronger, wouldn't I end up becoming an even greater threat to your demon race? Choi Dae-soo was incredibly sharp. Hekaten chuckled with his double chin, asking if they had never considered that. Unlike you humans, our lifespans are vastly longer. We see the world through a different lens. Our perspectives are completely different. All we demons truly pursue is the ultimate nature of mana and dimensional gates, and the spatial rifts connecting different worlds. Having said everything he needed to, Hekaten quickly walked away. I look forward to a positive response from you, Korea's strongest hunter, Choi Dae-soo. He watched the demon depart, leaving the ruins behind. Later, Choi Dae-soo arrived alone at an exclusive F-rank gate owned by the Murian Association. His subordinate followed closely behind, reporting that they had prepared an empty gate with absolutely no value. This portal is under the exclusive ownership of the Murian Association, making it completely yours. It is entirely under your jurisdiction. We have completely blocked off public access per the guild master's orders. We have also confirmed that there are no signs of life inside. Hearing this, Choi Dae-soo turned around and offered a rare compliment to his subordinate. Good job. Now take your men and leave this place. By the way, the invitation was sent right. His subordinate hesitated slightly to speak on this. Sir, regarding tomorrow's summit, I already know, do not make me repeat myself. Choi Dae-soo warned him coldly. Suddenly, a figure materialized right behind them. First you sent me on a business trip, now you summon me here. It was none other than Kang Yo-hwa. Choi Dae-soo quickly warned her to watch her mouth with others around. He gestured for his subordinate to dismiss themselves. Kang Yo-hwa, getting straight to the point, demanded what this was about. Do you think I had something to do with Si-woo's disappearance? Hearing this, Kang Yo-hwa's face darkened instantly. You won't believe what Choi Dae-soo says next. Back then, I didn't agree or cooperate with the demon's offer, but even as I realized Si-woo was slowly fading away from this world, there was nothing I could do. Whether he vanished or not was never my concern. Kang Yo-hwa glared in absolute disbelief and growing anger. What on earth are you talking about? Unbeknownst to her, Choi Dae-soo was secretly preparing to strike. I only hesitated because of my own past apathy, wondering if my silence was indeed the very source of my power. But no, that is not it. I only want one thing: certainty. Absolute certainty that between me and Si-woo, the stronger one is me. Shockingly, Choi Dae-soo actually intended to murder his own niece. Luckily, it was Kang Yo-hwa. Anyone else would have died instantly. She dodged just in time. You lunatic, do you even hear yourself? The Demon King's proposal. Kang Yohua stepped back, utterly unable to hold back her rage any longer. So you really had a hand in all of this? My master's disappearance, the erased records, everything. Kang Yohua snapped, lunging directly at Choi Dae-soo. She aimed a fierce kick at his head, but he effortlessly blocked it. I told you before, you are exactly like your mother. That explosive temper and that sickening, pathetic weakness. Willing to kneel before enemies to get what you want. Your slow, ignorant mind simply cannot grasp the situation. With just one strike, Kang Yohua was sent flying, crashing into a cloud of dust. You are merely a tool to push Siwoo's raw bloodlust to its absolute limit. As the dust cleared, she lay there in agony. Doesn't this scene look exactly like that moment from Endgame? Dae-soo is just casually cracking his joints. His inferiority complex has haunted him like a ghost from the past, fading when that mad dog disappeared but still leaving a stain that can never be fully washed away. It still lurks in his life, especially now that Siwoo has returned. It is finally time to erase the last remnants of the past. Honestly, this guy's ego seems incredibly fragile. Yohua bursts out laughing. Do you really think my master will dance to your dirty tricks just because of me? But Dae-soo is certain. One look at this image and you know she got stomped on. Dae-soo is truly cold-blooded, stepping on his own granddaughter. Back then, when that fool was wasting his time playing house with his little family, he couldn't even believe it. But looking into his eyes recently, Dae-soo became absolutely sure. Over 15 years, he left too much behind in that world. You were just the spark. Besides, I know nothing about Minjun's passing, so Dae-soo will play the cards he has. Grinding his foot into Yohua's wound, he summons a mass of chains and shackles. And as expected, Dae-soo uses those cursed chains to bind Yohua tightly, taking her hostage. Don't waste your energy resisting. This is a cursed tool crafted by the greatest master of the Dark Heaven sect. Even high-ranking hunters can't break it. The more she struggles, the more it absorbs her mana, slowly eating away at her core. Eventually, she will be left completely powerless. Dae-soo has no idea how long this clash will actually last. So keep struggling, because that's your only role now. Yohua groans in pain, her voice barely a faint whisper. This won't change anything. You are still trash. But as soon as she speaks, her eyes suddenly widen. She stares in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening. Call it main character aura, but Siwoo has actually arrived. Channeling all of his raw mad dog fury, he strikes. A massive explosion 10 times more devastating than the last erupts. Yet Dae-soo emerges from the thick smoke like a tidal wave. From this moment on, history will be rewritten in a much more accurate way. The old hero will pay with his life right here, and the name of Dae-soo, the strongest in the 6 continents, will be engraved. Siwoo looks at the lunatic in front of him, finding it laughable. True to form, he doesn't waste words. Instantly summoning a magic circle, Siwoo makes the ground shatter and split toward Dae-soo, who looks absolutely thrilled. He has waited 15 years for this. You are still as light as dust, mad dog. 15 years have only widened the gap between us. Siwoo stays silent, but Pri is watching everything closely. Damn it, this guy really is an absolute monster. With no time to worry about his incomplete recovery, Siwoo casts a quick glance over at Yohua. He commands Pri to push his mana output to the absolute maximum. But when Pri hears the plan, he thinks Siwoo has completely lost his mind. Are you crazy? I've only recovered half of my mana. Besides, that guy is stronger than any human I've ever felt. I'm not even sure we can win this. Can we even devour a skill of that massive scale while trapped in this pathetic body? Pushing your limits now is pure suicide. Who knows what side effects it'll trigger, but Siwoo just shrugs. Only 50% of his otherworld power, no problem. It doesn't matter. Seeing Siwoo standing still and muttering under his breath, Dae-soo gets impatient. What's wrong? Regretting your confident entrance, both sides release their full auras, trying to crush each other's spirit. In a flash, Siwoo appears right in Dae-soo's face. This is more than enough for a bastard like you. Debris flies everywhere as massive shockwaves shatter the surrounding area. Bound in chains, Yohua watches the fierce clash unfold. So this is a battle between first-generation hunters, true awakened ones. The speed of their casting is absolutely insane. It's so fast that even tracking the combat with the naked eye is nearly impossible. She knew a gap existed, but the difference between S rank and double S rank is simply mind-blowing. A spear emerges from a magic circle. Dae-soo grabs it with a wild laugh, enjoying this long-awaited thrill. Brandishing his spear, he discards all limits and charges like a warrior, though honestly he looks more like a lunatic. In stark contrast to the manic Dae-soo, Siwoo remains completely calm. 15 years have passed. But your bad habit of stealing other people's toys to cause a scene hasn't changed, has it? Siwoo raises a massive, impenetrable stone wall, though a tiny opening suddenly appears in the center. A bright light flashes from within as Dae-soo's spear shatters the barrier, leaving Pri utterly stunned. Even for a human, this guy is completely insane. He looks capable of fighting high-ranking demons alone. Indeed, that spear did not look like any ordinary creation at all, while Min Si-woo just stood there thinking. Desu just had some gorilla-like traits anyway, which did not really matter. It was awesome watching Min Si-woo snatch the spear from Desu, but after all, he was still just a half-baked human. For some reason, Desu suddenly burst out laughing the moment Min Si-woo grabbed his spear. Desu conjured up several other weapons, looking absolutely ridiculous in this pose before finally selecting a very familiar weapon and gripping it tightly. Without even blinking, that mad dog swung his weapon furiously toward Min Si-woo, causing an earth-shattering explosion. But before the strike could hit, Min Si-woo quickly erected a protective barrier, narrowly escaping that highly critical situation. However, cracks began appearing on Min Si-woo's barrier, fueling Desu's excitement. "Are you really so pathetic that you are already breaking?" Mocking the pathetic shield, Desu somehow pulled out another massive hammer, shouting that he would smash it to pieces. Desu repeatedly bashed the hammer with brutal force, aiming to completely shatter Min Si-woo's defensive barrier. Yet Min Si-woo remained completely calm, summoning frozen ice spears that suddenly materialized to strike Desu from behind. The collision was so powerful, releasing a blinding light that left everyone, even us viewers, completely unable to see. Unsurprisingly, cracks began appearing on Desu's hammer as he casually brushed the frost and snow off his hair. "Even a direct hit is not easy, huh?" Min Si-woo brushed the dust off his clothes, telling him to shut up and destroy that thing, unless you want to lose your life. Desu scoffed, claiming that if that was his goal, that bastard now meant absolutely nothing. "After playing such a pathetic trick, do you honestly believe you can just sit down and eat as if nothing ever happened?" With Kang Yo-hwa growing weaker by the second, Desu burst into laughter, mocking them for playing such a pathetic trick. "Did you really think you could sit down and eat like normal? Just having her in this state is more than enough to make her valuable." That valuable thing Desu mentioned was none other than Kang Yo-hwa. Is this not a grand enough honor for the daughter of a serial killer? These cruel words struck like a fatal blow, instantly draining all the color from Kang Yo-hwa's face. She desperately tried to scream back, telling him to shut his mouth, threatening him if he dared to utter another single word. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but Min Si-woo intervened, telling Kang Yo-hwa not to move or she would get hurt. Even though the author hid Min Si-woo's face behind his hair, he was undoubtedly furious seeing his students suffer like this. This played right into his wicked plan. Laughing maniacally, Desu relished the feeling, comparing it to having his flesh scraped off. "Let's see how long you can keep laughing." With Min Si-woo making such a terrifying face, this guy Desu still pulled out yet another weapon. Brandishing another treasure, Desu declared it was time to get serious. But before he could even finish his sentence, Min Si-woo was already right in front of him, telling him to shut up. Luckily, Desu reacted fast, otherwise he would have been completely finished. Desu could not believe that with a single strike, Min Si-woo had completely shattered his weapon. The way this kid manipulated his mana. No, the density itself had changed. Desu quickly grabbed another sacred sword and retreated, relying on his usual cowardly tactics and output control skills. Has not changed in 15 years, has it? Let's see how long you keep talking as the ground repeatedly gets torn apart. You are the last person who should talk. It is called tactics. Desu constantly dodged the onslaught, muttering about when he was younger, and still full of energy. Suddenly, strange swords began materializing inside Min Si-woo's glowing magic circles. But from those recent attacks, I have realized one certain thing. Only now did Min Si-woo notice his leg had been bound by heavy chains. A massive sword, or at least massive to normal people, slowly materialized before them. "You are no longer on my level." Honestly, does Desu really have any right to be this confident when he is not even the main character? Thick smoke enveloped the area, leaving Kang Yo-hwa completely blind to her master's current condition, desperately calling out to him. This time, whatever Kang Yo-hwa witnessed left her with a look of absolute shock and disbelief on her face. As the smoke slowly cleared, Min Si-woo's voice echoed. "Out of all the absolute nonsense you have spouted, this is the only truth. You are absolutely no match for me." Incredibly, Min Si-woo blocked that massive attack without breaking a sweat. Using just a single hand without even holding a weapon, Min Si-woo's terrifying power was on full display as he gripped the sword. Desu was talking big just moments ago, but now his hands were trembling uncontrollably in sheer disbelief. A legendary divine weapon, a greatsword capable of slicing an entire building in half, could not even budge a single millimeter. Desu desperately struggled. "You have been fighting for 15 years. Min Si-woo suddenly yanked the sword forward, landing a brutal punch straight into Desu's chest. "Well, I have been doing this for hundreds of years, you bastard." Desu's protective armor shattered completely as he stared in absolute disbelief. The power behind that punch was insane, sending him flying into the sky like an absolute boss. Crashing into the rubble, Desu smirked. "Fascinating, truly fascinating. It has been a very long time since I bled." Choi Desu stands up and steps forward. "So you condense all your mana for one single strike. If that is the case, I should respond with my full power as well." Choi Dae-soo reveals a hidden bracelet from under his clothes. 5 years ago, all double S-rank hunters, recognized worldwide, were forced to wear this bracelet. It completely restricts mana, physical stats, and skills to prevent massive damage to society. If someone removes this controller without government approval, they are instantly branded a criminal. Choi Dae-soo scoffs, calling these restrictions utterly pathetic. To him, keeping this thing on is a total joke. Choi Dae-soo tosses the bracelet to the ground, prompting a mocking laugh from Si-woo. A dog leash suits you perfectly. A beast only fit for battle needs a leash after all. But did you really climb this high just for government approval? Si-woo asks, genuinely curious. As soon as that bracelet hits the floor, Choi Dae-soo's raw power surges to an unbelievable level. You think too highly of yourself, Choi Dae-soo retorts. Do you truly believe that is the only reason I am here? Needless to say, every single time these monsters clash, the ground gets absolutely obliterated. Because until now, no one was worthy of testing this strength. What kind of bizarre power is this? Too bad Si-woo has absolutely zero patience for big talkers. You sure love to brag. Why don't you show me what you've got? Let's see Si-woo's new move. Lightning bolts strike down from the heavens as the two powerhouses fully throw hands. The sheer wind pressure is insane. The shockwaves are intense enough to dry laundry in a second. Staged nearby and chained up, Iwa is taking the brunt of the shockwaves from this colossal battle. She rolls across the dirt, desperately struggling to break free from her chains, but it is entirely useless. The leaking mana alone is fracturing the earth. If they keep going like this, the entire gate will collapse. Her master's overwhelming power could easily collateral damage innocent bystanders. Iwa tries to force herself up. No matter what, she has to stop this. Meanwhile, the terrain is physically warping from the sheer impact of their clash. Neither of them shows any mercy, relentlessly trading deadly blows. Choi Dae-soo swings a massive war hammer, shattering giant boulders. Seriously, where does this old man store all these high-tier weapons? Meanwhile, Si-woo activates his holy light technique. He teleports around so fast he is practically a blur. Even Pri seems to be highly enjoying this spectacle. My stomach's a bit upset, but this feels amazing. To think this is only half of my true strength. My full power is on a whole different level. This is real strength. Choi Dae-soo suddenly coughs up blood, completely horrified. Even after releasing my limits, the gap in our power is still this massive. This is impossible. There is no way, damn it. In a frenzy, Choi Dae-soo summons his entire arsenal, desperately reaching for his ultimate weapon. Talk about impressive inventory management. He instantly picks out the perfect tool for the job. Without hesitating for a single second, he chucks it straight at Si-woo. Tear him to shreds. Little did we know this weapon is a literal divine artifact. It materializes as a colossal white tiger bearing its claws right at Si-woo, catching him slightly off guard. A legendary beast sealed inside a divine weapon. Without a second thought, Si-woo conjures a magic array to instantly tame the wild beast. Choi Dae-soo is absolutely losing his mind at this point, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth have you been doing for the last 15 years? In a mere blink, Si-woo has completely tamed this ferocious monster. With the ultimate flex of a top-tier hunter, Si-woo commands time to choose a new master. Attack. Choi Dae-soo is furious but totally helpless. You bastard! Choi Dae-soo frantically raises a barrier. But just as they are about to clash again, Iwa breaks in to stop them. That is enough. Have you both lost your minds? Look around. Hearing her voice snaps Si-woo back to reality. The sky gate is on the verge of collapsing. Do you two have any idea what will happen if this massive amount of mana leaks into the human world? Iwa warns Choi Dae-soo, if that happens, you will not escape responsibility. You know exactly what the consequences are. Especially if this goes straight to the International Tribunal. Choi Dae-soo glares at his niece. You arrogant brat. Iwa reveals that while they were busy losing control, she contacted the association and HMCS headquarters. They will respond shortly. They are reopening the gate. So end this fight right now, Iwa pleads, turning her eyes towards Si-woo. Si-woo remains completely silent, maintaining his stoic expression. Suddenly, a notification pings from the discarded bracelet on the ground. Choi Dae-soo picks it up and reads the message. Damn it. On the line is HMCS headquarters. This is President Edward Choi Dae-soo. We have an emergency. Report back immediately. Just who is this mysterious figure calling from the other end? Choi Dae-soo is thoroughly annoyed about having to leave. Damn it, I am on my way. He turns his back and walks off. This is why you should never try to tame wild beasts. I have lost all interest. Now get lost. A little longer, and he would have kicked the bucket. Only now could Kang Yo-hwa finally breathe a sigh of relief, her shadow casting long on the ground. So it was finally over. Her master was the absolute last person she wanted to discover this truth. Kang Yo-hwa collapsed onto the cold ground. Clutching her own arm tightly, no matter what happened, she refused to betray the genuine sincerity and kindness her master had always shown her. Even at the cost of her life, she would prevent it. Terrified, Kang Yo-hwa dreaded the moment her master might ask, unsure of how to answer. How could she possibly tell him that the very disciple he had taken in and raised was actually the daughter of a notorious criminal? Min Siwoo stepped forward, asking if she was all right and checking her over. He gently inspected his precious disciple for any serious injuries. Deeply moved, Kang Yo-hwa was overwhelmed. Her master was still as gentle as ever. Choked with emotion, she found herself completely unable to answer. Instead, she burst into tears like a child running forward to hug him tightly. Min Siwoo smiled, realizing this was just typical dramatic Kang Yo-hwa, always bursting with energy. Meanwhile, in a quiet room elsewhere, the low, deep voice of Choi Dae-soo echoed with a thinly veiled mockery. He questioned why someone would go so far based solely on a hunter testimony, though admitting no official rules had been broken yet. Of course, that foolish hunter making such a loud scene forced the association to be contacted first. It caused major chaos at headquarters, but reacting this aggressively to a minor training exercise seemed like a massive overreaction, especially inside a closed gate. Finishing his thought, Choi Dae-soo raised his voice slightly, speaking with a wave of fake condescending arrogance. Addressing Blackwood, Edward kept his cold composure on the screen, his tone hardening as he brought up the lifting of limits. Double S-class hunters are strictly forbidden from joining personal fights, and any attempt to lift their power limits is a violation. All such actions must be reported directly to the association. Furthermore, using magic against any registered hunter is illegal. It will instantly trigger an arrest warrant. Here Edward paused, his voice dropping as he delivered a heavy direct warning. Even with your high presidential status, you could still face trial in an international court of law. Even if domestic laws do not cover, this international codes will apply. However, during times of peace like now, we do not need to spark global panic over this incident, so please resolve this quietly within Korea. With that said, Edward stood up, his towering figure casting a heavy silent pressure. Even if this incident is ultimately swept under the rug, we must still interview everyone involved to fully assess the situation. I need to meet the one who fought and held their own against a double S-class hunter. Hearing this, Choi Dae-soo frowned as a sudden realization crossed his face. So it was Min Siwoo all along. I see. Well then I will see you back in Korea. The moment the call cut, his calm facade instantly shattered into pure rage. Ridiculous, Choi Dae-soo thought to himself. As bitter resentment swelled inside him, Choi Dae-soo recalled that he had already known the vast power gap between them 10 years ago. But now everything was different. Back then, he could actually keep up. He had genuinely believed that this time he would finally be able to surpass him. Yet after 10 years of being missing, his rival had returned unbelievably stronger, as if he had turned into a completely different entity. Helplessness tightened in Choi Dae-soo's chest, a burning refusal to accept defeat clear in his thoughts. For an entire decade, he had relentlessly chased after absolute power. He simply could not accept such a ridiculous gap in their strength. What had that monster even been doing all this time? That thrilling feeling of risking his very life. How long had it been since he last felt that rush? Clenching his fist until his knuckles turned white, he growled a dark vow to himself. His suppressed power was still not enough, but at least he had finally found an opponent worthy of crushing once again. Welcome back, Rabbit Hound. 1 week later, at the Seonghwa Guild headquarters, the peaceful, quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by Min Siwoo's voice. So she knew he was coming but did not even bother to say hello. Quietly clutching the drink in her hands, Kang Yo-hwa offered a faint, bitter smile, admitting she felt completely unworthy. Even so, she was genuinely happy her master had finally returned. Hearing her self-deprecating words, Min Siwoo gently turned his head with a sigh, his grumbling tone carrying a trace of warmth. Had she really been chasing Minjun's case all this time? Hearing his question, she lowered her head, her voice dropping heavily as she apologized for finding absolutely nothing. She was only certain of one thing: it had to be the work of someone from abroad. The only reason President Choi Dae-soo kept her around was for profit. There was zero evidence of him trying to manipulate his younger brother or his disciples. Finishing her report, Kang Yo-hwa waved her hands frantically, quickly trying to explain further. She insisted it was not because of any blood relation but simply based on her own observations. Seeing her flustered state, Min Siwoo gently spoke to reassure her. Reaching out, he placed a warm hand on her hair, his harsh demeanor softening completely. If that man truly considered her family, he would never have done something so despicable. Kang Yo-hwa melted at her master's warmth. Yo-hwa smiled softly, her eyes finally losing some of their heavy burden. Master just healed me, so I'm doing okay. But Siwoo's tone immediately turned cold. He responded with a dead serious expression, telling her that being okay wasn't the real issue here. What he really wanted was for her to stop getting tangled up with that idiot just because of blood ties. No matter what crimes her mother committed, her life still belonged solely to her. She had done absolutely nothing wrong. If she felt guilty, she just needed to repay the world by living an upright, honest life. After that stern lecture, his voice softened with a warm sense of understanding. He promised he would help her, Yo-hwa. Hearing his words, she let out a soft laugh, her smile a mix of pure joy and deep emotion. But her voice quickly began to tremble. Tears welled up in her eyes, impossible to hold back. She realized she was never truly alone. There was always someone by her side. Putting that aside, she admitted she felt terrible for Min Si-jun, realizing she had placed unnecessary pressure on him. From his perspective, trusting someone with so many secrets like her must be incredibly hard. Meanwhile, Si-woo remained completely relaxed. He scratched his head lazily and offered some casual advice. He told her the kid was always cautious, so she should meet him tomorrow. Hearing that, Yo-wha was startled, turning to him with pure embarrassment written all over her face. Wait tomorrow. She was still way too shy. But ignoring her panic, he lazily locked his hands behind his head. He shut down any thoughts of backing out. They were both mature adults, so what was the big deal anyway? He mentioned he had already warned Min Si-jun ahead of time. Then Si-woo pulled out his phone, scrolling through his missed notifications. He wondered how that bastard Choi Dae-soo had managed to sweep this mess under the rug, but he was glad it was quiet. Min Si-jun was incredibly sharp. He had actually called 9 times that day. But wait. Right then, Hwang Dong-gyu's voice suddenly cut in. He called out to his senior. Si-woo raised an eyebrow, totally surprised by this completely unannounced visit. He had already told Hwang Dong-gu he was heading straight home after work, so what was he doing here? The junior frantically explained that there was a major emergency, complaining that Si-woo had not been answering his phone. He complained about how exhausting it was to track him down, but before he could even finish his sentence, Jeon-ho interrupted. He cut in with an incredibly serious tone, delivering the news that they had just received an urgent phone call. It was from headquarters. Vice President Blackwood was flying to Korea specifically to meet him. Did he understand what that meant? Hearing that familiar name, Si-woo was not surprised. He simply let out a weary sigh, annoyed that Edward was getting involved. He wondered what the meeting could possibly be about. Jeon-ho closely watched his calm reaction, feeling a mix of curiosity and dread. The entire branch had been placed under a strict gag order, leaving them with zero details. Meanwhile, Hwang Dong-gyu stood there in absolute shock. He wondered if his senior actually knew the legendary vice president of headquarters. The mere thought of it completely blew his mind. Beside them, the veteran officer kept pressing his voice, deadly serious, as he emphasized that the VP had named him specifically. This was a historic, unprecedented event. Nothing like this had ever happened in the entire history of the association. It was highly unusual for the Korean branch. Facing their intense questioning, Si-woo finally stood up. He got up decisively, wanting to end the interrogation. He apologized, saying he could not speak on the matter. With a strict gag order in place, there was nothing more to say. Jeon-ho turned to leave but issued one final command. They would summon him the moment headquarters sent the official schedule. Until then, he was ordered to remain on standby at headquarters. Walking away, the officer murmured to himself, still trying to wrap his head around Hunter Min Si-woo's mysterious background. Besides, wasn't the master of the Blue Flower Guild tied to Choi Dae-soo? How on earth did she even know Si-woo? Seeing them sitting together so closely was bizarre. Hwang Dong-gu turned pale, completely helpless against those highly suspicious questions. He claimed he had absolutely no clue. Behind him, the sharp-eyed Yo-wha noticed the prying eyes and urged her master to head home. Too many eyes were locking onto them. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, with the mysterious night shrouding the quiet streets. As they walked, Si-woo turned to her in surprise, asking if she was actually walking him home. In response, Yo-wha smiled. She flashed a brilliant smile, noting that his kindness was limitless. Besides, she was heading in the exact same direction anyway. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. He tilted his head slightly quietly, asking her what she planned to do next. She did not hesitate for a second, her eyes filled with determination. If he allowed it, she wanted to follow him. Min-jun's mysterious death had left too many unanswered questions, and she was willing to do whatever it took to help out. She reminded him that she was still a guild master. But suddenly, a sleek car sped up and screeched to a halt. Yo-wha gasped in shock, and even Si-woo was taken aback. Instinctively, she stepped forward to shield her master from the vehicle. Her eyes locked onto the mysterious vehicle. Suddenly, the dark-tinted windows slowly rolled down, and a cold, arrogant voice sneered from inside. So, even after knowing everything, you still choose to follow him? How boring! Kang Yo-wha sighed, her voice dripping with disappointment. She gasped, calling out Choi Dae-soo in sheer panic. But despite her rage, Choi Dae-soo remained completely unfazed and stone-cold. Min Si-woo, get in the car. That smug, arrogant tone only poured fuel on the fire, making her snap in frustration. You did something that's stupid, and you still dare to show your face. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo's expression stayed completely flat and indifferent. He slowly shot back. And why exactly should I do that? Hearing this blatant defiance, Choi Dae-soo smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. It was a chilling smile of pure calculation. If you still want to play the loyal disciple act, you better listen to this next part. Hearing those words, Kang Yo-wha lost all control. Livid, she surged forward to demand answers. Is this a joke? But right then, a firm arm reached out, stopping her in her tracks. Min Si-woo held Kang Yo-wha back, then turned with a reassuring smile. He tried to ease the heavy, suffocating tension. We're leaving. I'll get in touch with you later." Full of dread, she could only stand there completely frozen, watching her master leave with deep anxiety. Kang Yowei watched the car disappear into the distance, leaving behind an eerie, suffocating silence. Inside the cramped vehicle, Choi Dae-soo smirked. He spoke up, shattering the quiet. "You look pretty pissed." Min Si-woo just crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in utter disgust. "Tucked your tail after a pathetic defeat, huh? Zero shame." Choi Dae-soo let out a sharp, mocking laugh at the insult. He quickly snapped back to seriousness. "Wrong. The fight isn't over. If only Kang Yo-wa hadn't gotten in my way, I would have finished this fair and square. But I suppose this actually makes things a whole lot more entertaining. You mad dog. Thanks to you, I'll be swamped. But mark my words, I'll make sure to host a massive global tournament very soon." Despite these highly ambitious declarations from his bitter opponent, Min Si-woo remained completely unfazed. "Just deal with it and get lost. Seriously, how did a clown like you even become the president?" Ignoring the jab, Choi Dae-soo's voice dropped to a low, cold whisper. "Pandemonium. That shadow organization should have been wiped out, yet their remnants are still scattered worldwide. Truth is, after you vanished 15 years ago, those demons contacted me through them. They wanted me to wipe out every trace of your records. Even those Pandemonium scumbags can't ignore your disciples now." Choi Dae-soo's tone was smug and incredibly grating as he threw out a series of highly suspicious, provoking questions. Are they just some cult playing with nameless powers or actual demon double agents? Ever since Pandemonium collapsed, and the demons were banished to the polar wasteland, they completely vanished. Even though global leaders kept a close eye, including myself, watched their every move, we found absolutely nothing. But then, Choi Dae-soo paused, his voice turning malicious. He paused, letting the tension build before whispering wickedly. "Recently, I heard some rumors. A group of half-demons roaming the Middle Eastern desert." At that, Min Si-woo's calm demeanor completely shattered. His brow furrowed instantly. A half-demon group. Seeing Min Si-woo's visible agitation, the president pushed even harder with more intel. "Yeah. Human-demon hybrids or people corrupted by them. But unlike regular demons, they have a secret. They don't have horns or wings, but they are infamous for using dark magic. That's what my contacts told me. Apparently getting permit clearance for those high-level desert gates is nearly impossible." Choi Dae-soo tilted his head, eyes sharp. He leaned in, a malicious smirk plastered on his face. "That dark mana you used during our clash. Did you make a deal with the devils during your 15 years of hiding?" Min Si-woo kept his cool, but pure disgust boiled inside. "No," the president smirked, speaking in a condescending tone as if he knew Min Si-woo's deepest, darkest secrets. "Even if you hate demons, no one can resist the sweet temptation of ultimate power, right?" Min Si-woo's patience finally snapped. His voice dropped to an icy, lethal register. "Do I look like a coward like you? If you're done talking, let me out." The car screeched to a halt in the dark silence. Min Si-woo stepped onto the pavement, but before slamming the door, he leaned back inside. "Let's get one thing straight, so don't mistake my intentions. I have zero plans to negotiate with sly demons, nor do I care about brutal blood sports like you do, you psycho. So stop wasting my time. Call me when you're dying. And you'd better kneel and apologize to Kang Yo-wa." Choi Dae-soo closed his eyes, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "I know all about your twisted little quirks, kid. But this time, it's just hilarious. Even if those half-demons can't even scratch you, tell me, why act so close to them? You'll regret it." Before he could finish, Min Si-woo cut him off with a chillingly deep voice. "Watch out, Vice President Edward Blackwood." Min Si-woo then stood alone on the roadside, watching the taillights fade into the night. Deep in Min Si-woo's mind, a dark suspicion began to take root. A half-demon, meanwhile, over at the SMCS headquarters. Even though the work hustle continues at its usual fast pace, a thick cloud of curiosity quickly fills the room as whispers from the staff start to grow louder. Is the international headquarters really paying us a visit? Anxious rumors continue to spread like wildfire, leaving everyone completely baffled. They must be here to audit our branch, right? Wait, you literally haven't heard anything yet? Man, what on earth is even going on today? Honestly, working here feels like a daily circus. But right behind the office doors of our local branch manager Ji Ryong-ho, the atmosphere is suffocatingly formal. Ji Ryong-ho bowingly says, "Thank you so much for visiting us today, Mr. Blackwood." Ji Ryong-ho then turns and cautiously introduces Hunter Min Si-woo, a brand new recruit transferred from the North Korean SMCS branch. Edward offers a polite, elegant smile and welcomes Hunter Min Si-woo. However, contrasting sharply with all that uptight corporate formality, Si-woo simply frowns and gets straight to the point, demanding what Edward wants. This blunt disrespect immediately leaves Ji Ryong-ho trembling in fear. He quietly warns Hunter Min to behave, but the director actually remains completely unbothered, showing a surprisingly easygoing attitude. Calmly, Edward raises his hand and requests branch manager Ji Ryong-ho, "Would you mind stepping out of the room for a moment? I have some private matters to discuss with Hunter Min." Hearing that a massive mental conflict instantly breaks out inside the poor manager's head. He is dying of curiosity, but eavesdropping means losing his only chance to build connections with global headquarters leadership. It is an impossible choice. Ultimately, Ji Ryong-ho wisely obeys, saying, "Of course, I will wait outside. Please call me if you need anything at all before leaving." But as he steps out, his mind remains locked in a spiral of worry, anxious about what could happen next. He silently begs the hunter to be careful. But the second the door closes, Edward can no longer contain his furious rage. "You absolute idiot!" He charges forward aggressively, grabbing Si-woo by his collar. "Where on earth have you been for 15 years? Faced with this sudden violent outburst, Si-woo only gives a calm reply, telling him to chill out before giving him a light friendly punch in the chest. Edward lets out a curse, but a hint of genuine relief slips through. "Damn it, I am just glad you are alive and back, but where were you?" Si-woo sighs deeply, clearly exhausted from repeating the same explanation. "Seriously, another interrogation. Sit down first, and I will explain." As the hours pass and Edward hears the whole story, he is left completely speechless. An alternate dimension, a completely different timeline. It sounds totally insane, but seeing how gates are popping up globally, nothing in this world is truly impossible. Back then, Si-woo was one of their most crucial key figures. But today his name has completely faded into obscurity. Yet, seeing him standing here alive feels like a bright light shining on forgotten memories. Si-woo, however, remains completely calm, trying to shatter this overly dramatic and somewhat hilarious atmosphere. "You recognize me just by my name." Edward immediately speaks up with absolute certainty. "How could I ever forget you? You literally saved my life countless times, especially back during those chaotic dark ages." But hearing such grand heroic terms, Si-woo can only offer a playful, witty comeback. "Save your life. Man, that sounds incredibly cheesy. By the way, how are you and Kang Yo-hwa even in touch?" "Save your life. Wow, that is incredibly cheesy. By the way, how are you and Kang Yo-hwa even in contact right now?" Edward quickly regains his professional composure, starting to share his intelligence. Currently, the SMCS headquarters is actively investigating global guild cases. These cases involve shady organizations worldwide, and Kang Yo-hwa, along with her guild of the same name, is one of them. "Thanks to her help in a recent case, I managed to get her contact info. So tell me, are you currently registered under the South Korean SMCS branch?" Si-woo responds with absolute indifference, simply muttering, "Please spare me." That casual, uncaring attitude leaves Edward completely flabbergasted. "Why are you acting so casual, as if joining the headquarters is absolutely no big deal? Do I really need a reason to dislike it?" Hearing this, Edward persistently tries to convince him using his most flattering words. "Come on, think about it. A big shark belongs in the deep ocean, and you will definitely become my right-hand man." But Si-woo remains completely unmoved, instantly shooting him down with a firm, steady look. "I appreciate your faith in me, but I have my own mysteries to solve." Sensing the sheer gravity of his words, Edward immediately offers his full backing. "Naturally, our massive resources are more than enough for any investigation you want to conduct. The SMCS headquarters holds far more power than you think." Hearing this, Si-woo's gaze suddenly turns sharp and cold. He quickly steers the conversation back to the main point, saying, "I will consider it. So what is the goal of this investigation?" Edward's tone immediately turns dead serious as he explains the crisis. Apparently, another mysterious gate has suddenly appeared deep inside the desert, causing massive casualties both inside and all around the surrounding area. Normally, we would blame the monsters inside, but the shocking autopsy results show something else entirely. They all died from severe poisoning after consuming a strange substance. We highly suspect the source is... Edward's unfinished sentence hangs heavily in the air, leaving Si-woo completely stunned by the shocking revelation. "An illegal booster drug," the CEO couldn't hide his shock, muttering the words "awakening drug" under his breath. Edward simply crossed his arms and calmly replied, "That is right. The drug's ingredients and distribution channels remain a total secret. No official info has been released yet, but the president has been secretly investigating the corpses of awakened ones worldwide. For about half a year now," he casually explained, detailing what they uncovered during the autopsies of those bodies. "There were no clues except for cell-level decay, making it incredibly difficult to make any of this public since the victims. All of the victims were criminal hunters, and with absolutely no trace of the drug found, the investigation hit a complete dead end." But then came a breakthrough. Luckily, a witness had seen a very similar incident go down over in China. According to the eyewitness, everything happened fast. The deceased hunter showed clear signs of losing control. They went mad and self-destructed after inhaling a strange black powder, which spiked their mana and combat skills way beyond human imagination. They became a ticking time bomb, obliterating everything nearby. Hearing this, Si-woo quickly grasped the situation. He immediately questioned if the black powder acts as a stimulant for hunters, and if it is connected to the desert incident. Edward calmly nodded, sharing his own theories. "It is more than related. We suspect this drug is the root cause. We have already launched an inquiry. However, one glaring question still lingered in the back of Siwoo's mind. This drug issue started 6 months ago, so why is it suddenly linked to the recent incident in the desert? He couldn't help but recall that day with heaps of dead bodies and a massive gate suddenly appearing in the desert. Right at the entrance, the Cheonghua Guild discovered traces of the black powder when the chaos first broke out. On top of that, a carriage belonging to a merchant guild called EZ was spotted nearby, though nothing seemed off about them. They seem like a small group, but some details still bother me. The CEO quickly pieced the puzzle together. So if they really are connected, what a pain. Seeing his reaction, Edward crossed his arms and subtly brought up Kang Yo-hwa. I know she is your disciple. This is a covert investigation, and since she was the first to find the drug, Kang Yo-wei is deeply involved. Edward gently added, reminding him that his help could save her a lot of trouble. Your disciple is currently in a very dangerous situation. Can you really ignore that? Edward slowly uttered the infamous nickname that perfectly defined his wild personality, Mad Dog Min Siwoo. Siwoo didn't get angry, he just sank deep into thought. You planned this all along, did you not? With a heavy sigh, he gave in. Fine, I need to go to the Middle East anyway. Edward clapped his hands in sheer excitement. Great, if you help us, we will give you our full support. By the way, exactly what happened to President Choi, that unauthorized field training. If you want, I can. Before he could finish, Siwoo cut him off. No, just leave him alone. Siwoo shrugged, offering a relaxed smirk. He is just drunk on power. In his mind, he could picture Choi Dae-soo sitting at his cluttered desk, looking utterly smug. But shaking off the thought, he continued. Besides, even with his schemes, he is still just a fragile human. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sejun looked completely surprised as he confirmed the news with Siwoo. So you are joining the international task force. He quickly noticed the luggage already packed and waiting. Siwoo shrugged casually. Yeah. Remember Edward, he specifically requested me for this mission. Sejun froze, murmuring, I know him, but... Spotting his worry, Siwoo gently tried to ease his mind. Do not sweat it. It is just a minor headache. Kang Yo-hwa will fill you in on the details later. Sejun blinked. Wait, Sister Kang Yo-hwa, why so sudden? But before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Hold on a second. Hello, leaving the room, he picked up. Sister, how did you get this number? What, my brother? As Sejun's voice faded down the hall, Free finally spoke up, asking where they were headed. Packing the last of his gears, Siwoo laid out the plan. Europe first, that is headquarters. Free instantly asked if they had chicken. Siwoo chuckled, probably. Free hesitated, cautiously asking, you will not push your mana to the absolute limit again, right? What are you afraid of losing your food supply? Siwoo teased. Hearing this, Free scoffed in annoyance. Idiot, like I would care about a sliver of mana. The real issue is the bizarre change happening to my body. Siwoo frowned, muttering, change. Free calmly explained. Ever since you came back from that star, my control slips as I adapt to Earth's mana. Yet at the same time, my own power grows stronger. Dimension hopping did not just warp you, it altered me too. It seems your mana surge in battle acts as the trigger. Siwoo held out his hands, sensing the raw energy pulsing within as Free's warnings echoed in his mind. The voice continued to echo. Since I made a pact with you, I won't attack my own host. But I believe these symptoms will worsen once your mana recovers in the future. On top of that, there is no telling what might happen if I completely lose control. There will be times when you cannot borrow my strength, and that will be highly dangerous. As she finished, Min Siwoo also fell deep into thought. Moments later, he clenched his fist, steeling his resolve. It is really not that big of a deal. I do not rely on your power all that much. Hearing this, Pri snapped. What are you saying? You do not need my strength? Min Siwoo simply kept his cool and analyzed the situation. No, if we face demons, I am definitely going to need your help. But that is not our priority. Honestly, warming up against that bastard Choi Dae-san ended up being much more useful than I expected. Standing by the glass, watching a plane glide across the sky, Min Siwoo grew pensive. He could sense that something was seriously off. Though the sky was clear, Min Siwoo felt an uneasy dread creeping in, all stemming from that awakening stimulant. Meanwhile, in a quiet traditional tiled estate, leading to an expanding cityscape ahead, where closely packed houses lay completely shrouded in silence, time flew by. 2 days later at the International SMCS headquarters, Layla was holding her face in frustration, feeling incredibly exhausted. Seriously though, no matter how short-handed we are, I never expected Mr. Edward to recruit someone while completely bypassing our strict security protocols. But Hikari already expected this, knowing that the man is always entirely unpredictable. From the start, having me represent the Asia team is more than enough, right? Kumo, standing right beside her, Kumo proudly chimed in. Absolutely, sis. You are the youngest recruit ever hired by SMCS Japan, not to mention the leader of the Tokyo investigation team. Is there anything in this world my gorgeous sister cannot handle? Hearing that, she beamed with joy, telling Layla to keep the praise coming. Sitting opposite them, Layla paused briefly before offering her opinion. She might not be familiar with SMCS, but meeting Hunter Kang Yo-wa was far more comfortable than being around you. Hearing this, Hikari snapped, asking what she just said. Layla calmly brushed it off as if nothing happened. Oh, it is nothing. Hikari frowned in dissatisfaction, telling her that she could hear everything. We are wearing translation earpieces, so if you have complaints, say them directly. Suddenly, outside the meeting room, Min Hyuk entered to announce that the wait was over. He added that Director Leone wanted all captains to gather in the conference room. Hikari could not help but ask if that person had finally arrived. Min Hyuk only smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying that Vice Chairman Edward had also just landed. Hearing that, Layla could not contain her immense curiosity either, wondering who this Hunter was to make the Vice Chairman welcome him personally. Did he really have no ties to SMCS? This mysterious figure was certainly raising a lot of questions. As it turned out, the CEO was currently strolling through the airport pulling his luggage. Edward had personally shown up at the airport to welcome Hunter Min, the CEO of the Korean SMCS branch. Once everyone had gathered in full, Edward happily welcomed them, thanking them for arriving so incredibly quickly, despite your exceptionally busy schedules. Now why do we not kick things off with some quick introductions for everyone gathered here? This is Hunter Min Si-woo from the Korean branch who will join the team today. Hearing this, Layla simply gave a brief introduction of herself and her partner Stefan from the European branch. Hikari on her side also stood and crossed her arms calmly. Hikari from the Asia branch, and this is my reliable partner Kumo. Once all the introductions were finally out of the way, Edward slowly spoke up. Since the situation is urgent, let us get straight to the point. With this sudden addition to the team, could you quickly bring us up to speed on the current status of the investigation? Layla immediately complied. Yes, Vice Chairman. He then turned to address everyone, stating that they already knew all the core details. But since this is a classified investigation, please exercise extreme caution with the information. Right then, Lucy's voice called out from just outside. Vice Chairman, it is time for you to depart. Before leaving, Edward made sure to give his one last instruction to Investigation Team 1. I look forward to your results. The room immediately fell completely silent, forcing Layla to clear her throat in order to ease this awkward tension. She finally spoke up to break the ice. All right, let us get started with case number A3942FC. It is known as a case involving an awakener using enhancement drugs. Investigation Team 1 has been officially assigned to secure the primary form of the drug. Layla calmly explained the details of the gate that was discovered at the crime scene. It is classified as Rank A. A total of 6 awakener corpses were scattered around the gate, and the autopsy team confirmed that their deadly wounds are linked directly to the previous case involving the enhancement drug, which was found scattered among the corpses. She remembered that sheer devastation. The gate had only a few combat traces of a struggle near the entrance, and nothing else seemed out of place. Since no actual booster drugs could be found on the inside, we are still actively assessing its potential risks as the entire official investigation finally wraps up. The team must decide whether or not to launch an expedition inside the gate, especially since the transport vehicle belongs to the trading guild. After finding the vehicle nearby, Layla continued sharing her findings. Their investigation revealed that they were dealing with a minor low-profile guild. They were legally registered in the Middle East with no recorded illicit activity. Finally, she concluded that their team would have to take action. Their main focus would be exploring deep inside the gate and surveying the surrounding area. Finishing her presentation, Layla asked if anyone had any input. Asking if there were any questions, Min Si-woo casually shrugged. He had no objections, having already heard it all. To him, none of this was news. But more importantly, he wondered if there was any information on the demon or half-demon faction. Layla looked uncertain, trying to clarify. She questioned if he was suggesting that demons were actually involved in this case. Min Si-woo simply offered his perspective, stating that even if they weren't linked, it was still worth asking just to be absolutely sure. If this potion were truly made by humans, tracking down its primary source wouldn't be this incredibly difficult, would it? And if it relied on a specific skill, the investigating hunters surely would have traced its origin by now. Even before this incident, that trading guild seemed highly suspicious. He suspected there was something fishy going on with them, no matter how small the detail was. Just then, another voice cut through the meeting room, expressing confusion. Min Hikari crossed her arms, demanding to know why he was bringing up matters entirely unrelated to the case. Min Si-woo, indifferent as always, calmly explained that they couldn't know if it was related or not just yet, not unless they actually started investigating. He only brought it up based on the rumors he had heard. She couldn't help but scoff, mocking information that even headquarters had ignored. And to think a mere hunter from the Korean branch who was just brought in halfway through would somehow know. She mocked him, calling the idea completely ridiculous. Min Hikari confidently asserted that if this really was an important lead, headquarters would have definitely brought it up. Besides, he didn't even belong to the association. She pointed out that she had never even seen his name listed among the prestigious A-rank hunters. It was already strange enough when he suddenly joined the international investigation team. Yet now he was boldly claiming demon involvement. Her tone grew increasingly hostile as she continued to criticize him. It had been 15 years since humans and demons shook hands. Was he really bringing his biased views into this investigation? Mocking him openly, Hikari demanded to know who he thought he was to make such claims. Sensing the growing tension, Layla slammed the table to stop them. Stefan also hurriedly stepped in to defuse the situation. There was no need for them to fight. Agreeing, Layla quickly turned to give Hikari a firm reminder. As the branch's primary representative, she needed to prioritize what was truly important instead of wasting time on petty, meaningless arguments. They needed to focus on the investigation. In response, Hikari merely crossed her arms with an indifferent shrug. Layla then addressed both Min Siwoo and Hunter Min, requesting their full focus on the actual case. Min Siwoo simply nodded in agreement. Once the tension settled, Layla continued with the briefing, moving past the heated debate to discuss their next steps. She briefed them on the remote region they would be visiting tomorrow. With the plan finalized, she instructed everyone to prepare accordingly. They were to assemble at the airport next. Leaving the room, the group walked down the hallway, though Hikari remained visibly upset. Still bitter about the earlier clash, she grumbled about Min Siwoo, questioning who he was and where he got the nerve to act so arrogant. She couldn't understand why the vice president favored him so much. Walking beside her, Layla calmly offered a reminder. They had to work together for the foreseeable future, so it was best to move on. However, Hikari remained deeply dissatisfied. She accused Layla of taking his side, but Layla calmly dismissed the notion, sharing her actual speculation instead. She noted that Min Siwoo seemed far more experienced than expected. Meanwhile, left alone in the room, Min Siwoo let out a bored sigh. He muttered that the situation was turning out to be quite a hassle. His companion Pri dryly agreed, pointing out that Min Siwoo was terrible at reading the room. Calling him a total social outcast, Pri watched as Min Siwoo simply shrugged it off, explaining that he just detested following formal procedures. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the doorway, teasing him about the spectacular drama he had managed to stir up. Min Siwoo complained to Edward about his lateness, joking that the life of a vice president must keep him incredibly busy. Sitting down, Edward advised him not to let this international team descend into petty bickering like a group of children. He reminded Min Siwoo that despite calling themselves awakened, most of them were nothing more than ticking time bombs. Even after 15 years, not a single day could pass without some chaotic dispute erupting somewhere. While Min Siwoo could relate to the frustration, he kept his focus on the ultimate truth that absolute power always comes with heavy responsibility. But if someone has not actually experienced it, they can never truly understand. Edward was clearly trying to test the waters. "So what do you think of this team?" He did not really care, replying that they were a bit annoying, but he did not mind. As long as they did not interfere with his work, nothing else mattered. Edward was not surprised at all by this cold attitude. Of course he would say that. He really had not changed at all in 15 years. Tomorrow, they would finally head to the scene. This was the official investigation site, so causing a massive scene was out of the question, even with the global SMCS backing him. The CEO could only give in and agree. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, an ancient massive kingdom stood silent in the middle of a desert city as a few mysterious figures gathered for a tense meeting. This meeting was going to be complicated. At the Middle East SMCS headquarters, a loud, clear voice suddenly welcomed them. They had already received word from main headquarters about their arrival. Rayan had prepared everything perfectly and gave them a clear briefing. Their rooms inside the headquarters were fully prepared, and they were told to get some comfortable rest before the big day. A special vehicle was already waiting to take them to the investigation site tomorrow. Layla immediately expressed her sincere thanks. She thanked the branch manager for granting them access to the crime scene. Meanwhile, Pri was already complaining. He could not stand the heat, complaining that he did not know Earth could get this hot. This was absolutely the worst, but Min Siwoo. He ignored his whining, quietly observing his surroundings. There were no demonic traces in this city, and the mana density seemed completely normal. Had Maximus completely overlooked this detail? Suddenly, an arrogant voice called out to him, addressing him directly as Hikari. The man stepped forward with an arrogant look, warning him that since he could not say it last time, he would make it clear now. He told him to stay focused and be careful if he did not want to die. Our protagonist just scratched his head in silence. This was going to be a massive headache. On his very first day in the Middle East, Min Siwoo quickly started searching for local clues. He asked the locals about half-demons, but they replied they had never seen one in person. Everything they knew came from rumors. Word on the street was that a demi-demon village existed deep in the desert. Another young man nearby tried to help, but he could not provide any useful information either, admitting he had never even heard of the Easy Merchants Guild before. It was impossible to know every tiny guild, and one run by demons sounded completely unheard of. Fortunately, a nearby girl spoke up. She kindly shared some extremely valuable details regarding the very thing Min Siwoo was searching for. Demi-demons looked exactly like humans, making it nearly impossible to tell them apart from normal people without a proper mana analyzer. Although things had improved slightly, demi-demons who appeared after the war between humans and demons 15 years ago still faced issues. They were oppressed everywhere and treated with utter contempt. The girl herself realized the massive struggles they faced. It was extremely difficult to hide their hideout and constantly pretend to be normal humans whenever they went outside. That was definitely their best option. But if demi-demons were walking among them right now, who could even tell? After writing down all these clues in his notebook, Min Si-woo still scratched his head, completely lost on what to do. With so few leads, he wondered if he should head deeper into the vast desert. Right after saying goodbye to the locals, to continue his search, Pre's sarcastic voice suddenly called out, mockingly asking him if he had been completely abandoned. Min Si-woo did not answer directly, instead asking why he was suddenly picking a fight. Pre pointed out that everyone else walked in groups, yet he was wandering all alone in this massive sand city. Min Si-woo decided to take a quick rest on a nearby bench. He quietly explained that since it was currently their free time, he was simply doing some quick scouting on his own. Just then, a familiar voice caught his attention from a few steps away. It was Layla, greeting Hunter Min politely. She asked why he was hanging out here instead of resting in the Grand Middle East branch headquarters of the SMCS. Min Si-woo looked over and politely replied, explaining that since it was still their free time, he wanted to inspect a few things first. He asked about her own progress, and Hunter Layla was more than happy to share the details of her team's current mission. She explained that Stefan was currently securing the permits for the teleportation gate they were scheduled to inspect the following day. However, they still had not fully assessed the risks. Min Si-woo acted casual, but Layla kept the conversation going by asking another question. She asked Hunter Min if he was under Director Bitch, since he was affiliated with the Korean branch of the SMCS. She admitted she had never seen him back when she was in Korea. He honestly replied that his time there was very short. He told her he was just a rookie who joined recently. Layla was skeptical, noting that his aura felt completely different. His presence made her feel like she was standing in front of a veteran hunter with 20 years of battle experience. He rolled his eyes, wondering how to respond to this sharp woman. Just as he considered making up a lie, the CEO interrupted. Shrugging it off, he quickly changed the subject. I mean, Edward, or rather, the vice president mentioned you're pretty famous over at the European branch. The sudden question made Layla laugh it off. Haha, I'm just a regular investigator hunter. My work is mostly focused in Northern Europe. Si-woo smoothly kept the conversation going. Northern Europe, huh? I actually remember working with a hunter over there not too long ago. His name was Hans Scholder. Hearing that familiar name made her freeze instantly. Hans Scholder. She then pulled up her phone screen to show him. Is this the man? One look was all it took for Si-woo to give a confident nod. That's him. I could never forget that smile, though he's definitely aged quite a bit over the last 15 years. Yet his face is still basically the same. How do you know him? Don't tell me you're actually his daughter. Layla quickly clarified, looking a bit surprised. No, he's my uncle. I never imagined he'd know a hunter all the way from Asia. Especially since you look about my age, so I just assumed. Si-woo was left completely speechless. He quickly turned his face away. I just have a bit of a baby face, that's all. This unexpected connection quickly built trust. If Uncle Han were to wake up right now, he would be so incredibly happy. Actually, he's been in a coma for 2 years due to Gates syndrome. The strange term left Si-woo completely puzzled. Gates syndrome. She kindly went on to explain. Mana and Gates are still mysterious forces in this world. Same goes for the infections, or unexplained side effects they cause. My uncle stayed inside a gate for way too long during a raid. He was searching for a missing teammate. By the time the rescue team finally located him, he was already unconscious. Since that day, he's only managed to survive thanks to the skills of healer hunters. Layla's voice cracked, a lump forming in her throat. I just want to help my uncle as much as I possibly can. So whenever I have free time outside of my main missions, I try challenging higher rank gates, but I haven't had any luck yet. Si-woo instantly connected the dots. I heard that high-grade recovery items sometimes drop in those gates, specifically elixirs. Is that what you're looking for? She gave a self-deprecating laugh, feeling like she was chasing a fairy tale. Exactly. It sounds foolish, right? But even if it's just a rumor, he's the only family I have left. Just then, Stefan's loud voice interrupted them. Captain, the gate clearance process is finally complete. They said we can head out immediately. Layla didn't hold back her praise. Great job, well done. She then turned to Si-woo. Let's move out. I need to meet up with Hunter Hikari first. This brief talk left a lingering thought in Si-woo's mind. Maybe he should check on the old man's condition too. A short while later, the loud roar of an engine echoed across the dry orange-brown soil of the vast desert wasteland. Soon their off-road vehicle came to a halt amidst the desolate, empty sand dunes. Inside the cabin, Hikari sighed as if she had been waiting for a whole century. All this dust. Feels like we've been driving forever. Are we close yet? Stefan, handling the wheel smoothly, tried to calm his impatient passenger. Almost there. The GPS signal out here is completely dead, so navigating is taking a bit longer. Kumo couldn't help but grumble in irritation. The sun is already high up. By the time we actually enter, it'll probably start getting dark. Fighting at night is going to be a real pain. Siwoo kept his eyes glued outside. Still, he was listening to the banter. Who could predict what lay ahead? Gates were dimensional gateways after all. They connected completely different realms. Weather, time, flora, and fauna inside had absolutely nothing in common with Earth. Depending on the realm, it could be a paradise where the sun never sets, or a pitch-black hell where not a single ray of light can penetrate. We won't know until we step inside. Hikari sneered arrogantly, trying to sound superior. Duh, who doesn't already know that? Even so, most low-tier gates share a similar ecosystem to Earth. A gate isn't exactly a giant monster's mouth. It's just an entrance. But Siwoo disagreed and cut in. Actually, gates also take something away from the humans who step inside. Calling it a simple entrance is way too naive, don't you think? She smirked, locking eyes with him as her voice dripped with sarcasm. Don't tell me you actually believe in that ridiculous gate syndrome. Only complete amateurs buy into that myth. Getting lost inside, losing all track of time. Losing your memories and your mind until you're just an empty shell. That's a rookie mistake only green recruits would ever make. Is there really any point in discussing amateur blunders with a squad full of battle-tested veterans? Siwoo's eyes narrowed, ready to argue back. Sensing the rising tension, Layla quickly stepped in to diffuse it. All right, both of you, just calm down. While they were busy bickering, the vehicle had already sped ahead and reached its final destination. We have arrived. Hikari immediately stepped out and began complaining. This entrance is pretty massive. No rank assessment, yet Kumo calmly responded. Word is the Middle East branch expects this to be an A-rank gate. Stefan carefully scanned the area, noting that the external preparations seemed complete. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo's sharp gaze busily searched for clues. He searched for clues left in the golden sand, but the surrounding mana traces had already faded long ago. Nothing looked unusual outside the gate, but it felt like far too many traces had been intentionally wiped clean. Seeing everyone split up, Layla quickly called out, telling them to wait before going solo. But Hikari immediately cut her off, asking what was left to see in a cleared area, telling her to waste time if she wanted. We are entering the gate right now. The arrogant attitude of these two proud siblings was starting to push Layla's buttons. Honestly, even Min Siwoo found their attitude extremely annoying. Despite their rushing, the group had to follow the siblings' lead. They walked toward the dark, ominous teleportation portal. Meanwhile, on a nearby high cliff, three raggedly dressed figures watched them. They observed every single move Min Siwoo's group made. Suddenly, the deep, raspy voice of their leader rang out. Under his dark brown cloak, he sneered that this was easier than expected since they had willingly entered the corpse cave. As evening approached, the clock ticked steadily and Layla's voice chimed in right on cue to report. Local time is 5:40 p.m. She quickly reported the details, stating that the estimated gate level is rank A. With 6 rank A hunters on site, we will begin our deep investigation at Gate K3 north of the desert. Sweat on Stefan's forehead revealed his slight panic. He nervously noted that their main job was investigating hunter crimes. It was indeed nerve-wracking, but Layla firmly corrected him, reminding him that clearing the dungeon was not their mission. A pale blue light from her magic circle enveloped her body and a clear system notification flashed on screen. Secret Garden, an A-rank plant growth skill. Instantly, the surrounding area was overrun by massive thick trees. Layla then finished her explanation, stating that their actual goal was finding clues about illegal enhancement drugs hidden inside this gate. Watching her unleash this energy, Min Siwoo silently praised her impressive abilities in his mind. A skill for both detection and defense, that range is seriously impressive. Once she finished casting her energy, Layla successfully gathered some vital intel. She reported that no monsters were detected within a 30-kilometer radius. She would keep monitoring for anomalies but warned everyone to be careful since her sensing range weakened at the edges. Layla ordered them to split up and investigate thoroughly, giving the Hikari siblings a strict warning to preserve the scene. Only fight if monsters attack and absolutely do not act alone. Hikari remained silent, treating it as her answer. Instead, she simply ordered her younger brother Kumo to sweep the area. Min Siwoo watched extremely annoyed. He muttered a quiet complaint about her putting on airs just to boss people around. Hearing this, Hikari immediately blew a fuse. She snapped back that she heard him claiming she was capable of much more. Layla, getting a headache, urged them to focus. They needed to fan out search and report any anomalies immediately. Hikari carelessly agreed, leaving Min Siwoo to wonder as they split up. What was the point of grouping up anyway? As the sky inside the gate turned an eerie orange, Pri finally spoke up. He teased Min Siwoo about being a complete loner. Min Si-woo immediately shut him down, telling him to keep his mouth closed. Suddenly, his eyes caught the ground. Furrowing his brows in deep confusion, a fresh dark scorch mark instantly sparked some heavy suspicion. It seems someone had interfered with this area beforehand. Pri seized the opportunity to complain about how disgusting the dirt felt. Min Si-woo completely ignored him to focus on analyzing the scene, noting that there was a trace of strange mana present. It did not feel like natural mana from the gate. Someone had deliberately left it. But he quickly corrected his own theory. Without hesitation, he realized this was actually demonic energy. He quickly pulled out his phone, and after a few rings, Ghost answered on the other end, asking if his master had called. Min Si-woo did not waste time and got straight to business. He asked about the situation outside. Ghost did not dare hide a thing, quickly reporting everything he observed. He was keeping watch on the entrance without revealing his presence, but a highly suspicious group was currently lingering near the gateway. Min Si-woo pressed for the numbers. Looking down at the targets, Ghost quietly reported that there were 5 enemies in total. Min Si-woo smiled in satisfaction, feeling like he held all the cards. If they decided to enter, Ghost was ordered to report immediately. Still, the old man felt uneasy, warning that these guys looked tough to handle. He offered to head inside to help, but Min Si-woo firmly refused, fearing they might call reinforcements and block the entrance. That would make things incredibly troublesome. Ghost was ordered to stay put and guard the portal, leaving him to silently obey. Having eavesdropped on the entire conversation, Priest suddenly cried out in shock, asking if that old man was here too. Wondering since when he arrived, Min Si-woo calmly replied that he was here since day one, being exceptionally skilled at stealthy movement. That is why he was told to follow from afar. Even without seeing his face, his miserable voice said it all. Someone really knows how to boss others around. Min Si-woo cleaned his ear, looking proud. He always said criminals must pay the price. But now, what exactly did they find? What did those criminals bury deep underground to leave behind such filthy, dark, demonic energy? Clicking his tongue, his cold eyes flashed with a sudden, sharp impatience. Min Si-woo's voice drifted into the fading twilight. If the sun fully set before they finished, things were about to get a whole lot more complicated. Over on this side, Kumo ran back in a total panic to where Min Hikari was waiting. He panted heavily the moment he saw her, calling out that he searched the entire area but could not find even a single trace. There was no sign of the awakening booster drug nor any monsters. Returning empty-handed after waiting all day made Min Hikari absolutely furious. There was no way an uncleared gate could be completely empty like this. Catching his breath, Kumo whispered, asking about the traces of battle among those drug users and the evidence of the drug itself. Wasn't that stuff found right outside the gate from the start? What if everyone involved with this drug had already been completely wiped out? During that fierce clash, Hikari quickly caught onto his theory, realizing he meant the victims might have never stepped inside. Even if that was true, if they used the awakening drug, there is no way this gate should be completely empty. Ever since that incident, the gate entrance had been heavily guarded. If victims had tried to clear it out, some trace would remain. And if they never entered, then at least the raw resources should still be untouched. The more she argued, the more convinced she became. Surely something valuable was hidden inside. Even if the evidence was completely gone, at least they had to recover something of value to report. The branch manager had massive expectations, especially since headquarters ordered this directly. Coming back empty-handed was not an option. Min Hikari knew that an A-rank gate had to yield at least some mana stones. The valuable treasures buried deep underground forced her to use her power even if she had to tear the earth apart. She vowed to dig up the entire earth to find answers, calling upon her summoned beast, the mighty god Kagutsuchi, to overturn the ground. Behind Min Hikari, a massive mythical serpent materialized and a giant pillar of light blasted straight down into their area with explosive force. Layla stared in utter shock at the sudden chaos. No one warned her about this. She quickly called out to her right-hand man, Stefan, who instantly recognized the urgency in her voice. He promised to check it immediately while Layla watched him run off, yet her heart remained deeply unsettled. She anxiously muttered that absolutely nothing in this mission was going smoothly. Maybe it was time to wrap things up and head back, completely unaware that Ivan's group was already ambushing them from behind. Meanwhile, Kumo watched in awe, completely shocked by the massive destructive power of the mighty Kagutsuchi. With just one strike, she had completely collapsed the entire area. Min Hikari remained totally unfazed by her younger brother's loud praises. She commanded whatever was hidden, whether mana stones or drugs, to reveal itself. But instead, a pile of lifeless corpses strewn across the ground made her shriek in sheer horror. This unexpected nightmare forced both siblings to immediately raise their defensive barriers. Were these really corpses? The ground was covered in them. These were clearly monsters that had twisted the cycle of life and death. They had devoured the darkness to feed their flames. The corrupt, distorted faces and beastly movements of these monsters proved they were nothing but mindless undead. Hikari shuddered, looking at the pure chaos unfolding right before her. Ghouls from underground. Kumo was also completely terrified by this strange event. Usually monsters of this, undead never move in such massive hordes. Hikari struggled to maintain her composure, shouting that they had to destroy every last one of them to find the cause. Immediately, she activated her S-rank skill, gathering massive magic power in an instant to summon her contracted guardian serpent. With a fierce shout, she ordered Kagutsuchi to finish them off once and for all. The giant serpent charged forward ruthlessly, scattering the blocking ghouls. Wherever its massive tail swept, the undead were sent flying in heaps. Seeing her immediate victory, Hikari smirked. They were just mere ghouls, but they actually managed to startle her for a moment. Suddenly, violent tremors cut her celebration short. The ground split open as another massive wave of ghouls crawled out, shocking Kumo. More of them, he screamed, wondering just how many layers of these monsters were piled up beneath the surface. Mid-complaint, he froze. A few sneaky ghouls were trying to ambush Hikari while her guard was down, prompting Kumo to shout a warning. "Watch out behind you." Luckily, Stefan arrived just in the nick of time to back up the duo. But the chaotic scene left him absolutely horrified. He yelled, demanding to know where all these monsters were coming from. Already exhausted and easily annoyed, Hikari snapped back that she didn't know, asking if he hadn't set up a detection barrier. She demanded to know why they didn't detect so many bodies buried underground. Being put on the spot, Stefan looked incredibly flustered. He defended himself, stating there was zero mana signature, so they must have been drawn by her loud blast. Why did she even destroy that area? Kumo spoke up to stop the two of them from arguing, saying now wasn't the time for blame, ignoring his stubborn sister's protests. But right at that moment, with a completely blank expression, he activated a B-tier skill. Summoning the Kamitachi Bone Weasel spirits, he tore through groups of ghouls. Yet they kept rising back up completely unfazed, which made Kumo instantly frown and worry. He muttered that unless they completely crushed their heads, these things would just keep rising. Hearing this, Hikari clicked her tongue. Annoyed, she summoned the fire snake Kagutsuchi, unleashing a relentless torrent of devastating attacks on the horde. But draining her mana so quickly left Hikari exhausted. She gasped that her skill needed living souls to sustain, not dry corpses. This couldn't go on much longer, so she urged Stefan to call their captain. Stefan wanted to help but was totally helpless. He asked if he looked free, adding that with all this chaos, their captain would surely show up soon anyway. Kumo was also tiring. Exhaustion set in as he struggled to maintain his attacks, silently complaining about having to smash every single head while they charged. For wide-range skill users like them, this was the absolute worst matchup. Things were looking critical, and they couldn't hold out much longer. But stick with me, this is where the savior finally steps in. A deep, calm voice muttered Chakyu, and a massive magic circle suddenly flashed across the sky, catching everyone completely off guard. Countless crimson arrows rained down as if guided by instinct, seeking out and piercing only the ghouls' heads. Hikari's eyes popped wide in utter shock. At such massive scale, he was sniping their heads with pinpoint accuracy. She peered through the chaotic battlefield, lock-eyed on the mysterious savior. Min Si-woo stood tall and proud amidst the fierce rain of arrows. She couldn't help but wonder who this man was as curiosity took root in her heart. Who was he really? Not far from Hikari, Stefan collapsed in exhaustion, muttering a sigh of relief. Finally, a breather. No wonder their captain's tracking skill detected zero life signs. It was a ghoul portal. Weighing their options, he suggested they fall back for now and prepare a proper counterattack when dawn broke. Kumo immediately agreed, urging his sister that they should follow his advice and withdraw from the portal right away. Only Hikari stubbornly refused, but Min Si-woo coldly cut her off before she could finish, telling her to stop being so stubborn. Rushing in would only destroy the area. To break her stubbornness, he asked if she wanted to save time but was fine with wasting mana. Hearing this, she shut her mouth in pure embarrassment. But just when they thought things were settling down, trouble struck. Kumo cried out in absolute terror, pointing out another wave heading straight for them. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his remaining mana, cursing another identical wave of monsters. Hikari anxiously leaned over to ask Stefan. Asking where his boss was and if he still couldn't reach him, Stefan replied with deep hesitation. He was still trying, but nobody was picking up. Given the chaos, their absence was highly concerning. Min Si-woo immediately caught the critical detail, asking if Stefan had left her all alone. Before anyone could react, he casually threw out a line telling them to handle the rest, then instantly turned and sprinted away. Stefan yelled out in confusion as Hunter Min Si-woo dashed down the road, quickly pulling out his phone to make a call. As soon as it connected, he ordered them to enter the portal immediately. The voice on the other end quickly complied, awaiting orders. Asking what to do first, Min Si-woo calmly instructed them based on the fact that the outer horde had fully entered. He told them to track their trail, already formulating his own plan as he spoke in a steady, calm tone. It seemed one of their people was captured elsewhere. Beside a flickering campfire, Layla was gagged, unable to make a sound. Her tightly bound hands made her painfully aware of the dangerous situation she was stuck in. She had been completely ambushed. Despite tight security at the portal entrance, how did these enemies even slip through? Robert, getting bored of waiting, complained to his boss, asking if he could just finish her off because she was annoying him. Bob stopped him, telling him to be patient. To take down everyone involved at once, they absolutely needed this bait. They couldn't fail like last time. If they succeeded, their organization, Amax, would completely control the country's entire black market. He was more hopeful than ever. In this awakened world where everything was strictly ranked by raw power, he had big plans. How much would low-rank hunters everywhere pay for this powder? Riding this wave would make their organization a massive powerhouse. So he told Robert to put his petty entertainment aside. Robert had heard these same lectures way too many times already. He grumbled, saying he already knew how terrifying that drug was, having witnessed its power firsthand last time. But how much longer did they have to hide like rats and follow that idiot's orders? Frowning at his attitude, Bob warned him to watch his mouth, reminding him that no matter what, Robert was still. As if to prove his words, a heavy dark energy swept in the moment Ivan cast his magic circle. He did not hesitate to carve deep, jagged cuts all over his own arm. Black blood began to ooze, dripping from the wounds onto the ground, while from the marked coordinates, savage ghouls aggressively burst forth. They shattered the rocks to emerge, kneeling obediently at his feet. They bowed like loyal servants before Ivan. Bob lowered his voice, seriously warning Robert that this guy was a dangerous necromancer. His spell, Dark Summoning, is a forbidden magic that completely defies common sense by directly manipulating the boundaries of life and death. This is easily one of the most taboo and dangerous summoning arts, making anyone who even hears about it instantly wary. Even Bob, who had survived the shadiest corners of the underworld, had never seen anyone dare to use this forbidden skill. Ivan truly was a monster, leaving others to wonder if he was even human anymore. Thinking of this, Bob silently clenched his fist, planning his next move. He needed Ivan's connections to rebuild the Onmat organization his father left behind. Nearby, Robert peeked over with curiosity, looking at what Bob held. Showing immense interest in the item, Robert chuckled, "Is that the infamous drug boss? What if I just take a tiny sip?" Bob immediately frowned, snapping at him to stop. "Stop it. Do you want to end up like those corpses lying dead outside the gates? With just this tiny vial, a hunter's power can instantly explode to S-class level. But once you take it, you'll never be able to break free. Eventually, your body won't handle the sheer pressure and will explode." Bob warned, his face darkening to emphasize the terrifying danger. It was like a fuel that created a brilliant blazing fire for a moment only to burn out completely. He had witnessed that literal hell firsthand in this very room, and just recalling the horrific memory made Bob struggle to stay calm. It was clearly synthesized from mana, yet basic search skills failed to detect its presence. Where on earth did they manufacture this drug? Unable to contain his doubts, Bob turned to Ivan. "Hey, we are in the same boat now, right? I believe I have the right to know our supplier," Bob pressed. Ivan smirked, a sly, knowing smile playing on his lips. Without showing a shred of respect, Ivan scoffed mockingly, pointing out that Bob couldn't even control his own men, exposing the drug to international investigators. "Yet you still dare to ask about the supply chain." Caught off guard by the harsh scolding, Bob awkwardly stammered that it was completely unavoidable. After all, a few slip-ups in the drug trade were normal. Ivan let out a slow, deeply sarcastic chuckle. You certainly have a thick skin. I love shameless souls, but I cannot reveal the supply chain. It would only cause trouble, especially if a foolish boss like you leaks it to subordinates who are even dumber." Infuriated by the insult, Robert lost his temper and shouted, "How dare you speak to our boss like that?" Robert roared. Fearing he would ruin everything, Bob quickly stepped in to hold him back. Suddenly, a voice echoed out from the shadows, asking why it was so noisy. Crow calmly strolled over, joining the three men. With a subtle smirk, she warned them that causing a scene would bring trouble, especially with investigators already lurking around outside. Should we not be keeping a low profile? Ivan, being directly called out, felt a brief pang of anxiety. However, he quickly masked it with a sly grin. Crow, what brings you here?" Crow refused to let him change the subject. "It seems you are busy with unnecessary things. I do not wish to interfere, but shouldn't you stop? Stop these dangerous games before you expose the entire anti-demon organization." Easy. Ivan, however, completely ignored her words. Irritated by her lecturing, Ivan complained, "Is that more advice from our outdated leader? If they become too troublesome, we will just wipe them out. Just tell them not to worry." Crow found his naive mindset amusing. "Ivan, you only play with corpses, don't you? That is why you do not understand humans. Their connections are incredibly persistent and troublesome." She stepped closer, staring directly at Layla. Her tone suddenly turned cold as ice. Crow emphasized each sharp word, warning that this girl would bring absolute ruin. Ivan tried to smooth things over by explaining his plan. "I intend to keep her alive for just a little longer, at least until we deal with everyone else involved." But Crow did not care, coldly cutting him off. "No, I am talking about you, Ivan, not her." Before vanishing into thin air, Crow left him with a final warning to think things through very carefully. "Are they truly standing on our side?" Annoyed, Ivan gritted his teeth. "All you ever do is hide in the shadows and watch. Robert silently watched the exchange, completely baffled. Boss, who on earth are those people anyway? Bob had no intention of discussing anything that might put him in danger. Quiet. It is best if we pretend we saw absolutely nothing. Leisurely standing up, he noted that neither the tied-up woman nor those annoying investigators outside would survive the night. They likely would not last until dawn. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the ground was torn to absolute shreds. Stefan. Looking around, Stefan sighed in deep frustration. He had rushed out without thinking, and now the entire path was littered with ghoul carcasses. If Hunter Min had not cleared the way beforehand, we would be in serious trouble. Calling for backup seems much wiser. Hikari is too stubborn to back down. She refuses to give up because losing is not an option. She talks tough, but her two legs are completely weak. One slip and she collapses, making Kumo yell in worry. Min Si-woo has been standing there the whole time. He suddenly speaks up, asking why they followed him this far. Startled, they gasp out his name. A nervous Hikari stutters, asking why he is here, while Stefan tries to stay calm. He still cannot hide his anxiety, demanding to know where the captain is. Min Si-woo calmly updates them on the situation. She has gone from that spot, leaving behind signs of a struggle. She was captured, but I detected a weak mana signature over there. Kumo grimaces in disbelief, wondering who could have taken her. Min Si-woo calmly replies that it was obviously the summoner behind this, the one who created these ghouls. Cold sweat drips down Stefan's face as he stammers in denial. How could the captain be captured so easily? Min Si-woo cuts off his whining, asking if he thinks these ghouls just magically appeared. If you are scared, stay here and hold the line against the runners. Terrified of being left behind, Stefan rushes to follow. Wait up, Hunter Min. He struggles to keep pace while asking if there is a ghoul summoner waiting inside. And those kidnappers? Min Si-woo answers with a blank expression, letting them know he already took care of 4 guards patrolling the area. Once inside, Hikari quickly notices something is off, questioning the incredibly strange smell in the air. As the 4 of them keep walking, Kumo marvels at how much deeper this cave goes than he expected. Stefan is burning with anxiety, shocked the captain was dragged this deep inside. Finally, they come face to face with the enemy. Robert blocks their path, mocking them for delivering themselves right to him and saving him the trouble of a search. Hikari wants to charge but is too weak, cursing the intruders as Kumo fiercely leaps forward to fight in her place. How dare you bastards exhaust my sister like this? Robert is just as hot-headed, instantly snapping back in anger. Do state workers have no manners? You should introduce yourself first. Bob scoffs, looking down on them with pure contempt. Just a bunch of injured brats. He waves his hand, channeling energy into a magic circle forming at his feet. Chanting his spell, Bob fires deadly beams of magic directly at them, adding a dark warning to his attack. I will show you the true meaning of regret for foolishly stepping foot into this place. Dodging an annoyance, Min Si-woo grumbles about the hassle and quickly summons a barrier, locking both sides in a fierce deadlock. Hikari is losing patience. The space is too cramped. Summoning Kagutsuchi here would cause a cave-in, putting everyone in serious danger. Standing still is not an option. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes in her mind. Without saying a word, Hikari dashes forward, hoping to use the chaos to find Hunter Layla, but she is quickly blocked by Ivan. He blocks her path, laughing that leaving tasks to underlings always results in missed details like her. Hikari demands that he step aside, but her current mana is far too weak and easily neutralized by him. Calling her hopeless, Ivan blows her back. Kumo rushes over in a panic while Min Si-woo keeps a close eye on them. Hearing her struggle and seeing her cornered, Kumo panics and screams out to his sister once again. Without hesitation, Min Si-woo activates his power, raising his hand to create a glowing ring of light that envelops Hikari. The light intensifies as raw energy surges, making Hikari gasp as she feels this incredible power surrounding her. She wonders what this light is while Ivan watches the entire scene unfold with an amused smirk on his face. A necromancer. How intriguing. It is my first time seeing someone use it, not that I can judge anyone, since I am a necromancer myself. Seeing his sister out of harm's way, Kumo charges full speed at the enemy, roaring in rage. Robert smirks, inviting him to try as the two clash violently, with Robert throwing out threats mid-fight. We are not done yet, kid. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, Min Si-woo notes how crowded it is while Pri chimes in. Pri warns him that their opponent is far stronger than average. It seems they share the exact same thought. Min Si-woo silently assesses the battlefield. Since the enemy prepared this gate beforehand, they are at a massive disadvantage. This won't be an easy fight. Ivan finds this quite amusing. You still refuse to back down. Let us see if you are worthy of becoming my materials. Suddenly, a massive blue vortex erupts, accompanied by a cold and incredibly calm voice. Winter wind. The ghouls crawling at Min Si-woo's feet turn their heads, staring directly at the rising gust. In an instant, the gust sweeps through and obliterates them. Realizing what just happened, Ivan cannot help but offer praise. So you already figured out how to wipe out my little pets so cleanly, have you? On a planet filled with human trash, how did you manage to survive and gain such incredible skills? He stretched out his claw-like fingers, gathering a dark, ominous energy. Are you really just a monster who preys on his own kind? At that exact moment, Pri shuddered. The ghouls that Min Siwoo had just wiped out were rising again, multiplying endlessly. This is absolutely sickening. Rising from their mangled, horrific remains, the grotesque ghouls reached out their hideous claws toward them. He instantly dodges, preparing a massive counterattack. There are just too many of them. No choice left, it is time to go all out Pri. A high-voltage surge of electricity crackles through the air, completely paralyzing the entire horde. Ivan stands there, completely shocked by the boy's raw power. Incredible. A mere human controlling mana to this extreme. Min Si-woo calmly wipes the blood from his lip and fires back. Actually, I am the one who is shocked here. I never expected that literal trash could speak so eloquently. Hearing those biting words, Ivan frowns in deep annoyance. Trash, how incredibly rude. If you were talking about that white powder, I have never touched it. That garbage is cheap, trash meant only for lowlifes. How pathetic. Those half-breeds without gates cannot even use mana. Hearing this, Min Si-woo cannot help but fall deep into thought. Ivan goes on, a self-deprecating, bitter smile plastered across his face. Isn't it hilarious? The human who hired me for this job survives by literally cannibalizing his own kind. Even a brainless ghoul wouldn't do something so vile. He reflects on how it all began. I only took this mission to give those trashy lowlifes a real chance at rebirth. It is really that simple. My noble justice. Humans are honestly at their most beautiful when they die. Especially the ones addicted to that white powder. Magnificent ingredients. Watching the crazed ghouls before him, Min Si-woo's mind races. Countless questions flood his mind. There is zero fluctuation in the enemy's demonic energy. He is not lying. So someone else created that illegal enhancer. Your so-called noble justice smells worse than a rotting doll, you freak. It is totally sickening. Have you no shame? But for a monster like Ivan, shame is the least of his concerns. I do not expect your kind to understand, but that is highly offensive. Kill and then create more. Kill again, then make more. Too bad for you as long as the moon hangs in the sky. My mana is practically infinite. While they are locked in conversation, the brutal battle nearby rages on with terrifying intensity. Robert is busy fighting, but he still finds time to mock them. Fighting ghouls, guarding corpses, and healing victims. Man, you look incredibly busy over there. Min Si-woo shifts his gaze toward the loudmouth. Calmly extending his hand, he unleashes a crushing pressure. Let us see how long that smug face of yours lasts. But half-demons do not use mana right, they rely on demonic energy. Hearing those words, Ivan's steps falter for a split second. His expression goes completely blank as he coldly mutters, "What did you just say?" But Min Si-woo ignores his chilling attitude. He simply repeats himself. You're a half-demon right, a cursed bloodline rejected by both sides, just a pathetic lost bat. And yet here you are lying through your teeth using that foul demonic energy. So tell me, who is the real mongrel here? As those sharp words land, Ivan's eyes tremble as he looks down at his hands. A wave of explosive fury instantly consumes him. He has been hit right where it hurts. You filthy lowlife human. Sensing the overwhelming rage, Pri quickly shouts a warning that the enemy's demonic energy is spiking insanely. Yet Min Si-woo remains perfectly calm, carefully assessing the battlefield. No worries. He is physically stronger, but his attacks are totally predictable. As long as he does not summon those pests, I can manage. But if this keeps up, I will have to unleash everything. Ready, Pri. Hearing his cue, the companion replies. His voice carries a hint of deep concern. Are you pushing yourself again? Min Si-woo shrugged, completely unfazed. Just upgrading my previous spell. Or are you scared? Unsurprisingly, Pri snaps back, yelling, who on earth is scared? Min Si-woo simply smiles, fully locked in. Now we are talking. This gets my blood pumping. He releases his power. Countless glowing chains materialize, binding the ghouls tightly and completely suppressing them. They instantly freeze up, stripped of any power to resist. Their reaching claws are pinned mid-air, totally frozen. Watching this mind-blowing scene, Stefan cannot believe his eyes. What? They stopped completely. Beside him, Robert grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. No way. Why are they frozen? Bob curses under his breath. Exhausted, the others watch in absolute shock, wondering if the ghouls are being controlled. Suddenly, the mindless ghouls turn around, charging directly toward them. Bob screams in sheer panic, trying to stop them, but it is useless. Get back. Do not come any closer to me. Robert stands there completely shell-shocked by this sudden twist. Helpless, he turns to the terrifying figure beside him. Hey Ivan, do something about this right now. But the ghouls only obey one master, now charging forward like wild beasts. Ivan watches in absolute stunning disbelief. Controlling this many undead at once. It is so absurd I cannot even laugh. That overwhelming surge of dark mana emanates from Min Si-woo as he unleashes impossible strength. Ivan could only gasp out, who on earth are you? Feeling Min Si-woo's overwhelming surge of power, he simply couldn't help but wonder what he was facing. Are you even human? But Min Si-woo didn't care about the immense energy he had just released at all. He just scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if that crazy shock had actually made his brain grow a little, calling out to Pri. Inside his head, the voice wouldn't stop complaining about wanting to throw up, so Min Si-woo quickly told them to go rest while he handled the rest. With that, he commanded Gao to charge at Ivan. Cursing under his breath while blocking the surrounding onslaught, Ivan snarled, "Go meet your maker." Damn it! A sudden blast of power erupted from Ivan, making it feel like the entire area was about to blow. He was absolutely furious and had decided to unleash all his power, but then Min Si-woo casually materialized behind his back without a care. With a highly provoking smirk, he asked, "Got anything else left to show?" Ivan was left completely speechless, absolutely stunned by his speed. A speed-boosting skill. When did he even activate it? Min Si-woo unleashed his true power but still kept teasing his opponent. "Thanks for breaking down that wall for me." Right then, a blinding flash of light forced Ivan to cover his eyes. Suddenly, something exploded within that brilliant light as Crow appeared from mid-air with a smug smirk shielding Ivan and offering a casual greeting. "Long time no see." Spotting that arrogant attitude, Min Si-woo instantly recognized Crow standing right there. "I thought you'd stay out of this until the end. Guess I'm not allowed to kill him, huh?" Crow defended herself while healing Ivan. "He might look useless, but he's actually a pretty important player. Once he outlives his usefulness, you can do whatever. You can fry or roast him for all I care. Can we let it slide this time? I really don't want to fight someone as strong as you." Min Si-woo quickly began to weigh his options in this matter. Unlike the others who had already perished, this guy was heavily tied to the drug trade, and his annoying personality alone would definitely cause major trouble down the line. He wanted to finish him off right then and there, but more urgent matters needed his attention first. Plus, Crow's power was a real concern. She was definitely on a completely different level than that corpse summoner from earlier. He mockingly asked her who was actually leading the anti-demon faction these days, since they were getting mixed up in such dirty business. Resting her chin on her hand, she acted thoughtful and replied, "Oh my, you sure know a lot about us. But you've got it wrong. The moderate faction has actually been in charge for a while now. This whole mess was entirely this kid acting on a rogue request. He went ahead without permission, using our name." Right then, the image of Kai flashed through his mind. "No one knows who's behind it. I don't even know who placed the order." Still, that lame excuse wasn't enough to convince Min Si-woo. "Cut the crap. You expect me to believe you're clean when you're helping him, yet claim you don't know who's behind this." Seeing his anger, Crow quickly waved her hands in denial. "Involved? No way. We only stepped in to keep this kid alive. We only found out what he was up to recently. I know you've got questions, but I seriously don't know much else." Min Si-woo let it go and glanced over to check on the others. After such an intense battle, everyone was completely exhausted. Finally, he decided not to press any further. If they weren't the masterminds, they weren't worth his time anyway. There won't be a second time. Hearing that, Crow happily clapped her hands in pure excitement. "Oh wow, you're really that trusting?" Min Si-woo simply explained that he could read her mana waves whenever she lied. The frequency shifts. Hearing this, she pouted in disappointment as Min Si-woo casually slipped his hands into his pockets. "One last question. When you say we, who exactly are you referring to?" Crow casually brushed off her sleeves and smiled, saying it was finally time to answer before vanishing with a parting word. "We are easy." Min Si-woo wasn't even surprised, immediately falling into deep thought about what this meant. If the anti-demon faction wasn't deeply involved, it made no sense to use them as pawns just for money. They were natural enemies of humanity, after all. Besides, he had sensed a bizarre power from Ivan that definitely wasn't mana. It was a mysterious energy he had never seen in this world. After a moment, he silently made his decision. "Easy, huh? Looks like he'd need to look into them." Just as his thoughts cleared, Layla walked up, scratching her head in embarrassment. "Thank you all for saving us. As the captain, I'm deeply embarrassed. Let's get out of this gate. First, we've been here too long." Stefan quickly chimed in to comfort her, urging her not to overexert herself. Min Si-woo just sighed at the massive mess around them. He knew they had to clean up first. Hikari, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately asked Min Si-woo about the corpse summoner. "He got away." Min Si-woo replied quietly. Feeling the weight of the ambush, Layla blamed herself for letting her guard down. "I'm so sorry, I completely let my guard down." Kumo quickly comforted her, pointing out that everyone was thankfully safe. That alone was a huge relief. As they prepared to exit the gate, he looked at the utterly exhausted group. Min Si-woo figured working alone was just easier, though technically he wasn't completely on his own. This guy was always right by his side. He smiled warmly like they were true soulmates. "Right, Pri." But then that smile slowly faded. He stared up at the vast empty sky. Pri's name echoed in his mind. 2 days later at SMCS headquarters, Edward repeated it in confusion. Ghost still couldn't wrap his head around it, raising a sharp question. I've never even heard of corpse summoning mages, and now you're telling me they aren't the real masterminds. Min Siwoo shrugged. Honestly, from the way they talked, it felt like this was only the beginning. Edward rested his chin in his hand, frustration boiling over. Damn it, I was too careless. I thought this was just a routine site inspection. I truly owe you one. Min Siwoo just stretched, rubbing his aching shoulder, and dismissively replied, no one could have predicted what would happen to that team. Honestly, I'm just incredibly relieved that no one was seriously hurt, Edward said, deeply grateful. Thanks to you, everyone is already back on duty, especially Hikari. Things would have been a total disaster otherwise. As expected of the former mad dog. Still as sharp as ever. Min Siwoo just waved him off and turned to leave. All right, if there's nothing urgent, I'm heading back to South Korea. Hit me up if you find any new leads. Edward sighed, trying to stop him. Wait already, I know we'll meet again soon, but at least say goodbye to the crew. But Min Siwoo didn't care. He just tossed back a cold, I'm busy, and walked out, casually strolling down the street. Suddenly, he paused. Standing right there was Hikari, looking incredibly shy. It turned out she was specifically waiting for him. She stepped forward, eager to show her gratitude. I wanted to thank you for healing me. Even though I was completely useless out there. Next time, I promise I'll actually be of use. Min Siwoo didn't really care though. He just shrugged and casually muttered, whatever. But almost instantly his mood plummeted. Ever since that fateful day, Pri still hadn't woken up. He had no trouble using the skills he copied from Pri. His mana flow was totally normal. His core recovery was perfectly stable too. Yet, as he looked up at the vast sky, only one concern consumed his thoughts. Pri, you lazy bastard. How much longer are you gonna sleep? Meanwhile, back at SMCS headquarters, Lucy was delivering her report. According to our intel, a syndicate calling themselves Anmax has been secretly trafficking illegal enhancement drugs within our sector. Lucy calmly broke down the details. However, Anmax doesn't manufacture these drugs themselves. And since their leader, the central figure, is dead, their entire distribution network has essentially collapsed. Still, with remnants scattered across the black market, continuing our cleanup operations is absolutely vital. Flipped through the files, Edward chimed in. And what about the gate? Lucy frowned, her expression clouding with unease. It sustained catastrophic damage during the skirmishes. Reports state the gate has completely destabilized, so we'll be initiating standard shutdown procedures soon. This is bad. If the former chairman's faction accuses us of tampering with the crime scene, she trailed off. Worry briefly flickered across her stern face. Edward let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, completely drained by the political headache. Not this again, Edward muttered. But Lucy quickly reminded him of the thin ice they were walking on. Vice President, you know how tight things are. The old chairman's faction has practically seized control of the entire headquarters. Especially Carol Joan. He's their most powerful guardian, a semi-special rank hunter, and he's actively gunning for your seat. There's no doubt. He'll use this incident as an excuse to force his way in. Realizing how high the stakes were, Lucy refused to drop her guard. We have to lock down any vulnerabilities they can exploit. Suddenly, an arrogant voice cut through the room. Oops, my bad. Forgot to knock. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Joan sauntered and smirk plastered on his face. Long time no see, Vice President Edward. Motioning for Lucy to leave, Joan immediately began to prod. So I hear. You've been extremely busy investigating those illegal enhancement drugs, though the results seem rather disappointing. Edward instantly caught the heavy sarcasm in his rival's voice. Grimacing, Edward shot back. What exactly are you implying? Joan just shrugged. Oh, cut the act. Word is already out. Rumors say you dragged some nameless hunter from a distant Asian country onto your squad only for him to return completely empty-handed. Edward's temper flared. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he barked back. You're wrong. That squad was ambushed right outside the gate, and they successfully subdued the assailant in time. Jones smirked, making absolutely no effort to hide his utter disdain. Still, all they managed to bust was some minor low-level gang. No supply lines, no production source. Of course, a respectable vice president like you wouldn't parachute a nobody into that squad without a reason. But this investigation has already dragged on for far too long. Hasn't it? Joan drawled, his voice a calculated mix of subtle threats and honeyed words. So here's my proposal. Make the investigation into these awakened enhancement drugs completely public. Hearing that Edward had never felt such sheer ridiculous disbelief, he angrily raised his voice, demanding to know what would happen if they went public. Even ordinary people who never knew about this drug will get curious, causing demand to skyrocket. Are you prepared for that? Sherry Vonk remained incredibly stubborn, refusing to back down. He argued they could easily solve it by destroying the supply source. Besides, the ringleaders probably already know about this secret investigation anyway, even if it has not been made official yet. He slyly left a smug, arrogant challenge behind before walking out. Perhaps they should hear what other special hunters think. I wonder whose opinion will actually carry more weight in the end. Edward could only glare at his rivals retreating back. Fuming with absolute rage, it took him a long time to regain his composure before finally calling the CEO. This means the case of illegal booster drugs for awakened ones might soon turn into a massive public investigation. If that happens, it'll trigger international chaos. Hearing this, Jiwoo could not help but feel a bit anxious himself. Time is running out. Edward sighed in absolute frustration, admitting he wanted to end this himself, but the roots ran too deep. They go way deeper than he thought. Meanwhile, in another room, Sherry Vonk was speaking with Ghost, asking if a necromancer really existed. The old man confidently waved his hand, swearing he saw it with his own eyes. Back on the call with Edward, they transitioned to a new topic. They were still tracking down those targets. Edward Blackwoodley, Pandemonium, and Izet, though clues were scarce. The CEO had already anticipated this, calmly nodding in response. No worries, she did not expect instant results anyway. Edward then lowered his voice, shifting to the mysterious gate they had been investigating. Once Jiwoo returned, they dispatched a massive team to check it out. And just as he had reported, the gate was completely useless, contradicting their initial high hopes. He calmly pointed out this massive discrepancy. When they first found it, bodies were piled up near the entrance, making them jump to hasty conclusions. But still, normally, a cleared gate is completely empty. But this time, something was incredibly off about this dungeon. Not a single monster remained except for a few weak ones. Even if someone sneaked into farm, it made no sense. That necromancer and the enemy group who attacked him must have cleared the gate beforehand. Edward explained his theory. After finishing his argument, he carefully probed for a response, but Jiwoo found the whole idea completely absurd. Gates are dimensional rifts operating outside normal spatial laws. They appear randomly, completely out of nowhere with zero warning. Predicting where an empty gate would pop up just to smuggle illegal booster drugs, that is practically impossible to pull off. Even with a legendary top-tier magic user, the whole concept is completely unimaginable. But connecting all the puzzle pieces together, a wild theory flashed in his mind. What if that gate was never actually real? What if it was just an incredibly sophisticated spatial illusion designed to look authentic? Mimicking a gateway just to smuggle illegal goods, Edward burst out laughing, calling the theory way too far-fetched. Ignoring the teasing, Jiwoo casually claimed he was just spitballing ideas for fun. But deep down inside, Edward actually trusted his instincts. Jiwoo's intuition was always incredibly sharp, so he promised to investigate that possibility. You still have full clearance, so please keep helping us crack this illegal booster drug case, okay? Jiwoo agreed without hesitation, but sighed dejectedly after hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Subin had been waiting eagerly this entire time. She immediately stepped up to challenge him to a light 3-on-1 match. Jisuk frowned, telling her to stop causing trouble. Can't you see he is totally exhausted? Shut up. But Jiwoo, always down for a fight, leisurely stood up anyway. It's fine, I wanted some exercise anyway. Woin, sensing trouble, tried to sneak away before things got messy. He tried to sit this one out, but unfortunately, Ghost was one step faster and blocked his escape path. Where are you running? If one leaves, we all get beat. Jiwoo warmed up casually, saying they were just stretching a bit. Besides that, guy wheezing on the floor is about to wake up. Night fell, but the busy streets remained packed with people looking for fun. Inside, a lively bar, thumping music mixed with excited cheers. Jiwoo quietly squeezed his way through the drunken crowd. Stopping in front of a private VIP room, he calmly asked the guard if he could pass. The expressionless guard simply stared back, muttering a secret code that sounded completely random. Darkness has no color. Knowing the codes by heart, Jiwoo quickly finished the phrase, only red blood is like ours. The door instantly swung open, inviting him inside. Behind that door, Jiwoo had been waiting since who knows when, politely offering a warm welcome. Long time no see, sir. Jiwoo politely greeted back, asking if everything was going well on his end. He brushed it off quickly, shifting the subject. Tell me, did Kaden come with you? He calmly pulled out a cigarette to smoke. With the drug investigation in South Korea getting tighter, we will need to restrict our movements for a while after this deal is finalized. We are also pausing all trading activities. He nods understandingly, agreeing that they will arrange for someone to safely escort him back home. Under Jiwoo's command, Junho appears in the blink of an eye. Chiwi casually takes a light from his hand. Excellent. Either way, I wasn't planning on heading back immediately. There is still plenty of cleanup left after this new shipment arrived. Everything has gone completely chaotic, and I have no idea what those damn cops are thinking. Suddenly, someone interrupts their conversation, signaling an arrival. Cloud slowly steps forward to join them. Chiwi looks back with a satisfied grin, praising his perfect timing as usual. Calling him a clown, he turns to ask Jiwoo for the merchandise. While waiting, Chiwi takes a moment to briefly explain the situation. Apologizing for dumping such a massive load on him, he explains they were cut off in Korea before distribution, but the great sage insisted. Kao just smiles without a single worry, claiming everything is fine as long as it sells. Meanwhile, Jiwoo keeps busy and gets all the goods fully prepared. Asking if he wants to inspect the goods, Chiwi steps forward to open the box. The mysterious items hidden inside leave him completely stunned. It truly is an incredible sight. Soon a brand new day begins, though the office remains quiet since it is still quite early. Lisa freezes just as she is about to sit down. Surprised to see him at work, she leans over to whisper to Kang Woo. She asks if he heard the rumors about Hunter Min going to headquarters on a business trip, but Kang Woo claims he is clueless. Still, he joins in on the gossip. This fuels Lisa's wild speculation, wondering if that explains the vice president's recent sudden visit. She questions his connections, suspecting either powerful backing or favoritism, but a skeptical Kang Woo quickly dismisses the idea as impossible. Their heated discussion is abruptly cut short when Yang-gu suddenly bursts into the room, calling out to them. Barging forward, he urgently asks if Siwoo has arrived yet, questioning if he saw the official document that was just delivered. Siwoo coldly and calmly replies, referring to the investigation into illegal booster drugs for the awakened. It seems the secret is finally out. His extremely nonchalant attitude leaves Yong-gu absolutely stunned. Realizing he already knew, Yong-gu lowers his voice, trying not to draw attention to their conversation. He whispers, asking if the previous headquarters trip was for this highly confidential and top-secret investigation. He mutters that they should have given a heads-up, especially since the branch manager had no idea. Now it is a massive emergency. Getting scolded annoys Siwoo, who fires back that he was simply following strict orders to keep quiet. Yong-gu can only cry internally at the situation. It looks terrible when a regular employee is tasked to cooperate with investigators, all while the branch manager remains clueless. Even if regular staff did not know, the team leaders easily figured it out. They knew about the headquarters visit. As he rambles on, Mina suddenly calls out to interrupt him. Hesitating, she explains that the branch manager is urgently summoning both him and Hunter Min. With no choice left, they must comply immediately. They quickly head up to the director's office, where the heavy atmosphere instantly becomes incredibly tense. Jeon-ho gets straight to the point, mentioning that headquarters has officially requested countrywide cooperation for a massive investigation. He explains the situation carefully, revealing that an illegal booster drug for the awakened is spreading rapidly. Designed to dangerously enhance abilities, this substance is flooding the black market. He asks Hunter Min if he confirmed the details on his trip. Siwoo confidently confirms that he did. Jeon-ho's face immediately darkens as he begins to ponder the situation deeply. Wondering what went wrong, his dramatic tone suddenly shifts as he throws his head back and screams in pure despair. He wails about why headquarters is solely pressuring the Korean branch for results, leaving Yong-gu completely dumbfounded by the outburst. Jeon-ho continues to tear his hair out in frustration, complaining that they are clearly being targeted while everyone demands constant results. He sighs, wondering where else they could find a place as clean of illegal drugs as South Korea. Collapsing onto his desk, he laments, expecting achievements from such a small nation, especially since his contact is not the vice president. Instead, it is someone from the former chairman's rival faction. If they fail this mission, his career path is completely ruined. Siwoo calmly suggests that he could just resign to solve the issue, but Jeon-ho immediately cuts off his crazy idea. He strictly forbids it, reminding Siwoo that even if he climbs to headquarters later, he must always remember his roots. He emphasizes the importance of the Korean SMC branch, declaring that they must absolutely stand out during this crisis. They need to deliver exceptional performance in the illegal booster drug investigation to secure the absolute best possible outcome. Pausing to collect his composure, he firmly commands Yong-gu that his entire squad is being reassigned starting immediately. The Gangbuk team is officially transformed into the Awakened Booster Drug Investigation Task Force, leaving no room for argument. Failure means total disgrace for the entire branch. With his classic mixture of threats and promises, Jeon-ho successfully passes the buck. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, Director Jeon-ho offered some gentle encouragement, noting that while other teams would also investigate the enhancement drugs as high-priority cases, their target zone, the major suspicious area would be handed over to the Gangbuk team as a promotion opportunity. Yet Hwang Dong-gu still couldn't muster any enthusiasm, worried other teams would protest intensely. Jeon-ho just laughed it off as if it were the funniest joke. Since when did your team ever care about that? Dismissing the excuses, the director immediately turned his attention back to talk to Hunter Min Siwoo. If the headquarters sends more requests for joint investigations in the future, I will gladly approve your business trips at any time. But until then, please focus on our domestic cases. Min Siwoo obediently nodded, agreeing to the request. Satisfied, Jeon-ho clapped his hands and declared that the first case for the Awakened Enhancement Drug Task Force would begin. Hwang Dong-gu panicked, crying out in utter shock, wondering if they were actually starting right this second. The director calmly shrugged, telling him not to be surprised since the data department had already prepared all the recent suspicious cases. This sudden bombshell of a declaration was enough to make the poor guy tear up all over again. Passing out the files, Jeon-ho explained that a lot of suspicious activity had recently been detected at a warehouse on Manhwa Island. Though it was historically known as a notorious drug den, a massive wave of new, unfamiliar faces had recently taken over. It had seemingly transformed into a massive distribution hub, drawing in crowds from other provinces as the director went into detail. Worse, a group of awakened criminals had started causing trouble there, leaving a trail of severe casualties. With chaos still breaking out daily, Huang Donggu broke into a cold sweat, terrified that a mission of this massive scale was far beyond their team's league. Jianho cheerfully reassured him, explaining that he had already requested backup from a prominent private guild. Since they already knew a bit about the case, securing corporate approval was easy. The team just needed to focus entirely on getting results. Frowning, Min Siwoo suspiciously muttered about the private guild, but the Gangbuk team quickly hit the road anyway. Before long, they arrived at the exact location detailed in the files. The warehouse was desolate and completely empty. Looking at the familiar faces before him, Min Siwoo scowled, knowing exactly what was up. It was just the two of them. The private guild was actually their old allies, and Ahua stepped forward with a bright smile. She playfully teased, asking if he expected someone else. Meanwhile, Sejun quickly caught up and walked right beside her. Sighing deeply, Sejun wondered why Min Siwoo always got dragged into such massive cases, prompting a heavily sarcastic reply. Min Siwoo asked if guild leaders had nothing better to do, which instantly riled Sejun up into snapping back. He snapped, asking if he looked free. Ahua, however, was perfectly calm and actually looked quite excited. To her, helping her master was always the top priority, prompting Sejun to stop arguing and focus on their surroundings. Asking if Min Siwoo had come alone without his team, Sejun listened as the hunter explained they were strictly on lookout duty. Bringing a crowd would only get in the way, so they stayed outside to intercept anyone trying to flee. Ahua didn't think this mission was dangerous enough to warrant such extreme caution. In reality, most of the people inside were probably just ordinary civilians who only came to buy standard awakening booster drugs. Perhaps those fights between awakened criminals were just rival dealers clashing, or maybe even hired thugs clashing with one another. Min Siwoo didn't think much of it, though catching some extra troublemakers wouldn't hurt. If he happened to bust a few extra junkies along the way, that was fine. Ahua then pointed toward the front gate. She suggested checking it out, but Sejun strongly disagreed with her reckless approach. Charging straight in would let too many suspects slip away, so sneaking in to assess the situation first was a much better plan. Finding her idea rejected, she pouted in dissatisfaction, wondering when they would finally make a move. While they were busy arguing over whether a total sweep was best, a strange voice suddenly echoed from nearby. The stranger mocked the hyped-up market, prompting Min Siwoo to quickly signal the group to remain silent. The voice continued, complaining that despite rumors of high-grade goods, the place held nothing but trash. Min Siwoo held his breath and watched. Two men walked in, and one named Josh scoffed in disdain at the mention of any premium merchandise. He complained that the world was upside down, with customized drugs being cooked up for chaotic awakened criminals. His partner Jack reasoned that dealing such goods made a fortune, leaving Josh completely fed up with that mindset. Josh called him completely immoral, noting his 15 years in the trade, but Jack ignored the lectures, warning him that such a lifestyle would get him killed. Josh then asked if he had heard about Jiang Zue arriving in Korea. He confirmed that was exactly why he had traveled all this way before a sudden voice interrupted them. The sudden intrusion startles both of them. Who Jiang Chiwi? Who's that? Jack spins around in terror. Who's there? Josh panics too wildly, waving his arms. Who the hell are you? If you're looking to score, use the front door. Min Siwoo smirks slyly, showing no interest in their drugs as he calmly leads his team forward with total ease. We're just borrowing your entrance, you cheap dealers, he declares as Min Siwoo and Kang Yo-hwa cheer, along with pure excitement. All right, the door is open, he mutters, pondering for a moment before asking for her input. So what's our next move? Should we act like junkies or just wipe them out like he suggested? Kang Yo-hwa instantly chimes in with pure excitement. I'm totally down for that, Seojin sighs in reluctant resignation, looking completely defeated. Everyone get over here and stand close together. He pulls a tiny pen from his breast pocket. In a flash, that small pen magically transforms into a majestic, powerful staff. It radiates a mesmerizing glow that fills the entire room. Gripping the glowing weapon, Seojun unleashes his high-tier skill, S-rank stealth. By warping light with extreme precision, he makes the entire squad completely invisible to the naked eye. This highly advanced spell requires flawless mana control. Min Siwoo curiously reaches through the barrier, analyzing the magic's unique flow, a transmutation type. So this is. Kang Yo-hwa heaps on the praise. Invisibility magic, you really deserve your title as Korea's great mage. It certainly fits you. I had no idea this spell actually existed. Seojin smiles, maintaining his staff while offering an explanation. My skill is elemental magic, which can be manipulated in infinite ways depending on your mastery and creativity. For instance, this stealth technique uses the light element, specifically bending and refracting light waves to completely conceal our physical forms. Min Siwoo smirks with a knowing look. If Pri were here, he would definitely go wild trying to copy this skill. Seojun raises his brow in confusion. That freeloader, where'd he even go? Min Si Woo brushes it off. No need to worry about him. More importantly, you have really grown, Min Si Jun, he says, patting Seo Jun on the shoulder before stepping out in front. Seo Jun pouts, playfully snapping, "Hey, stop treating me like a kid." Right away, Kang Yo-hwa eagerly jumps into the conversation too. "Master, what about me? I have been working super hard too." Hearing this, Min Si Woo quickly nudges them. "All right, let's move in. Let's wrap this up fast so we can go home." With that, they advanced toward the heavy iron door, leaving Jack and Josh tied up back to back. Inside, the damp, dark warehouse is packed with towering stacks of wooden crates, where a voice echoes, "Massive discount right here." Up ahead, sitting atop a wooden crate, Jack waves his hands, forcing a bitter smile. "No way, I can't sell at that price." Mark pleads desperately, "Come on, man." On the cold floor, men lie groaning in agony next to piles of discarded needles. Sneaking close to them, Kang Yo-hwa, while invisible, watches them closely. "They look like regular, unawakened people, right?" Seojin replies, "No, these are criminals, not innocent civilians." Seojin thinks for a moment and proposes a plan. "There must be an exclusive market around here for awakened hunters. Finding it won't be easy, but if we quietly eavesdrop on these guys, we might just uncover a solid lead." Kang Yo-hwa disagrees, gesturing around. "Besides, this warehouse is huge. If we just round up every single scumbag in here and hand them over to the cops, we'll get massive credit." Seojin objects. "But arresting minor dealers day after day is totally pointless. They will just post bail or get probation and they'll be right back on the streets. Even if we destroy one market, they'll just open another elsewhere. We must pull this organization out by its roots and target whoever controls the drug supply." Suddenly, Rick stumbles out up ahead, looking pale, emaciated, and completely wasted. Screaming wildly, he charges ahead. "It's here." To everyone's shock, he sprints maniacally right through the warehouse door. Mark watches in complete confusion. "What is wrong with him?" Jack grumbles back. "He's obviously high out of his mind and hallucinating. I told those idiots to take their hits outside, but he went down to the basement again." Mark asks, curiously, about this weird trend. "Why does everyone who heads down to that basement turn into a raving lunatic?" Jack sighs in complete frustration. "How should I know? Bad luck, probably." Kang Yo-hwa shivers, folding her arms in growing fear. "This place is filled with absolute lunatics. It's giving me chills." Min Si Woo immediately steps in. "You two stay here and monitor them." Sejin panics, instantly trying to stop him. "Wait, where are you going?" "If you're going, then I'm coming with." Kang Yo-hwa protests at the exact same time. "Wait, what?" But Min Si Woo cuts them both off. "Did you not hear me?" Min Si Woo looks them straight in the eyes, his voice turning cold. "Stay right here." Ignoring their confusion, he turns away. He heads straight for the basement steps, quietly descending into the darkness and leaving the noisy warehouse far behind him. Below, a creepy silence awaits. Walking down, he carefully observes the layout. A sewer escape route in case the cops show up. This place is a labyrinth. Min Si Woo glances down a pitch-black corridor. "I can sense a very strange energy radiating from over here." It wasn't mana, so how could he describe it? While he was busy analyzing, a creepy, long-haired head suddenly emerged from the ceiling. It felt just like the sensation of a summoning used by that investigator he met recently, but this wasn't like summoning a spiritual body. Min Si Woo calmly analyzed the situation as a bizarre, spectral beast quietly materialized right behind him. Instantly, Min Si Woo channeled his power, cloaking his fist in a brilliant golden light, and unleashed a massive punch. It wasn't completely unharmed, but his magical strike passed right through the target without causing any damage. Min Si Woo frowned in deep thought, realizing that mana couldn't affect it. Since he felt absolutely no malice or bloodlust, what should he even call this? No other word fit better than that. Just as the word ghost flashed in his mind, another tiny figure suddenly emerged from the dark behind him. "Don't hurt my friend." Min Si Woo whipped around, gasping in pure shock. Did she see right through his stealth? "A mere child. Who are you?" Cian calmly shot back, asking the exact same question. Min Si Woo immediately blurted out in confusion. "What?" But the girl simply pointed at him, declaring him an outsider. "And this is my home." Shocked, Min Si Woo crossed his arms. "The sewer is your home," Cian replied as if it were obvious. "Wherever I can rest, that is my home. That is my motto." Min Si Woo was left completely speechless by her logic. Seeing Cian covered in wounds, Min Si Woo pressed further. "Fine, let's call this home. But more importantly, where are your parents? Why do you have so many injuries?" The girl sighed sadly, revealing that she had no parents. "They abandoned her here. A long time ago, they traded her for white powder," Cian fearfully explained. "And those wounds came from her trying to find food through another exit." Yunho knelt down to comfort her, realizing she lived in this damp, filthy sewer with actual ghosts. But the moment he touched Cian, a miraculous light burst forth, healing her wounds and cleansing her body. Looking at herself, Cian gasped in joy. "This amazing power is so different from mine." Mine is so cold, but yours feels incredibly warm. Hearing this, Min Si-woo immediately put the pieces together. So she was the one summoning these ghosts with her own power. The little girl gently nodded in confirmation. Yes, my friends protect me. They tell me to hide from bad guys and guide me through this sewer maze. Min Si-woo smiled, deeply intrigued by her story. Is that so? What's your name, kiddo? She happily replied right away, Sien. Min Si-woo smiled cryptically and offered a deal. All right, Sien, I need your friends to do me a favor. Out of all the exits here, can they locate the bad guys who use special powers like us? The little girl eagerly nodded, agreeing right away. Deep in the dark tunnels, Red chuckled greedily. Is this the stuff? Min Jun held up the product to confirm. Yes, imported from Nara. 100% pure, with zero impurities. A single dose can easily take down B-rank hunters, like they're absolutely nothing. Red leaned in close, grinning. Are you absolutely sure about this entire shipment? Min Jun shrugged. Of course, rare goods like this are hard to find. What about the side effects? Min Jun gave a confident smirk. It's clean, barely addictive to be used only when needed. You must have checked thoroughly before contacting me. This is a new formula, so keep it quiet. We chose this filthy place for a reason. Red nodded in satisfaction. Got it. Suddenly, a strange sound cut them off, making Min Jun glance nervously at Red. Did you hear that sound? I'm sure I heard something. But Red thought Min Jun was just being overly paranoid. Who would come down here? It's probably just a rat. Raising an eyebrow, Min Jun placed his hand on the door. Still, there have been some bizarre rumors lately about this factory, saying that something terrifying is lurking inside the underground pipes. Suddenly, a ghostly red hand materialized. Terrified, Min Jun and Red shrieked at the top of their lungs. Ghosts, panic-stricken, they tried to flee, but Min Si-woo, carrying Sien on his back, blocked their escape coldly, stating, I'm no ghost. Min Si-woo unleashed a powerful strike, slamming both dealers into the wall. Standing proud, he declared himself human, then urged Sien to hide nearby. I'll call you when this is over. Thanks for finding them for me. He then slowly approached the two groaning men. Now, what's this legendary merchandise you two were hiding so carefully? Show me. Min Si-woo coldly kicked Min Jun, demanding with a mocking smirk. Not getting up? Did I hit you too hard? Min Si-woo bent down to retrieve the scattered drug vials on the ground. He murmured that this stuff had already infiltrated South Korea. Suddenly, Kang Min launched a surprise attack from behind, making Min Si-woo collapse instantly. Gritting his teeth, he cursed this annoying rat for crawling in here just as Liu descended from above. How on earth did they find this hideout? Do Hyung also arrived, wondering if some local junkies had caught wind of it. Kang Min thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, this abandoned factory only began operating today. There is definitely a mole contacting Team 4, no Team 10. Dispose of that rat's corpse. Lying motionless, Min Si-woo suddenly mutters venomous fangs. Instantly, his hand slams the ground, activating a magic circle right from his palm. A purple light erupts, blasting Kang Min and his lackeys away. Despite the sudden surprise attack, all three of them quickly regain their balance and land effortlessly. Scratching his head in surprise, Min Si-woo notes they are faster than expected, taking hits calmly. They are clearly highly experienced in this kind of combat. Glancing around coldly, Min Si-woo demands to know who exactly sent them. Startled, Kang Min frowns and analyzes the situation. That skill combined with instant scratch-free healing proves he is no ordinary hunter. Do Hyun grits his teeth in anger, shouting, playing dead, you coward. Min Si-woo simply waves his hand, mockingly retorting, sure, and hiding on the ceiling was super noble of you. Instantly, Ryu and Do Hyun charge in together to attack. What guild did a guy like you crawl out of? Min Si-woo raises an eyebrow with a confident grin. Suddenly, two invisible hands materialize, grabbing them both and halting their attacks. Pressuring them with a cold gaze, Min Si-woo says, I asked you first. No answer. Kang Min, who has been watching, sneers. Well, you are getting a bit too worked up. Calm down. You probably heard some rumors and rushed over here. Meanwhile, he instantly conjures a swirling blue and white vortex. Kang Min unleashes his attack on Min Si-woo, shouting, Lion's roar. Get in line if you want some. The blast forces Min Si-woo to release Ryu and Do Hyung, allowing them to escape. Resisting effortlessly, Min Si-woo mockingly retorts, what nonsense. I would not take it even for free. Kang Min grows anxious immediately, calling to check on their units. Team 4, Team 10. What is your status? Observing Kang Min's moves, Min Si-woo grins with genuine intrigue. A defensive skill. Not bad. Not bad. Let's test your strength while we are at it. Meanwhile, Ryu clutches his stomach, panting, what the hell? He will bleed out before using any skills. Do Hyung struggles to endure the agonizing pain, groaning, 3 broken ribs. Hearing this, Kang Min mutters in sheer frustration, damn it. We cannot last much longer like this. Show him the resolve of our demon-slaying core. Furious Ryu snatches up a potion vial. Damn it. Du Hyung and his ally down the potions. Gritting their teeth in humiliation, they growl, I cannot believe we have to use this. Garbage meant only for losers. The potion's raw power explodes instantly, boosting their strength. Ryu and Do Hyung rapidly buff up into muscular giants. Both laugh confidently, boasting, we will crush you into dust. Ryu charges madly, shouting, eat dirt, but Min Si-woo swiftly sidesteps the strike, sighing in disappointment. Their power definitely increased. Suddenly, Do Hyung blindsides him from behind, roaring, I am going to blow your skull to pieces. Leaping into the air, Min Si-woo dodges the blow internally, noting that their current energy output is on an entirely different level. He mockingly scoffs at Kang Min's group. So you cannot even survive without drugs now. Du Hyung and Ryu charge from below, unleashing a strike and roaring, shut up. That's when Kang Min finally gets serious, making his move. He casts his black coffin, instantly trapping Min Si-woo inside a cramped, restrictive barrier. Imprisoned, Min Si-woo sighs in frustration. Seriously, right, there is still one more. Kang Min flashes a triumphant grin, thinking he won. Got you. You are completely finished this time. Team 4, Team 10. Crush him. Just then, Yo-hwa appears, unleashing rising wind. A flaming arrow streaks past Kang Min's face as a crush. Stark warning. Lowering her bow, Yo-hwa glares forward in sheer annoyance. Honestly, why are we always the ones having to chase after you? Let us join in, master. Sejun slowly adjusts his cuffs, his cold aura exuding a clear sense of intense hostility. What a pain. Standing beside him, Yo-hwa gently stretches her side, continuing in a low, serious tone. Sure, those drug users are unusually strong, but they are still nothing compared to an S-rank hunter. Standing nearby, Min Si-woo watches closely, lingering surprise still visible in his eyes. Wait, how did you guys even know to come here so quickly? His movements pause for a split second before Sejun replies awkwardly, while Yo-hwa suddenly ran after me, insisting she had to follow me. Hearing this, she immediately snaps back in complete denial. What, I never said such a thing. Yo-hwa then points decisively toward the doorway. Her attitude softens slightly. Anyway, when I went downstairs, that little kid was the one who showed me the way. Just then, Seon timidly peeks out from behind the door, keeping herself close to the wooden frame. She speaks up warily, 3 against 1 is not fair. Fight fair and square. Hearing this, Min Si-woo steps forward, gently patting Seon's head with a reassuring smile. Is that so? Thanks. Meanwhile, Yo-hwa's curiosity is piqued. It is a bit late to ask, but who exactly is that child? Hearing her question, Sejun replies with a hint of helplessness. It is complicated. I will explain after we are done here. He then scans the room carefully. A thoughtful look crosses his face. Right, there is no way a normal child could survive in a place like this. Meanwhile, she looks down, her eyes completely locked onto the discarded potion vial. Illegal booster drugs have finally flooded into Korea. Sejun drops down to one knee to inspect it, closely, speaking in a low, contemplative tone. I've heard a few rumors, Kang Yo-hwa, but this is the first time I'm actually seeing a user who didn't immediately blow up. Hearing this, Min Si-jun frowned as his mind quickly raced, figuring the drug relied on a sudden burst of raw power, which then steadily built up until the body completely collapsed, resulting in death. Just as Min Si-jun finished guessing, Min Si-woo suddenly spoke up, his voice turning dead serious. Have you guys ever heard of the Demon Slayers before? Min Si-jun offered a highly skeptical take on that, noting they were likely just bodyguards hired from some black market, brought in from some underground exchange, right? But then Min Si-jun's voice dropped, filled with caution. Even so, they're insanely strong. All 3 of them are at least decent A-rank hunters, and they seem extremely experienced in cold-blooded murder. There is a high chance they were sent directly from the illegal drugs production site. For example, a shadow assassination syndicate like Bestia that got wind of this information. Min Si-jun calmly began connecting the clues. If this really involves Bestia, the group Min Jun mentioned that is tied to Pandemonium, then does that guy also suspect demons are behind this? Min Si-woo tilted his head in thought. Min Si-jun spoke each word slowly and firmly, agreeing that it was just a hunch for now. Pandemonium artificial portals. It's hard to explain all this with just human strength. Could someone from the underground, human society be colluding with the demons to orchestrate all of this? Meanwhile, Kang Yo-hwa was busy piling up the bodies, scattered about as he joined in. Come to think of it, Mad Dog's sudden disappearance for 15 years is also suspicious. No matter how much time has passed, he was once one of South Korea's 3 pillars. If this is true, things will quickly spiral out of control. This could spark a devastating war between demons and humanity once again. Min Si-jun slowly stepped forward, pointing out another crucial detail. What is worse, these bastards actually have numbers on them, meaning there are at least 10 of them. Min Si-woo leaned down to closely examine the defeated enemies, at his feet, coldly concluding that since the 2 junkies were still breathing, they could interrogate them in prison later. If you are going to strike, you must clean up completely. Just as things seemed settled, Seon suddenly grew incredibly tense. The little girl rushed forward, her panicked scream tearing through the air. "Brother, watch out, danger." Instinctively, Min Si-jun and Kang Yo-hwa turned their heads in high alert. In a flash, Min Si-jun managed to shield Seon and leap away right before a massive explosion erupted. From the burning debris, a cold, sharp voice rang out. "Humans who fail to finish things cleanly do not live long." Liu slowly stepped forward with his pack of henchmen. His arrogant presence filled the room. "I will show you what a clean end looks like." Instantly, all three heroes braced for battle. Min Si-woo quickly scanned and analyzed the enemy, wondering if they moved in even and odd numbers. At the exact same time, Jun waved his hand to cast a concealment barrier on Seon. Meanwhile, a heavy sense of dread washed over his mind. This mana level is completely different from anyone we have faced before. He has to be at least A+ rank. Min Si-jun calmly took a step forward, his voice ice cold as he asked if this newcomer was the drug dealer's boss. Faced with Min Si-jun's threat, Liu frowned slightly, a flash of caution crossing his eyes. "The leader of the Blue Flower Guild from the Empire, has he sniffed out something I do not know?" The middle guy. "But the other two are S-rank hunters, so we must eliminate them right here." He then snapped his fingers, coldly cutting off Min Si-jun's thoughts. "It does not matter." Right then, several drug vials smashed onto the ground, shattering completely. Amidst the chaotic noise, Liu charged forward with his men, his voice dripping with arrogance as he said they would die anyway. Min Si-jun immediately answered the provocation with a cold smile. "Leave them to us." At the same time, Kang Yo-hwa got into position, promising to support the two of them. Both sides then clashed with immense power, creating violent shockwaves. After directly blocking an incoming attack, Min Si-woo smirked disdainfully, commenting that while their martial arts looked familiar, their execution was incredibly clumsy. "Was your teacher some kind of amateur?" That biting comment made Liu's face instantly darken with rage. He roared in fury, channeling all his strength into a vicious attack, shouting "How dare you!" before his heavy blow sent Min Si-woo flying backward. Seeing this, Kang Yo-hwa's expression completely changed as he redirected his attack with a loud yell. "Master!" An arrow tore through the wind at maximum velocity, aiming straight for an opening in Liu's defense. Taking a painful hit, he grit his teeth and unleashed a counter skill, shouting "Damn it!" as Kang Yo-hwa barely dodged. Kang Yo-hwa was deeply shaken, wondering why her own skill's power had rebounded. Sensing an opening, one of Liu's loyal henchmen lunged from behind with a knife, telling her she had no time to look away. But as the blade swung down, crashing against Min Si-jun's rock-solid magical barrier, the weaklings around him are easily swiped away as he calmly speaks up. "Leave these weaklings to us," Min Si-jun says, turning toward the wreckage with a sharp commanding shout to stop dragging his feet. "Get up already, brother." And right on cue, Min Si-woo calmly sits up from the shattered concrete debris. "That guy uses some seriously weird techniques," he mutters, running a hand through his hair and sighing before cutting himself off. Min Si-woo's lips curl into a slight smirk as a sudden realization hits him, his body finally remembering the thrill of battle. That chaotic yet incredibly smooth feeling of fighting together is absolutely overwhelming, and his voice suddenly turns smug and arrogant. He issues a bold declaration, and let's watch as he promises to end this in exactly 10 minutes. Instantly, Min Si-woo vanishes from sight, tearing through the air with sheer explosive speed. He lunges forward with a devastating punch, blasting Liu backward with the sheer force of the heavy impact. Blood sprays through the air, and without giving his enemy a second to breathe, Min Si-woo corners him. "You have been baiting my attacks this entire time. Was that right-hand strike your skill?" he asks, sending Liu into a total rage. Liu charges with all his might, shouting at him to shut up as Min Si-woo calmly lowers his stance. He braces for an even stronger strike, absorbing and redirecting his opponent's incoming energy. He drives forward, driving his knee high before unleashing a lightning-fast, devastating counterkick. Taking the hit, Liu grates his teeth in pure rage, veins popping on his face as Min Si-woo chuckles. His voice is cold and razor-sharp as he whispers that Liu is finished, steadily pressing forward with power. Every heavy step cracks the ground under immense pressure, making Liu pale as he struggles to get his words out. "How can a nobody like you reach the Asura realm?" Liu gasps, but Min Si-woo does not even care. He throws back a casual reply before charging forward, declaring that he is the one who created the technique. A thunderous strike slams down, sending Liu flying, and just as he struggles to stand, a giant magic hand appears. It drops from above, and Min Si-woo smirks with a mocking grin, asking if it is really that hard to grasp. For someone relying on a single awakened skill to survive, it probably is hard, since mana can transform in infinite ways, depending on how you use the energy core. Once those forms are systematized and named, they become Asura. I never expected it to spread into a whole school as Liu struggles in this desperate situation. Liu desperately dodges every incoming attack while calculating that his team is about to be forced to retreat. He needs to create an opening to run, screaming out the name of his subordinate who was just thrown back. Number 1, get over here right now, he yells, but Min Si-woo instantly materializes right behind him. Hey, do not get distracted, Min Si-woo warns coldly as a barrage of attacks begins. The relentless strikes rain down, giving Liu no room to breathe as the terrifying pressure slams his body backward. He crashes hard against the back wall, and check this out. Min Si-woo calmly bends down to pick up a potion. Approaching leisurely, Min Si-woo casually notes that he only answered because Liu asked, even though Liu had no intention of listening. Now it is my turn to ask, since you are the only one left who can talk, as Liu gasps weakly. He wheezes hoarsely, cursing that this is insane and demanding to know what the hell Min Si-woo actually is. Min Si-woo slowly bends down to close the distance, speaking in a completely calm voice. So you really were not listening, were you? He asks before suddenly reaching out to grab Liu's face. Squeezing without a shred of mercy, Min Si-woo demands his turn to ask, completely ignoring his opponent's trembling. He does not care, mockingly asking why he is holding back now after being so bold. He asks why Liu did not hesitate to feed his underlings that new product they were so proud of knowing what it does. Is that why you did not dare take it yourself? Spill who made and distributed it if you want to live. Even with his energy depleted as the grip loosens slightly, Liu stubbornly gasps that it is obviously a fake. Whatever you do is useless. Now the strong survive, while the weak are devoured. Ever since the gates opened, this world only values awakened skills, and if it makes you stronger, you will swallow medicine or poison alike. Do you think destroying a few dealers ends it when this entire world is already rotten? A similar drug will just appear again, the weak devoured by the strong, so is not burning brightly for a moment a blessing. As those defiant words leave his mouth, Min Si-woo immediately reaches out and tightly grips his opponent's neck with absolute force. Sounds like quite a convincing argument, doesn't it? But following your logic, what happens next? Slowly, his face sank into the deep shadows. His expression turned terrifying. You're still weaker than me. He squeezed so hard that Liu coughed up a painful mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo refused to loosen his grip, a terrifying wave of mana surging around them. Now let me ask you one more time. You better start talking before you get completely devoured. Seriously, who is the mastermind behind that illegal enhancement drug? Instantly, a blood-curdling shriek tore through the silence of the night, echoing into the distance. Min Si-jun and Yua silently witnessed the entire scene. Lowering his voice in deep thought, the young man muttered, "Sister, I finally understand why you feel that way. After everything that went down, don't you think he has changed a lot since 15 years ago?" In response to his doubt, she only gave a faint smile as her eyes dimmed. Yes, he is stronger and far more ruthless. They say 15 years here equals 100 years over there. 100 years without knowing a single soul. Of course, he would change Min Si-jun. He observed seriously, then slowly offered his assessment. But now he looks like a man who returned after losing something precious. At times, it feels like he isn't even human anymore. Yua only smiled softly in return, a delicate, fragile smile. Yet it held unwavering faith. But Master's core never changes, no matter what he might have lost along the way. I believe he will find it again. Right then, Min Si-woo suddenly spun around, throwing a direct question at them. What exactly did I lose? Caught completely off guard, Min Si-jun quickly dodged the question. It's nothing. So, did you find out anything? Wiping away the remaining traces of blood from his face, he calmly replied, "To be honest, I didn't get much." This time, the drug was distributed simultaneously across multiple regions with China as the Asian hub, but he blew up from the inside before speaking further. It was likely a mana contract or some binding oath of secrecy. Hearing this, Min Si-jun fell silent in deep thought before offering a suggestion. Let's head back first. Maybe Jung-gu managed to squeeze some intel from the survivors. Turning to leave, he asked with a trace of concern. What about this kid? Carrying Si-yoon as they walked, Yua replied decisively. We'll take him with us and try to find his parents. Otherwise, I'll find someone to take care of him. Quietly watching his two partners walk away, heavy thought weighed on Min Si-woo's mind. If we don't contain this soon, the drug will spread beyond control. They must have taken a desperate gamble, speeding up their timeline because they realize the SMCS is closing in. If so, that abandoned factory is likely a mere decoy. Since China is their primary Asian distribution hub, they must have a separate dedicated network controlling the Korean market. Inside the exclusive Nara Club, the atmosphere was electric with heavy bass, thumping, and crowds of people wilding out on the dance floor. Frowning in total disbelief, Chi Wai questioned with a highly skeptical tone. Wait, what do you mean? An abandoned factory? Jun Ho immediately reported with a visibly tense expression. Yes, the SMCS surrounded and raided the place. Because of that, we lost contact with Master Liu and most of the Onuslayer squad stationed at that factory. Hearing this, Chi Wai growled in a demanding tone. And what about Liu? He replied without a single second of hesitation. He's extremely anxious since he hasn't heard anything from his twin brother, Master Liu. But he is holding his ground under orders from the DCEO. Hearing this, Chi Wai tapped his foot in frustration. Damn it, what a mess. Everything is falling apart, and I have a flight back home tomorrow. Just as his temper flared, a sudden phone ring cut through his anger. Startling him out of his rage, Chi Wai anxiously scrambled to answer the call. "Chief, what's going on, DCEO?" An ice-cold voice answered from the other end of the line. "I hear our operations in Korea are running into some trouble." Making no attempt to hide the truth, he reported immediately. "Yes, sir. Just as you directed. We initiated operations across multiple sectors. It seems those rats caught our scent. Yet, contrary to Chi Wai's anxiety, the boss remained completely unfazed. I know. We leaked that information to those fools at the SMCS ourselves." Hearing this, Chi Wai froze in absolute shock. He blurted out, "Wait, what did you say, sir?" His cold tone unchanged. The DCEO calmly revealed his ultimate trump card. "Our product has already been distributed nationwide. Even if we lose a few local spots, it's only a matter of time. Before we seize absolute control of the market, we merely threw them a bone to keep them distracted with those abandoned factories for a while longer. Distribution is Cloud's job now. Your only task is to keep pushing the product regardless of the risks." Yet Shiwi was still, but he couldn't hide his lingering concern. Lowering his voice, he urged DCEO, "If we push this hard, they will trace the trail to us in no time. We've already lost contact with Liu and the Oni squad at the factory." The boss offered an immediate cold reassurance. "Don't lose sleep over that. Every single one of them signed a mana contract directly bound to their life force. Even if the SMCS captures them, they won't say a word. Besides, the truly powerful hunters in Korea all died 15 years ago anyway. So just hold your ground." His voice dropped further, heavily emphasizing his orders for both Narek and Junho. Later, Junho pondered the string of bizarre events that had unfolded recently, realizing many shadow dealers. The distribution ring and local addicts at the abandoned factory were busted and their drug den was completely demolished. Normally, this would be a massive achievement, but did we really wipe out all the illegal awakening drug dealers? Inside the director's office, SMCS branch chief Jong-gu takes the lead, reporting the emergency to his superior, claiming they had no other choice. The users completely lost control after breaking their limits. Even so, they managed to seize a solid amount of drug samples, and tracking the main distribution source all the way back to China was also a major win. Jane Ho brushed it off, his voice dropping low. "You had such high-level intel, and this is all you could accomplish." Jong-gu disagreed immediately, voicing his opinion. "No, director. What else could we do? Should we have gone in directly and clashed with the Empire, or held the Cheonghua Guild leader responsible?" He hesitated, unsure of what to say next. Junho turned to look at the others. "What about the other teams? Any discoveries?" Yunho's squad spoke up next. Their investigation was completely frozen with zero progress. They were still searching, but currently had almost no clues to go on. "It feels like everyone is going into hiding." Beside him, Dong-su added that the southern squad had only tracked down one suspected drug user, but he resisted way too violently and managed to escape. Hearing this, the boss let out a heavy sigh. He let out a long breath and slammed the table in absolute frustration. "Do you guys even deserve your salaries? What are you doing out there?" Chang Won voiced the doubts of everyone in the room. "But director, hear me out. Has this illegal drug actually spread? We are already completely overwhelmed dealing with awakened criminals on a daily basis." That skeptical attitude pushed Jeonho's anger to the absolute limit. "What, you think headquarters is just bluffing us? Do you not realize the Japan branch is in total chaos over this?" He refused to back down, desperately trying to prove his point. That may be true, but before Chang Won could finish, Jeonho turned to the other teams. "I have warned you repeatedly. The Korean branch is under heavy scrutiny. Even if we secure a basic drug sample, we can't analyze it ourselves. We have to send everything to headquarters. Are we really going to accuse the other branch? In China, based on pure speculation, with zero evidence, how am I supposed to face the international branch directors meeting with such pathetic results?" Standing in the corner, Dong-su sighed and whispered, "This guy is so obsessed with headquarters. He's totally blinded by ambition." Yoon-ho quickly agreed. "Exactly. He jumped in just because of a famous rookie, and now look at the mess we are in." Scanning the room and noticing a missing face, Joon-ho grew even more furious. "Where's Hunter Min? Where is he right now?" Chang Won carefully reported, not wanting to add fuel to the fire. He said he had too much to handle and took the day off. Meanwhile, at a beautiful and quiet mansion, Awa cheerfully asked Siwo for his opinion. "Do you like it, master?" Thrilled inside, he put on a humble face. "Of course I like it. But can I really accept this?" She smiled warmly, her voice full of deep gratitude. "Of course you can. After all you have done to look after us." Min Si-jun, standing nearby, chimed in. "It is about time you had your own place anyway. Plus, you have a whole crew living with you now." Min Si-jun looked at the others moving boxes and added, "Those two used to live in the office. Even Hunter. Chu Hamin visited constantly. And besides, you did say you were going to adopt that little kid, right, Siwoo?" Looking down at Seon, who was tightly clutching his hand. I did some searching, but since she is a natural awakened, I figured she would struggle to adapt anywhere else. Yoa stepped up gently, patting her head. In this day and age, being born awakened without the tutorial tower is a rare talent. Seon, make sure to behave for master. I will visit you every day. The girl stared at her in awe. That red-haired sister is so cool. Min Si-jun adjusted his glasses to hide his slight embarrassment. I'll visit daily too, even if I'm living with you now. Considering how much money I invested in this place, this is basically my second home anyway. Awa excitedly turned to the little girl. Seon, want to go see the inside with me? Seeing their boundless enthusiasm, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh man, did these kids plan this whole thing from the very beginning. Saiwoo watched them walk ahead, feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia. Oh, so this is going to be our brand new secret base. Back then, Awa stared at the massive space in awe. It's way bigger than I thought. Do we all get our own rooms? Min Jun had asked with a highly skeptical look. You didn't just illegally occupy this mansion during the war, did you? Min Si-jun agreed back then. Honestly, that is highly likely. Where would he even get the cash to buy a place like this? Dong Su stood in the corner asking with a confused expression. If our goal is to hunt demons, why must we all live together? A hand reached out to pat his head. I need you within reach to protect you. Saiwoo flashed a confident smile, promising that no matter what happened, I will always protect my people. That's my absolute belief. Suddenly, Awa's cheerful voice echoed from just outside. All right, let's dive back in as Sian tells Siwoo to stop being grumpy and come inside where there's a warm bed. Ji-chan annoyed brushes Siwoo's hand away, snapping that they aren't little kids anymore. Siwoo drowns in those warm, happy memories. He survived a brutal 100 years in another world solely by clinging to dreams of those fleeting illusion-like moments. But in the end, he couldn't protect them all. Snapping out of it, Saiwoo returns to reality. Looking at the three standing before him, he vows that this time will be different. Just then, Sion turns around and calls out to him. Hey, you're walking way too slow. Saiwoo smiles, wondering how shocked little Pri will be when she wakes up. He quickly catches up with the group. Before they know it, sunset paints the sky as another long day draws to a close. Stars begin to twinkle in the night sky as Sion curls up under her blanket, hugging her teddy bear fast asleep. But a voice cuts through the quiet night. On his phone, Siwoo continues discussing the secret laboratory with Oh Young-gu. Even the private lab said the connection was unstable. Young-gu reviews his files and quickly replies that the illegal drug shows a strange type of mana they have never seen before. Real demons use a different energy, but simply finding demon mana doesn't automatically mean they are connected. That's pure speculation. Besides, even if they use demon mana, finding it on Earth isn't even rare anymore. You can easily get it from black meteorites. The lab experts seem to agree with that theory. Not to mention the topic of demons is incredibly sensitive right now. No nation wants to be the first to stir up trouble based on unverified rumors. Having heard enough, Siwoo cuts in saying he understands and will see him tomorrow. Hanging up, he grips his phone tightly, his face twisting in pure anger. Those damn demons. They actually managed to build public trust over the last 15 years. Saiwoo quickly sits down to search the files for the strange drug. The anti-demon faction is definitely linked to demon mana, but there's still no solid proof. It feels like they are just hitting dead ends. Without a direct connection to Pandemonium, this entire investigation is going to stall completely. Then Siwoo finds a locked journal. He wonders if Min Jun had actually done some research on this demon mana before. He quickly walks to his desk, pulls out his chair, and sits down at the computer. Searching for Min Jun's demon mana research, a document suddenly pops up on his screen. Relief washes over him. He finally found it. But his excitement is cut short. The moment he clicks the link, an access denied screen blocks him. Get this, just as he gets close, he is shut out. Frustrated, he curses under his breath, staring at the monitor. Siwoo notices the word "easy" displayed in the web address. He analyzes the letters, wondering if this is a mere coincidence. Unnoticed, Sion walks in, clutching her teddy bear sleepily, asking him what he is up to at this hour. Startled, Siwoo spins around. Sion is standing there groggily, mumbling that she did knock before coming in. He shuts his PC down and tells her to get some sleep if she ever wants to grow taller, but she just hesitates. She whispers that the ghosts already told her everything, reminding him that he was the one who said it first. Kneeling down, helpless Saiwoo explains it was just a quick phone call. Did those spirits really tell her that? He sighs, complaining about the invasion of privacy. But Sion doesn't care about adult rules. It was the same back in the sewers. She used to overhear those scary thugs talking long before Siwoo arrived. Intrigued, Siwoo asks what exactly she heard. Sion goes quiet, struggling to find the words. Meanwhile, in a distant building, an urgent alarm suddenly blares out. A shipment from Narek has landed quickly, spreading across the country. Meanwhile, Minji is running for his life down an alley. He suddenly trips over a loose stone, crashing hard against a cold brick wall. Panic rises in Minji's chest as his pursuers corner him. An aggressive hunter sneers, mocking that he has finally caught the slippery bastard. Byung-chan grins mockingly, trash-talking the pathetic rank C hunter for daring to creep near their guild's own gate. Minji trembles, desperately fumbling through his pockets while stammering that he simply had no other choice. He needs money for this. His sudden movement makes both Byung-chan and Dushik flinch and take a step back. They wonder what the pathetic weakling could possibly pull out. Gritting his teeth, Minji bites down on a small vial. He screams that with this, they are finished. In an instant, a massive explosion engulfs the entire alley. Fire consumes everything. Meanwhile, at the SMCS headquarters, an emergency meeting of branch directors kicks off with heavy tension. The dangerous illegal drugs used to boost awakened hunters are spreading. Ryan outlines the critical situation to the board. Containment is their top priority, but the current situation is grim. Another director speaks up to emphasize that point. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before the crisis spreads like wildfire. Sung Woo listens quietly before offering his take. While global branches are doing everything they can, the local outlook remains bleak. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride. Have any of you actually made any progress in the investigation yet? Speaking of which, that incident at the abandoned factory under the Korean branch. It's their first major case since the disaster back in the Middle East. Word has it they came up empty-handed. Seonbai nodded as he spoke, completely ignoring Gun-ho's visibly uneasy expression. Across the table, another chimed in, saying they heard a certain hunter was involved, working as the deputy director's close assistant. Hearing this, Wai Cheol scoffed immediately, launching into a long, arrogant lecture. Surprisingly, the official investigation proved that China is actually the biggest distribution hub for illegal drugs in all of Asia. How could a mere low-level employee dare make such a bold claim? Even if strength rules this world, promoting someone like that to assistant without following proper procedures is completely unacceptable. Does the deputy director actually intend to carry on the late director's legacy? Ryan, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly cut in. The late director's legacy. Hearing that from the mouths of greedy opportunists who only care about profiting off of dungeons is absolutely laughable. Duan, presiding over the meeting, finally spoke up, urging them not to be too harsh, as the deputy director surely had his reasons. Wait, why don't we just hand the entire illicit substance investigation over to that awakened user in the Korean branch? Give it to that hunter. Who knows, maybe he'll actually make something happen. Then Duan turned to the only silent person in the room, asking for branch manager Baek Gun-ho's opinion. Caught off guard, the poor guy started stuttering nervously. 2 days later, at the Korean branch headquarters of SMCS, Dong-gu stood frozen in shock, questioning his new role. With how messy things are right now, making an official announcement is basically like putting a giant target on my back. The CEO completely agreed, voicing his thoughts. It seemed this mess was more about dirty internal politics at headquarters than expecting any real results. Either way, it was a start. Hwang Dong-gu glanced down at the paper, scanning the text before speaking up to ask for a favor. What is this? Narek Min Si-woo started to explain, pointing out that it was clear testimony from a child at the factory. I don't know what Narak means, but it's definitely a crucial keyword. Hearing those words, Hwang Dong-gu was visibly shaken. He couldn't hide his confusion. Isn't that factory case still open? And even if the kid said Narak, what could that even mean? It could be a restaurant, a bar, or even a company name. Min Si-woo let out a heavy sigh at his dense partner. Where else would illegal drug dealers hang out? Surely an entire federal investigation agency can track down a simple lead. Unfortunately, Hwang Dong-gu didn't think it was that easy, only muttering in frustration. We might be an investigative agency, but we're tracking a whole country. And with highly illegal underground operations, they probably never registered as a real business. Narak might just be an internal codename, a fact that quickly drained all his confidence. In that case, let's send an official request for help to the 7 biggest guilds in South Korea. Starting with the 7 stars. Processing this insane demand, Hwang Dong-gu jumped out of his seat in absolute shock. First off, this is supposed to be a secret investigation. Yet despite his panic, Min Si-woo replied with total indifference. We just won't share the details. We need to nip this in the bud. His casual attitude only made Hwang Dong-gu want to cry. Do you think those massive guilds busy clearing dungeons will actually cooperate? The branch manager won't sit idle either, but he didn't care at all, simply shaking his head. Besides, I'm the lead investigator now. What can the branch manager even do about it? Aiwa and Si-jun will always back me up instantly. Overcome with helplessness, Hwang Dong-gu could only groan in sheer frustration, because they only care about you. Suddenly, Min Si-woo slammed his hand down onto the messy paperwork on the desk. His voice turned cold. Shut up. If you keep trying to please everyone, you'll end up losing control of every hunter in the nation, getting addicted to this garbage. Stop complaining and make the call. I will handle the consequences. Meanwhile, at the presidential palace, Choi Dae-soo held a very private meeting with Jillian inside his study. It had been a while. Jillian simply nodded in greeting without saying a word, and he immediately cut to the chase. What's the issue? Is it about the Infinite Legion? Jillian quietly began scribbling on a piece of paper. She slid the note over for him to read. SMCS had just sent a joint investigation request to all guilds. Under the 7 guilds, Choi Dae-soo frowned, completely baffled. A joint investigation request. Jillian stepped forward, handing him a stack of reports to read. All specific details of this case were kept strictly classified. They only requested on-site access to collect data on awakened criminals, rogue hunters, losing control, and sudden spikes in power. They even emphasized that headquarters had already approved this. Choi Dae-soo carefully studied the document, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A paper tiger agency actually has the nerve to demand this, sending such a one-sided cooperation request to the country's top guilds. 7 stars. Is this the Mad Dog's doing? It seems he's finally moving completely, throwing his public image out the window. He hands full authority to Jillian. After all, the Infinite Legion is hers now. She hears this and immediately starts writing on a sheet of paper. Who knows how much time passes, but Huang Dong-gu stands in front of the food counter with a bewildered face. A rejection document already. Giselle looks at the papers in her hand, confirming the news. Yes, every single one of the remaining guilds, except for the Infinite Legion and Frozen Soul, have agreed to the request and are already submitting their data. The news makes him depressingly hold his head. Still, it's surprising there are so few rejections. He honestly thought everyone would decline, except the Empire and the Cheonghua Guild. Suddenly, Siwoo cuts into their conversation, asking about what they discussed earlier. This prompts Huang Dong-gu to quickly pass the hot potato over. You came at just the right time, kid. Here is the list of cooperative guilds. He skims through the document and asks if it is common for members to leave their guilds for the SMCS. Giselle ponders for a moment, replying it is not rare. Public agency pay and benefits cannot match a guild, but some still join out of a pure sense of duty. They want to dedicate themselves to a formal investigative agency. But why ask? Siwoo looks through the list and reads 3 guild names aloud. Diamond White Lion and War King. Watch anyone from these 3 guilds closely. This sudden command catches Huang Dong-gu completely off guard. He can't even process it. What this forces the other to explain briefly. There might be an insider leaking information from the SMCS. Still, he remains deeply confused. But what does that have to do with those cooperating guilds? Siwoo doesn't hesitate to speak his mind. This investigation is tied to the massive profits of drug trafficking. It's so massive that a guild-level organization must be involved. Yet this request for a joint investigation is unreasonable and completely one-sided. Without a special reason or direct benefit, why would they agree? Isn't it because they stand to gain something, just as Dong-gu is stammering a response to that? Seoa suddenly bursts in, interrupting their conversation. Chief, even though she's completely out of breath, she has urgent news. She still manages to deliver the critical information she just got. I found it. We've located Narek's suspected hideout. At that moment, late at night, Chi-Wai's voice rings out as he stares at the ID card. You found it. Yang Hun nods in agreement, going over the details. Yes, they found a lead in gangbook with no suspicious movements. Here is the list of inspectors at the abandoned factory. He picks up the file and scratches his head. What is this? I thought the Korean SMCS was completely useless. I thought we could finally get down to business. Chi-Wai presses further, asking if they plan to ambush. When is it? Hearing this, he responds attentively. No specific date yet. I only heard they're forming a special task force right now. He abruptly cuts Yang Hun off. Then go investigate. He tenses up as the boss continues to order. At least find out who's on that team. Give me a reason to pay you. A social service agent. Like you wouldn't see this kind of cash in a lifetime. Yang Hun hesitates before honestly reporting the situation. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but there are rumors that one of the lead inspectors at the abandoned factory will join this team. I also heard an employee connected to the vice president was appointed. Hearing this, he tenses, thinking silently before waving his hand. Fine, leave. If anything new comes up, report directly to me. I'll reward you handsomely. Once Yang Hun leaves, Chi-Woo is called in. You called, sir. Chi-Wei holds up the folder. Here's the inspector list you requested. Just don't do anything stupid. It's not time yet, Chi-Woo. He takes the documents, his face boiling with murderous intent. Not time yet. The man then adds, I understand the pain of losing your brother, but things are too unstable now. A better time is coming. For now, endure it. He repeats skeptically, a better time. Chi-Wei lowers his voice. Yes, the SMCS has discovered the abyss. I don't know who leaked it, but it seems someone in Feta leaked it. Chi-Woo presses urgently, did DG say anything about this? He replies immediately, I haven't told him, but DG will act now. Go report to him. Chi-Woo tenses and mutters understood. After finishing their discussion, Chi-Woo leaves the room. Chi-Woo picks up his phone, speaking solemnly to the other end. Cao, we have a problem. Meanwhile, over in China, a weary voice echoes through the dark night. Sounds pretty bad. Klaus sits back comfortably in his car, tensing up. What is it? I'm busy with a deal. She. Y's voice on the phone sounds heavy. The abyss has been leaked. Hearing this, he freezes as the explanation continues. After that abandoned factory incident, South Korea's SMCS is up to something. Our mole was useless, so we'll have to rely on you. Hearing that, Cloud smirked and threw in a sarcastic jab. You sent me on a trip, and now I'm cleaning up trash. Doesn't sound fair at all, Commander. The commander tried to negotiate. I can pull back once the deal is done, but if anything happens to Abyss, you'll be the one in deep trouble. But Cloud refused to back down. This made the commander grit his teeth in anger, muttering that they could always build a new base. But there's no better place than Abyss for trafficking drugs. I thought you knew that. Chatting casually, Cloud finally stepped out of the car. Cut the price of the drugs you sell to Abyss by half. Maybe then I'll change my mind. The commander went quiet before replying that he had to ask first. The CEO first. Cloud looked down at his phone screen, tapping it skillfully. Perfect timing, let me ask him directly. The commander's voice gasped in surprise. What? But Cloud replied confidently, stating he would go ask the CEO himself. Inside the luxurious villa, the air was quiet and solemn, but Cloud's voice broke the silence as he strolled in like he owned the place. You look even better in person than in your photos. Great to meet you. However, the CEO stayed silent, barely glancing at the newcomer. Despite receiving no warm welcome, Cloud continued. Abyss has been exposed. It seems South Korea's SMCS is actually much sharper than I thought. Everything is slipping off track. The fake news plan was brilliant, but before he could even finish his sentence, CEO cut off his dramatic speech. Stop acting, he said coldly, turning around to lay things out clearly. Did you think we were blind? Don't underestimate the CEO. He already knew exactly who this guy really was. He coldly exposed everything. Ko, the Korean drug trafficker, aren't you the one who asked us for those banned performance-enhancing drugs? I don't care what goal you guys are chasing or who is pulling the strings behind you. If you want to enter the underworld, you must go through the CEO first. We get paid. You do your job and that is it. Cloud just smirked playfully, calling him the true Monkey King of Asia. You're right. Our goal is simply to distribute the drugs, but China's SMCS remains a massive threat. No matter how big you are in the underworld, if you get caught, your scattered crew will cause trouble. His tone was clearly baiting. The CEO was visibly displeased. South Korea's SMCS even reached out to Heptagram, one of the 7 major associations. This cannot be taken lightly. Finally, he cut him off and got straight to the point. What are you trying to say? Cloud clapped his hands together confidently, making his request. Let's host a meeting. Gather all the notorious underworld organizations and hold a summit in Abyss. The thought of all those dark forces gathering in one place excited him. We can all discuss things together. Then Cloud's voice echoed enticingly. Who dare refuse an invitation from the CEO? Plus, it's the perfect chance to promote and distribute our drugs. But the CEO didn't budge. Cloud ignored his silence and kept presenting. Sure, some rats might sneak in, but with enough people, we can just bury them. They're corpses. The CEO turned toward the large glass window, raising a cold but practical question. Are you planning to make a mess before losing your foothold? Cleaning up won't be easy, Cloud assured him without flinching. I strongly believe in give and take. With that, Cloud turned to leave. I trust you know what I want. Let's cooperate, CEO. The CEO stared at him silently for a long moment before turning back to the window, watching the city streets. Suddenly, a name slipped from his lips, bringing back a distant memory. UN, I told you to call me Big Brother. Unbin, lying in the hospital bed, smiled softly. Look at the situation and you're still nitpicking over titles. Seeing his loved one wasting away, the CEO quickly tried to encourage her. Don't talk like that. Hang in there a bit longer. I'll make money. Anyone with power can earn a fortune these days. I'll do whatever it takes to get stronger. You'll get proper treatment and we can finally go back to China together, the homeland you always wanted to return to. Hearing this, the little girl felt reassured and softly called out to calm him down. Big Brother. A gentle smile appeared on her innocent face. I don't need money. I only hope Yoon Bin could only utter those final words before leaving this world. I hope you find a happy family. Later, at a quiet abandoned construction site, as dusk fell and the air grew hazy, Min Si-woo stood on high ground looking down to question the person before him about his true purpose. You want to be my disciple? The CEO looked up with unwavering determination in his eyes. Strength. I need strength. With strength, I can get everything I want and protect those important to me. You're the strongest person I've ever met, and I want to be even stronger than you. Wiping tears from his cheeks, he added, I never want to lose my loved ones again. Back in the present, the CEO stared blankly into space, letting out a self-deprecating sigh. Emotions are completely useless. Clenching his fists tightly, he thought about how he finally had enough money and power, yet there was no one left to protect. Suddenly, the CEO lowered his voice and called out, and Secretary Chun immediately appeared. The higher-ups had spoken. With a critical directive finalized, a massive meeting would soon be convened in South Korea. Inside a high-rise conference room, Siwoo's deep authoritative voice cut through the silence. He kicked off the meeting to lay out the investigation plan for the Nara case, assuming they already knew the basics. He introduced himself as Hunter Min Siwoo, temporarily leading the investigation. He focused on the illegal awakening booster drugs flooding the streets, and everyone in the room listened with undivided attention. Anticipating their doubts about an outsider taking charge, he bluntly told them to file complaints with headquarters. Since time was of the essence, he skipped the pleasantries and pulled up their prime target, a private resort. Located in Incheon, Narak served as Asia's primary distribution hub for the illegal awakening booster. The very cartel responsible for flooding Korea with these dangerous drugs was operating right from this facility. Siwoo clicked the remote, continuing his presentation on their prime target. The real mastermind behind Narak was unknown, with the property registered under a fake foreign identity, serving as a front. Naturally, multiple narcotics cases had already been flagged at other affiliated clubs. Jun suddenly interrupted, pointing out that a shady operation. For a shady place like that to operate in broad daylight meant massive bribes were likely exchanging hands. Huang Donggu strongly agreed. They were currently compiling a list of corrupt officials to target once this raid wrapped up. They planned to partner with local police for a deep dive investigation. Pointing to the projector screen, Siwoo shared critical intelligence. Their first lead came from the scrapyard raid, exposing Narak's distribution network. But the dealers already knew about their movements, hinting at a mole in the system. That's why this secret briefing was called. This highly confidential operation was restricted strictly to their most trusted core members because in drug cases, speed is everything. And the ultimate objective was to entirely dismantle Narak's primary distribution hub in South Korea with one massive decisive strike. Breaking it down, Narak is a vital trading hub, meaning security there is absolutely airtight. Disguised as a luxury resort, they have heavy security swarming the area. Luckily, we already tracked everyone going in and out. Most of them are tied to massive criminal syndicates. Hearing Siwoo's report, Yoon-ho spoke up in a low, serious tone. There is a very high chance that Narak is already completely overrun by heavily armed awakened forces from another world. So that's why they need heptagram's backup, he nodded decisively. Exactly, and besides the active agents on this mission, even the allied guild masters are kept totally in the dark. Yonggu clacked away on his keyboard, breaking the tense silence. The exact time and location will only be revealed on the actual day of action. Hearing this, Yoon-ho nodded quietly. He understood the extreme urgency, but a pressing question still weighed heavily on his mind. Why were only two elite guilds, Empire and Chonghua, granted special clearance for this classified operation? If it's just personal connections, that's weird. Yet despite their names being mentioned, the two from Cheonghua remained perfectly calm. Siwoo recalled their previous joint operation. Both Empire and Chonghua had actually tracked this illegal drug during overseas incidents, long before it hit Korea. That's why we recruited their help for the upcoming raid on the scrapyard. Yoon-ho reviewed the files and nodded. If that's the case, I have no objections. Siwoo stood calmly, hands on his hips. He kept speaking, though his eyes drifted briefly toward Jang-won. All right, enough introductions. Let's dive straight into the actual plan. His expression hardened as he solemnly announced the mission name, Operation Doberman. Meanwhile, in a different waiting room, Ji-won spoke first, sighing to the other two. This isn't exactly a warm welcome even for a government agency. Calling us here just to whisper behind our backs. Do they think we're cheap mercenaries from some third-rate guilds? Nameless guilds, Ki-wong stared coldly at the other two, exposing Ji-hwan's fake pride. If you're really that unhappy, why didn't you just refuse? Since you agreed to join, shut up, cooperate, and stop whining. At the end of the day, we're all here for the shared reward. Jae-won just smirked mockingly, while Sung-in broke into a silent cold sweat. After hesitating, he admitted that while Ki-won was right, the Yonggang Guild master's frustration was completely understandable. Sung-in furrowed his brows, unable to hide his growing irritation. No wonder Muriang-su and Seo Rayon refused to participate. Just then, Siwoo walked in carrying a stack of files. Thanks for waiting, everyone. He introduced himself again, identifying as Hunter Min Siwoo, the officer in charge. He suddenly stood at attention, offering a deep, sincere thank you to everyone for accepting their call. Even though everyone was swamped, Ji-hwan kept his usual playful attitude, saying, "Long time no see, Hunter Min." "It is nothing, really." Min Siwoo flipped through the documents, handing them out. "This is the official request I wanted to deliver. The objective is simple. We are wiping out the black market. They are dealing in illegal awakening enhancement drugs. As for the specific time and location, that will be announced in a week once we have confirmed the required forces for the operation. The details are set. Please have a team ready to move out at any moment. And if your guildmaster can join personally, that would be ideal." Sung-in tightly gripped the document, hesitantly speaking up. "Hunter Min, this request is a bit..." Before he could finish his sentence, Min Siwoo immediately cut him off. I do not think this is too much to ask of a prominent guild from the heptagram, but if it is too difficult, let us know. Ji Huan smiled provocatively. Oh, I had a feeling, but I did not expect such a blunt request. Hunter Min no Min Siwoo, the star rookie who conquered the tutorial tower in 5 days. I heard you were a hunter who went missing 15 years ago, is that right? The moment those words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Ji Huan. Even with your records, mostly erased veterans still call you Samsung, do they not? You were once an incredibly famous hunter. So where were you hiding all this time only to suddenly pop up now disguised as some rookie? And you have been turning the investigation bureau upside down. I am genuinely curious. Facing Ji Huan's probing questions, Min Siwoo remained completely unbothered. Since this is my first official assignment for the agency, technically I am a rookie. How my past relates to the case is not my concern. Sung-in looked up, repeating the name Samsung with deep curiosity. Instantly his gaze turned dark and completely unreadable. If this dates back 15 years to when the gates first opened, the entire world was in absolute chaos. During that brutal war between humans and demons, what kind of role did he actually play? Min Siwoo turned to leave, tossing back one final warning. The relevant files have been delivered. Contact us as soon as your forces are prepared. Sung-in massaged his temples in exhaustion, while Ji Huan casually leaned back in his chair without a single care. All right, see you around. Still, it is bizarre. How could someone that extraordinary remain completely forgotten all this time? Meanwhile, over at the Japan branch of the agency, Hikari was caught in the middle of a conversation with an associate. Suddenly, Director Union called out from across the room, his voice heavy with concern. We found traces of those illegal enhancement drugs at the site of the recent riot. Hearing this, she could not help but burst into laughter. Ha, it has really gone this far. At this rate, it will spread like wildfire. We must contain this immediately. Hikari casually changed the subject. By the way, any progress on finding the mastermind? Without missing a beat, he replied. The instigator of the riot, Kai Kissen, has already fled the country. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she murmured, well, that is highly suspicious. Lately, many bosses of the major syndicates have also vanished from the country. Is there a connection? Right then, Kumo rushed over in a panic, holding a stack of files. Sis, direct orders just came from headquarters. Hikari grabbed the papers. From headquarters? She asked, skeptical. He shared his theory. It seems to be related to the ongoing investigation into those illegal boosters. Reading the report, she remained silent before finally declaring, we are leaving the country immediately. Kumo stared at her in complete shock, only to catch Hikari wearing a knowing, mischievous grin. It is time to settle that debt. Meanwhile, Min Si-woo's irritated voice echoed across the crowded airport. Wait, no, seriously, I am absolutely drowning in work here. Why on earth am I the one playing chauffeur? What support? I never asked for help, Edward. You went behind my back and made things complicated again. As he kept venting, Layla and her companion suddenly approached and called out, Min Si-woo, long time no see, how have you been lately? Emph, you were actually on time today. Stepping forward, he could not stop grumbling. Are all you branch managers supposedly too busy to breathe? Did you really fly all the way here just to see me? Hikari crossed her arms in irritation. Still, as grumpy as ever, I see. Standing right behind them, Yu Hua witnessed the entire exchange and thought to herself, and here I thought he rushed to the airport alone for some crucial mission. Even as she covered her mouth, she could not hide her sheer astonishment. Who would have thought he was meeting his girlfriends, and 2 of them at once? Outside the event hall, several identical black luxury sedans lined up along the curb. Before anyone even stepped out, Myung-gyu's booming voice echoed, loud and clear. Oh yeah, we just pulled up. I heard there is a crazy hot new item on the market. Massive profits, so I had to rush over. With a crowd this huge, when the famous Daesung hosts, everyone shows up. Business is all about riding the trends, right? The moment they stepped into the hall, the whispering crowd's buzz instantly hit their ears. What an enhancer for Awakeners! Rumor has it that this black powder can actually double your mana capacity. But as for what's inside, word is it has already flooded the Middle East and Europe. Cassin had been watching this noisy crowd closely. Things are getting messy. There's no way the CEO is acting alone. Is this just some trick by that clown? Kai, sitting nearby, took a hard look at the reality. SMCS is becoming a much bigger obstacle than they expected. They're probably going all out now, especially since confirming SMCS eliminated Black Mamba. They can't afford to underestimate that organization. Still, this could be the perfect chance to flood the local market with this drug. But Kaysen himself wasn't completely on board. In fact, he was cautious, noting they hadn't received any solid intel from the higher-ups, not even from the VIPs. Just because SMCS started investigating, they're already dumping the product here in South Korea. Sensing Kaysen's anxiety, Arumu filled him in on the rumors. Apparently, the Korean branch of SMCS has already caught Narak's scent. Since this is the drug's first appearance in Northeast Asia, they must tread carefully. Hearing this, Kai's abandoned any plans of moving product. Now he finally saw through the host's real game. The CEO's arrogance is unreal, summoning all of them here just like this. This whole meeting is just a farce. His real message is simple: protect your own turf, because once our usefulness runs out, we're done. He will crush us without hesitation. How dare he treat Pandemonium like some cheap run-of-the-mill partners? Just then, Myung-jin's group approached their table, shouting loudly to show off their dominance. Who the hell do you think you are sitting in those seats? Act in like you're royalty, or something. You've got some nerve. This is Akai's turf. Who said a nobody like you could hang around here? You've got some balls, I'll give you that. But before he could finish, Myung-jin got hit right in the face with a brutal lightning-fast punch. Get lost, trash. Kason watched Myung-jin get sent flying, not missing the chance to mock him. Just a bunch of wild stray dogs grouping up. An absolute eyesore. Yoon-sung's gang instantly lost their minds, shouting, "You crazy bastard." A split second later, a heavy chair flew right at them. Arumu scoffed with pure condescending disgust. "Shut your mouths before I rip your teeth out, you pathetic excuse for awakeners." Just as they were about to tear each other apart, Dobut stepped in. "Enough, keep causing trouble and you're getting kicked out. Know your place." But Yoon-sung's group didn't show Dobut any respect. "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" They sneered with pure contempt. Even the biggest idiot knows which organization is running this show. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun's totally indifferent attitude was driving Tae-sik completely insane. "Boss, say something, our guys just got wrecked." But he didn't give a single damn. Kason finally noticed Sung Hyun's presence. What is that guy doing here? Didn't he join some private guild? Just how many identities does he have? Not that Kay's cared about any of that, though. His focus was locked entirely on the vials of medicine inside the case. This is actually getting pretty interesting. All this chaos over a few leftovers. Clow finally stepped up to restore some order. Well, things are getting heated already. Is everyone finally here? I am Clow, the head of Narak in charge of the Korean market. Shiwoo sat quietly in a corner, half-heartedly listening to him ramble on. I'm sure most of you already know why the CEO of the underworld has called this meeting today. It's all because of this brand new product, a special drug for awakeners that can instantly boost mana. By double no, even up to 4 times the normal limit, they proudly opened the wooden box to show the big shots. The drug is called Lax. Every single word coming out of his mouth was a pitch to defend this formula. This is the very first time Lax's official name has been announced here at Narak. Sure, there are nasty rumors about side effects, but those were just issues with the early prototypes. Every single problem, aside from addiction, has been completely solved. Believe it or not, the truth is none of you came here because you actually need this drug yourselves. You all came for the massive profits. As the lucrative deal was laid out, the hall erupted in excited whispers and intense speculation. Side effects or not, just looking at the power surge makes it clear how Lax will reshape the underworld. And now, Claw shifted the focus immediately. You and I knew it was coming. Their team just brought back some major news regarding SMCS. They've had eyes on Lax since it was still in development. Big deals always bring big risks, and now it seems SMCS Korea has caught Narak's scent. For Lax to launch successfully, we're going to need all of you to cooperate. This sudden request immediately raised red flags for the crowd. SMCS. Why so sudden? I thought the Korean branch was just small fry. Kason was visibly annoyed as well. This wasn't in any of the reports. What on earth is that guy talking about? Kai's quickly cut in to remind him. Quiet down. We are just here to follow orders. Meanwhile, Claw continued keeping the crowd in check. Usually, they would just ignore any investigation coming out of South Korea, but this time something felt wrong. Their recent tactical movements were highly suspicious. They even requested major reinforcements from headquarters, which meant that in just one single week, they would launch a massive assault on Narak. At this point, the man's true master plan was finally beginning to surface. Even the Hunter Association was completely powerless. What arrogant fools thinking they own this world. But if all the representatives here stand united, they could launch a glorious counterattack. Hearing this, the crowd started to sway, nodding their heads in agreement. Cloud kept pushing, offering a sweet deal. He wanted them to let their subordinates try a free sample of Lux to witness its power firsthand. Once those pesky investigators raid Narak and fail miserably, they'll finally witness your true overwhelming strength. They'll have to think twice. Suddenly, someone spoke up. It sounded good, but why on earth should they protect Narak? What was in it for them? Cloud pretended this was entirely voluntary, but deep down it was pure, unspoken coercion. Naturally, those who joined would be rewarded handsomely. For the first deal, they would receive double the Lux for the exact same price. Depending on their contribution, that offer would grow. And best of all, it came from the CEO. A proposal no one dared to look down on. Cloud's bold declaration instantly made every single doubter freeze right in their tracks. Whether Narak stood or fell, Lux was going to conquer the underworld overnight. Ride this wave or get completely swallowed by it. The choice was theirs. But ever since the gates first appeared, absolute raw power had become the only law of this world. That voice dripping with fake concern echoed from behind Cloud's smiling mask. He truly hoped they would make the wise choice. Once his presentation came to an end, the crowd slowly began to filter out, yet the Kai's guild remained seated, looking highly amused. How fascinating. Lord Orabat always said that humanity's true power never came from gate mana or some silly high-tech toys. It came from raw burning desire. Meanwhile, high up on a nearby rooftop, Min Siwoo stood silently, keeping a close eye on everything. The clock struck exactly midnight. This was the command tower. He checked in were all strike units in position and ready to move. Kang Yohua's strike team had been waiting for ages, completely ready. Hickory's squad was fully prepped too. Once Min Siwoo received the go-ahead from both groups, he began summoning his power. Everyone was accounted for. If they wanted to clear out a rat's nest, they had to smoke them out first. Forming a massive spell seal behind his back, he unleashed a meteor strike. Instantly, a colossal burning star plummeted directly toward the building. From that very moment, he couldn't hide his absolute thrill. His savage, triumphant smile said it all. Operation Doberman had officially begun. Two beer mugs clinked together, foaming over as loud cheers rang out. Bottoms up, boys. One guest held out his glass to his buddy for a refill, laughing. He told him this would happen. No matter what the doubters said, this meeting was mandatory. It was their ticket to total control over the South. His buddy eagerly agreed. You're on a whole different level, boss. The man cheered in excitement, eager to get rich while his buddy kept grinning. You know the dealer, right? Call him first. Meanwhile, tucked away in the corner of the room, Chiwei and Qiyu quietly made their way up the stairs. Chiwei's expression remained deadpan as he took in the scene. 4 people were already waiting inside. He spoke up, praising them for completely clearing out their entire stock, hiring mercenaries and even planting moles inside the SMCs. Not bad, Cloud. But Cloud just brushed it off. He claimed it was nothing, attributing the success entirely to the CEO's cooperation. Chiwei nodded in total agreement. He was right. Regardless, they did a solid job. Chiwei told Cloud to keep in touch, leaving the rest to him. But Cloud gasped. Wait, was he heading back to China already? Hands on his hips, Chiwei firmly replied that his mission was officially complete. There was zero reason to linger. Cloud got the message and turned to the person next to him, who simply shrugged. Since he wasn't a fighter, Mr. Zhang was useless here. But wait, was Qiyu planning to tuck tail and run too? Even with his brother's killer on the loose, Qiyu coldly stated he'd meet the CEO first, then return. Cloud bolted upright. He just needed to be back within a week. Suddenly, an earth-shattering blast shook the entire building, making everyone freeze. Startled, they whipped around toward the door. Cloud demanded to know what that was, just as Siri burst in, completely panicked. Something went terribly wrong. Siri panted heavily, desperately trying to get the words out. An explosive strike had hit outside. The main lobby was blown to pieces, and the entrance was completely blocked. Han Chun scoffed in utter disbelief. Who would be insane enough to bomb a city center? Even the blue-haired girl looked stunned. She clenched her fists on the table, full of dread. Meanwhile, Cloud suddenly burst out laughing. Veins bulged along his neck and his hands trembled on his lap. No way. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo stood tall on the rooftop. He was in the middle of a call. The caller on the other end demanded, "You said this was happening next week. Yesterday he said one thing, but today he wants a raid team." Min Siwoo's sharp gaze remains locked forward. He stares at the partially destroyed building as fire rages inside, completely sealed off by a massive invisible dome. The caller frantically explains it is a public emergency, saying they know things move fast, but they still need him. In that case, our White Lion Guild simply cannot cooperate. Min Siwoo calmly taps his hand against the radio transmitter. With an unchanging face, he calmly says it is a shame and offers a polite goodbye. The desperate caller begs him to wait, but Rongji suddenly calls out to Min Siwoo, reporting that the barriers around the area are active. Naraki is fully locked down, and the assault squad has successfully breached the main lobby on the first floor. Backed by reinforcements from headquarters, powerful mages are setting up a massive magic circle to keep the perimeter completely secure. Controlling the outer area and blocking the exits is going perfectly so long as the inside strike goes according to plan. This raid might end sooner than expected. Min Siwoo crosses his arms with a satisfied smile, glad their secrets stayed safe. However, Rongji admits it is a bit disappointing that Solabi was the only guild willing to lend their strength. If everyone joined, they would have wiped out the enemies instantly. But Min Siwoo does not seem worried at all. As long as the surprise attack works, their current force is plenty. From their helicopter hovering over the burning building, Min Siwoo makes his calculations. Every exit is sealed and smoke is filling the halls. Once they stir the hornets' nest, the enemies will run. Meanwhile, Yohua stands ready, bow drawn. Suddenly, someone calls out to the guild leader. The path ahead is absolute chaos, with shattered furniture scattered everywhere. Members of the squad are helping the wounded, while others pin down the enemies inside. Angyo steps forward to report. They have successfully secured the lobby, and the second team is already making their way to the upper floors. Every awakened enemy fighting in the lobby is estimated to be A rank or below, meaning there are no major threats. With the sweep going smoothly, Yoha praises the team and orders them to hand over all secured targets to the waiting agents. The SMCS forces are waiting outside to intercept anyone foolish enough to try and make a break for the doors. Still, Yaoha feels something is off. There are no drugs in sight, and the lead smugglers are completely missing. Suddenly, a terrifying scream cuts her off. Downstairs, a grotesque melting monster is summoned and starts tearing through the area. Myongji screams at everyone to get lost, while Hee-dong and Taesik run for their lives right behind him. Min Si-jun rushes forward with his staff alongside two allies to block the beast as it raises a massive fist toward Yoha. Spotting the danger, Yeowo shouts at Min Si-jun to quit playing around and take this fight seriously. Min Si-jun snaps back that he is trying his best, while Myongji lets out a triumphant mocking laugh. He sneers at them, calling them useless before bragging that he hired this powerful A-rank awakened hunter from abroad. He is already a beast, and after being injected with drugs, a single touch will melt your brains to mush. If they want to live, they better run. With every heavy step, the monster's sheer weight cracks the floor beneath it. Grotesque purple slime drips from its body, burning into the ground as the creature slowly closes in on Yoha. Stepping back in disgust, Yoha mutters that she has absolutely no desire to get close to that filthy creature. She mockingly asks if he cannot even handle a minor threat like this, prompting him to call for help before raising his magic staff. If this creature explodes inside the lobby, it will be a total disaster. Min Si-jun quickly channels a massive ice spell. A magic circle forms right above the monster as biting frost wraps around its massive body, making it howl in agony. The beast is rapidly swelling in size. As the frontliners struggle to hold it back, one of them screams in panic. He warns that the monster is about to blow. Min Si-jun grips his staff tight, shouting for everyone to brace for impact. With the monster almost completely frozen, Yoha sees her opening and draws her bow, aiming to shatter it for good. She fires a brilliant crimson arrow, combining her wind magic with the active spells to trigger a massive chain reaction. The monster suddenly explodes, unleashing a violent shockwave that forces everyone nearby to shield their eyes. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure begins humming a dark tune. Smiling knowingly, Kai stands on the observation deck alongside his allies. Kasin and Sunghyun look on as Sunghyun notes that Korea seems to have a few capable hunters after all. He points out the leader of the Chonghua Guild, raising an eyebrow as he lists their top fighters like Min Si-jun and Yoha. He is one of Korea's rare S-rank hunters with an active global ranking. Still, Kai reacts with pure skepticism. He recalls that Sunghyun once claimed to have infiltrated a local guild operating in this very region. He asked if Sunghyun was the one who leaked information to Claw, but Sunghyun quickly denies it as a personal matter. Besides, it seems our guild's CEO Rion has no intention of joining this battle. Kasin finally speaks up. Looking at how things are going, Narek is losing, meaning Cloud's backup plan has completely failed. Kai agrees with the thought. That's his own blunder. There's no need for us to get involved. His only job was to discreetly distribute the Lux. He was supposed to distribute it quietly, not pick a direct fight with the S-class hunters. Suddenly, Arumu drops down. Sir, Master Kaze, I've just monitored Cloud's movements. Arumu recalls the visual of Cloud leading his squad earlier. He continues. He's rushing to move the cargo through what looks like a secret tunnel. I already sent Rabin there. You can take that route, sir. Turning his back to Sung Hyun, Kasin suddenly shares his analysis. For now, Pandemonium is going to pull out of Narak. Hearing this, Sung Hyun turns and starts walking away. Then there's no point in me staying. Let's pack up. Kai's calmly smiles and calls after him. Hey, you're really just abandoning your boss like that? Sung Hyun looks down at the chaos below. It seems this is the end for Akai Kissen. Completely different from his initial cocky attitude, Myongji grits his teeth in rage, leaving Tae-shik standing there, feeling deeply flustered. Is that really all their ultimate weapon has got? He should at least be an A rank. Wait, look over there. Look at those guys over there. They are Korea's top S-class hunters. Hee-dong is just as terrified, muttering, what the hell is going on? Why are they here? As he plans their next move, he realizes they're almost completely out of mana. Let's head back inside and group up with the others. This exit is way too risky. But Myongji doesn't hear a word. Consumed by utter rage, he growls, those bastards dare look down on me. Channeling the power of Akai Kisun, Myongji summons his ability as glowing horns and phantom claws manifest. Don't back down, charge, they're nothing. I'll clear a path. Seeing his bravery, Tae-shik and Hee-dong are moved to tears, crying out, boss. Myongji dashes wildly toward Iwa, roaring, get out of my way if you don't want to be shredded. Seoljin is stunned by his insane speed. He's too fast. Seoljin tenses up, shouting, sister. But out of nowhere, a sudden blast intercepts Myongji's strike midair. Before the brute can even react, the mystery attacker follows up with another strike, sending Myongji crashing down hard. As Myongji groans in pain, Kyungwoo rests his sword on his shoulder with a smirk. Looks like fun, kids. Mind if I join? Up on the higher floors of Narak, a shouting becomes increasingly frantic. Hurry up, everyone, they call out around the staircase corner. Inside, the place is dead, silent, with only the wind howling through. Suddenly, Siwoo unleashes his power, generating a massive surge of spiritual energy and a violent whirlwind that sweeps across the entire hall. Meanwhile, Emma stands there grinning like a lunatic, completely lost in euphoria. This drug is absolutely insane. I'll slaughter every last one of them. Dongmin yells back, trying to snap Emma out of it. Stop messing around and lead. A bald lackey runs up with urgent news, shouting, "Boss, they're saying the first floor exits have been completely overrun." For Dongmin, this news hits like a sudden thunderbolt. What did you say? This is insane. Do we seriously not have a single flying type awakened? Just smash the windows and jump. But Emma just keeps grinning like a madman, his sanity completely slipping away. Why are you scared? I'll just slaughter them all. Real Lux, fake Lux, who cares? As long as I have this, I can wipe out anyone. Just as he finishes speaking, a colossal wave of energy erupts, striking down Dongmin's men one by one. As the blinding light fades, Hikari stands amidst the smoking craters left by her devastating blast. I won't let you do that. Wearing a confident smile, Hikari delivers a clear warning. Fighting back is pointless. Just surrender already. Kumo looks at Hikari with a skeptical expression. Hey, those guys are. But before he can finish, she cuts him off immediately. That's right, Kumo. Hikari glares down at Dongmin's group with utter disdain. They're internationally wanted criminals. Internally, though, her eyes sparkle with excitement. She can't help but celebrate. We thought we were just busting a minor drug ring, but we ended up reeling in some massive fish. This is going to look amazing on our record. Snapping out of her daydream, she raises her voice and barks, "Take them all alive." Suddenly, Siri drops down out of nowhere with a heavy landing. Oh dear, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Without warning, Siri whips a kick right at Kumo's head, but he quickly dodges backward. Gritting his teeth, Kumo realizes their reinforcements are incredibly tough. Fortunately, Kim Jun arrives just in time, stepping up to the front to clash. Go, we'll hold them off. Meanwhile, Hikari stares at the uniforms of the arriving enemies, finding them strangely familiar. Memories suddenly flash through her mind and pieces of old intelligence begin to click together with crystal clarity. It's the infamous Qingdao Guild led by DC, the notorious kingpin of the Asian underworld. Calmly, Hikari equips her glowing metal bracelet as it begins to shine brilliantly. Looks like I finally get to test out my new legendary Shikigami. At her command, a massive snake is summoned, lunging forward to attack. Go Kagutsuchi! Siri leaps away in a dramatic dodge, looking back at the bizarre summon with a deeply confused expression. A ferret and a snake. Furious, Siri channels energy into her legs, launching a swift counterkick. What is this? A freaking zoo? Hearing the mockery, Hikari's face darkens with irritation. A zoo? You've got a real mouth on you. She raises her hand, unleashing a wave of energy directly at Siri. Instantly glowing spectral snakes surround her foe as Hikari begins to casually explain her power. They aren't beasts, they're actual spirit bodies. A massive explosion suddenly erupts, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tears through the entire space. Kumo can't help but admire her growth. Wow, you've gotten so much stronger, sis. But from behind, Dapu prepares to launch a lethal direct kick straight at him. What are you staring for, kid? Even though Kumo blocks it, pure terror surges within him. His mind races to analyze the opponent's power. Too heavy. An enhancement skill. Fine, then I'll block off every single approach. Swirling currents of razor-sharp blue wind erupt from him, blasting the attacker away. Thanks to those quick reflexes, Kim Jun finds Kumo more and more fascinating and incredibly adorable, but Kumo gets furious at the teasing, shouting, "I'm a ferret, got it." Meanwhile, Siri's face is completely red with anger after getting thrashed. Refusing to back down, she glares at her opponent. "You damn snake." Charging forward to retaliate, she screams, "Go to hell." Yet Hikari doesn't even flinch, calmly summoning her powerful spirit guardian, Kagutsuchi. The fire serpent answers her call, unleashing a blazing frontal assault on the enemy. Siri closes her eyes, desperately trying to survive as her mind spins. Damn it. Just then, a strange set of footsteps echoes from the distance. Who could it be? Suddenly, Chiu leaps in front of her to block Kagutsuchi's attack. Surprised to see him, she stammers in disbelief. Chiu. Ignoring her shock, Chiu gets straight to business. Are even foreign SMCS agents getting involved in this mess now? Seeing him completely unharmed, Hikari feels a deep wave of unease rising within. He actually absorbed Kagutsuchi's attack. Just who is this guy? Finding this battle incredibly annoying, Chiu unleashes his counter ability. What a pain. Here, take this back. He fires a blast of purple energy straight at her. Hit head-on, Hikari coughs up blood, the sudden searing pain leaving her completely dazed. A counterstrike. Seeing his sister wounded, Kumo's face turns pale as sheer panic sets in. Paralyzed with fear, he can't think straight and screams, "No, sis." But out of nowhere, Min Si-woo appears, catching Hikari from behind. He quickly activates his healing skill, but she refuses to retreat. Please. Let's finish what we started first. Hikari blushes slightly softly, calling out Hunter Min's name. Meanwhile, Chu spots him from afar and immediately recognizes him. So it's you. He spits out every single word, trembling with absolute rage. You are the bastard who murdered my brother. Min Siwoo thinks back and smirks. Ah, those sunglasses look familiar. You're the little brother of that mirror reflection kid, aren't you? Chu's fury explodes. He downs a power-up potion determined to fight Min Siwoo to the death right here. Right here, right now, I swear on my life on everything I have. With that final vow, Chu charges forward recklessly, gathering massive magical energy in his hands, unleashing a wave of terrifying killer intent. I'll grind him to dust. Confident in his victory, Chu prepares to strike, but Min Siwoo completely ruins his moment. Sorry to spoil your grand climax, Chu. He swiftly grabs the enemy's arm, locking it tightly to pin him down before delivering a devastating punch to Chu's attacking arm. But I already know how this story ends. Meanwhile, Arumu rushes to report the situation to Kai's, who's watching the battle unfold outside. The escape route is clear, Master Kai's. Clow and the others are heading to the basement so we can escape if we take that path. Getting no response, Arumu calls out again. Master Kai's merely watches Hikari outside, who is desperately focusing her energy to protect herself. He glares at her, shining aura. That golden light is a bad omen. Turning to his subordinates, he barks his orders. Arumu Raven, you two stay behind and back up that kid. He can't die yet. Saluting, they comply. Understood. Meanwhile, Clow quietly sneaks toward two workers attempting to load two large crates into the elevator. Back on the battlefield, the eyes of Min Siwoo grow dark. These flames are spreading faster than I thought. Hidden in the shadows, Chewie is quietly cursing. Damn it, I should have never followed Min Siwoo in the first place. I should have just run away while they were distracted. Who knew he'd charge in like a total madman? Just what is his real identity? He's playing with Chu, someone on par with an S-rank hunter, like a literal toy. Watching the incredibly one-sided fight, Chewie's anxiety hits the roof. Finally, he makes his move and scrambles up. I've got to run while they're still distracted. Meanwhile, after receiving Min Siwoo's devastating punch, Chu collapses to the ground, never to wake again. I can't. Hold on. You bastard. Then hurried footsteps echo across the tiles. Kumo runs over, panting heavily. Sis, are you okay? Hikari rests, her hands on her knees, exhausted. Looks like I owe you another one. Hearing this, Min Siwoo keeps his eyes locked on them. No need to mention it. Thanks to you, this sweep was much easier. I expected resistance, but they're even more numerous than I thought. Your backup was crucial. He then takes the chance to brag a little. The upper floors are basically cleared out too. Having caught her breath, Hikari walks over and points. This guy. He's a high-ranking member of Qinghua. He slowly repeats the name. Qinghua. She offers a brief explanation before hesitantly asking him. They're a massive force in the East Asian underworld, likely based in China. And apparently there's a crucial meeting in the abyss today, right? Min Siwoo. Habitually stroking his wrist, Min Siwoo fell into deep thought. Seeing them panic and flee made it clear they never expected this sudden raid. But, pausing for a moment, Hikari raised another question. The critical drug is missing and the key holder is on the upper floor. Is that right, Min Siwoo? After a quick thought, he made his decision. Hunter Layla is currently setting up a sensory barrier around the entire building. It seemed there was an emergency escape route. He quickly turned around to leave, declaring he would head to the upper floors immediately. So, please keep capturing those trying to escape. Huang Donggu should arrive here shortly. Hikari reached out toward Min Siwoo's departing back, calling for him to wait. Taking a bracelet off her wrist, she told him to take it. Min Siwoo was caught completely off guard by her sudden action. What is this, he wondered. As Hikari slipped it onto his wrist, she explained that it was a powerful mana-enhancing artifact, obtained from her previous mission. Back then, after witnessing his absolute unrivaled power, she realized how superficially they had all been living, vowing to work harder from that day on. Receiving this support request from headquarters made her truly happy. She was genuinely thrilled, but remembering what had just happened, Hikari became incredibly shy and hesitant. She wanted to help but felt her strength was still lacking. Watching this, Kumo simply could not comprehend her sudden, affectionate behavior. Sis, are you seriously giving Takemikazu to him? He asked, looking frustrated. How could she hand it over so easily? Giving away a legendary-grade artifact to that guy was unthinkable. Seeing Kumo's massive misunderstanding, Hikari flusteredly waved her hands to clarify. She told him not to misunderstand, hurriedly walking away in embarrassment, leaving the other two completely baffled by her sudden exit. She was simply returning a favor, so he shouldn't overthink it. There were still plenty of small fry enemies left to handle out there. Touching her burning cheeks, Hikari couldn't believe herself, falling head over heels just because he saved her a couple of times. That was completely impossible. But suddenly, a quiet shout came from behind her, causing her to freeze right in her tracks. Min Si-woo's handsome face instantly flashed in her mind. Blushing furiously, she spun around with a mix of embarrassment and anticipation, asking what he wanted. But in the next second, she turned away in absolute embarrassment. It turned out Min Si-woo had already dashed past her, grabbing Chiwi by the collar, trying to sneak away. "Do you have a death wish?" Clinging tightly to his suitcase, Chiwi shrieked that he was just an ordinary civilian, not an awakened. Just a civilian. Losing all patience for this nonsense, Min Si-woo reached down and hoisted the man up by his collar, calling his bluff. Even from the helicopter, it was obvious he was a mob lackey. What kind of nonsense was he spitting? Still trying to talk back. "Want me to punch your teeth out?" Already a coward, Chiwi completely panicked, screaming for his life to stop. Min Si-woo growled menacingly. If he was so afraid of dying, why traffic that drug? Speak up unless he wanted to get beaten to a pulp, then spill where the drugs are. Shaking like a leaf, Chiwi struggled to squeak out that it was underground. Underground. The top floor has a special elevator reserved only for VIP guests, leading straight down to the basement. There was an escape tunnel down there, and the others had already fled through it. Min Si-woo frowned, realizing how annoying this was. Huang Donggu, there was something lurking in that basement. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, someone gasped in shock at the mention of an underground tunnel. Running at full speed, Min Si-jun explained the situation in a serious tone. Exactly. A team went ahead, but they desperately needed backup. Hearing this, a deep sense of dread washed over Yohwa. With far more enemies than expected, they had to move, even if it was just the two of them. Luckily, the lobby was cleared. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks. Min Si-jun urged her to wait, spotting something on the floor. Dozens of bodies lay scattered everywhere after a brutal clash. Standing right across from them, Aramu issued a cold warning. She apologized but told them they couldn't pass, demanding they get lost. Instantly, the same chilling realization struck both of them. Were they wiped out already? Had a battle already taken place? A cold sweat trickled down Yohwa's face as she muttered Min Si-jun's name. Though she trailed off, Min Si-jun understood completely, nodding in agreement. These opponents were entirely different from the weaklings they faced before, easily matching their own strength. They might even be stronger. Meanwhile, Arumu and Reborn quietly sized them up before Arumu leaned in to whisper a quick warning. "These guys are national-level rankers, so be careful. We just need to stall them until Cloud arrives and then we escape." Propping his hands on his knees, he stood up, telling her to worry about her own life. Min Si-jun immediately assumed a combat stance. Suddenly, a massive hammer flew right between them. Refusing to back down, Min Si-jun swung his arm, declaring he would incinerate their entire drug stash, along with every last one of them. Clutching her chains, Arumu growled at his arrogance. The moment their massive powers collided, Min Si-jun's group instantly sensed something wrong. It was a space coordinate shift, and they barely managed to dodge the devastating blast in time. "Why did we teleport here, damn it? Is this a spatial magic skill?" Suddenly, Reborn materialized right behind her, brandishing his massive axe. A fragile, long-range archer like her would easily snap like a dry twig. Right after speaking, he decisively swung his weapon downward, unleashing a massive cloud of dust, even though his entire body was trembling. He shook from the crushing weight, but Kang Yohwa grit her teeth and spat out, "It seems you have no idea, do you? For an archer, stamina is the absolute most important thing, you know." Saying that, she channeled all her remaining strength to deliver. Reborn, a brutal kick straight to the face, sending him stumbling backward and gasping in anger. "Damn it. Nearby, you and I can see Cloud clutch his head in pure confusion, wondering what on earth was going on with his plan. Yet they started a massive brawl right in front of the exit, leaving everyone wondering what to do with the useless members left behind. Hearing footsteps, he whipped his head around to see the masked Cloud, just as Kang Yohwa suddenly yelled out a warning from the distance. Seizing the moment, she whipped her weapon forward, noting his distraction, but that warning also caused Kang Yohwa to take a hit from Reborn. She slammed hard into the wall, curling up in pain, and seeing that things were finally settled, Cloud casually stepped out into the open. Thanking them for helping him survive, Reborn asked if this was Kai's command, noting how complicated things had become and suggesting they leave before getting caught. He asked with an indifferent face, questioning what would happen to the subordinates if they left alone. Arrogantly stroking his chin, he dismissed Chonghua as nothing special, claiming he had already abandoned those useless followers who were now completely discarded. He ordered them to take the medicine, but just as he finished speaking, a firm voice echoed through the quiet room. Asking where they thought they were going, Si-woo suddenly appeared at the door, catching Cloud and his men completely off guard. He warned the bastards not to take another step, while Cloud chuckled behind his mask as a quick thought crossed his mind. Thinking how troublesome this was, he spoke up, his voice dripping with a mix of sarcasm and helpless sighs. He mockingly congratulated him on the successful ambush, admitting it was all thanks to his efforts. "My stronghold has completely collapsed, damn it. While I can rebuild a base anytime, this was still a massive loss. But do you have any idea how much money was poured into this place? Honestly, I am extremely busy right now. Now watch as Cloud suggests they part ways since the other had achieved enough warning against greed while looking at the fallen fighters. As they lay defeated, his cold voice suggested they both go back to dealing with the trash on the ground, making Siwoo's expression immediately darken like a storm cloud before asking if he was the one responsible for all this damage. Losing patience, Rabin swung his axe threateningly, asking if he was deaf before declaring that words were useless. Leaping forward, he unleashed a full-power slash packed with intense killing intent, screaming that it was time to die. But Siwoo calmly activated his signature Iron Fist, a tracking skill that hardens his mana and shoots it directly toward the target's trajectory. Knowing the closer the target, the stronger the impact, while Arumu watched the entire display with a completely stunned expression. Rabin was taken down in a single blow, confirming that this guy was indeed the powerhouse behind everything. Arumu urgently warned Cloud to retreat while they still had a chance, but he calmly interrupted her while slowly taking off his coat. Telling her to just guard the drugs while he handled the fight, Cloud turned his sharp gaze back to him, wanting to talk. Addressing him as a member of the Gangbuk crew, he tried to play nice, but the cold look remained on his face. With an icy glare, Siwoo launched a decisive blow that forced his opponent to stumble backward in shock, eliciting a soft gasp. Complimenting his incredible speed despite being confident in his own, he remained locked in his combat stance, ready for another round. He asked coldly if he was the head distributor, and although annoyed about the hole ripped in his shirt, he quickly regained composure. Cloud flashed a playful smile, asking why he thought that, while Siwoo stared back with absolute calm. He stated that he was the slickest rat around, demanding to know how the medicine was smuggled in before teeth started flying. Demanding the identity of the manufacturer, Cloud burst into mock applause, laughing and asking if he really expected a polite and easy answer. Claiming he was being heavily underestimated, Cloud didn't waste another second and charged straight at Siwoo with incredible momentum. Blocking the incoming kick, he watched as his opponent quickly adapted, shifting his stance to deliver another heavy strike with blinding speed. Analyzing his movement, he noted that while his sheer speed surpassed even Daesu, his impact felt somewhat lacking. His physical strength fell short, prompting him to unleash a massive gale force that sent Cloud flying backward. Dropping to one knee to brace against the impact, Cloud smirked and casually wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. Expressing utter shock that someone like him could actually be injured, he suddenly stomped his foot to launch a counterattack. His figure vanished instantly as he initiated a relentless, suffocating barrage of strikes that pushed Siwoo to his absolute limit. The assault only stopped when he was sent flying backward in a cloud of dust, with his opponent already preparing another attack. Taking the opportunity, Siwoo demanded to know his true identity, calling his words ridiculous and asking what kind of monster he actually was. As the final word falls, a brilliant blue magic circle erupts right beneath Siwoo, instantly warping the very space around him. A razor-thin layer of ice completely encases the surroundings, forcing Cloud to leap back in a panic. "You are an absolute monster," Cloud gasps in shock. But Siwoo isn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away. Instantly blurring behind him, Siwoo strikes. Cloud boasts about his own speed, but before he can finish, he's violently kicked face first onto the ice. He struggles to stand, but frost rapidly climbs his limbs, freezing him solid. With his opponent completely immobilized, Siwoo stretches his stiff shoulders with a sigh. He mutters about how annoying these spatial travel side effects are, wondering when they will wear off. Right then, Sejun struggles to sit up weakly, crying out to his brother. Siwoo snaps his head around, shouting for him not to move. "I am going to heal you," Siwoo reassures him. He rushes over, placing his hand gently on his younger brother's head. As he channels his healing magic, Arumu watches from the sidelines, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. This cannot be. What kind of monstrous power is this? That crushing pressure is definitely not human. And he can even summon spirits. He is a massive threat to Pandemonium. She needs to alert headquarters immediately. But the second she reaches for her weapon, a chilling voice cuts through the air from across the room. "Do not do anything stupid. Stay exactly where you are. You are clearly no ordinary small fry. Tell me what you know about the origin of those drugs, and stop glaring at me. Start talking unless you want to end up ripped to shreds like that giant brute." But during this tense standoff, a frozen Cloud suddenly mutters under his breath, "Absolute heat." The very next second, smoke begins rising from Siwoo's outstretched hand. With a manic laugh from Cloud, the massive ice block instantly vaporizes into thin air. For the first time, Siwoo looks genuinely shocked. "So is this your true power?" Cloud smirks, a suffocating wave of pure killing intent bleeding into the cold air. "Since you have witnessed this, you leave me no choice. Let us burn to ash together." Behind them, Aramu screams in absolute panic. "Are you insane? You will incinerate this entire place, you bastard." But as she yells, her eyes lock onto Siwoo's remarkably calm back. His expression is already completely relaxed, as if nothing happened. "Why make such a huge fuss over a tiny scratch?" Siwoo casually says. He unleashes an absolute deluge of ice directly at Cloud, casually telling him to cool his head. Instantly massive, jagged ice spikes erupt in a dense forest around them. The overwhelming force blasts Cloud far away as Siwoo calmly brushes off his hands. How tedious. You are only throwing your mana away for nothing. But before the words fully leave his mouth, Siwoo freezes. He stares down at his own hand in sheer confusion. Despite being bleeding and battered, Cloud bursts into a manic victorious laugh. Got you. Cloud gloats triumphantly, looking down his nose. Do you finally understand your situation now? Your entire body is about to burn up. Siwoo frowns, cursing inwardly as the flame refuses to extinguish. Meanwhile, Cloud's twisted grin only grows wider as he relishes the moment. Struggling is completely pointless. My flame is no ordinary fire spell. It is a soul-piercing blaze. Once this fire latches onto the target's unique life force, meaning your actual living soul, it will never ever go out. Normally, regular humans cannot easily materialize their own living souls. But as everyone knows, Sejun has a very special older brother. Am I right? You are one of those rare freaks who can manipulate their own soul and you actively weaponize it. Like a rabid, drooling dog, Cloud's voice grows increasingly unhinged, his face contorting into a hideous, twisted mask of madness. Slowly losing every shred of his sanity, Cloud screams hysterically, "So go ahead and burn to ash along with that flashy soul of yours." Siwoo shows zero fear, remaining completely stoic. He clenches his fist tightly, preparing his next strike. So what? In an instant, he charges forward with explosive speed. Cloud sneers back. "What do you think you can do?" He arrogantly sneers that he will just burn Siwoo even hotter. But before he can react, a crushing blow is already flying his way. Driving a devastating fist straight into Cloud's stomach, Siwoo raises his hand again, his voice chillingly calm as he threatens back. "All I need to do is crush you before my body burns away. After all, a skill is sustained by the caster's active will. Once you are dead, your spell will vanish with you." Before Cloud can even attempt to dodge, a heavy fist smashes his face. Desperate, Cloud launches a counterattack, condensing a volatile sphere of compressed air directly in his palm. He deliberately eggs Siwoo on, constantly taunting and baiting him to make the next move. "Go ahead, try to kill me. Do you think it is that easy?" Sensing something off, Siwoo quickly assesses the situation. His insane regeneration is currently matching the fire's corrosion rate, but his mana reserves are draining at an alarming pace. His opponent knows this, choosing to stall rather than attack. However, maintaining this spell must be taking a massive toll. The optimal strategy is clear: force a total collapse before his own energy runs completely dry. Despite Siwoo hiding his plan perfectly, Cloud immediately catches on. "I can read your desperate thoughts from a mile away. No matter how strong you are, unleashing that kind of power is only burning your own body faster. Pushing past this limit is complete suicide. You can't even touch me. Look at those magical barrier circles forming in the air. Those barriers easily deflect every strike." While Cloud maintains his impenetrable absolute defense, Siwoo stands in total silence, completely lost in his own thoughts. Deep inside his own mind, Siwoo has realized something vital since returning to Earth. His power limit, imposed by the toll of interdimensional travel, is actually his body's natural defense mechanism. The massive mana he accumulated over 100 years is still fully intact, but magic formulas and mana flow systems differ wildly between dimensions. To prevent a catastrophic overload or a system backfire before he can fully adapt, his body chose to lock down his raw power. That explains the limits. Yes, his system put a safety lock on his output. But to forcibly break through that threshold, there is only one extreme option left. He has to detonate his own mana core to shatter the lock. During his clash with Choi Dae-soo, he first grasped this terrifying method. He knew how to break the limit, but the backlash, absolutely unpredictable and potentially fatal. With his life hanging by a thread, a sudden nostalgic thought crosses his mind. In moments like this, he really misses his old partner Free. When his furious barrage yields absolutely zero results, Cloud completely loses his mind. Swearing, he screams, "Why won't you just die already, damn you? Just drop dead, you monster." Watching him spam spells in a blind rage, Arumu realizes things are going south fast. He has totally lost it. This is bad. To think someone could shatter all those magical defenses and force an elite member of Pandemonium to reveal their true form. This has escalated far beyond his simple cover-up. Worrying about her reputation is out the window. This man is terrifyingly dangerous. But with direct orders from Lord Kai, she must keep Cloud alive at all costs. But with her mana nearly dry, how can she possibly stop this? She must finish this in one strike. Clenching her fist, she resolves to do whatever it takes. She would rather end him himself. Suddenly, Min Si-jun blindsides her from behind, pressing his staff right against Arumu. His voice is dripping with pure bloodlust. "Freeze. Stop this nonsense right now and drop your hands." She freezes but tries to bluff her way out. "You can barely even stand, yet you are talking tough." But Min Si-jun is not playing around. He coldly retorts, "Take a good look around you. This entire abyss is completely surrounded inside and out. Most of your syndicate's high-ranking members are cornered right here, and every single suspect connected to that illegal drug has already been locked up. Very soon, we will uncover exactly where those hidden escape tunnels lead. Cornered and fuming, she finally raises her hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Cloud continues his relentless, arrogant mocking, pushing his opponent's buttons. Hey there, flashy investigator, tell me how does it feel using your own life as mere fuel to keep your fire burning? You are just a fragile human unless you belong to some other race. That mortal flesh of yours has limits. Shouldn't you go find your comrades and write your final will already? Watching this drag on, Saiwu knows he cannot play the waiting game. He begins rapidly calculating his options. His auto-regeneration is visibly slowing. If this keeps up, his mana will hit absolute bottom before he can win. With his remaining mana reservoir scraping the absolute bottom, dealing with the aftermath is going to be a total nightmare. Both Yuowa and Min Si-jun are still gravely wounded. Can he really defeat this guy and save everyone in time is his only choice. To forcefully shatter his own core. But what if the resulting magical overload vaporizes the entire building? Suddenly, Free's voice shatters his spiral of doubt, snapping him back to reality. What are you overthinking for? Afraid you cannot even break a flimsy wall? Why are you hesitating? Fine, I will just tear this barrier down for you. With his partner taking the wheel, Siwoo flashes a dark, knowing smirk. Suddenly, a violent vortex of pitch-black energy erupts around him, instantly snuffs out the corroding flames. Cloud stands frozen in absolute shock, jaw-dropping. What is that? Right in midair, a massive horned head slowly materializes. Free is ecstatic to be unleashed. Clearing his throat, he roars, "Bring out the feast." The corrupting fire is swallowed whole by the black vortex. Shock after shock. This completely shatters Cloud's reality, leaving him scowling in fear. Could his ultimate transcendence magic be devoured? Meanwhile, with the heavy burden lifted, Saiwu's voice turns incredibly calm. Well, looks like everything is under control now. Finally, awake, huh? I must admit your timing is absolutely ideal. Right, what was that spell called again? Oh right, transcendence. Suddenly, the black wind redirects the flames, sending them right back at the caster himself. Cloud is completely off guard, taking the direct hit and screaming in agony. Witnessing this absolute chaos, Saiwu doesn't even blink. He deserved every bit of it. Now the real fight for survival begins. Min Si-woo asks his enemy how it feels to burn. Since he is not great at explaining, he tells him to just experience it himself. Relentless flames consume Cloud, forcing him to scream in absolute agony as he desperately begs his subordinate Arumu to save him. She had secretly prepared an escape route long ago, whispering Lord Kay's name as she realized the perfect time had finally arrived. With a sharp swing of her whip, she cast a spell for her lord and all of Pandemonium, executing a sudden powerful surprise attack. Min Si-jun notices a sudden shift in Min Si-woo's position, wondering if Arumu had actually redirected the attack's coordinates directly to his own body. Losing his mind after his own ultimate skill backfired on him, Cloud completely explodes in rage, spitting out a barrage of angry curses. He throws out one last desperate threat before vanishing completely without a trace, leaving the main character to sigh heavily at such a cowardly retreat. Min Si-woo grumbles about the cheap escape tool, calling him a total coward for dumping everything onto his subordinate and running away. Meanwhile, hearing this, Pri immediately chimes in with a sarcastic smirk, mocking Min Si-woo for talking big when he was almost roasted alive himself. With the battle finally over and settled, Min Si-woo quickly rushes over to his younger brother Min Si-jun to check on his condition. Min Si-jun reassures his brother that besides a few minor scratches, he is completely fine, telling him to worry about himself as well. However, Min Si-jun still hasn't fully adjusted to their bizarre new companion. Staring with deep curiosity, he points at the creature and asks what it is. Unsurprisingly, anyone seeing Pri for the first time reacts exactly like this. Min Si-woo already expected it, but now wonders how he should even introduce this creature. After thinking it over, Min Si-woo casually calls him a houseguest. Pri instantly objects, demanding to be addressed as a respected lord instead. Meanwhile, deep inside the Demon Clan's Antarctic headquarters, a painful blood-curdling scream suddenly echoes from one of the rooms. Ji-won lies completely limp on a hospital bed, quietly cursing his terrible luck while Sutai watches his miserable state with some growing amusement. The doctor playfully mocks him, noting how hilarious it is to get roasted by flames made from his own mana. Calling it a hilarious sight, Sutai pushes Ji-won too far, making him grit his teeth and growl in pure rage. He tells the old man to get lost, sitting up to threaten him, but the doctor isn't intimidated at all and only sighs. He sighs, amazed that someone who ruined the entire project can still be so shamelessly loud and obnoxious. Sutai notes that since Ji-won can scream so loudly, he must be healing, reminding him of a lesson taught countless times before. Transcendence is a slow poison. The more it is used, the more dangerous it becomes, easily draining away one's life force. While it incinerates the target, the fuse is his own body because human limits cannot easily handle casting S-rank skills or higher. Sutai explains that he patched up his core right before it exploded softly, offering sincere advice to use his powers more wisely. He advises saving strength for the great flow of Pandemonium. Sitting comfortably nearby, Kroon quickly chimes in to agree. Kroon agrees completely, mocking him for being a world-class, top-rank hunter who ended up in such a pathetic state. He questions why he is so weak, mentioning how Kai saw him try to act tough before getting absolutely trashed by the SMC hunters. The more embarrassed Ji-won looks, the more Kroon enjoys teasing him, pointing out that while he rests, Kevin has to clean up. Kevin is currently busy fixing the ruined Lax project. Annoyed and holding his head in frustration, Ji-won snaps, telling him to shut up. Kroon sits straight up angrily, demanding to know what he just said. Ji-won glares back, challenging him to a fight, but Sutai steps in to diffuse the tension calmly, telling them he is sick of their bickering and that they should fight outside. He then sighs with a touch of helplessness, asking if coming from the same hometown is why they are always bickering. No wonder they are constantly at each other's throats. Suddenly, the door swings open and Hikaden arrogantly walks in, calling for Dr. Sutai. Everyone immediately bows in respect as Sutai steps forward to formally greet Lord Hikaton. Hikaton calmly waves them off, commanding the humans to kneel before getting straight to the point about the information he needs to confirm. He asks if they were the team sent to manage the Lax project, demanding an update on the recovery after hearing things went wrong. Though completely humiliated, Ji-won is forced to report the truth, apologizing and admitting that the recovery mission ended in failure. Hikaton isn't surprised at all. He simply shrugs, noting that humans are always bound to fail anyway. He admits he had zero expectations, explaining that Lax was only meant to pressure arrogant hunters. The ultimate goal was to make humans feel pressure and taste the true potential of mana, aligning with the demon clan's noble mission. Hearing this, Ji-won and Kroon look awkward but stay completely silent as Hikaton continues, explaining that their goal is to teach humanity the true way to use mana. He believes those who master mana will finally understand dimensional power, naturally gaining the ability to control it. This would allow them to open countless gates, unlocking infinite power and limitless resources from other worlds. Although the world could have advanced leaps and bounds, foolish humans rejected this gift, starting a brutal war 10 years ago instead. Because of this, humans failed to evolve and remain completely unable to properly harness mana. Watching them fight over mere scraps, you and I can see his extreme level of anxiety. Negative thoughts raced through his mind, too terrified to speak them aloud. Yet Hikaden calmly laid it out, stating they had no right to decide this planet's fate. If mana is misused, it won't just destroy this world, but shatter every dimension. As he spoke, his anger boiled over, slamming his hand onto the table with a loud bang. Therefore, we demons must bear this heavy burden. We must monitor humanity. We are the race transcending dimensions, the ones who carry absolute power, and that is the demon race. Ji-hwan lowered his head in frustration, muttering, "What a load of absolute nonsense. If you're so capable, handle it yourself." Ron quickly warned him to shut up while Hikaton regained his calm composure to make a request. "Let's focus back on the artificial gate project, Doctor. This portal will serve as the vessel for the descent of our demon king." Solago Sutai was still confused and asked for clarification. "You mean the descent of a second-class demon king?" Without any hesitation, he confirmed it. "Now that we have successfully created an S-class gate, the timing is absolutely perfect. Our current artificial gates are crawling with monsters but lack magic stones. Once the descent is complete, the high mana from the demon king's dimension will easily solve that." Hekatem paused, stroking his chin as he seriously analyzed the situation. "There's only one problem. The descent ritual requires a massive sacrifice, and monsters inside the gate won't be enough. We'll need top-tier hunters, at least an entire S-class unit." Yet Sutai still maintained his cheerful smile. Standing straight to accept the order, he said, "Don't worry, Lord Hikaton. With an S-class gate, top hunters will dive in like moths to a flame." Highly pleased with the response, he immediately affirmed his absolute stance. "That is exactly right. Minor sacrifices are necessary for the grand cause. As a loyal servant of Pandemonium, you know how hard we prepared for the Demon King's descent. This time, absolutely nothing can be allowed to interfere. Do you understand?" Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted them. Kai stood outside, announcing his arrival to Lord Hikaden. "I investigated the Lax incident, and it seems the hunter who caused our project's failure is the exact same person who stopped the fourth Demon King's descent 10 years ago." Hearing this, Hikaton grew incredibly tense. Cold sweat poured down his face. "What did you say?" "The same guy who got sucked into that spatial rift, the one we tried to erase from existence." He slowly confirmed it, making the air in the room feel suffocatingly heavy. "Unfortunately, yes, it is indeed him." Sutai analyzed this, finding it completely baffling. "No way. Are you telling me a human actually opened a spatial rift and made it back?" Hikaden couldn't hide his pure rage. Damn it, the timing is terrible. At a total loss, he could only walk away, ordering them to proceed with the gate project for now. In the corridor, Kais quietly asked the man walking ahead of him, "Lord Hikaton, what is your next move? Should we deploy our assassination squad?" After thinking in frustration for a brief moment, he snapped back irritably. "Just to fail miserably like last time, damn it, but we can't let him be either." Hikaton ordered, "Keep moving." Contact someone even higher than our VIP clients. As time passed, Kai stood alone on the rooftop, quietly listening to the call. What a pity, Kai's. San's voice on the line carried a clear tone of reproach. Me directly puts us both in extreme danger. Unable to hide his terror, he pleaded, I know, but this is an emergency. Do you remember the man who defeated 4 Demon Kings 10 years ago? Receiving no response from the other end, Kai's continued. So you do remember. He has returned to Earth, and because of him, we lost our 2 best subordinates. He quietly pondered their heavy losses, noting that since the target is linked to a public organization like SMCS, they cannot act recklessly. That is exactly why I need your assistance. Frowning, San questioned him, why on earth should I help you? Kai's carefully calculated his words before delivering the cold, hard truth. This is a direct order from Lord Hecatan. Furthermore, during the upcoming artificial gate operation, Demon King Soligo will descend. Whether you have to silently cripple them in the shadows, or decapitate them in broad daylight, you must ensure absolutely nothing disrupts the ritual. Hearing this, San froze. Despite the tension, he calmly agreed, and you and I know the hunter world is in for pure chaos. I understand. Tell Lord Hecatan to rest easy. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it, watching the smoke drift as his gaze sharpened with deep, murderous intent as he promised to handle his end. Meanwhile, Pri stared at pizza sliced into perfect triangles, and excitedly cheered pizza. His eyes quickly darted across the glistening plates of food on the table, spotting hamburgers next. Finally, Pri locked his gaze onto his absolute favorite food of all, fried chicken. He happily gobbles up massive bites, his eyes narrowing in pure bliss. This is it, chewing, tearing, and savoring. Having a real body makes food taste so much better. To him, this is the true meaning of being alive. Watching this, Min Si-woo can only sigh in sheer helplessness, wondering what he should even call this situation. Standing nearby, Min Si-jun seems to have the same question. Is this a side effect of pushing mana past its limit? Min Si-woo, thoroughly annoyed, crosses his arms and bluntly cuts him off. Calling it a side effect is an understatement. Right now, this is a total disaster. Meanwhile, Pri is still completely lost in his endless feast of delicious food. Min Si-jun tries searching through his mind's database of knowledge, hoping to find an answer. He recalls seeing hunters with summoning skills who carry their beasts around. But then he turns to look at the creature with deep concern. He has never seen anyone summon something quite like that. Disgust washes over Min Si-woo's face. Can they even logically call that thing a summon? Yoha now speaks up, half praising and half mocking. Hey, that thing runs on its master's mana, doesn't it? It doesn't even look like an independent creature. Honestly, it feels more like some kind of cute mascot. So adorable. Hearing this, Pri instantly stops chewing. A mascot, this body belongs to an elite apex predator. Stepping forward with the dramatic gravity of a world-famous speaker, he declares that he will explain everything to them himself. He explains that he and this weakling met about 10 years ago in another world, where they ended up signing a binding contract. Even after returning to Earth, their souls remained bound by that contract. However, because this weakling's strength on Earth was so pathetic, his own grand majestic form couldn't manifest. He was forced to just coexist inside the guy's subconscious. But after that recent battle, the kid's Danshin upgraded into a core. Because of that, he can finally maintain a physical form once again. Finishing his speech, Pri pats the completely expressionless Min Si-woo. Got it now, resting her chin on her hand, Yoha looks highly skeptical. She admits she has never heard of such a thing. Can a Danshin really upgrade like that? He confidently assures her he isn't lying. In the demon realm, that is a basic trait of dragons and elite demons. After taking a moment to process this information, Min Si-jun gently chimes in, saying as long as it doesn't harm Min Si-woo, it's fine. Thanks to their recent mission, he learned quite a lot, including the fact that they can still become significantly stronger. A bright spark of hope instantly ignites within his eyes. So please keep guiding me, Master. Beside them, Yoha is also incredibly excited, declaring that despite her age, she still has a mountain of things to learn. Seeing them get so serious, Min Si-woo awkwardly rubs his neck, muttering that they really don't need to overdo it. Min Si-jun seems totally used to his attitude. All right, let's head out. He still has to clean up the aftermath of the incident, right? Min Si-woo gets a headache just thinking about it. Sighing, he agrees and asks for a ride. Meanwhile, Yoha completely ignores the two of them and excitedly asks Sen if she wants to visit the Blue Flower Guild. Sensing he is being ignored, Pri's face instantly darkens. How dare you idiots leave me behind? The scene shifts outside the SMCS building right inside Huang Donggu's office. He is busy reviewing some documents when an unexpected visitor walks in. Oh, you're here already. Min Si-woo cannot hide the surprise in his voice. You're early. Hearing this, the man immediately starts ranting, words flowing like a river. A massive case like this usually takes forever. We would have had to pull all-nighters, especially with a whole bunch of criminal syndicates involved. Instead of offering any sympathy, Min Si-woo cuts straight to the point. Forget those small fry criminals. What about him? Having worked together for a long time, Huang Donggu catches on instantly. Commander Kang is currently being locked up in the holding cell. Since his arrest, he hasn't uttered a single word except when he's eating. We've made absolutely zero progress. Min Si-woo quickly skims through the vital information as Huang Dong-gu delivers a brief update stating everything has been sent over to forensics. Seeing that everything is in order, he hands back the document. Good. Let me know the moment you get any updates. Taking the paper, he casually asks if Min Si-woo is heading down to the interrogation room. Loud, menacing knuckle cracks echo through the office. He'll start talking soon enough, right after all of his teeth are knocked out. Before long, blood-curdling screams echo from holding cell number 1. Kyung can't help but gulp nervously. He and Soo-hyuk, standing outside, break into a cold sweat. They whisper to each other in sheer panic. Hey, is this really okay? I have no idea. Just keep quiet for now. Behind the heavy iron door, blood splatters stain the floor. Ji-woo finally breaks under the ruthless, unforgiving weight of Min Si-woo's fists. Fine, I'll talk. The mastermind behind the entire awakening drug lark is the Gyeongdobu organization. Gyeongdobu is a massive global network centered around their CEO. They are the ones in charge of distributing lark all across Northeast Asia. They even handed domestic distribution rights to Ji-woo. Squeezing out the last bits of memory left in his battered head, he reveals that Claw is actually one of the biggest black market distributors in the area. They plan to flood the entire region with lark using Narak as their main base. That is everything he knows. As for where the CEO gets the goods, he genuinely has no clue who is behind the global distribution. He swears it. Min Si-woo completely ignored his desperate begging, coldly pressing him. So who is this Daeokung guy anyway, Ji-wee? After taking a few brutal hits, he talked, admitting that the man had suddenly appeared 10 years ago. He built an entire syndicate overnight and swallowed the underworld in record time. Officially, he ran a cult using a skill called Ashura. He even founded a massive corporate conglomerate, keeping any ties to the dark underworld completely hidden from the public eye. Hearing this, Min Si-woo just sighed in utter disappointment. Is this how I raise you? Fine, that is enough for now. But what about? Who is Cloud? Ji-wee flinched, leaping backward in absolute terror. I really do not know. I only met him on Daeokung's orders. Shuddering in absolute fear, the helpless guy squeezed his trembling arms. All I know is that he is some incredibly bizarre businessman. Min Si-woo felt like he had just wasted his time. So in the end, we still have to dig up everything ourselves, he muttered in frustration. Useless, as always, Min Si-woo scoffed, turning on his heel. Whatever. Get some food and rest. You're coming with me to find Daeokung. The commander sighed in relief, feeling like he had just cheated death. Outside, it was another beautifully clear and peaceful day. Up on the rooftop, Min Si-woo leaned against the railing, deeply focused on the files in his hands. Thanks to the massive success of this latest operation, the name SMCS was lit up, completely dominating everyone's attention. Suddenly, he clenched the paper in pure frustration. A promotion, Edward, that bastard, just how hard does he expect me to work? Just then a glowing magic circle flickered to life right in front of him. Ah, so you finally made it, Rose. Rose and Vaughn knelt down respectfully. You called master before Min Si-woo could speak. The old man was already beaming, gushing with loyalty. Thanks to the incredible artifact you bestowed, our secret operations have been going smoother than ever. I am deeply grateful. But Min Si-woo could not stand this over-the-top brown-nosing, so he cut right to the chase. Where did you get something so highly suspicious? Min Si-woo gave a vague passing excuse before diving straight into the core issue. Let us just say I have ties with the Dark Heaven clan. Anyway, I summon you both because I have a new assignment. I need you to investigate a few targets. Tail them closely, watch their every move, and if anything looks off, report back immediately. Thanks to his seasoned instincts, Vaughn quickly grasped how critical this mission really was. Who are we tailing? Lord Min Si-woo began piecing together the clues from everything that went down in their last project. We had a massive leak, so we have to find the breach and plug it. I've checked everyone who recently transferred to SMCS, focusing on those who had access to the files. The suspect list is now narrowed down to 2 main targets. Both of them belong to the 7 stars. Rose and Vaughn gasped. The 7 stars. Min Si-woo slowly spat out the first name, Han Honorable. And right after that, the smug, arrogant faces of Ji-won and Jeum-gang popped up in his mind. The leak is definitely coming from one of those 2. Meanwhile, in the SMCS main hall, Edward took the stage with a grave expression. He welcomed all the freshly appointed investigators who were officially joining the SMCS headquarters today. We want to express our deepest gratitude. We are highly anticipating all of your future contributions. Now, before we move to the next phase, as investigators, surely you all know about the illegal awakening drug that recently shook the entire world. And you also know that the first highly successful case was resolved by our Korean branch. Not only did they seize a massive stash of these dangerous contraband drugs, he continued, highlighting their recent triumphs, but they also managed to completely wipe out the entire distribution network and successfully arrested the ringleaders, a truly monumental achievement. Therefore, the hero behind this spectacular feat hunter, Min Si-woo of the SMCS Korean branch, is hereby promoted to semi-special grade. Immediately, the crowd began whispering in disbelief. Starting out as a semi-special agent, who the hell is this Min Si-woo anyway? Another guy grumbled in annoyance. Damn it, even pulling strings should have a limit. The other whispered back, man, the vice president is really playing a high-stakes game. Looks like they are sending a warning to the former president's faction. Another hunter couldn't help but chime in, frowning. That guy is not even on the global rankings. Just how strong can he be? On stage, Edward cast a confident look over the crowd, raising his voice. Fellow SMCS investigators, we are both the shield and the bullet of humanity. Since the gates appeared on Earth, we have lived in an era where skill power dominates both law and human intellect. SMCS uses that power to protect justice. We must focus on wielding our power properly, not getting bogged down by useless red tape. With that, the ceremony wrapped up and the hall quickly fell silent again as everyone dispersed with incredibly heavy hearts, while others rushed back to their duties. Meanwhile, in another private office, Jun-ho's furious voice echoed through the walls. Damn it! Slumping into his chair, he was in an absolute foul mood. How dare they turn everything upside down like this? A backed rookie. Did those fools have any idea how much money he burned behind the scenes? All just to keep SMCS's reputation. Sang-gun stood respectfully, reporting every detail on the current situation to his superior. Several semi-special agents were already leaning toward the vice president. Word was that senile old Harold Bloom had said something. He comforted the agents complaining about this new appointment while the former president's faction continued to lose its ground. Jun-ho knew this all too well, making him even more furious. He slammed the document straight into Sang-gun's face, snapping at him for adding fuel to the fire. He demanded his team take action. After all, his hard work kissing up to the former president, these young punks were now crossing the line. They were all aiming for his executive seat. Furious, he kicked everyone out, leaving Sang-gun and the secretary to flee the office in absolute terror. He ordered them to get lost and take down that fast-tracked rookie to secure some achievements. Once the room finally fell silent, Jun-ho was left alone. He cursed under his breath, letting out a heavy sigh. In his mind, he had already arrived at his final desperate decision. It was time to play his ultimate trump card. In that moment, Jun-ho's memories drifted back to a luxurious high-end bar. In that quiet, serene atmosphere, he listened to the mysterious voice behind him bring up a very familiar name, Pandemonium. He was baffled, believing they had vanished after the demons migrated to Antarctica. Yet it seemed they were still very much alive. Even so, he couldn't grasp why they had to cooperate. He didn't mind having demons as backing, but the terms seemed off. He questioned what they could possibly gain from him. Looking back with a pale, irritated face, his words were sharp and mocking. Did he really need to know? He was never one to care about details. The only thing that mattered was this irrational world. A world where humans were judged solely by innate power. The voice acknowledged how hard Jun-ho had struggled to climb up from the very bottom. From money laundering to shady under-the-table deals, that final revelation immediately pushed Jun-ho into a state of extreme suffocating tension. The speaker knew everything but simply didn't care. Pandemonium only valued one thing, the pure, unadulterated desire to grow stronger. With just a few small favors, securing the president's chair would be effortless. As the memory faded, Jun-ho sat in stunned silence. He was completely speechless, silently calculating his next moves as the scene shifted, revealing Min Si-woo holding a brand new nameplate. He listened in silence as Edward began his briefing. Edward urged him to take it and wear it with pride, introducing the association. This was the sole international organization dedicated to investigating awakened criminals with varying scale and authority across different nations. Yet the headquarters' influence far surpassed any national agency. Edward proudly revealed that his own rank was semi-special class. Out of 5 total ranks, special, semi-special, high, medium, and low, Edward held the second highest tier, while local branch managers only reached medium. Holding a semi-special rank placed Edward far above local branch chiefs, granting him immense power, influence, and the status of a state guest. Min Si-woo frowned slightly, finding it hard to believe he had actually reached such heights in his career. It was bitter irony. Back in Korea, he was treated like absolute trash. Knowing that dwelling on it would only fuel his anger, he tossed it aside. Either way, his sudden promotion was definitely causing a massive uproar within the organization. When asked why they went so far, Edward offered a warm smile, explaining they desperately needed to utilize his full strength. Min Si-woo understood the hidden implications perfectly, calling Edward a sly devil. Suddenly, a ringing phone cut through the silence. Recognizing the caller, Min Si-woo signaled Edward to wait. He answered quickly, and hearing Hwang Dong-gu's urgent words, promised to return immediately. Edward was left completely baffled. With a dark, grim expression, Min Si-woo lowered his voice to break the shocking news. Chief Gang Gy was dead. Recognizing the extreme gravity of the situation, Min Si-woo rushed straight back to his office. He fell into deep thought. It was a harsh, shocking reality that was incredibly difficult to accept. He couldn't believe this happened during his brief absence. He demanded a full briefing and Rose immediately stepped forward to comply. She detailed the poisoning, noting there were no signs of a break-in. The target had likely smuggled the poison inside his own body. However, nothing was certain. She had stationed Sherry Vonk outside the building the moment Min Siwoo left, but they found nothing. Nothing suspicious was spotted. The elder then presented a new folder containing the files Min Siwoo had ordered him to investigate. It detailed Ryu Ji-won, leader of the Diamond Guild. Strangely, there was absolutely no record of him before he entered the tower. He had no known family. After establishing his guild, he primarily partnered with commercial trading companies dealing in mana stones. He controlled the shipping routes and was notorious for his ruthlessness. Min Si-woo carefully analyzed every detail written on the paper. He probed further, asking about the Han Soul Guild. Ghost took a moment to recall the details before speaking. He reported that Li Jia, leader of the Han Soul Guild, was an elite healer-type hunter with a perfectly clean background. Her guild focused heavily on defense and recovery, making them highly sought after for missions abroad. Many international hunters had also joined her ranks. Hearing this, Min Si-woo finally had a solid grasp of the entire situation. Just assign the next mission. I will dig deep into our internal data myself and send Sherry Vonk to China to investigate Gyeongdobu. Find out more about Ryu Ji-won's origins. Ghost nodded to show he understood, then saluted seriously and accepted the order. With that, the man departed, leaving Min Si-woo alone in silence. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Chuan had been silenced. Could Gyeongdobu really have some connection to the SMCS? What kind of agency has this many critical flaws? Suddenly, Pri called out, urging him to hurry. This was an absolute emergency. Grumbling in annoyance, Min Si-woo snapped back, making his frustration over the sudden interruption crystal clear. My show suddenly went off the air. This is so boring. Change the channel. Min Si-woo could only shake his head, utterly helpless. Giving in to Pri's whining, he casually flipped to another channel where a reporter's urgent voice immediately caught his attention. Breaking news tonight. On Mount Taebaek in Gangwon Province, South Korea's first ever S-rank gate has officially appeared. We will now connect. Live with our reporter on the scene. On the screen, the broadcaster's steady voice continued to drone on, filling the quiet room. An S-rank gate is a literal national disaster. However, since the resources inside are massive, its true impact depends entirely on how we handle it. An S-rank gate can also become a blessing. He confirmed the discovery of an S-rank gate in Gangwon. Without hesitation, Hwasun confirmed it. Hearing his guest's response, the host immediately pushed forward with a sharp question addressing the critical issue. But there is absolutely no precedent for high-level gates popping up simultaneously all over the globe like this, is there? Starting with the S-rank gate in Gangwon, South Korea, high-level gates have begun appearing in massive numbers across the entire globe. How do you evaluate this crisis? Remaining completely calm and unbothered, he began to logically break down the situation. As you know, it has only been 20 years since gates first appeared. Humanity is still just getting used to this strange mana power, all thanks to awakening our unique skills. But honestly, we do not even understand 10% of the science behind these awakenings. The gates themselves are still a mystery that desperately needs more research. The broadcast quickly cut to the next update, confidently mentioning a major event. Fortunately, an emergency summit is scheduled for today, bringing together leaders from every nation facing an S-rank threat. President Choi has already departed and the meeting will begin shortly. Raid operations will follow immediately after, with the main focus being on minimizing casualties while maximizing the valuable resources retrieved. Still, a swift, decisive response is the ultimate key. Meanwhile, at the SMCS Korea headquarters, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Everyone in the office is scrambling to manage this sudden chaos, working tirelessly with not a single second to rest. Dong-gu threw on his heavy coat and let out a frustrated sigh. How ironic. Just as my junior gets promoted too. The main headquarters, an S-rank gate pops up. Plus, we still have to investigate Kang Ji-hui's case. We have barely even started. Min Si-woo, standing right beside him, could only nod in agreement, though the timing of everything felt incredibly frustrating. Min Si-woo naturally expressed his concerns, muttering, "Maybe I am just being paranoid, but the timing of all this feels terrifyingly perfect." His colleague showed deep sympathy, replying, "Feeling that way is completely normal. But gates are just natural phenomena, right?" That specific word instantly sent Min Si-woo into deep thought. He quietly repeated the phrase to himself, a natural phenomenon, as his mind began racing, analyzing every scrap of data. Was this really just a natural occurrence, or was there something more? It was just like the suspicions he had during the Desert Gate incident. What if these gates are not random but carefully planned? Unable to find an answer, he shook his head. It is still too early to tell. He then turned to his partner. Kang Ji-hui's case was written off as just a rogue act, right? Is there anything new? Dong-gu scratched his head, slowly recalling the details. Not quite, but our investigation into those shadow groups is on hold. With that massive S-rank gate open in Gangwon, and countless lower-level gates popping up in other regions, just keeping citizens safe is going to keep everyone completely swamped. Min Si-woo suddenly remembered a critical detail and asked if the SMCS would join the S-rank raid. Rest of his partner put his hand to his chin, carefully weighing the possibilities. Hard to say. Nationally, the Seven Stars and the Hunter Association will definitely receive mandatory orders to mobilize for this. But SMCS is primarily an investigative agency. S-rank raids usually involve international cooperation, so we might receive reinforcement from foreign hunters. Clasping his hands behind his neck, he walked off, muttering. Knowing that guy, he probably does not have a shred of negotiating talent. Inside the Grand Hall of the Hunter Association, Choi Dae-sun stood quietly observing his surroundings as hushed whispers began to fill the room. This was not the first time a global summit was being held by the association, but given the extreme urgency of these sudden gate outbreaks, they had absolutely no choice. Having so many high-level gates open simultaneously is actually a blessing in disguise for us. As long as mana stones drop, we are happy, though our country still lacks hunters powerful enough to handle high-level threats. Leaning in close to Choi Dae-sun Moon, He-wook lowered his voice to a serious whisper. Sir, in a crisis like this, we need to secure as many allies as possible. He then raised his voice again, emphasizing, the nation's strength has recovered significantly, but handling an S-rank gate alone is still too much for him, and he obviously knows it. Recognizing this setup was completely intentional, he played along and replied, I know, but who gets the mana crystals once the raid is over? Mana crystals, the precious minerals harvested only from gates, are incredibly efficient fuel sources and the foundation for modern mana tools. They power every magical weapon and mana-driven device in the world today. No country is going to lend their hunters for free. It all comes down to negotiating the rewards. Nearby, someone grew impatient as time dragged on, asking, when is this meeting finally starting? Another hunter chuckled and replied, good question, it looks like everyone is here. Right then the door softly swung open, silencing the room's confusion. Moon Hyuk froze in shock the moment he saw the newcomers, especially when he recognized the leader of their guard. He confidently gasped out, Miss Stiltane. Across the banquet hall, whispers of Miss Stiltane immediately began to spread. I heard they rarely make public appearances and isn't their leader the association president with a mythic-grade skill, someone muttered. Another stood there in complete disbelief. I knew the International Hunter Association organized this meeting, but this is insane. I never expected them to actually show up in person. Meanwhile, Choi Dae-soo stood in silence, his mind piecing together old files. Miss Stiltane. The 10 strongest elite members of the International Hunter Association, the absolute peak of power. They seized control of the Hunter Foundation the moment Gates first appeared, using that immense power to build the association. As the world's most elite group, almost every hunter dreams of joining Miss Stiltane one day. That is the sheer scale of their influence. Yet, even S-rank applicants are ruthlessly screened out unless they possess a rare godlike mythic-grade skill. They wouldn't even look at you otherwise. Remembering the old days, Choi Dae-soo felt a wave of bitterness. They had once rejected his application too. What arrogant snobs. Beside him, Moon Hyuk muttered that having the Miss Stiltane leader show up in person proved just how dire the situation was. Suddenly, Ara's gentle voice echoed across the hall, apologizing for their delay. She thanked everyone for rushing over despite their busy schedules. Once she had the room's undivided attention, she got down to business. Given the extreme urgency, let's begin. Instantly, the air in the room turned heavy as they faced the impending crisis. Raon quickly mapped out the active gate locations, flashing estimated counts across the screen. In short, nearly every continent had triggered 1 or 2 S-rank gates. That is 7 S-rank threats, excluding the gates already being raided or previously cleared. Over 1,300 new A-rank gates had also opened, raising massive red flags for Yoon Bin. This is far worse than we feared. Clearing our own domestic gates is already a nightmare, Raon added, deeply skeptical about their plan. Can a global alliance even help us here? Jae-hyun chimed in, suggesting they could still coordinate joint raids. Neighboring countries could easily exchange hunter support. Another leader nodded, agreeing that international cooperation was still vital. Merlin tapped the table to command the room before laying out his blunt views. Honestly, I'm not sure we need an alliance at all. If multiple countries jump into a single high-level gate, we will just end up fighting over the precious loot. The alliance supporters went silent. Before they could argue, Merlin cut them off. We must focus purely on our own borders. Handle your own gates independently. Getting into petty squabbles right now will only breed more chaos. For nations short on power, the association will dispatch support squads supervised by Miss Stiltane. But Jae-hyun wasn't buying it. He saw right through Merlin's hidden agenda and pushed back. Why does Miss Stiltane get to set the rules? Is the association just trying to monopolize everything? Seeing the tension peak, Era smoothly stepped in to defuse it. Please calm down. The association is a global organization serving all hunters equally. We act solely for the public good and to resolve this crisis. We have no interest in seizing anyone's resources. For global peace, let us overcome this together. With that, the 10th summit finally concluded. Night fell over the city as the representatives dispersed back to their duties. In the distance, one hunter grumbled in utter frustration. Choi Choi Dae-soo and his team watched from afar, listening quietly. What a total joke. Just then, Dobin spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. Mr. President, we need to head to the car now. Also, reports show that every high-level gate across the globe is active except for our own S-rank gate. He knew exactly what had to be done. Without hesitation, he ordered, understood. The moment we land, summon the 7 stars, the Korean Hunter Association, and the SMCS. Walking briskly, Choi Choi Dae-soo analyzed the fallout of Miss Dultane's intervention. With their interference, the global alliance is dead. We must clear our S-rank gate entirely alone. Hearing this, Moon Hyuk gasped. What? He panicked, trying to make sense of the summit's promises. But didn't they agree to send help? And why is the SMCS, a criminal investigation agency, getting dragged into a high-level dungeon raid? He anticipated this reaction. She quietly explains that if international aid arrives, they will prioritize countries without local association branches first. After all, our local branches are packed with S-rank hunters. Plus, we even have a semi-special SMCS investigator now, referring to that kid. Well, if things have already come to this, there's no turning back. She is determined to work him to the bone. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Siwoo is seriously coordinating their defensive tasks. Over at the Hunter Association Korean headquarters, a shocked gasp suddenly pierces through the loud chatter of the lobby. Someone mentions that the raid on the S-rank Gangwon gate is going ahead with only local hunters on duty. Hearing this, Idun rests his chin on his hand, lazily tapping his foot to the beat. He saw the official government notice. Rumor has it, Miss Cutin showed up, making Jae-hee sit up in shock. He clenches his pants in disbelief. An S-rank gate is no joke. Can they really handle it with that squad? His voice carries pure frustration. After all, command of this raid should rightfully belong to their Hunter Association. Before they can argue further, a colleague whispers a warning that the president has just arrived. The noisy lobby falls dead silent. Under hundreds of watchful eyes, only the sound of Eunju's footsteps echoes. Standing tall, she walks with absolute confidence. Just then, Chan-ju looks up and asks her a quick question. He asks for updates from global headquarters. Eunju keeps walking, throwing a cynical glance back over her shoulder. She scoffs, asking why those snobs would ever care about a local branch. Her anger grows with every word. To powerful figures like Miss TikTok, the association is nothing more than a high-quality mercenary supply chain. Worry washes over Chan-bu's face. He heard their branch was actually put in charge of directing this raid. Stepping into the elevator, he frantically flips through a stack of documents. He tries explaining the roster, but Eunju raises a hand, cutting him off. She was briefed on the way over. She double-checks if there are indeed 2 A-class gates nearby. Chan-gu nods reluctantly. Unfortunately, the gates are situated dangerously close to one another, making defense difficult. They are tasked with securing the perimeter. Eunju immediately maps out the best tactical approach. First, they will clear the A-rank gates before sending a scout team into the S-class zone. Then the final offensive begins. Pushing up his glasses, he confirms her plan for the scout team. For S-rank gates, scouting is everything. It is a simple truth, but Chan-gu understands her point perfectly. He promises a written report. He then adds that their advisory team mentioned SMCS is also joining in. Eunju frowns at the mention of SMCS, wondering who they will deploy. Soon, high noon arrives. Deep inside the lush forest, everyone is busy setting up. Ki Woong-ho looks up at the sky. He shivers at the sight of the rift, whispering about the immense pressure radiating from the S-class gate. Even from this distance, the entrance is terrifyingly clear. Standing nearby, Sung-in scoffs with a sarcastic grin. He remarks that if things were not so dire, these elite hunters would never be here. The top 6 guild leaders are actually cooperating. Hae-hwa quietly mutters a curse under her breath. She raises her voice, warning the older hunters that this is a crisis, not some casual picnic. Si-jun stretches his wrists, asking about the association. Kang Yo-won looks around, counting the arrivals. They are short by 1. Right on cue, Ji-won strolls in, mocking them for arriving early. He jokes that they are just hungry for loot, sniffing out cash like hounds. Kang Yo-won's expression immediately turns ice cold. She snaps back that he is the late one and they are only here because of the summons. He giggles behind his hand, telling her to stop acting so noble. Every word out of Ji-won's mouth drips with sarcasm. He complains that the government is getting reckless by putting the association in charge. An investigation agency like SMCS joining a raid makes no sense. He quickly changes the subject, though. He asks about her transfer to the main branch. Siwoo watches their tense exchange from a distance. Speechless, he marvels at how fast rumors spread. Meanwhile, Sung-in watches him, gritting his teeth in regret. He wishes they had recruited him earlier. Just then, Eunju steps forward, noting that everyone has arrived. Standing at the center, she introduces herself as Kim Unju, the commander-in-chief. She announces that today's operation within the restricted zone will be split into 3 separate teams. With 1 S-rank gate and 2 A-rank gates on their hands, today's goal is for each team to complete reconnaissance of the S-rank gate and raid both A-rank gates. Listening closely, Siwoo stretches his body as Eunju finishes her briefing. Changyu quickly steps up to announce the roster, looking down at his list and shouting the assignments with a booming voice. Raid Team 1 is Diamond Hanhan and SMCS. Raid Team 2 includes the War Empire and White Lion. Recon Team 3 features Chi Onghua, the Boundless Legion, and the International Hunter Association. With the roster set, Chi-Gu continues, detailing the mission rules. As previously noted, each organization is capped at just 1 platoon. Based on the gate's average tier rating, Raid Team 1 will serve as the strike force for the Eastern A-rank gate, while Raid Team 2 blitzes the Western A-rank gate. Recon Team 3 takes the S-rank gate. Hearing this, Ji-Hwan rests his hands behind his head, complaining loudly about the plan. Of course, we get the grunt work while Recon gets all the fun, but Eunju quickly shuts him down, responding with dead seriousness. We are only prioritizing safety, she says, giving a firm guarantee that unless something highly irregular and unexpected happens, there won't be an early raid. So relax, keep your cool, and let teams A and B strike as fast as possible. Dismissed. Suddenly, Pri flies right up to Siwoo's ear, whispering and pointing at Eunju. Hey, who is that? She talks like some supreme leader. But Siwoo looks just as clueless. Back in my day, hunter associations didn't even exist. Suddenly, his expression darkens. Besides that, bastard Choi Dae-sun is probably looking for an excuse to work us to death. Right then, Hwang Dong-gu suddenly marches over, shouting out. He waves them over, urging, our team is ready, let's head east. Siwoo immediately snaps out of his thoughts. Shaking off his thoughts, he replies, got it, let's move. Soon heavy footsteps echo through the once silent, peaceful forest. After a while, Kang Yo-won breaks the silence. Hunter Min Siwoo, he doesn't say a word, only giving her a sidelong glance. She wastes no time starting her headhunting pitch. Have you ever considered transferring from SMCS over to our Hanhan Guild? Blown away by her directness, Siwoo blinks in confusion before finally stammering out. Wait, do I even know you? Kang Yo-hwan smirks amused. Who doesn't know you these days? She nods her head towards Sung Hyun as an example. Our guild specializes in top-tier healers, but you are a rare soul-summoning mage, a highly sought-after class. We offer the absolute best pay and benefits among all the guilds. Siwoo's face turns slightly red from embarrassment, but he declines decisively. You already know my answer. No, I have way too much work. Watching him walk away, Kang Yo-won lets out a soft sigh. Yeah, I pretty much figured as much. Suddenly, a scout runs up completely out of breath. Guildmaster, we found the entrance. Ji-Won quickly sizes up the situation. It's quite large for an A rank, but still tiny compared to an S rank. She stares straight ahead, crossing her arms in deep thought. Strange. The gate is right on the ground. But Ji-Won doesn't overthink things. He starts warming up with his squad. Let's move. First one in claims all the best loot. Kang Yo-won yells out in a panic. Wait, loot is supposed to be split after the raid is cleared. But Ji-Won's crew doesn't care, leaping straight into the glowing portal. Let's go, boys, Roger confused. Siwoo scratches his head. Why the massive rush? They look like dogs desperate for a bathroom break. Behind him, Hwang Dong-gu clenches his fists, itching to jump in. Let's move. Seeing Siwoo stroll in casually with his hands in his pockets, Kang Yo-hwan quickly orders Hanhan to keep formation and follow. The guild members shout in unison, and the moment Siwoo steps over the portal's threshold, a blinding flash of light erupts. When his eyes finally adjust, he finds himself standing inside a thick, dense jungle. Pre-flies circles around him, whining. Oh my gosh, it is so hot here, I am going to melt. Can someone please bring me a watermelon? Siwoo shields his eyes from the blazing sun, assessing the dense terrain. A tropical rainforest. Instantly, a familiar memory flashes through his mind, reminding him of his brutal struggle back in the Tower of Beginning. Meanwhile, the Hanhan members touch down one by one. Guildmaster, our entire main assault force is inside. Kang Yo-won nods, her voice full of confidence. Good. Leave a small team to guard the entrance. Strange, though. No minor monsters in sight. Diamond must have already pushed deep inside. Before she can even finish, a deafening, earth-shaking roar echoes through the trees. Dong-gu immediately goes on high alert. What the hell was that? It came from deep in the jungle. After a split-second hesitation, the leader barks out a decisive order. Move out fast. Meanwhile, Ji-Won spots Kang Yo-won's group rushing toward them and grumbles. Whoa, come on, why are you guys crowding our spot? We were here first. We already claimed this area. Kang Yo-hwan grits her teeth, stressing every single word. Hunter Ryu, have you lost your mind? That's a rare beast. She glares at the defeated Minotaur lying flat on the ground, its long tongue sticking out. Kang Yo-hwan takes a deep, heavy breath, holding back her boiling rage before snapping at him. Don't you know the golden rule? The rarer and more human-like a monster is, she warns that approaching him requires absolute caution. But before Ye Jin can even finish her warning about rushing in blindly, Ji Huan rudely cuts her off. What else do I need to ask for its name first? He stands there, arms crossed with a smug smirk, dismissing them as mere monsters from an A-rank gate. Don't be so sensitive. Ye Jin is completely flabbergasted by his sheer ignorance. What did he just say? While the two continue their petty argument, Pri and Min Si Woo step closer to inspect the massive minotaur. It really has been a while. I have only ever encountered these beasts in volcanic regions back in the other world, Min Si Woo notes calmly. He squats down to get a closer look. This specimen is noticeably smaller than usual. Could it actually be a cub? Realizing this, Min Si Woo immediately barks out orders. Huangjiang Gu, reform the lines. The most dangerous place in any hunt is right where the babies are. Right on cue, the surrounding forest canopy begins to tremble violently. Jai Huan grits his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, what now? Ye Jin scans the area, sensing the exact same shockwave. Suddenly, 4 Diamond Guild members shriek in absolute terror, crying for their leader as they scatter in a wild panic. Fleeing from the towering shadow behind them, the colossal minotaur clenches its massive fists and raises them high. It unleashes a devastating sky-rendering roar. The deafening shockwave instantly forces several hunters to their knees. Clutching their chests in agony, they gasp at its overwhelming size. The roar's sheer pressure is insane. Ji Huan snorts in disappointment. A bunch of useless weaklings. Grit your teeth and charge. On his command, the Diamond Guild team pushes forward. They quickly rally their spirits and shout in agreement. Ye Jin turns to stop them, but they are already charging ahead. No, wait, but it is too late. The Minotaur pulls a massive axe from its back and delivers a devastating sweep. That single strike casually sends the vanguard flying. Ye Jin curses under her breath, yet swiftly steps up to lead. Activate the healing field now. The Han Guild members immediately charge forward, ready to unleash their abilities. Only now does Min Si Woo finally give his team the signal. Alright, those fools had their turn and failed. We go in as planned. Dong Gu grabs his radio and coordinates the SMCS squad to form the frontline defense. Block those axe swings. Rear guard suppress that sonic roar. With every precise command he barks out, the entire squad moves like a well-oiled machine. Just then, the Minotaur raises its heavy axe for another brutal swing. But before the blade can fall, thick iron chains bind the beast's entire body. Min Si Woo nods in silent approval. Not bad. With a massive leap, Min Si Woo launches himself into the air, instantly matching the giant Minotaur's towering height. Even in this high-stakes moment, he still finds time to mock the beast. What are you looking at, cow eyes? Min Si Woo strikes without a trace of hesitation, his voice dropping to a dark whisper. Close your eyes. He lands and immediately asks, should I use that technique now? Pri gives a quiet, approving nod. Go ahead. Meanwhile, Min Si Woo tries to decipher the beast. Min Si Woo stares blankly at the roaring beast. What the hell is this cow even saying? Can someone translate? But then he gets pumped. You really don't get it. Fine, my genius body will translate. It says, ouch, that hurts, I'm going to wipe you out. Earthrise Labyrinth. Though Ye Jin doesn't speak monster, her sharp observation skills immediately pick up the threat. The terrain is shifting. Is it a binding spell? That monster is casting an active skill. She screams, a warning to the team, telling them to dodge the rising rocks. Sadly, Ji Huan's squad is caught dead in the blast. What is happening, boss? The floor is moving. As they scramble to dodge the debris, one of them loses his mind and yells. How can an A-rank monster pull off magic on this scale? Just as Yu Jin maneuvers past a colossal boulder, she hears a desperate cry echoing from within the rocks. Disgusting bugs, someone save me. She instantly recognizes the voice. She skids to a halt. Hunter Ryu, are you alright? Her tactical mind instantly begins calculating their options. The front line is completely cut off. Under these conditions, but before she can formulate a plan, another blood-curdling scream pierces the air. Leader, help us. The Minotaur is swinging its giant axe straight at her squad. Terrified, she rushes forward. Just when it seems they are both doomed, a massive iron fist suddenly intervenes. Min Si Woo raises a solid barrier, completely stopping the Minotaur's deadly strike. At the same time, he calmly orders the squad to transition from defense to offense. Within mere seconds, the SMCS team members quickly report in. Captain Speed buffs are active, strength buffs are ready to go. Without wasting a beat, Zhang Gu leaps high, executing the plan to get right behind the Minotaur. All right, let's do this. His shout is resolute, though deep down he quietly doubts if he can pull off the command. Is his raw firepower actually enough? Unfortunately, the monster already notices him and slowly turns its massive head. Clearing his mind, he focused entirely on his hands. The moment the last syllable fell, countless metal bolts shot right past Minoto's ears. Following someone's excited shout, the surrounding boulders instantly shattered into pieces. The target was down. A path to the outside was quickly cleared, revealing Ji-won and his team all looking completely battered and exhausted. Man, I really thought I was dead back there. Siwoo casually walked over and immediately started teasing them. You guys look pitiful. Healing from the inside must have been rough. Veins popped on his forehead as he scoffed twice. You're unbelievable. Even now, Kang Yo-won was still shocked, since when could supporters pull off such large-scale coordination? Right then, a voice called out from behind her. Captain. Sung Hae-yoon stepped forward with an expressionless face and spoke his mind. We should regroup before more monsters spawn. Kang Yo-won paused to think, then nodded. You're right. Let's focus on healing the wounded first. Meanwhile, Dong-gu stood frozen, staring blankly at his own palm. He never imagined that his strike would actually work against such a hardhead. Just as he said, depending on the support type and timing skill, power varies wildly. He excitedly snapped his head up. I've learned so much today. Wait, where are you going, Siwoo? Casually stuffing his hands into his pockets, he replied, just scouting ahead. Pla immediately saw through him. You're checking its nest, right? Siwoo readily admitted it. Yeah. Gotta clear out any beasts drawn by the blood. If a monster this big showed up, there might be something even deadlier nearby. After scanning the area, he finally spotted his target. Found it. Looks like it came from that way. But the second he looked, he recoiled in pure disgust. Ugh, smells like straight cow manure. Suddenly, Si-woo's eyes narrowed, his expression, turning dead serious. Hold on. What is that? Am I seeing things? Pla. Completely ignoring their surroundings now, Pla nodded vigorously. No, I can see it clear as day too. Could that be? He voiced their mutual disbelief. Meanwhile, 3 hours ago, inside an S-rank gate, the searing heat threatened to melt flesh, leaving Yeohwa completely stunned. Is this place a volcanic region? Right behind her, her teammate gasped. It's so bizarre. I can't even tell day from night. Eunju, however, cut straight to the point. Our target this time is just scouting. Assess the area quickly so we can pull back before anything unexpected happens. Each guild will search a different direction. Yeohwa offered no objections and simply turned to discuss with the opposite team. Hunter Yu. Our Cheonghwa guild will take the southern sector, all right. Seeing how incredibly tight-lipped the woman was, she silently recalled S-rank Hunter Jayan, leader of the Boundless Legion. Her main skill was word of command, right? Maybe that's why she's always silent. Yeohwa sighed deeply. I wish I was teamed up with Master instead. But a sudden call. Guild leader snapped her out of her self-pity. Blushing slightly, Yeohwa quickly regained her composure. Right, let's head out. Meanwhile, Eunju's group was still frantically searching for any useful clues using their advanced technology. We've been in here a while, but it's weird. Not a single monster in sight. She asked with growing impatience. Hey, found anything yet? Jae-hyun paused what he was doing and gave a hesitant reply.
Well, we've scanned a 20-kilometer radius. No signs of monsters, and we haven't even found any mana stones.
But there's a heavy flow of mana concentrated in one area, and the epicenter, following Jae-hyun's finger, was none other than that volcano. In Eunju's view, a violently erupting peak loomed in the distance. She frowned, assessing the situation. Going straight there is too risky. We'll only advance as far as our tracking equipment can actually cover. Meanwhile, Yeohwa's squad was slowly making their way into the southern region of the volcano. Standing on a high cliff to survey the scenery, she thought, doesn't seem like there's much to see. But that volcano is definitely suspicious. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, forcing Yeohwa to whip around instantly. Seeing her high-alert stance, Jian finally opened her mouth to speak. Stand down. Spotting her ally, Yeohwa quickly lowered her weapon. Man, you scared me. Ah, Hunter Yu. She didn't respond, only quickly scribbling in her notebook. Seconds later, she showed her the written message. Southern area exploration is complete. Let's head back to the assembly point. Yeohwa agreed without hesitation. Yeah, we should definitely head back. Jian closed her notebook only to write a bit more. This time it was a question. Miss Kang, Yeohwa, you know a lot about Min-soo, right? Caught off guard by the question, Yeohwa asked back, yeah, why? It seemed Ji-on had prepared for this, as she quickly showed another page filled with small writing. I also made it here thanks to the guidance of Master Choi Dae-soo, and the heroes of the war 10 years ago. My uncle Choi Dae-soo and Dr. Gu, their legends remain clear in my memory. Yet no matter how hard I try, I barely remember anything about Min-soo. Isn't that weird? For someone strong enough to shake the world, how is it possible for the relocation of an entire nation to fade from everyone's memory in just 10 years? Kang Yeohwa quickly avoids the tough topic, passing the buck to Jillian by telling her to ask Master. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoes from behind. The connection with the command center was just cut off. You need to get here immediately. They abruptly end their unfinished conversation. Rushing to the emergency site, Kang Yeohwa instantly turns pale at the horrific scene of death before her eyes. What on earth is this? What happened here? How did this entire place get ruined? Uzu, heavily injured, struggles to raise himself up. He tries to explain the situation but only babbles unintelligible words. Right in front of them stands the mastermind Banrock, grinning with absolute delight. So you came directly to me. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. I will slaughter every single one of you right here and now. Looking at the bodies scattered across the ground, a cold shiver runs down Unzu's spine. Over a dozen high-ranking hunters fought with their lives, yet they couldn't even leave a single scratch and were completely wiped out. This thing is definitely not a mere monster. It belongs to a species that completely transcends all limits. Its absolute power makes Unzu tremble. A true demon has appeared, Kang Yo-hwa. Kang Yo-hwa senses something is terribly wrong and quickly rushes to her captain's side. In a split-second, life-or-death moment, she successfully pulls Unzu away from Banrock's deadly strike. Right at this moment, Jillian's mask shatters to reveal her deeply anxious face. She stares at the terrifying situation in front of her. Yelling out with determination, she unleashes her word command magic. Stop Banrock. Her magic activates instantly, binding his muscular arms and successfully halting his fierce onslaught, at least for a moment. Banrock looks at the golden chains wrapping around his arms with pure amusement. That technique is actually quite interesting, but I think this will be much more fun. With a sudden flex of his raw strength, Jillian's word chains shatter into tiny pieces. This terrifying show of force makes her heart sink. Did he really just break her word command that easily? He even has the intelligence to speak. And those horns, it must be a legendary high-tier monster, Kang Yo-hwa. Dodging the deadly blow, Kang Yo-hwa instantly shifts into commander mode, telling everyone to track its movements. Meanwhile, Banrock conjures a massive blazing fireball, hovering right above his head. Let's see how you bugs fly, you filthy pests. Banrock swings his hand, catching the group completely off guard. They're blown away in all directions. Damn it. But she grits her teeth to rally them. Captain, we'll lure the enemy away. Gather the survivors and call for reinforcements. Unzu knows she cannot stay weak, so she forces herself to stand up. Relentlessly targeted by Banrock, pushes Kang Yo-hwa to her limit. Damn it. She flares up her aura and grabs her weapon, drawing her bow back to distract him. Over here, you overgrown lizard. Kang Yo-hwa's three-man team join forces to break Banrock's diamond protective shield. Jillian summons her word command again, channeling it into the magic array. Die. This joint strike is the final straw that successfully shatters Banrock's protective armor, leaving him wide open. Jillian's magic wraps tightly around his muscular arms, creating an opening for her allies. But Banrock shows absolutely no fear. Instead, a bizarre knowing gleam flashes in his eyes, giving Kang Yo-hwa's entire team a terrible premonition. Immediately after that, Banrock's massive clawed foot stomps heavily on the ground. Let's end this little game right here. Kang Yo-hwa's team is doomed, is violently thrown back by the force erupting from the earth. The magic array they struggled so hard to form is shattered. Jillian is brutally impaled through the mouth by a sharp spike, blood gushing like a waterfall. Banrock smiles wickedly. Having achieved his brutal goal, is ecstatic. I've ripped your mouth open, now I'm going to crush both of your arms. A cold, lethal light flashes from his hand, flying directly toward them. This desperate life-or-death crisis leaves everyone helpless, struggling to survive, turned to dust. Yet, even in this hopeless moment, Kang Yo-hwa refuses to give up. Everyone defensive formation now. A split second after her command, the very ground they stand on erupts into flames. A terrifying explosion incinerating everything living and dead alike. Banrock didn't even expect his own power to be this massive, to be this devastatingly powerful, leaving him momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a groggy, confused voice echoes from the thick dust. What on earth is this? Min Si-woo, still half asleep, casually blocks the massive strike while muttering in a groggy daze. How did he even end up here? To understand how this happened, we must go back 30 minutes ago to the A-rank gate. At that moment, Min Si-woo was completely baffled by the massive spatial gate before him. This cannot be real, can it? Could there really be another gate hidden inside this one? Pri is equally puzzled. Gates are already highly erratic, but this is the first time we've seen something like this. Should we call it a nested gate? Min Si-woo raises another doubt. Are we even sure this is actually a gate? Pri doesn't overthink it. At least we can confirm it connects to another dimension. Its mana composition and structure are identical to a normal gate. Ji-won then steps up from behind, completely amazed. This is insane. A gate inside a gate? I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. Min Si-woo. Seeing him standing all alone, they suspiciously ask where the other hunters went, and Ji-hwan answers completely honestly. Some are being healed by Han-han, while the rest check the monster corpses for any loot. After thinking it over, he suggests, since there are no monsters or magical items inside, we should head back out and report this strange phenomenon first. But the other guy completely disagrees, arguing, why would we do that? What if the gate closes? All we need to do is throw in a few healthy guys to test it out. Why retreat so early? Hearing this, Si-woo immediately objects. You've almost ruined everything so many times by rushing in like a moth to a flame. Have you still not learned your lesson? This comment makes Ji-won highly displeased. Excuse me, but Pri quickly cuts into the impending argument, declaring, I will settle this. You two go in first. Without giving them a chance to react, he shoves them hard into the nameless gate. This sudden strike by Pri catches both of them completely off guard. Si-woo and Ji-won leaving them both furious but helpless. Are you out of your mind? What is this monster? Ji-won screams in absolute terror. Si-woo successfully lands on the other side. What is this place? Is it some volcanic zone? Meanwhile, the guy next to him is still furious, cursing up a storm. That damn black bean head, I'm definitely settling this score later. I have no idea how he trains his summons. He is just about to turn and defend Pri when a sudden blood-curdling scream in the distance jolts him alert. Without any hesitation, he dashes off, leaving Ji-won in utter confusion, shouting, Where are you going? And that is how Si-woo summarizes the entire bizarre incident. So I heard a familiar scream and ran over here. Aiwa is still visibly startled by his incredibly sudden appearance. Master, why are you here? But Si-woo is just as clueless, replying, I should be the one asking you that. Why am I even here? Don't tell me these two gates are connected. Meanwhile, Banrog is absolutely furious after being interrupted right at the climax of his fun. You dare ruin my fun, I'll crush you all. As Banrog unleashes a massive blast, Si-woo casually raises one hand, blocking the blinding blast. Support me, he orders sternly. Without hesitation, Aiwa channels all her power to back him up. Yes, master. At that moment, Ji-won casually strolls over, slowly approaching the chaotic battlefield on this side. Next time, at least give me a heads up. Wait, why is Team C here? Don't tell me this is an S-rank gate. Walking past Eunju, he is about to say hello when he suddenly notices something shocking. Wait, Captain. She fainted. Only then does Ji-hwan fully grasp the explosive, intense battle raging right in front of him. He stays silent before muttering in awe. How humiliating. Before he showed up, no one ever called us weak. The gap in power is just. Was supposed to be close enough to close. Is he even human, or is he a demon? Eunju murmurs to herself, completely stunned. His species is different. He isn't human. An existence that powerful simply cannot be human. This severe mental shock completely shatters her confidence, plunging her into the depths of absolute despair. I am an S-rank hunter too, and the president of the International Association. So why am I so helpless? Her words perfectly mirror the dark thoughts swirling inside Ji-hwan. Lately, I felt the exact same way. No matter how hard we try, we can never compare to beings of another species. Yet, despite sharing this bleak realization, he refuses to look defeated. But who knows? If we can somehow grasp the true essence of that immense power, maybe we can at least scratch their heels. Hearing this, Eunju's eyes suddenly snap open, her blue pupils showing a faint spark of hope. Shaking off her despair, she pulls herself up from the abyss, tightly gripping her small dagger like a lifeline. Meanwhile, Aiwa is struggling heavily against the mighty Banrog, grunting, Damn it, no matter how many times I strike him. Master, I think he's constantly regenerating. Since Si-woo is the main force dealing with the beast, he takes a brief moment to share some crucial information with his student. That is a Banrog, one of the extremely rare high-grade monsters capable of using skills. And among those, Banrogs are so incredibly rare they are almost never seen even in the demon realm. They don't use a dantian like us, but a higher concept called a core. And a Banrog's core grants it infinite regeneration. Ai-hua gets a bold idea. So if we destroy the core, we win, right? But Si-woo's answer is on another level. Why destroy it? I'll just eat it. I'll draw its attention, you find the core. She looks utterly bewildered and asks, but how? I don't even have a detection skill. By now, Banrog is charging right at them, roaring, you insects. But Si-woo calmly uses this moment to give a quick pointer. A skill is just the first form of mana activation. How you use it is entirely up to you. His words slowly sink deep into Aiwa's mind. Think of the core simply as the deepest center of the dantian. After all, they are still living creatures. With her sharp intellect, she quickly devises a brilliant plan. The shape of mana is decided by will. Let me activate my wind skill and track the flow. Wherever the mana is densest, draws her crossbow, and excitedly reports the good news to Si-woo. I found it. He doesn't hesitate to praise her. Well done, my quick-witted disciple. Pri chimed in, noting how useful those eyes were. With the master-disciple duo of Min Si-woo and his student combining their forces, a massive explosion erupted. The earth-shattering blast shot straight into the high heavens, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Struck right in his weak spot, the Balrog growled with bitter hatred. You insects! How dare you target that spot? The demon swung his hand, drawing his bound soul weapon, forced to unsheath his blade. Pri immediately noticed, excitedly pointing it out to Min Si-woo. It was Balmung, a legendary weapon, incredibly rare even in the demon realm. Yet not a single hint of worry crossed Min Si-woo's face. No matter how you looked at it, the demon swung his sword, carving a blazing trail of fire directly toward them to burn Kang Yeohwa. Feeling the suffocating pressure of that massive sword, Kang Youwa's heart burned with anxiety for her master. But the raging flames from the Balrog rushed right up to Min Siwoo's face. He delivered what should have been a fatal blow only for his face to completely freeze in shock. As the white smoke cleared, it revealed Min Siwoo completely untouched and unharmed. "Man, this is honestly a bit embarrassing," he said. "Where on earth did you get that cheap knockoff sword?" In the past, during his 50th year since falling into the other world, Min Siwoo frowned, showing his absolute annoyance. Seriously, every single time he visited a volcanic region, he just had to run into those Balrogs. They were always waiting for him. That damn fire sword was a weapon that only the highest tier Balrogs could ever dream of possessing. That flame sword is known in the other world as Balmung. A Balrog wielding one is strong enough to be classified as a near-dragon class threat. In the demon realm, they were practically invincible. Min Siwoo casually touched the blade, sizing it up. "A real Balmung isn't this light." He didn't hesitate to question the beast. "Where did you get this knockoff before throwing yourself at me?" The Balrog let out a deafening roar. Min Siwoo never broke eye contact for a second, though he never expected to find a monster with a core here. He never imagined seeing a monster with a core on Earth. Even back in the other world, these beasts only gathered deep inside the most hazardous zones. The Balrog cursed in absolute rage, roaring at this damn human. Suddenly, 3 arrows shot out from nowhere, piercing straight into the Balrog. Screaming in pain, the beast spun around with glaring eyes. Kang Youwa already had her bow drawn and ready. Jillian quickly ordered everyone nearby to restrain the beast and lock its movements down. The group pooled their strength to bind the Balrog, coordinating their tactics on the fly. "I've got it held down," one called out. "Cut off its movement using tracking skills." The Balrog sneered in contempt but bound tightly. He found it incredibly difficult to break free. Yet the Balrog kept trash-talking. "Struggle all you want, boy, even if you tear me to shreds. This body of mine cannot die." Fed up, Min Siwoo slammed his foot down hard onto his chest. "You were said more than enough." He looked down at the Balrog with utter contempt. Time to exit the stage. Min Siwoo simply began chanting, and the magic circle flared to life. The Predator gemstone materialized right beside the beast as Pri opened his mouth wide to devour the Balrog's spirit energy. Licking his lips in pure satisfaction, he smiled. Delicious. A regeneration core. The Balrog trembled, absolute dread finally taking root deep in his soul. "He took my core." Min Siwoo flashed a devious smirk, even offering a polite farewell thanks for the meal. The magic circle flared with blinding intensity, leaving the Balrog screaming in absolute agony. Kang Youwa let out a massive sigh of relief. "That monster is finally down. It is dead." Jiwon chimed in with his usual sarcastic tone. "See, we did not even have time to put our spoons down." Several members of the Cold Soul Guild were injured, but luckily no other monsters could be sensed lingering inside the gate. But even for an S-rank gate, this feeling is completely off. Kang Youwa suggested, urging the CEO to look into it further. "Most of our forces are completely out of commission. We should withdraw as soon as possible." Still, she remained curious to know more. "Master, what exactly happened? How did you end up falling into this gate?" Recalling the events from earlier, Min Siwoo gave his answer. "While investigating an A-rank gate, we discovered another gate hidden deep inside. The moment we stepped through, we were immediately transported straight here." Countless questions raced through Kang Youwa's mind. "Wait, don't tell me an A-rank gate and an S-rank gate are actually linked together." Jiwon's tone was dead serious. "As absurd as it sounds, it is the truth. After we dropped in, our entry portal completely vanished. Unless we find another gateway hidden inside this place, there is absolutely no way to return to that original A-rank gate." Kang Youwa rested her chin in her hand, thinking deeply. What could this be? An overlapping gate or one with multiple entrances? This phenomenon had never been recorded. Min Siwoo's expression grew unusually serious. Perhaps these do not even share the same spatial dimension. The monster levels and the environments are entirely different. His words left everyone thinking. Unless, of course, someone deliberately linked them together. Jiwon brought up their past encounter to remind them. These gates were definitely not normal, and even the way they popped up all over the globe at the same time was incredibly bizarre. Do you recall that illegal awakening drug case in the Middle East gate? A completely empty gate with 0 mana stones and no monsters. Doesn't this feel exactly like that? The CEO drew an unexpected conclusion, suggesting this setup might be even more sophisticated. Everyone listened in tense silence to his insight. If these 3 gates appearing in Gangwon-do are actually linked, then there is definitely some kind of dark mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. Looking at how all these events connect, Siwoo points out the ultimate shocking truth: we are dealing with completely artificial gates here. It seems highly likely, but Youwa still hesitates in total disbelief. Jiwon, on the other hand, immediately shuts it down as pure nonsense. Who could actually create and link dungeons like this, and what is their goal? He immediately starts hitting them with these tough burning questions. Creating a gate is already impossible, so why go through the trouble of making empty, completely worthless ones? The heavy conversation only grows more intense. Either way, their absolute top priority right now is clearing these bizarre, dangerous gates as quickly as possible. Whether they are dealing with A rank or S rank gates, they are clearly getting absolutely zero loot out of this. Everyone on site is super busy. Yao Hua quickly briefs Siwu on the area's layout, making sure he understands the basic situation before they make their next move. And just as he predicted, there are absolutely no mana stones here. The enemy was targeting the erupting volcano from the very start. However, mana is heavily concentrating around that active volcano, making it worth checking out. Siwu completely agrees with them. The dungeon's core is likely hidden there. Siwu quickly devises a plan assigning Ji Wan the task of escorting the wounded out safely. Once this gate is sealed, they must handle the remaining ones immediately. He takes command so naturally, leaving everyone quite impressed. Team A is almost finished, so they should be completely fine. But when it comes to Team B, things are different. Thankfully, Yeo Hua has already planned ahead. She assures him that Sejun is with them, and since all teams share the same goal, to clear the gates as fast as possible, they should be fine. Even if a highly dangerous monster suddenly shows up, there is no way it could be stronger than this Balrog. Siwu finally speaks his mind, admitting it is not about lack of trust. He is just naturally worried, especially since the Ice Empire team has fallen, leaving their ace to face the threat completely alone. 3 hours earlier with Team B, Sejun sighs heavily, wondering why they still haven't located the gate outpost yet. Bakji quickly shares the latest intel, noting that since the interior of this dungeon is not that large, they expect to wrap up the search within 3 hours. It is definitely a shame there are no valuable mana stones, but with 0 obstacles blocking their path, they should find it soon. Meanwhile, both the Warrior and White Lion teams are making great progress. Hearing this, Kyung-ho and Sung-in cannot help but gossip about how they are dealing with an empty gate. They realize bringing this many hunters was totally unnecessary, wondering if other teams are in the same boat. Checking his watch, Sejun calmly wonders if they should inspect the outside situation and asks if their Empire team can withdraw now. Kyung-ho quickly replies that it is fine since a single team is more than enough to handle a basic A-rank gate on their own. Sung-in grins, teasingly asking if he is absolutely sure, warning that a mountain of mana stones might suddenly pop up later. Sejun chuckles, awkwardly admitting that would indeed be a shame before deciding to call back his hunters and prepare for their departure. Hearing this, Baekgi clears his throat and immediately acknowledges the command from his guild leader. He quickly broadcasts over the radio, ordering the Empire team to call off the search and assemble back at the dungeon's main entrance immediately. This order makes Jisoo frown, but she quickly replies. Once done, she turns to address her nearby teammate to share the news. She tells Byung-guk they are pulling back, but he completely ignores her, marching straight ahead without looking back. Asking for a moment to check the other side, Byung-guk grumbles bitterly about how they started their careers at the exact same time. Yet simply because of one rare skill, he became the captain while I am still stuck as a low-level grunt. He was at the absolute bottom during training, making him wonder if some shady deal went down. But suddenly, his foot slips. Stepping onto a hollow patch of snow, he loses his footing and panics, closing his eyes as his body plunges into the dark abyss. Byung-guk's desperate scream is completely swallowed by the darkness until he finally lands on a bizarrely warm patch of land. Feeling soft grass beneath him, he scratches his head in utter confusion. Where on earth is he? Scrambling to look around, he leaps up in absolute terror. Suddenly, a strange voice breaks the silence, catching him completely off guard. He turns to see an unconscious figure lying on the ground as a voice asks if he is a hunter from the Diamond Guild. The question leaves him bewildered. If he really were a diamond hunter, he should be with Team A, so why is he here? As the voice draws closer, Byung-guk nervously crouches down, demanding to know how the stranger got in. Keshin offers a relaxed, friendly smile, explaining that he obviously entered this place long before their teams ever arrived. Who do you think let the Minotaur loose in here? Sung Hyan sighs upon hearing this, realizing the beast was sealed as a guardian. Completely unfazed by the growing stench of blood, Kevin casually points out that even he couldn't have slaughtered this many hunters. Since all the captains left their posts, he came to help. By the way, does anyone know where guild leader Lee Kang-Yo-Wai is? Aren't you guys planning to wipe out the Frost Zone completely? Song Hyan blurted out his thoughts without holding back. That healer is still valuable. She makes a perfect sacrifice, so I sent her out of the zone first. I will play dead here and sneak out of the Frost Zone later. You two go ahead and discuss your grand plans. Cold-blooded as always. No wonder you chose a guild that behaves exactly like you do. Enough. Go close the gate. Where is Cloud? I thought he joined Team C, never expecting someone would eavesdrop. That someone would accidentally overhear everything and tremble in absolute terror. And that person was none other than Huang Dong-guk. Suddenly, a strange, menacing voice echoed right in front of him. Oh dear. Orobat sighed, muttering that cleaning up must always be thorough. Just a split second later, the agonizing scream of Huang Dong-guk echoed everywhere. His warm blood dripped onto the ground as Orabat scoffed, remarking that humans really never clean up properly. They really never clean up after themselves properly. Seeing this, a deeply confused Song Haim quickly asked, "Lord Orabat, why are you here?" Hearing the response that the doctor had opened a separate entrance, the young man frowned with deep confusion. So is the number of sacrifices already enough? Orabat arrogantly threw Huang Dong-guk to the ground and sighed. Not yet. An unexpected incident occurred, and it seems the Balrog has been defeated. This sudden news sent Kassan into a panic. What that Balrog? Orabat nodded to confirm without hesitation, stating that it was indeed that annoying necromancer again. We planned to use Gate 3 for our descent, but things got complicated because humans have already gathered there. We cannot risk destabilizing the gate, so our descent will take place at Gate 2 instead, Orabat then calmly commanded. He ordered the 2 human traitors to close Gate 1 and quickly head to Gate 3, ensuring those pests did nothing foolish. The sacrifices at Gate 2 are more than enough. After years of research, it is finally time to show the results. Yet so many nuisances keep getting in the way. Before entering his private magical space, Orabat spoke one last warning. We serve a supreme being, so not a single mistake will be tolerated. Is that clear? This left Kassan and Song Hyun bowing their heads in complete submission together. Meanwhile, a freezing bitter night had already settled over the cold, snowy mountains. Si-jun frowned anxiously after receiving the grim news. Have you really not found him yet? Jisoo and Jung Hwan nervously reported back to him. Yes, I delivered the retreat order, but Hunter Kim Hwang Dong-guk has always been uncooperative. However, this is the very first time that we cannot even reach him. Puzzled by this, Si-jun asked, is it really impossible for our scout hunter to locate him? Jisoo quickly answered, explaining that his signal had completely vanished, which made this entire situation incredibly critical. He sighed in frustration. Getting separated during a mission like this, if he gets hit with gate syndrome, we are in deep trouble. For now, let's wait. We should ask hunters from another guild for backup. Si-jun immediately rushed to find the nearest help available. Guild leader Du Kyung-ho. Seeing a familiar face approaching, he raised an eyebrow and asked, has your Empire team not left yet? Si-jun quickly explained his purpose, apologizing that one of their hunters had been separated from them. Our scout team cannot locate him. Can the warrior guild help us? Kyung-ho immediately agreed to assist them without demanding anything in return. That is easy enough. Hey, go help them search. Min-soo, who stood nearby, quickly accepted the order. Once his subordinate had left, Kyung-ho sighed and teased Si-jun about losing his teammate. Do you think you are a kindergarten teacher? Si-jun embarrassedly scratched his face, explaining that kids these days were just like that. A moment later, the search radar suddenly detected something unusual, forcing Min-soo to quickly call out to the guild leader. Multiple life signals have suddenly vanished. It looks like our hunters were attacked. Hearing this, Kyung-ho immediately ran back to where they set up camp. Where are they? What is their location? Min-soo stammered, updating that they were about 200 meters underground. But he suddenly froze at what he saw. Wait, something is wrong. It is rapidly coming this way. His count kept going as the ground began to tremble violently. 150 meters. 50 meters. In just a few seconds, the thick snow exploded violently into the air as if a massive bomb had just detonated. The sudden shock forced Kyung-ho to frown, wondering what was happening, while Sung-yin watched the scene with rising dread. Goosebumps broke out all over him. A massive giant hand suddenly rose up from beneath the ground. It signaled the arrival of an entity completely beyond human understanding. This bizarre and terrifying sight instantly terrified the soldiers standing nearby. What on earth is that giant hand? Kyung-ho stared at it in pure disbelief. He stared anxiously at the massive hand. Is it a monster, or could this be someone's high-level magic skill? But if it is a living creature, the aura feels incredibly strange. Suddenly, a small scratch appeared on the giant hand. Suddenly, the massive hand clenches tight. But a moment later, it opens wide to reveal a surge of pure, sinister energy inside. The sight makes Sung-yin break out in sweat. There is a massive gash across that hand. Incredibly, that gash slowly splits wide open, letting a horde of monsters pour out. The horrific sight completely paralyzes Bong, Su and Ha-min, who are drenched in sweat. Monsters are flooding out. Right then, the massive battlefield falls into total chaos as civilians flee the bizarre beasts, despite Shin Jisoo and Bong Su desperately trying to calm them down. Stay calm. All units get into combat stance, but the crowd only panics more and chaos spreads. What is that thing? Watching the madness, Si-jun grits his teeth. Damn it, everything is falling apart. There are too many monsters to handle, and that giant hand is driving everyone to absolute madness. In this desperate moment, he suddenly bellows a command. His urgent shout makes Shin Jisoo jump in shock. Yes, President. Meanwhile, Si-jun charges his counter-magic, taking a deep breath to order a squad. Retreat from the gate and call the main camp for backup immediately. The desperate order rings in Shin Jisoo's ears, hearing that she spins around and flees the scene. Her mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour. What on earth is happening? How can a cleared gate suddenly start spewing out hordes of monsters? Are the other gates safe? Suddenly, a trembling voice from her teammate cries out, "Captain, look over there." What the hell? Since when was the entrance this small? Before she can think, a horrific scream rings out. "Help me." Hearing the plea, she mutters in panic, "They are here." She quickly casts a defensive circle. "Run toward the entrance. We have to get out of here no matter what. I will use my taming chains." Instantly glowing spirit chains shoot forward tightly, binding the monsters charging directly at them. Terrified, everyone screams in panic. "Run, don't look back." Just as they think they are safe though, a brutal reality hits them. No, the gate, it can't be. It's closed. Hearing this, Shin Ji-soo, who is desperately buying time, turns completely pale. Over on the main battlefield, the Battle King Guild is struggling. Careful, most of these are A-rank monsters. Hold the line, defend. Si-jun falls back, fighting off the horrifying demon horde. Damn it. How much longer is this wave gonna last? Kyung-ho grits his teeth, slaying monsters while sighing heavily. Talk about a dilemma, Sung-in grumbles. The monsters just keep spawning with no end in sight. Meanwhile, that giant hand doesn't budge. At least it is only summoning minions and not attacking directly. But can we even call that thing a monster? Suddenly, the anxious support team radios in. "We are detecting an unidentified energy source very similar to mana. It is concentrated right at the rift." Hearing this, Si-jun realizes it must be a new gate variant. "You mean a reverse gate?" Sung-in asks in confusion while Ha-min looks equally lost and bewildered. "Just like the first gate 20 years ago. But a hand-shaped gate, I have never heard of anything like that." Kyung-ho finally chimed in, taking a brief breather to speak up. "But no matter what that thing is, we must seal that rift. Since we cannot reach the source, we target the opening directly. At this rate, we are dead before backup arrives." Kyung-ho grips his hilt, channeling his aura. "Give me a boost. I will unleash a single ultimate slash." Si-jun nods, his mind heavy. "We have grown too soft in this peaceful era. Modern hunters are only trained for routine scenarios. When thrown into real chaotic danger, they panic. Our society was rebuilt too easily. Blinded by newly found strength and rich resources, we became arrogant and incredibly complacent. My brother always said this: if you want to master power instead of letting it consume you, you must fight with your very life on the line." Preparing his stance, Si-jun shouts that he is ready. Kyung-ho chuckles. "That is the spirit. Now let us go." Instantly, he unleashes his first technique, single strike, slashing directly at the tear on that giant hand. The blow inflicts massive damage. In a split second, the gash is completely scorched shut. No more monsters can escape, but just as it seems, over a massive shockwave blasts Kyung-ho backward. The powerful shockwave makes Sung-in roar at the guild. "Brace yourselves, anchor your feet, you idiots." Kyung-ho barely landed before a tense Si-jun snapped back, feeling the massive recoil of energy heading their way. Suddenly, freezing hands reached out from the void, clawing and tearing to widen the rift on that colossal hand. From the dark space within the hand, a giant eye suddenly opened, causing Ha-min to stammer in sheer terror. What on earth is that monstrosity? Every single person at the scene shivered, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Hidden behind a tree, Orabat grinned with pure excitement. His savior was finally about to descend upon them. The descent of the second Demon King Lord Solos. Meanwhile, inside the S-rank gate, Kang Yo-hwa of Team C searched around. Still no sign of the gate's core. Min Si-woo was clearly getting tired of this place, even though this area looked like the right spot. "There are barely any hunters around here." Yu-hwa reported their status, noting that most members were severely injured. Over half the squad decided to leave early. How stingy, but she explained she was the one who ordered them to retreat. "So stay out of this, or you can just leave too." Ji-hwan scoffed, wearing a mocking grin at Min Si-woo. "Hey, why so harsh? We're on the same team, don't be so cold. Shut up and get lost." Watching them bicker, Yu-hwa could only sigh. They were always acting so incredibly cold to each other. But she seemed exceptionally distant when it came to the Diamond Guild leader. Min Si-woo stood up, giving her another task: scout the surrounding area a bit more, but don't wander too far. A distant shout caught his attention as Jong-gu came running toward Min Si-woo in a massive hurry. "Oh, Jong-gu, I've been looking everywhere. Why are you with Team C?" He began to explain the bizarre situation. "The gate we initially entered actually had another portal inside a passage leading straight here, which vanished right after we crossed." Right after explaining, he quickly asked about their side, knowing time was running out. "Why did you come here? Has Team A made it out yet? Is the raid officially over?" "Actually, well," Jong-gu explained everything, not daring to skip a single detail. "After you vanished, we decided to leave some hunters behind, excluding the wounded, to keep searching for the core. That's why I went out to the portal entrance, alongside the Ice Soul Guild leader's team to escort the injured. But then he made a shocking discovery. After bringing the wounded back to camp, I planned to head back inside with the Ice Soul Guild leader, but the gate closed on its own, leaving no way out. It's shut." Hearing this sent shivers down their spines. Min Si-woo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him for the rest. What about the other hunters left inside? They're trapped. Communications are dead inside, so we have absolutely no way to know if they are alive or dead. The room fell silent as he continued his explanation. So while I was on my way to warn the other squads, I saw Team C's wounded exiting, so I rushed right in. Jonggu then suggested a plan to Min Siwoo. You should check the situation outside first. Since this gate might close at any moment, you need to leave right now. Yu Hua's voice faltered. Before he could even respond, she made a swift decision on her own. We have to leave now. I need to see this with my own eyes. Yu Hua began issuing orders to everyone. All Cheonghua Guild members verify if anyone is left in the gate, then evacuate immediately. Understood. Jaiwan stood in the corner wearing a creepy smile. So it has begun. As time passed, the portal opened up once again. First, Min Siwoo leaped down, followed by the leaders of the other guilds. Team C had made it out. Unju Kim spoke into her radio as soon as she saw everyone was safe. All Team C hunters are accounted for. We're moving back to base camp. Kang Yo-hwa stepped up to ask her president what on earth is going on here. What about the other teams? Unju immediately ordered Min Siwoo's group. First, get back to base camp. Once we reorganize, I'll explain everything. Just as she said, they all headed back to the command center. Min Siwoo scanned the crowd, looking closely at every single face without missing anyone. That's when a sudden realization hit him. I will now report the raid status. Everyone gather around. Wait, where is Sejun? Unju looked down at her tablet. She broke down the situation for the survivors. First, Team A, the Ice Soul Guild, Diamond Guild, and SMCS. Over 20 people, including key hunters and guild leaders, are trapped. The gate is closed. Everyone stood there waiting with bated breath. Next, Team C, the Boundless Tree Association and the Cheonghua Guild, made it out safely. Their entrance remains open. Unju clutched her scarf, hesitating. As for Team B and the White Lion Guild, Min Si-woo's face darkened at the terrible news. Aside from 4 Empire members, everyone else is trapped. The gate closed. Kang Yo-hwa looked on, unable to believe this nightmare. Wait, what? 3 elite guild captains got themselves completely trapped inside a mere A-rank gate. According to the survivors, it all started when a bizarre hand-shaped monster suddenly appeared inside. Everyone who heard the news fell into utter despair. Part of the team had already retreated under the Empire Guild leader's orders to call for reinforcements, but during the retreat, the gate's entrance suddenly snapped shut. Looking at Kang Yo-hwa, collapsing to the ground, she sank into a deep abyss of despair. That simply shouldn't be possible. The situation was growing incredibly grim. Now the only remaining option was Team C's S-rank gate. A gate automatically closing before a raid is even finished is completely unprecedented. Yet despite the chaos, Ji Huan remained remarkably calm. They were completely swallowed up. Changgu then broke the news that with humanity's current technology, once a gate shuts, it can never be reopened. Even if a new gate appears nearby, there is absolutely no guarantee it connects to the same dimension. Biggie and his companion quickly realized the truth. So what about our guild master and everyone else trapped inside? With a trace of sadness, Unju delivered the final verdict. Rescue was absolutely impossible. They would be declared dead. Cornered and desperate, Yijin and Biggie cried out, asking what they should do now. But Siwoo's thoughts ran completely counter to everyone else. No, it was not impossible. His eyes gleamed with pure determination. These gates were never normal to begin with. They listened intently as Siwoo pointed out that multiple gates appearing so close together and closing without the gate heart being destroyed simply does not happen with normal gates. The lack of resources and the absurd monster levels are completely mismatched. These gates are clearly traps designed with a specific purpose in mind. In fact, the Diamond Guild Master and I already confirmed that inside Team A's gate, there is a hidden passage leading straight to Team C's gate. In other words, inside that S-rank gate, the space where Team B is trapped might also be connected. Wrong Dai smiled faintly, but before he could finish, someone cut in. So if we find that passage, we can save Team B. Yoonju stood her ground, arguing that if Hunter Min Su's theory is correct, they would basically be sending even more hunters straight into gates created by an entity of completely unknown identity, power, and purpose. We simply cannot allow any more casualties. Yi Jin partially agreed with her reasoning. Exactly. What if a rescue team enters the S-rank gate and the entrance closes behind them? Now that we know the gate can close at someone else's will, it is just too risky. Her tone. Yoonju spoke with an ice-cold, almost inhuman indifference. The existence of gates is beyond human control. Therefore, rationally speaking, the rescue mission must be cancelled immediately. But her next words made everyone. Sai-woo instantly question her motives. However, in the future, with support from the Antarctic base, we could. The Antarctic base? His expression turned incredibly tense. You aren't suggesting we ask the Demon Clan for help, are you? The argument between them instantly exploded. Why react like that? In our current situation, they clearly have far more knowledge and information than humanity. even if they might be the ones who created these gates. Eunju was clearly favoring the demons, muttering about how people still hated them. All this time, they have quietly helped rebuild human civilization as a form of atonement for starting that war years ago. So what could they possibly gain by doing something like this now? Siwoo was utterly dumbfounded by her sheer ignorance. So you are going to trust the invaders just because they beat us up and then offered to bandage our wounds? This did not happen 200 years ago, it has only been 20 years. Prickly, you did not even fight in that war. What do you even know? Eunju gritted her teeth in sheer annoyance, realizing this argument was going nowhere. Refusing to debate any further, she made a unilateral decision. If you are so capable, solve it all yourself. As the raid commander, I officially declare that there will be absolutely no additional rescue operations conducted. We will report the situation to our superiors exactly as it is. Hearing this, Siwoo completely ignored Eunju. He had no desire to argue further. After all, you have just been sitting on the ground this entire raid, Commander. Go ahead and report to headquarters, beg the government for help, do whatever you want. His words made her face flush red with pure rage. What? But Siwoo's gaze and tone remained resolutely determined. I will carry out the rescue mission myself. Ara studied the map, noting that things were moving slower than expected. SS rank Hunter Tae Sung Chan, a man carrying the raw aura of the wild wilderness, casually flashed a highly mysterious smile. I just heard the S rank gate in South America was successfully cleared, though the damage scale is larger than expected. SS rank Hunter Izanami nodded silently, delivering her report with a completely expressionless face. Just like a completely still lake, their own nation was peaceful, suffering absolutely no major damage. But the number of Hunter casualties inside the gates was far higher than expected, leaving them facing massive threats on all sides. Yet Merlin maintained an incredibly calm composure, slowly stroking his long beard while stating that this phenomenon was entirely without any precedent. He argued that losses on that scale were inevitable, but a young woman immediately and fiercely objected, calling that claim a massive stretch. Isn't this going way too far? Our hunters are being sucked in like vacuum cleaners. In my personal opinion, we must act. Our association needs to intervene much more aggressively. If the global number of mid to high rank hunters continues to plummet, it will cause huge trouble for future gate raids. The one speaking so boldly was the double S rank hunter Ganhava, slicing right through the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a firm hand was gently placed on her shoulder, accompanied by a very calm, mocking voice. You are talking absolute garbage, Ganhava. Hearing this, she made no effort to hide her intense hatred toward him, cursing him under her breath. Who exactly do you think you are, touching San Jeffman? Yet he seemed completely used to her prejudice and hot-tempered personality, so he merely smirked, asking if she still had not grasped the Hunter Association's stance, especially if a powerful transnational organization like ours intervenes any deeper. Those countries will be placed in a highly awkward position, and humans naturally fear those who are stronger than them. Besides, massive training towers are currently being constructed in every single nation, meaning that countless brand new hunters are literally being mass-produced as we speak. What is there to worry about? Hearing his words, Tasanka let out a cold, sarcastic snort. Mass production. Seriously, Ara fell into deep thought during a brief moment of silence before finally proposing their ultimate countermeasure. For now, we should simply observe the situation a bit longer while keeping a close eye on the support activities of each national association. And if support beyond that limit is required, we will ask Ms. Tayutin to deploy her forces immediately. Outside in the main hallway, hurried footsteps echoed back and forth endlessly, creating an incredibly busy and chaotic atmosphere. San stepped out of the meeting room and stopped a young man about to enter, demanding to know what on earth was going on. Ara is busy right now. His expression was so icy and intimidating that it radiated pure commanding pressure. The young man began to stammer, apologizing before delivering an urgent report regarding a request for backup from South Korea. A gate currently under investigation suddenly snapped shut for completely unknown reasons, trapping a massive number of hunters inside. They believe it is linked to a nearby gate and are begging for a rescue team. The situation seems far worse than they anticipated, so I rushed over. San did not even wait for him to finish choosing to, snatching the documents right out of his hands, stating that she would handle the report, and he was dismissed. Once the employee left, he stood there in absolute silence, his icy eyes scanning through the details written inside the folder of the documents he had just seized. Then, with a sudden and incredibly swift, decisive movement, he shredded the paper report into tiny pieces, letting the white scraps flutter down and scatter across the floor. Deep inside a vast, desolate forest, a spatial tear suddenly twisted violently in midair and ripped open, casting an eerie glow down where Min Siwoo stood. With his arms crossed, he quietly assessed the two figures standing before him, noting it was quite an unexpected face. Yeohwa also narrowed her eyes in surprise, admitting that while she understood why others stayed, she never expected her here. The guildmaster of the Boundless Legion, Jillian. Since she was Joshua's subordinate, did she actually get permission? I came here to repay the heavy debt that I owed to Min Siwoo. Although an injury prevents me from casting spells, I have fully mastered basic detection skills, so I can still be useful. The government announced they won't release any casualty numbers until the S-rank gate is completely closed, but the president is only following the association's advice to prevent public unrest. Considering his high position, he cannot afford to act rashly. However, the fact that he approved my participation in this rescue operation shows he fully understands the true gravity of the situation. Yo-Hua let out a long, tired sigh. She didn't want to waste any more precious time listening to these long-winded explanations. Yeah, fine, whatever. Min Si-woo completely ignored Jillian's explanation, muttering that as long as she did not get in his way, he did not care. Time is running out, so let's head in immediately. While they are inside, the gate's entrance will be guarded by these people. Dense magic power traced two brilliant magic circles directly onto the dusty ground, and from inside that radiant light, the familiar figures of Ghost and Vonk appeared simultaneously. Seeing them, Yo-Hwa's lips twitched in disbelief. Her lips kept twitching from a truly indescribable feeling. That mascot costume looked incredibly familiar, leaving Huang Donggu completely stammering in pure, utter confusion. His face showed complete and utter panic. Min Si-woo did not even bother with their ridiculous reactions, asking if he brought what he was told to bring. Ghost dropped to one knee on the cold ground, bowing respectfully to reply, "Yes, master." "We came straight from Hellrock," he emphasized, pointing out the woman named Mumi. She poured everything into crafting them exactly to Lord Kang Yo-Hwa's special specifications, unable to suppress his curiosity. Our main character couldn't hide his curiosity upon hearing that mysterious term, Hyukjion's holy relic. So what exactly was it? Ghost slowly pulled out an old, weathered cloth bag filled with a fine, dark red powder. These are holy relics that force mana to sustain itself. In other words, they extend his skill's duration when sprinkled on magic circles, or on the skill caster itself. The skill is forced to remain active, regardless of remaining mana lasting for half a day. But Min Si-woo interjected to explain the rest of the complex technicalities, noting that these gates were clearly created by someone's mana. If so, we can also view these gates as a type of active skill manifested purely from mana. This served as a baseline safety measure to prevent the gate from suddenly collapsing. Understanding this, Kang Yo-Hwa felt a huge wave of relief. So they had a safe window of half a day. Min Si-woo crossed his arms, calculating their next moves. If everything goes as planned, then playfully cut in with a sarcastic tone, reminding Min Si-woo that everyone has a plan in their head. Min Si-woo blocked out his teammates' noise out of habit, pointing his finger directly at Ghost instead. "Anyway, make sure nothing suspicious approaches, understood?" The old man bowed with absolute seriousness. With that, the four turned and headed toward the portal. As they approached the massive portal, Ghost quietly watched Min Si-woo's solitary figure, praying for his master's safe return home. "Master." Meanwhile, inside the S-rank gate, rivers of glowing red lava intertwined endlessly. The oppressive, suffocating heat here was so intense that no plants could ever take root or grow. Donggu quickly scanned the area. Scanning the surroundings with high alertness, he reported that he couldn't feel any nearby presence. Since there were no signs of monsters, Min Si-woo calmly assigned their tasks, choosing to search around their original entrance at Gate A. He directed the others to focus purely on the areas they hadn't explored yet. Kang Yo-Hwa immediately agreed, prompting Min Si-woo to offer one final crucial warning they all had to remember. Focus on the mana flow. The stronger the concentration of power, the more likely the space remains open. Report anything out of the ordinary immediately. Kang Yo-Hwa was the first to spot a bizarre anomaly. "Wait, that cave. Isn't that the exact same spot from earlier? Why does it feel like they aren't getting any closer?" Jillian. Drawing on her vast combat experience, Jillian also uncovered a deeply unsettling clue. Based on these battle traces, this should definitely be the spot, but the Balrog's corpse is completely gone. Suddenly, Jillian's sharp hearing. Jillian picked up a faint, fleeting sound right next to them. She immediately lunged forward, tightly grabbing Kang Yo-Hwa's shoulder to hold her back. This startled Kang Yo-Hwa, her face instantly draining of color as she realized she was just one step away from plunging straight into a boiling pool of molten lava. Shaking with fear, Kang Yo-Hwa stammered her terrifying realization. "I swear this lava wasn't here before." Jillian aimed directly at the empty space ahead, casting a powerful flame soul to probe it. The surrounding space warped violently, confirming her worst suspicion. They were indeed caught inside a powerful illusion. Someone had overlaid an illusion skill onto this space. A cold shiver ran straight down Kang Yo-Hwa's spine. "No way. Is there actually someone else in here with us? Can we break this illusion from here?" Jillian shook her head silently. It wouldn't be that easy because they had walked straight into a prearranged trap. Simply realizing it's an illusion wasn't enough. Breaking out would still be incredibly difficult. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Kang Yo-Hwa gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. So even if they tried returning to Min Si-woo, Jillian grew so tense she began biting her nails. The path had already shifted, or it was no longer the right direction. Illusion magic was fundamentally a crowd control skill, if they could pinpoint the culprit's exact location. Meanwhile, on Min Si-woo's side, Dong-gu reached out to feel an invisible wall that was completely blocking their path. Min Si-woo remained perfectly calm. He slowly raised his hand to activate his drizzle magic, summoning cold raindrops, infused with raw mana, which began pattering down onto the scorching ground. The rain quickly intensified, creating a hazy mystical fog across the area. Kang Yo-hwa's group was also caught in this massive area of effect spell, prompting her to cover her head in surprise. Wait, rain, a sudden weather shift inside a gate. Could this also be the work of whoever cast the illusion? Jillian suggested another possibility, noting it could be an ally's skill. Hearing this, Kang Yo-hwa immediately recalled someone with a very similar specific ability. Could this rain belong to? Meanwhile, Dong-gu slowly calmed his racing heart after that sudden momentary scare. For a moment, I actually thought it was a real rain of arrows which panicked me. Min Si-woo simply stared at a seemingly empty space. He let out a sharp, piercing glare. It is indeed a rain of arrows, but to allies it only looks like rain. So if you do not want your body turned into a honeycomb, show yourself already. Just as he finished speaking, the space opposite him suddenly distorted, and the faint silhouettes of two strangers gradually appeared. A young man was sitting comfortably on a massive lava rock, wearing an amused smile. So is what you said actually true, Gukeksen? Right where Jin Do-hwa stood, a transparent defensive barrier instantly materialized to shield him, blocking the torrential downpour of magical rain while his eyes casually and leisurely observed the scene in front of him. Min Si-woo standing on the opposite side. Gukeksen, you were right, it is definitely him. The legendary war hero from 10 years ago who defeated the Fourth Circle Demon King before being banished to another world. The mad dog Min Si-woo. Min Si-woo showed no surprise whatsoever, while Huang Dong-gu standing beside him immediately clenched his fists, ready to handle any sudden threats that might arise. Meanwhile, Jin Do-hwa was filled with pure excitement. Since this was his very first time seeing his target in the flesh, I have only heard of your rumors. But seeing you in person, your aura is truly no joke. Gukeksen, annoyed by his companion, behaving as if he were taking a casual stroll on a deadly battlefield, frowned and warned him. Do not let your guard down, Jin Do-hwa. Min Si-woo patiently waited for them to finish speaking, then calmly responded with cold contempt. I know a thing or two about trash like you. Pandemonium, the pathetic sellouts who flatter demons right. Suddenly Jin Do-hwa whipped his hand out, snapping open his pure white fan with a sharp swoosh. Oh, you have sharp eyes and a sharp tongue. It seems you are not completely brainless. Let us skip the useless small talk then. Right at that moment, the massive rocks scattered around them suddenly shattered into tens of thousands of tiny fragments, crushed under an overwhelming pressure. Swiftly waving his fan, he condensed the surrounding magical energy flow into a massive roaring dragon, screaming and charging straight at Min Si-woo with earth-shattering power while shouting a challenge. Let me see what you can actually do. Min Si-woo's face remained completely expressionless. He simply raised his hand to activate his magic. I do not care what you desire that made you side with them. Instantly, dozens of deep blue magical arrows materialized out of thin air, piercing the dragon's head in an instant. The brilliant golden light slowly dissolved into nothingness. He began to mock the enemy with a cold, detached voice. As human beings living on the same planet, are you not ashamed to cling to the strong and betray your own kind? Do you honestly believe that living righteously is a foolish choice? Scum like you are all the same. Seizing the perfect opportunity while the enemies focused entirely on their frontal clash with Min Si-woo, Kang Yo-hwa and Jillian slipped out from their hiding spots, quickly closing in on Gukeksen from behind. Keenly catching the sound of rushing footsteps approaching at close range, he gasped in sheer shock and quickly whipped his head toward the source of the sound. While Jillian provided long-range covering fire, Kang Yo-hwa leapt high into the air, aiming a devastating downward kick straight at his head while loudly finishing Min Si-woo's interrupted statement from earlier is just getting beaten to a bloody pulp. Suddenly, the weapon in Jin Do-hwa's hand erupted with a brilliant spiritual light. That was the double S-rank folding fan Crimson Wave, capable of warping illusions to summon colossal destructive waves and completely dominating the target's 5 senses. He let out a thunderous roar to unleash its ultimate power. Crimson Wave instantly, the dry barren ground beneath their feet began to warp and change, transforming into a vast, boundless ocean. Violent roaring waves surged directly toward them, threatening to swallow up everything in their path. Kang Yo-hwa quickly retreated to a safer position to avoid the oncoming waves, while Jillian, drawing on his vast combat experience, easily saw through the illusion. Calm down, this is not real. Meanwhile, a greedy voice of Pri echoed inside Min Si-woo's mind. That skill looks incredibly delicious, I want to devour it. This is definitely more than just an illusion. Huang Dong-gu, caught completely off guard by the sudden transformation, was immediately swept away by the raging torrent, yet Min Si-woo stood firmly at the center of the magical storm. As massive energy began to condense in his palm, the aura surrounding him grew so incredibly dense that it formed a thick white mist obscuring everyone's vision. He quickly activated his S-rank defensive skill, Ice Cage, a powerful mobile shield of ice that blocks incoming magical attacks by moving in perfect sync with the caster, creating a transparent barrier to protect Jillian and Kang Yohwa from being swallowed up by the deadly illusion. That bastard is trying to seal our exit. Kang Yohwa capture him. Showing no hesitation, she immediately charged forward to execute the command. Even though the battlefield offered him no clear advantage, Jin Dohwa remained completely unbothered, calmly observing the clash with an amused, highly appreciative smile. To think someone could directly counter mana inside my illusion. How is a talent like him completely unknown? It seems both of our fates have been twisted, Dohwa muttered. 10 years ago we fought on different battlefields, but I knew your reputation well. You were the greatest contributor to that war, practically a hero. Yet look at you now, cast aside and thrown out, banished across dimensions and completely forgotten by everyone while I turned into a crazed, bloodthirsty killer overnight. But in the end we were both just chasing our own ideals, right? With that, Dohwa suddenly accelerated. He aggressively closed the gap, sending his violent red waves clashing fiercely against Min Siwoo's freezing barrier of solid ice. The massive impact triggered earth-shattering explosions, but even as those mocking, sympathetic words reached his ears, Min Siwoo remained completely focused. He maintained his absolute composure, deflecting every lethal attack from his opponent. Meanwhile, his three teammates were also in trouble. They were locked in a brutal clash against Gukshin and the grotesque illusions conjured by those deadly red waves. Harboring a massive superiority complex, Dohwa began to deliver an incredibly harsh judgment. Foolish humans altering and erasing the truth just for their own selfish gains. This world is completely rotten to the core. His insufferable arrogance and contempt for all life pushed Min Siwoo over the edge. Gritting his teeth, his anger flared to a boiling point. He fiercely spat back in denial. Nonsense, I have never harmed an innocent soul nor sucked up to the demons to protect my ideals. Facing that furious outburst, Dohwa merely wore a calm, enigmatic smile. You only see the surface, yet you remain blind to the real truth. Mad dog, I get no thrill from killing innocents. But while you were banished, the world turned into a living hell. A world barely patched up on the surface. I wonder if your naive beliefs will survive once you learn the truth. I am truly curious. But at least I won't find out here. Just as Min Siwoo assumed their grueling clash would continue and drain his stamina, the man suddenly took a step back with a sly grin. Stalling for time, that should be enough. This abrupt retreat completely blindsided Gukshin, who was already struggling to survive the coordinated onslaught of Kang Yohwa and Jillian. Gukshin's face fell, cursing Jin Dohwa. Meanwhile, Min Siwoo's sharp instincts immediately picked up on their enemy's escape plan. Frowning deeply, he shouted a warning to his team. The illusions are shattering. Everyone stay on your guard. Right on cue, Dohwa lightly snapped his fingers, sending a sharp, ear-splitting ringing noise echoing through the air. Instantly, every single illusion shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments, drifting down like dying cherry blossoms in the void. Before vanishing completely, he did not forget to flash one last parting smirk at Min Siwoo. Until next time, Mad Dog. Watching their prime target slip away, Pri was absolutely stunned and filled with regret. What? That juicy prey got away. Was that a portable portal? Only now did Min Siwoo finally understand why their opponent had been so cocky from the very start. They actually brought a personal escape gate. As he watched the glittering remnants of the illusion dissolve into the misty air, Gukshin gritted his teeth in sheer rage, cursing them inwardly. Damn it, betraying me like this. The portal is still open. I can't possibly fight all of these monsters alone. At this rate, I'm dead. Seizing the moment while the others were still completely distracted by Dohwa's sudden disappearance, he turned around and fled like a madman. Both Jillian and Kang Yohwa were caught off guard for a split second. That coward is running. Refusing to give him even a slim chance, Kang Yohwa swiftly drew the bow from her waist at blinding speed. Every single movement of hers was incredibly fluid as she drew back the string with a magic arrow. She aimed straight at the fleeing enemy's back. Then she smoothly released the tense string. Did you really think you could escape from me? Packed with explosive magical energy, the arrow tore through the air, piercing straight through Gukshin's chest from behind. His legs instantly lost all strength and buckled, while a thick mouthful of dark black blood surged up to his throat. The very moment his heavy body collapsed to the ground, a circular spatial portal suddenly flared to life right beneath him. Donggu gasped in sheer disbelief. A gate inside another gate. Is this for real? Have they seriously been creating hidden portals in here this entire time? Meanwhile, Kang Yohwa remained deeply cautious of this bizarre situation. But does this portal actually lead directly to Sejun's location? While the team hesitated, on high alert, Min Siwoo was the first to leap into action without a single shred of hesitation. They had come too far to hesitate now with the portal closing. The rest of you guard this entrance. He leaped straight into the dark void. After all, there was only one way forward. Stepping through, he found himself in a vast, endless world completely buried under deep snow and ice. Freezing icy winds howled relentlessly past his ears like tortured screams. After a single brief second of floating, of suspension in the absolute void, Min Siwoo's feet gently touched down on the soft, powdery snow. Yet despite landing safely, his face showed absolutely no sign of joy. I finally made it, but am I too late? Before his eyes lay a grim, utterly devastated scene soaked in blood. Fresh blood pooled beneath scattered bodies, staining the pure white snow, a horrific crimson. Only a few lucky survivors barely clung to consciousness amidst the ruins of the bloody battlefield.